The impudent son of a high-born noble family, acting like the king of the academy, sat silently in his room and read a letter from his family. The guy grabbed his head, thinking that fate itself was brazenly mocking him because his parents decided to kick him out of the dorm. Sometime later, Ed Rottler found himself abandoned on the street, watching as one of the maids threw his things at him. Later that day, the talk at the academy was that the boys didn't even have to be wary of that young man now that he had been evicted. The students looked at the boy sitting on the bench with his things and thought that this was all that could be expected from the vile nobles. But the worst thing about this whole story was that this Ed Rottler they were discussing was not him at all. The boy's fate was such that, for unknown reasons, he found himself in a game, the action of which took place in the magical academy of Sylvania. In the most common scenario in such games, the hero usually found himself in the body of the firstborn of a wealthy family, or a SSS-ranked hunter who didn't care about any rules. Well, the guy was lucky enough to move into the body of a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the academy at the beginning of the game for his actions. But the poor guy just didn't understand how he ended up in the worst place at the worst time, because it was a real mockery of his entire life. While Ed Rottler was ranting about his life, students standing to the side began pointing fingers at him and insulting him. Having made fun of the boy, the guys turned around and left, leaving him alone with his grief and a couple of suitcases. The boy had no choice but to measure them with a displeased look and simply continue to sit in his place. Ed Rottler looked into the stat mirror he was holding and realized that this was another downside to being in this guy's body. The young man had played this game before, so he knew that his character appeared at the very beginning, which is why he didn't even remember him. Trying to figure out what happened to his hero at the beginning, Ed Rottler finally exclaimed joyfully, but immediately became serious. Realizing that his character in one of the episodes was begging on the street like a homeless person, Ed Rottler was upset because he expected something different. Thinking about why this fate had befallen him, the boy grabbed his suitcases, getting ready to set off. Although he would never be able to find out the reason for this turn in his life, Ed was determined that he would not necessarily get back on his feet. The academy was always called a school, but it was more suitable for an entire city surrounded by high hills, around which was the sea. To the northeast of the academy there was a wild forest, where the hero wanted to go, away from the prying eyes of other students. In the end, Ed Rottler spent half a day on his feet, but that was enough time for him to really think things through and create a strategy. Ed's family's disowning of him was one of the key plot twists, but luckily at that point, he had not yet been expelled from the academy. In that world, the academy was extremely prestigious, and since the boy had completed the game about 5 times, he had a useful store of knowledge. This meant that if the young man managed to quietly and peacefully graduate from the academy, he would be able to live a life much more luxurious and chic than his real one. But the problem was the exorbitant tuition fees, since the semester had to be paid for in advance, which is why Ed had to transfer to a budget program. Looking again at the window of his characteristics, the boy doubted that he would succeed at all, because the numbers on the scoreboard were terrible. Since there was nothing in his luggage that could help, the boy had to provide himself with the basic necessities. Ed Rottler had no shelter, no food on him, and with his reputation at the academy, no one would even hire the boy. Having realized his terrible position in society, the main character was glad that there was a stream near the place that could help him. 10 days left before school, so Ed jumped up, stretched, and whispered that he would get himself in order during that time. The boy didn't want to waste a single second, so he used the spells available to him and began trying to chop wood. But realizing that his strength was insanely weak, Ed Rottler fell exhausted to the ground, because after 15 pieces of wood he already wanted to die. The situation was incredibly unpleasant, because in addition to feeling tired, the main character realized that he was terribly hungry, since he had not eaten anything for a long time. Suddenly, looking at the small tree bark to the side, Ed remembered the stories of his grandfather, who had been raging with hunger as a child. The boy didn't lose his head because his ingenuity worked wonderfully, so a moment later he lit a fire and put the bark on to boil. Ed Rottler pricked one of the planks with a sharp stick, looked at it and said that if you didn't look closely, it looked like a chicken. He was really hungry to death, so he immediately put the bark in his mouth, thinking that it really was chicken. Even though the stuff tasted absolutely disgusting, Ed Rottler tried to ignore the little thing because he needed to survive. On the 3rd day of being in the forest, Ed was even more exhausted, because after he ate too much bark and even dirt, the guy realized that this was a bad idea. Ed Rottler finally carried a couple of wooden sticks to the clearing where he was going to settle down and fell limply to the ground. The boy didn't want to fall apart, so he gathered all his strength and rushed to build himself a shelter, complaining that he only had 2 hands. No matter how the main character tried to cope with the difficulties that were in front of him, Ed still ended up falling to the ground along with the beams. But he didn't give up, so he immediately gave in and tried again to erect 4 heavy beams so that he could finally have a roof over his head. Eventually, achieved his goal, for he raised the beams above the ground and firmly secured them with a red ribbon at the top so that they would not fall apart on his head. Ed Rottler took stock of his creation and fell to the ground, pleased with the foundation he had laid, but he still had a lot of work to do. The boy knew that sleeping on the damp ground was a bad idea, so he had no choice but to take his things out of his suitcase and throw them on the ground to use as a mattress. The next day, a ready-made hut stood in front of the boy, even though at that moment everything that could possibly be was falling off. Suddenly, a strange hologram appeared above the main character's head, which informed him that he had acquired the skill of building a wooden shelter. Even though this was exactly what Ed Rottler expected, the guy wasn't even happy about the characteristics he had just acquired. Ed Rottler lived the life of a nobleman in the game, so he simply might not have known that he was much better with his hands than with magic. After resting a little, the young man got back to work and finished constructing a simple harpoon, which he made from a dagger and a stick. This catch made the boy much happier, because he immediately swung the harpoon and shouted that it was time to get real, healthy food. Standing over a small stream and trying to catch fish, Ed couldn't help but think about how he was still alive after having no food and so much work. After several dozen minutes of trying, the boy still managed to catch several fish, which would not have allowed him to fall without a feeling of despair. About half an hour had passed since then, and Ed Rottler was already sitting in front of the fire, trying to warm himself up in anticipation of his dinner. The boy looked at the 2 fish he was frying right on the stone, feeling drool running down his chin. Ed Rottler did not restrain himself, so as soon as the fish was cooked, he immediately rushed at it with a wild feeling of hunger. But suddenly the hero heard a familiar voice and turned around, realizing that something very important had slipped his mind because he was so busy. Standing above the boy was a beautiful blonde, who was the main character of the entire game, and was clearly not needed by Ed in that place and at that time. This stranger was recently forced to ask Ed Rottler to get out of the academy because she was that very Princess Fiona. The princess herself, meanwhile, roughly folded her arms across her chest and asked the boy with displeasure why he was still hanging around the academy. Ed Rottler was the villain of the game, who at the very beginning of the game beat up McLaurin's childhood friend, for which he later received punishment, but did not stop. He tried to fabricate McLaurin's work for the academy entrance exam, which he was caught doing by Fiona, who took the work away. Fiona Elias Clowell was the 3rd princess of the Clowell Empire, and at that moment she was clearly unhappy with what she saw in Ed's hands. This girl had an active insight, which helped her to examine objects for the subjects of lies and conspiracy that she then identified. Ed Rottler, who had arrived in a deplorable state, apologizing with clenched teeth, was exposed by the ability of this Princess Fiona. The consequence of this was his expulsion from the dormitory, because everyone at the academy terribly hated this hero for his impudence and dishonesty. Princess Fiona, whom the hero should have avoided the most, leaned over to the boy and asked what he was doing in that place. Noticing some confusion on his face, the girl asked him if he had been expelled from the academy, but Ed protested and said that he was a student. Fiona Elias Clowell didn't want to waste time, so she clenched her teeth and hissed at the boy that she would keep her speech short. The girl really didn't like Ed, so she screamed loudly for the villain to leave, because she couldn't see him at the academy after his antics. As Ed Rottler watched his fish literally burn on the fire, he waited with all his heart for the madwoman to finish screaming and finally go away. He was not at all happy with the fact that the meat he had hunted for so long was disappearing right before his eyes after he had not eaten for 3 days. But the most offensive thing is that Princess Fiona actually had the power to get him expelled from the academy. With this in mind, the boy finally turned to Fiona and asked why she wasn't accompanied by heavily armed guards like she always was. The young man broke into a nasty smile and said that no one in the academy could even imagine that the noble princess would appear in the secluded forest herself. The princess used her charms and sternly declared that if the villain had tried to intimidate her by not having an escort, he would regret it. But Ed Rottler wasn't taking any chances, so he immediately dropped to one knee and smiled genuinely, saying that he just wanted to thank her. The girl did not immediately believe this scoundrel, which is why she turned on her insight skill, which showed her that the young man was not lying to her at all. This turn of events surprised Fiona Elias Clowell greatly, because according to all the legends and rumors from the academy, Ed Rottler lied absolutely always. The surprise on her face could not help but be evident, so Ed Rottler concluded that the girl realized that he was not lying to her and was telling the truth. Because his family was famous, and used it to exploit civilians for certain purposes, McLaurin would definitely destroy them. While Ed Rottler was talking to the princess, the fish on the fire eventually burned, depriving him of the cooking skill that could have helped him. Even though the boy was cold and hungry, it was much better than death at the hands of a girl, so he needed to convince Fiona without lies. Otherwise, if he fails to do this, the boy will simply be excluded, thereby ending the game, which will lead to his death. Judging by the time that had passed since Ed Rottler's eviction from the academy, there was now about 1 week left before the start of training. With this in mind, the hero stood up and said that the girl's appearance without an escort meant that she was finishing her assessment test. Professor Glast's assessment test for the class was to have the students find hidden magic beads in the forest. Continuing his thought, Ed Rottler closed his eyes and added that absolutely everyone at the academy understood how harsh Glast's tests were. Confirming that the princess only wanted to get into the best class, Ed still angered the blonde and she ordered him to stop buttering up. The boy ignored her request, saying that without his help the girl would not be able to complete this task, thereby surprising Fiona. Ed Rottler took a few steps towards her and added that if, in her opinion, he was lying, then the princess could immediately expel him from the academy. Realizing that the blonde was willing to accept his help, Ed Rottler advised her to go to the lake in the southeast of the forest, where there was a huge tree. This tree was called the Guardian of Marilda because in its roots there was a gift that a boy left for the girl. Finding herself in the very place that the villain had spoken of, Fiona Elias Clowell stared in surprise at the yellow ball in her hands that she had found. 3 days ago, Ed Rottler had clearly been a liar and a charlatan, because she clearly remembered the state this guy had been in. However, now something about him really seemed different, because despite their relationship, the boy helped Fiona with the search for beads for the test. When the girl had all the necessary beads in her hands, she finally returned to the academy, where the test had just officially ended. Glast, who was a professor at the Academy of Magic, measured the students with his menacing gaze and ordered them in a cold voice to get the beads they had found. The boys happily ran up to the man, holding various round objects in their hands and hoping that they would pass the test. But Glast only turned around discontentedly and said that the lowest level class was waiting for them all, because it was important to write down what he demanded of them. The teacher explained that only those people who found beads with magical powers had a chance to get into the best class. After a short pause, the teacher added that one of those 3 students was Zix, who was standing nearby, trying to act like a serious guy. The second student was Laurel, a short, red-haired girl with eyes of an insanely beautiful emerald color that enchanted everyone. As he was about to name the last student who had managed to collect a bead with an unusually high magical power, Glast pointed his hand at Fiona. The princess, in turn, stood sternly, listening to the fact that she was the best student in the class. Ed Rottler, meanwhile, sat by the creek, sad that his fish had simply burned up, and he didn't have the energy to go fishing again. Even though he was on the brink of life and death, the guy still tried to hold on tight, twisting a primitive fishing rod from scrap materials. He couldn't help but think that the third princess of the empire had been able to distinguish between sycophancy and substitution of concepts since childhood, which had sharpened her intuition. These skills formed her ability of insight, due to which no one in the academy was able to deceive Fiona Elias Clowell. It was because of this nuance that the boy had no choice but to give her genuine information that could lead to a big problem. The reason why the proud Princess Fiona will be called the Princess of Justice is because she fails the class placement test. The failure was supposed to change the course of events, because the princess, who already had great influence, could not be given the highest class. If this had happened, Even taking into account the protagonist's many years of experience, it would have been difficult for him to predict what would happen next. At the academy, meanwhile, Glass loudly declared that the last best student was Lucy Merrill, who was sleeping on a chair, and not Princess Fiona. Since the blonde had finally failed, there was now a chance that the future would remain the same, and nothing would change. Insight will always help Fiona Elias Clowell to find out the truth, because as usual, she will not be able to tolerate injustice in the world. Recalling her conversation with Ed Taylor, Fiona remembered that the young man had not lied to her, and that there really was a bead in that place, and a real one at that. Princess Fiona initially hid her identity, because she was embarrassed by how she would be treated if her identity became known. The girl wanted to prove herself, and that bead was supposed to bring her the best result on the test, but for some reason the blonde didn't take it. It turned out later that Fiona didn't even intend to take that bead because she didn't find it herself, because that was unfair. The title of Princess of Justice that she will receive in the future is not an ability or a stat, because it will be given to her for her righteous path. Ed Taylor had simply left her alive because whether he had lied or told the truth was of no importance, since the princess could always find out. Fiona Elias Clowell's reaction to that Lucy Merrill winning absolutely proved Ed's theories, which he had long been familiar with. The guy really believed that Fiona would fail the test, but she was convinced that she would succeed and wipe his nose, which is why the girl was now very angry. The next day, in the forest where Ed Taylor lived, he saw Yanuka Failover, who was a second-year student and skilled in summoning spirits. The beauty told the guy that the forest belonged to Marilda, who told Yanuka a lot about the new inhabitant of this place. The girl added that Marilda was quite curious, so she kept an eye on absolutely everything in the forest, including uninvited guests. Taking the hint from the stranger, Ed Taylor instantly realized how many animals he had killed and how many trees he had cut down in order to survive, harming these spirits of the forest. But Yanuka Failover reassured the youth and said that this was the natural cycle of life for the creatures of this forest, so Marilda was not evil. Ed Taylor was slightly pleased by this, because even the big wild wolf had a more tender heart than many of the people from the academy. Suddenly, the boys' attention was drawn to some strange sound, to which they both turned to understand what it was. But the next second, Yanuka Failover giggled loudly and said that she had long wanted to show the boy something in this place. The beauty extended her hands to the boy and showed him the glow, asking if it was really charming, because yesterday she signed a contract as soon as she saw it. The boy looked at her hands with disbelief, not understanding how this second-year student managed to sign a contract with a spirit. To make friends with Yanuka Failover, he just needed to pick the right moment, but there was one catch to this strategy. Ed Taylor looked down at the ground and said that she did not understand what the girl was talking about, because he did not see any spirit in her hands. Yanuka stared at the boy in surprise, who then added that he simply couldn't see things like forest spirits. The young man turned around and headed back, saying that he had been busy getting food, so now he had to leave her. Only by sticking to the story would Ed Taylor be able to benefit from the knowledge he had accumulated over the years while playing the game. Yanuka Failover was a very important character because she was the one girl you could never get close to in the game. While the boy walked in his direction, Yanuka stood silently behind him and simply looked after him, following the boy with her gaze. Having called Marilda to her, Yanuka stroked her and confirmed the words of the she-wolf, who called that young man an amazing guy. But despite this, the girl continued to be interested in the idea of who this stranger who arrived in the forest really was. The poor fellow fell on the soft Marilda and began to tell her in a distressed tone that she had tried very hard to be kind to him, but had received a cold, rude response. Yanuka Failover was really sad about this situation because the beauty really wanted them to see each other again with those strangers. The distance from Ed Taylor's shelter to the students' dormitory was not short, as it passed through forest and mountains. Ed barely made it, running out at full speed at dawn, because the road to the academy forced him to do strange things that increased his stats. To qualify for a scholarship, he would have to study harder. But for now, the boy kept notes on a stone slab using a charred stick. On the way home, Ed Taylor tried to keep up with washing his sweaty, everyday clothes, hoping that they would be dry by the next day. The mind had to remember to check that there was enough wood for the fire, drinking water and meat for dinner, leaving itself only 4 hours of sleep. Well, even with all these problems that left him exhausted at the end of the day, Ed Taylor was worried about something else entirely. That worry was Yanuka Failover, who had been watching him all this time, hiding behind the bushes around his hut in the woods. Realizing that the guy had noticed her, the girl exclaimed in fear, but in response only received a disgruntled cry that it was simply impossible not to notice. The boy turned to her and sternly declared that he was the worst offender in existence, and that she should not have pursued him. But instead of being scared by his terrifying tone, Yanuka Failover calmly said that bad people thought that of him. The beauty smiled broadly and said that at this stage of her life she knew nothing at all about the young man and could not judge him by the opinions of strangers. No matter how sweetly she spoke, Ed Taylor still kept in mind the fact that this was exactly how Janica was at heart, cunning and strange. This beauty looked naive and silly, but she had an independent nature that could conquer anyone. Knowing what the future holds for her, it's best to just smile back at this girl, because that's the only way Ed Taylor will survive. That scary girl was actually the last boss of the first episode, without which you couldn't get to the second one. Yanuka was the only character who smiled throughout the entire game at Ed Taylor, who really didn't want to go that far. Considering this, the guy still gave in to his desire and asked the beauty if she could show him one favor, which immediately made her happy. Having looked around, the main character said that his home was in complete chaos, because after his family's refusal, the boy found himself up to his ears in problems. Taking advantage of Yanuka Failover's kindness, Ed Taylor dared to borrow some money from the girl, which he really needed. This cunning beauty received a scholarship every year for remaining the best in her class, because these were not her indicators of excellence. Yanuka came from such a poor family that without a scholarship she would not have entered the academy and would not have been able to pass to the next year. It was because of this that her main weakness was money, which is why the poor thing apologized to Ed Taylor and simply disappeared into thin air. Watching as the wind slowly scattered her ashes along its course, the boy stood and thought about how Yanuka Failover had fallen away. While on the hunt, Ed felt strange feelings inside himself because of the situation, but he shouldn't interact with important characters. The boy felt that he had to be more careful so that the story did not deviate from the original, and in the end, he managed to get out of the game. As soon as the hero had tied himself to this thought, he immediately lowered himself to the ground to enter the interior of his hut. But a moment later, Ed Taylor let out a loud cry of surprise, amazed that inside was a hero even more important than Yanuka Failover. Lucy Merrill, who was peacefully sleeping inside, possessed a rare talent and was the strongest character of the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Hearing the boy's scream, the girl woke up and stretched, not paying attention to the stunned expression on Ed Taylor's face, who was not expecting her. Realizing that this was the original plot, Ed Taylor calmed down and responded calmly to Lucy Merrill's question about why he was making such a noise. The boy took a breath and then calmly said that he didn't mean to make noise, trying to pretend that he was sincere. Lucy Merrill, in turn, rubbed her eyes and pointed behind her, asking the young man about the huge wolf that was behind her. The girl yawned and said that this strange forest creature was talking to Ed Taylor and she heard it. Since the protagonist still had no opportunity to hear the forest spirits, Lucy said that the she-wolf had asked him for something too. After a short silence, the girl added that the beast demanded that the guy save Yanuka Failover, whom he had seen the day before, at any cost. The fact that the most important heroine of the game decided to help him made Ed happy, but the problem was that the boy did not feel the wolf near him. Noticing his confusion, Lucy Merrill poked the boy behind his back, pointing at the she-wolf, but Ed only measured her with a displeased look. Ed Taylor had no desire to keep this little one in his house, because he also thought that everything was finished with Yanuka. The young man looked closely at Lucy Merrill, who seemed to be falling asleep again, and wondered why she had decided to sleep in his hut. Just as the guy was about to say something to the girl, she plopped down on the ground and said in a quiet voice that she was going back to bed. The hero screamed loudly, not intending to allow her to do this, but immediately closed his mouth, remembering one fact about this heroine. Due to her small size and ability to jump, Lucy was compared to a wild cat, which was very dangerous. Whether it was the top of a clock tower or a roof, she would always find a nice spot in the sun to take a nap, because that was her favorite pastime. Ed's camp was located in the thickest part of the forest in the north of the Ark, far away from the academy, where no one ever went for no reason. However, for this little girl, it was not a problem at all. because the cool wind and the sound of the stream instantly put her to sleep. Looking at the sleeping guest in his hut, Ed Taylor stood and was disappointed to realize that it was his fault. The next day, when the best student of the academy was still sleeping in his shelter, the boy decided that he needed to come up with something. Lucy Merrill used 5 or 6 spells while floating and sleeping, which made it impossible to leave her there, as it could change the plot. Finally, the main character came up with the idea of creating a lasso trap, which also gave him some points and characteristic skills. The girl immediately smelled the dried meat that was on the animal bait and asked if she could eat it. Despite the fact that the young man forbade her to do this, Lucy Merrill did not limit herself even after she realized that the meat was disgusting. Watching this picture, Ed Taylor thought that he would definitely not be able to defeat the girl, but it was still worth trying one tactic. The young man turned to her and said that on his way to this place, he had noticed that Lucy Merrill was being looked for by Ophelia's maid, whom she was very afraid of. Hearing this, the girl immediately put the dried meat aside and silently stared at the guy, trying not to show her excitement. But suddenly, she straightened her hat and turned in the opposite direction, saying that she had suddenly remembered one very urgent matter. Before she could even finish her sentence, Lucy Merrill leapt into the air and screamed that it was time for her to go, leaving Ed Taylor alone in the forest. As he watched the cloud column form behind him, Ed remembered that regular players skipped the text portion at the beginning of the game. This was actually a mistake, because it said that Lucy ran away from her maid every day, who looked after her like a mother. Pleased with how cleverly he had managed to get rid of this unwanted guest, Ed Taylor looked at the sky and thought about what to do next. Having set off to work, the young man was still tormented by thoughts about whether the fact that Lucy had spent 2 whole days at the camp would affect the plot of the game. While the boy was trying to calm himself with these thoughts, another joint combat training mission was just taking place in the academy building. The joint training was a one-on-one combat training where students used fake weapons to avoid accidentally killing their opponent. Students of the Faculty of Magic were forbidden to use elemental magic, but students of the Faculty of Masters were not allowed to use potions and rituals. The point of these fights was for the students to interact with people from another class, since all the important characters would be involved. In addition to a large number of guys, which included already familiar characters, the most important of them was the failed swordsman Taylor. Seeing how hard this guy was preparing for the fight, Ed Taylor was immediately excited at the thought that his competition would be next. Since the boy already knew the outcome, he didn't really follow the fights because some first years and the main character, namely Swordsman Taylor, would win. While the boy was watching the scene, Yanuka Failover suddenly appeared next to him and happily greeted her new friend. She handed the boy a list of fights, while he couldn't believe what was happening after Ed humiliated himself by asking her to lend him money. Ed Taylor pretended to be serious and turned away, saying that he was not interested at all, but Yanuka did not back down and said that it was very interesting. Suddenly, Ed felt like he was being struck by lightning, as the boy wondered if he would have to fight with the rest of the students. In all the games he had played, his character had already been eliminated several times by this point. So now he really needed to fight someone. Suddenly, on the piece of paper that Yanuka Failover gave him, the boy saw that his opponent would be Princess Fiona Elias Clowell. As the host announced the next contestants, Ed Taylor sat there, stunned, trying to find the strength to say even a word. But as soon as he heard on the loudspeakers that Lucy Merrill and Taylor would be participating in the next fight, he immediately jumped up from his seat. Swordsman Taylor, in turn, walked proudly onto the stage and beat his chest, declaring to the entire hall that he would give it his all. For Ed, at the moment, it didn't matter at all who he would fight against, because now the guy needed to keep an eye on the main character. In the world beyond the screen, the young man played for him for a very long time, starting with miserable and inconclusive endings and ending with real victories. He had been on this journey countless times, where among the many paths there was not one that was easy for Taylor. In fact, Ed Taylor had already decided that he would be getting his own life together, but he couldn't help but root for Taylor. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the host, who was asking those present if there had ever been a student like Lucy Merrill in the arena. Ed Taylor began to look around, trying to figure out where this sleeping beauty had gone, who could now change the course of the entire game. In an instant, his gaze fell on the girl lying next to him, so the hero immediately ran up to her and began trying to wake up Lucy, who was having her 10th dream. If the girl didn't wake up right now, her duel might be cancelled, which would certainly lead to trouble, so he needed to wake her up urgently. No matter how hard the boy tried, Lucy Merrill was simply unbowed, continuing to ask him with her eyes closed if he had any jerky. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly that the freshman should have fought first, and then eaten, thereby waking her up. Noticing how the girl began to climb onto the stage, the host announced that she would now fight against Taylor McLaurin. The protagonist of this world, born to be a swordsman, charged at Lucy, intending to break through her lightning-powered magic while holding a sword for the first time. The spell Lucy Merrill was about to use against this guy's attack would be blocked, leaving her defenseless. It had to happen exactly at that second when Taylor approached her opponent and was literally a few centimeters away from her. Out of surprise, Lucy will strike him with lightning, which is a mid-level spell, thereby overpowering Taylor due to unawareness. She will be disqualified for using magic at an inappropriate level, but Taylor will gain honor for being the first to defeat her. Thinking about it, Ed Taylor felt goosebumps run down his spine because it was the most legendary scene in the game. Suddenly, the boy heard a loud shout from the announcer, who waved his hand and announced the start of the fight between Lucy Merrill and Taylor. The young boy was the first to attack, running up to his opponent and swinging his fist, which had an iron cap, at her. But Lucy didn't lose her composure and instantly put her hand forward, blocking his attack, thereby protecting herself from defeat. Not expecting such a powerful block from his opponent, poor Taylor flew into the opposite wall and fell down near its foot. Everyone around, except Ed Taylor, exclaimed in shock, not expecting such a development of events at all, because it was quite a powerful blow. Lucy Merrill, in turn, yawned and stretched sweetly, because she was still trying to wake up from that wonderful dream that had been interrupted. Watching Taylor immobilized, the audience began to wonder if this was the end of the fight, since it was simply impossible to defeat the best student. Only Ed Rottler knew that this boy's life had always been a test, because he was a country boy and a slow student. While the students were drawing conclusions based on the results of the fight, in a clearly losing situation where everyone was feeling sorry for him, Taylor was not about to lose hope. Seeing how difficult it was for him to get up, Ed Rottler measured his pet with a respectful look, mentally supporting him. Taylor himself, in turn, really gathered all his strength into one and rose from the ground, gripping his sword in his hand more tightly. The confidence in his eyes simply could not help but please the fan of the game, Ed, who simply could not take his eyes off this wonderful guy. Swordsman Taylor looked at his opponent, jumped up and flew towards her at full speed, intending to avenge his defeat. The girl, who was still halfway in her sleep phase, stared straight at him in shock, not understanding what to do in this situation. But unexpectedly, instead of using the spell that Ed Taylor knew, Lucy Merrill used some other green magic. The gust of this force was so powerful that it instantly pushed away Swordsman Taylor, who had so confidently rushed into the attack. The boy screamed and felt the full spectrum of pain that ran through his body from every touch of this magical force. This was far from the end of the attack because the next second, a whirlwind of green magic picked up Taylor and threw him high into the air. Hearing that everything had finally calmed down, Ed Taylor realized that this was not the same lightning that Lucy Merrill always fought off. Instead of using the attack he knew, the girl for some reason used wind magic in the fight, which was not prohibited. Ed Taylor stared at Swordsman Taylor and couldn't believe that the very hero who always won at this point had just lost. The young man was so stunned by what was happening that at some point he couldn't even move, glued to the floor. The fact that Taylor had lost was a huge problem, so the boy knew that he should never leave him. Wind protection was a spirit power that automatically protected the owner from sudden attacks, working non-stop after the contract was made. Remember that the contract was signed only with Marilda? Ed Taylor rushed past the sleeping beauty. I don't understand how this was possible. The young man quickly realized that because Lucy came to his hut, he and Marilda made a contract and she became much stronger. While the boy was running towards the door as fast as he could, the loudspeakers announced the start of the next fight involving Fiona and the boy himself. Seeing Ed Taylor flying towards her, Fiona Elias Clowell looked at him with displeasure and began to say something. But the boy ignored her, rushing towards the door, since it was Taylor who was supposed to win and gain confidence by raising the sword. Ed Taylor began to put all the blame on his shoulders, since Taylor would have definitely won if Ed had not stayed at the academy. The protagonist didn't understand if there was any point in this, but he wasn't going to stand idly by, so he shouted Taylor's name at his back. The boy shouted loudly that the guy didn't need to be depressed, and he shouldn't be embarrassed about anything, because his strength would pay off in the future. He kept yelling at Taylor to keep his head up because he really did well, and his opponent just wasn't right for him. Finally, Ed Taylor added that Taylor should not let situations like this get him down, because there are a lot of difficult things coming up soon. The first person to discover Fiona Elias's innate insight and talents was Emperor Clowell. But the ability was not given to her by God, since the life of a member of the ruling family is full of endless intrigues, which taught Fiona self-defense. It was precisely because it had been forced upon her throughout her life that the girl was now confident in the effectiveness of her powers. Fiona's relatives always looked at her with an ugly darkness in their eyes, and she, in turn, saw right through them, even though she pretended to be ignorant. Since she had no choice but to peer inside the man, Ed Taylor calmly asked the girl to be gentle with him. Princess Fiona was in a good mood, so she agreed to his request and asked the young man to do the opposite, not wanting to embarrass herself in public. The people who were in the room at the time unanimously discussed the strange scene involving Taylor and Ed Taylor, who was yelling at the warrior. Fiona heard every word they said clearly and agreed with them because they were telling the absolute truth about Ed Taylor. At one time, that young man used his title to disgrace his girlfriend, and when things didn't go according to plan, he decided to cheat with the results. Ed Taylor was always the kind of person who would try to hurt someone else for his own benefit. But when Fiona remembered all his recent actions towards her, the girl wondered if Ed was still as terrible as he was. That cry of despair he let out towards the upset swordsman Taylor seemed insanely and sincere, as if the guy really wanted to help the poor guy. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of the host, who ordered the guys to go on stage and start the fight without wasting time. Fiona Elias Clowell looked straight into the eyes of her opponent and thought that this scoundrel had completely confused and embarrassed her. She aimed her hand at the boy with her power and shouted that she desperately wanted this fight to finally clarify the full situation. Since Ed Taylor could use wind and fire magic, the girl was extremely interested in the question of what power he was going to answer her with. By exchanging blows, one could unleash everything that had accumulated on the opponent, so this dramatic fight should have helped Fiona. Fiona directed all the anger of her energy straight into the boy's chest and mentally screamed that the main goal of the fight was to throw him out of her head. Realizing that her opponent wasn't even going to resist the blonde's attacks, Fiona froze in surprise and stared at Ed Taylor. He barely managed to gather his remaining strength and whispered in a quiet voice that he had lost in a duel with the well-known Fiona Elias Clowell. Princess Fiona herself was not at all satisfied with this answer, which is why she shouted in shock at her opponent, not expecting such a thing from him. I remember his gaze during the fight. The girl was convinced that Ed Taylor had accurately seen the trajectory of the water ball of her attack. As Ed Taylor rose from the ground, the crowd around him erupted in waves of laughter at what a loser the guy was compared to Fiona. The boy, in turn, took a few steps towards his opponent and said that it was a very good fight, from which he learned a lot for himself. Fiona Elias Clowell measured the scoundrel with her eyes and realized that since entering the arena he had not once met her gaze. At that moment, the announcer's announcement came over the loudspeakers that Princess Fiona Elias Clowell had won flawlessly. As soon as he had the chance, Ed Taylor jumped up and ran as fast as he could through the academy, not wanting to cross paths with the princess. Although the blonde was an important character, it was Taylor who played the key role and was the main character of the whole story. Ed Taylor couldn't afford to ruin the whole game, so the boy tried his best to find the guy and help him. Suddenly, behind him, he heard the voice of the princess, who, as it turned out, had been running straight after him all this time, even without an escort. Fiona immediately started yelling at the young man, but he immediately tried to justify himself, repeating that he really thanked her for their duel. The princess did not consider his answer sincere at all, so she continued to shout that Ed did not even hope to win, wanting to leave as soon as possible. The blonde's nerves were on edge, so Ed Taylor turned out to be exactly the person she decided to take out all her anger on. Listening to all her words, the young man was surprised at how much despair had accumulated in this beauty, whose life he had just complicated. I understand that he didn't have time for this. Ed Taylor took action, so he grabbed the princess by the shoulders and ordered her to shut up. The young man told the girl in a rude tone to take a deep breath and calm down, because she didn't need to stress herself out so much over little things. Finally, Fiona couldn't take it anymore and tears appeared in her eyes, but the girl quickly came to her senses and asked what it was. Before Ed could even open his mouth to answer her question, the girl immediately stopped him and asked him not to continue, apologizing to him. This turn of events suited the boy, who was already in a mad hurry, which is why now he should leave the princess alone with himself. But Fiona Elias wasn't going to let the boy go so quickly, continuing to tell him about her experiences, feelings, and problems. Having finished her short statement and pouring out her soul, the blonde raised her eyes to the guy and decided to ask him something directly. Fiona pointed at him and asked if Ed had really tried to stop Taylor from being kicked out of the house, knowing about the dark side of his family. While this was a harsh statement, it was untrue, and the Rotelor family did have a bit of a dark side. Since this information was supposed to become known only in the future and it was too early to discuss it now, Ed refuted the girl's words. The blonde was not satisfied with such a terrible answer, so she screamed that she couldn't have been wrong. Otherwise, Ed wouldn't have had to yell at Taylor like that. Listening to Fiona's accusations against him, the boy said that everyone hated him very much, and he wanted to support Taylor by changing his life. As Ed continued to lie to Fiona Elias Clowell, he didn't even notice how his nose grew like Pinocchio's, revealing that he was not telling the truth. Fiona, thanks to her insight, saw this clearly, so she continued to shout so that the young man would tell her only the truth, and that's all. After Ed Taylor once again stated that he had not lied to the beauty, Fiona could not restrain herself and almost began to spit fire. In the end, the girl had no evidence at all, so she exhaled and calmed down, saying that they would end it here. Not wanting to continue this ridiculous conversation with that impudent liar, Fiona looked at Ed with displeasure and ordered him to leave. She pointed her finger at the wooden door behind her and added that the boy had been looking at the door from the very beginning because he had urgent business. With all the shouting and arguing, Ed Taylor even forgot that he needed to find Taylor, so he thanked Fion and left. The boy left the girl alone with herself, thinking that this was the first time the princess had shown herself to be so furious. From the very beginning, she influenced the course of the game, interacting with people and events that would have given Ed himself a terrible headache. The boy knew that it was his own fault for remaining at the academy, because he should not have been there long ago. Finally, the boy glanced at Fiona and said that his burden could not compare to the girl's efforts, so he was slightly crossing the line. Ed Taylor stressed that the princess looked very exhausted due to the constant focus on difficulties and not getting any rest. He looked the beauty straight in the eyes and reminded her that this was not a place where you had to worry about every little thing after all. This was an academy. Fiona, in turn, had tried to see right through people throughout her life, but now, for the first time, someone understood her and her experiences. Feeling that he had wasted too much time and that Taylor might have given up, Ed Taylor burst into the room and eventually found the upset boy. But at that very moment, the young man seemed to be dumbfounded, unable to think of what to say to the main character to lift Taylor's spirits a little. While the boy was lost in his own thoughts, suddenly, a girl appeared on his way to Taylor and screamed at him not to come closer. Aalis, who was also the main character, screamed loudly and ordered Ed Taylor to never bother Swordsman Taylor again. In justification of her words, the girl added that even without Ed, it was very difficult for the guy, which is why there was no need to torment him even more. Taylor himself, in turn, looked at Ed Taylor in surprise and asked why the young man was still at the academy. Ed instantly felt the fighting spirit return to him, which never failed, no matter what the opponent. Taylor's eyes clearly showed willpower, and the guy himself pushed Aalis back and ordered her to be quiet, because he wanted to talk to him. While the fight between the princess and Ed was going on, his childhood friend and ardent supporter Aalis ran out after him immediately, without even looking back. The girl instantly appeared next to her friend and began to support him, repeating that Taylor had always succeeded and that he could definitely do it. As long as Isla was around, Taylor would get to his feet time and time again, just like this time when he asked Ed if he had any business with him. Ed Taylor quickly realized that the boy's girlfriend had done everything for him, so she only said that Taylor was very good with a sword. Watching the swordsman's menacing expression, Ed Taylor replayed everything he had gone through with this hero during the game. Deciding not to change the course of events, since at the moment it suited him perfectly, Ed turned around and apologized for disturbing him. The boy thought that since this guy was going to save the world, he just had to take care of survival, since this hero had a difficult job ahead of him. But now something had changed, and Ed Taylor felt relieved after a long time, because the story, which had deviated from the original, had returned to normal. This was not the only reason for his joy, since everything was fine with Taylor, for whom he had played for so long, and E2 needed nothing more. Taylor and Aalis, meanwhile, stared at him in surprise, not understanding what kind of antics Ed had just done. Their glances had virtually no effect on the young man as he stopped near the door and turned back, hearing something. A huge column of fire appeared above the roof of the academy, which seemed to be several tens of kilometers high. Noticing the fiery dragon in the air, Ed was surprised because in the original, everyone was in the arena when the fight between the Golden Daughter Laurel took place. As he caught up with Taylor, having previously lost to Fiona, they were followed into battle by Yanuka Failover and the green-eyed Laurel. But while Laurel used ice power in her battles, Yanuka Failover had fire, which was what summoned that healthy dragon. Considering that the plot was finally moving along, Taylor and Aalis must have seen this stunning picture. Swordsman Taylor had better keep his eyes open, because one of the many challenges he faces in the game will be the first final boss that Ed spoke about earlier. The power of this boss was so terrible that poor Laurel, who was one of the best, could hardly resist and defend herself. But the final boss in that fight and in the whole game was Yanuka Failover, that same cute girl with pink hair. When the host's voice was heard from the loudspeakers declaring Yanuka the winner, students immediately ran up to her and began congratulating her. The girl looked quite modest, so she smiled awkwardly and thanked everyone in return because she was very pleased with such warm words. While she was enjoying the applause in her direction, she heard the voices of doctors from the other end of the stage who were carrying a wounded patient. Ignoring the questions of the admiring students, Yanuka could not take her eyes off Laurel, who was the patient on the hospital stretcher. Despite how tough Yanuka Failover was on the outside, there was actually a little compassion, tenderness, and kindness inside her. Unlike the original, Lucy defeated Taylor and their joint combat training ended with Yanuka becoming the Defender of Honor. Ed watched Yanuka and remembered that she already had a huge number of friends, and now her life would go at an even more crazy pace. Not wanting to stay at the academy for long, the boy turned around and left, glad that now he would no longer meet her at the camp because of the pile of things to do. Taking a shower in the stream near his shelter, Ed reflected on what he had managed to achieve in the 2 weeks since combat training. Suddenly, in the bushes nearby, he heard an excited cry, which was very similar to the voice of Yanuka, who had been hiding in those bushes all this time. Seeing her, Ed Taylor shouted in irritation that the girl had become so brazen in following him, when all he wanted was to swim in peace. Eventually, after some time, the guys found themselves near a fire, where Yanuka said that she felt calmer in this place. She came to the forest to see Ed just to talk to him a little and ask for advice, since things were going very difficult at the academy. Putting on his shirt, Ed Taylor looked at the guest in surprise, because he did not understand why one of these heroines decided to ask him for advice. Yanuka Failover looked guiltily at the floor and said that during that fight the boy had left early and was unable to see her do something. The image of the wounded beauty Laurel immediately popped into the girl's head, and she told Ed Taylor that it happened by accident, and she didn't want it. This statement slightly surprised the guy, because Yanuka's rival had to use mid-level spells, and such magic was prohibited. Yanuka Failover sat by the fire, upset, and said that no matter how hard she tried to forget about what happened, she still felt terribly guilty. The girl looked at Ed with her big pink eyes, and asked if she should have apologized to the redhead for her actions. The boy looked back at her and rudely stated that if Yanuka thought this was right, she really should have gone to Laurel and apologized. She didn't expect such a sharp and quick answer. The girl stared at the guy who looked at her as if she were a jewel. For everyone, this was indeed the case, which is why when Yanuka felt guilty or criticized herself, people around her tried to encourage her. Deep down, the beauty herself knew that although it was good to have comrades, it could not erase the bad things she had done. Hearing in response to his advice that this was exactly what the girl had been expecting, Ed became convinced in his thoughts that this was the purpose of Yanuka Failover's visit. The girl stood up from her seat and stretched, saying that that boy never just took her side, no matter what she did. Yanuka sat back down in her place and began to warm her hands near the fire. to which Ed asked for forgiveness in the event that he had somehow offended her. The beauty looked at the boy and said that she was not offended at all, thinking that Ed was somehow different from who he was that year. Yanuka was a smiling and lively girl, but also observant, and she noticed that the last time Ed asked for money, he acted desperately. It immediately became clear to the girl that the guy wanted to keep her at a distance in this way because people in his position would do exactly that. Even though this guy was a little scary to her, Yanuka Failover still felt surprisingly comfortable and good with him. The next day, Ed Taylor was back at the academy, in a bad mood because things were going so badly. The Failed Swordsman was the academy's masterpiece, but only a few saw its ending, and newcomers to the game abandoned it altogether. If you save a girl during a kobold attack during the test, you could witness the secret of the Golden Daughter. In the episode with Killing the Monster, if you skip childhood friend Isla to unite with the Golden Daughter, after Tyler, Isla will also die. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan, summoned by Yanuka, this will result in bad ending number 13, where Taylor will burn. Ed Taylor was so focused on these thoughts that he didn't even immediately hear the squeaky female voice addressing him. The young man turned to the side with displeasure and saw Laurel in front of him, who was unpleasant with his rude and malicious reaction. Laurel was the Golden Daughter, as well as the fourth heroine of the Failed Swordsman and the only daughter of the business magnate Elka. The beauty looked straight into Ed's soul with her green eyes and declared in a sweet voice that she wanted to buy 2 hours of his time. Since this girl never asked for anything for free, Ed Taylor was not eager to agree to her offer or deal. Laurel was a hidden heroine who, unlike Fiona, was a villain from the very beginning, which absolutely every member of the Academy knew about. But her true face only showed itself in the second half of the story, which Ed Taylor had not yet reached. As players begin to understand the reality of Laurel's loneliness and suffering, they find themselves at a crossroads between her and Fiona Elias Clowell. Trying to remember as many details about this heroine as possible, Ed again didn't notice how he found himself too deep in his thoughts. The young man was not going to give in to the redhead's influence, so he decided that he would not follow her words, since he could easily lose the initiative. Laurel, in turn, was also not willing to back down so easily, so she immediately ran after Ed Taylor and began to beg him to listen. Receiving numerous refusals from the boy, the girl finally couldn't stand it and simply stood in front of him, saying that he left her no choice. Green Eyes broke into a cute smile and emphasized that she saw Ed's irritation because under such circumstances his life was difficult. After these words, Laurel smiled even wider and declared that she had heard a lot about the fame of Ed Rottler. "I'm not going to focus on this." The girl showed him 3 coins and said that she was ready to give them as an advance payment. Since the boy and Yanuka Failover had become very close lately, the redhead wanted him to help her become friends with her. After carefully examining the 3 coins in the beauty's hand, Ed Taylor realized that for most of the heroes of this game, they were a month's salary. The guy took a few steps towards his Golden Daughter and asked the girl how she went about establishing connections with her money. Laurel, in turn, carefully placed the coins in his jacket pocket and asked Ed not to complicate the situation by simply taking them. Having made sure that the young man had taken the coins, the girl added that the more people were on her side, the better it was for her. The redhead felt like she was about to enter into a fight with Fiona for control of the academy, so it was time to start making connections now. Ed Taylor smiled and extended his hand to the beauty, suggesting that in that case they at least shake hands to signify the conclusion of the deal. The boy felt that for a man who had lived in abundance all his life, falling into poverty was heartbreaking, leaving no choice. He shook hands with one of the main characters, thinking that this deal could really benefit him and make his life a little easier. Surprisingly, for people facing such difficulties, a stupid opportunity usually led to ruin, but he hoped for the best. The desperate were the easiest to hunt, or at least that was how it should always have been. Laurel stood where she was and watched Ed walk away, smiling widely because she had those very coins in her hand. The boy himself, in turn, walked forward and did not even look back, because if he had taken those coins, it would have been easier for him. But he could not. Ed couldn't even imagine the nightmare he would have to go through if he was stuck between the Rookie Slayer and Yanuka. As it turned out later that night, Ed's refusal did not offend Laurel, so she took her opportunity and went to Yanuka. Finding herself in front of the girl, the redhead broke into a smile and said that she did not expect to meet her opponent outside the ring. Ed's refusal, in turn, awakened in Laurel an irresistible desire to make Yanuka Failover one of her people. Thinking about the events of that competition, Laurel decided to apologize to Yanuka for using forbidden mid-level magic. Yanuka Failover's gaze, meanwhile, fell on the bandaged hands of the girl in front of her, and she said that her wounds were still not healed. Yanuka was like the main character in a fairy tale, because she was very easy to manipulate if you played on her guilt. At least that's what Laurel thought. Suddenly, Yanuka asked her interlocutor if she had discussed this with Ed, after which she immediately added that someone had told her about it. With a sweet smile, the girl explained that although she had asked them to restrain themselves, the spirits really loved to communicate with everyone. Wanting to clarify the situation, Yanuka explained that she had heard most of the conversation near the northern forest when Laurel was talking to Ed. The girl with pink hair took a few steps towards the redhead and whispered that sincerity was simply impossible to buy with money. Then Yanuka smiled again and jokingly said that she was showing off too much, since it was her first time talking to a junior. Having no desire to continue this conversation, she turned around and said that making a contract with the spirits had taken up a lot of her time. After adding that she had many people supporting her and needed to try harder, Yanuka paused for a second, because she decided to say something else. The beauty flashed her smile and asked the green-eyed girl for forgiveness for that incident during the fight, saying that after it Laurel would definitely become stronger. Laurel finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that talking to this insidious Yanuka was very difficult for her, and also tiring. The redhead was certainly sure of something, because she saw that Yanuka Failover had just seemed to be on the verge of an emotional breakdown and loss of control. Meanwhile, Yanuka herself found herself in her room and fell to the floor, thinking that she really needed to work harder. The next day the weather was simply wonderful, so Ed Rottler had his wet clothes drying on the ropes near his hut. At the same time, Lucy Merrill was back in his small camp, looking at those clothes with displeasure and thinking that they stank. The sleepy princess had no desire to endure this disgusting will, so with a deft movement of her hand she directed a discharge of energy onto the ropes. Screaming because the guy had just hung all this up, Ed realized that it was no accident at all and that there was someone next to him. Turning around, the boy saw behind Belle Maya, who was older than the maid in the best dormitory in Sylvania, namely Ophelis. This maid was the very person who had once thrown him out of the dorm, leaving him without a roof over his head. Ignoring Ed's awkward expression, Belle Maya said that she knew he lived in this forest from what Yanuka had told her. Having carefully looked over the boy's homemade hut and everything that was around, the maid snorted and emphasized that she considered him clumsy. Belle Maya was silent for a moment and finally added that, for the young master, this incident was a wonderful chance to improve. Belle Maya's words fell on deaf ears as Ed Rottler continued to glance sideways at the thing that could make his life easier. Ophelis's maids were an elite group of women who excelled in all types of domestic work, including preparing meals for the students. The huge basket that hung on the maid's arm could have contained excellent ingredients that she was just collecting in that forest. Thinking about how he could have done better, Ed tried to remember if there were any events in which Belle Maya could have influenced the main plot. The maid, in turn, continued to lecture him and say that the boy probably continued to be as arrogant as before. Realizing that she never had any influence on the plot, Ed broke into a sly smile and asked why a maid like her deserved to be treated like that. After these words, Ed Rottler smiled even wider and glanced at the basket, deciding that he needed to make friends with this woman. After a few minutes of conversation, the boy finally managed to get Belle Maya to tell him about the various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs in the basket. Now he had plenty of meat and fish, which solved his huge food problem, thereby increasing some of his characteristics. Ed Rottler sat near the lit fire and was glad that he had now reached the 10th level of mastery of the 2 spells he used. At this stage, he knew how to brew herbal tea, master fire magic, and air magic, which helped him greatly. The boy carefully took the hot glass of tea from the fire and took a few sips, confident that it could increase his stamina. Looking at the magnificent sunset in front of him, Ed Rottler couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that he had finished all the work before the sun had set. The boy was in a wonderful mood, so he couldn't help but admit that during this time he even felt a little cheerful. Before Ed had time to feel happy, he suddenly saw a spark in the sky, which was approaching him at a furious speed. A moment later, the spark landed and fell exactly in the place where the main character was sitting, throwing him back several meters. When Ed Taylor finally came to his senses a few minutes later, he opened his eyes and was seriously surprised at who he saw in front of him. In front of him sat Lucy, who for some reason was dressed in a nightgown, and who, by the way, had just destroyed his camp. The girl sat in complete shock, and kept repeating that she almost died, thereby irritating the upset Ed Taylor even more. Without raising her eyes to the young man, Lucy said that she had just almost died at the hands of Belle Maya, whom Ed considered good. Lucy Merrill said that she had skipped class as usual, but for some reason the maid was in a bad mood, and her fist was clenched even tighter than usual. It all happened so suddenly that poor Lucy Merrill quickly teleported to the place that came to her mind first, and that was the camp. The sleepy princess guiltily lowered her eyes to the ground and said that she was terribly afraid of being hit by the enraged Belle Maya. Despite how upset and insignificant the game's main character looked, Ed Taylor still couldn't hold back his negative emotions. When Lucy asked him if the guy had any dried meat, he lost his temper and shouted loudly that the little one had just destroyed everything herself. Feeling the stick hit her head, Lucy Merrill cried out. For some reason, she had not used a protective spell. The girl clutched her head, which was a little sore, in exhaustion, and informed Ed Taylor that she had used up all her available magic. But as soon as Ed Taylor heard this, the boy did not feel sorry for the poor guy at all. Instead, he wanted to take revenge on her for what she did to him. The young man swung his hand at the poor fellow and shouted that this was a petty scoundrel for his house, which he had just destroyed, on which he had spent so much. The next day, Ed went to the academy library to find some books on construction, because he decided to build his next house out of wood. While he was rummaging through a pile of books, he didn't even notice how Elka, who was a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic, approached him. The girl said that seeing someone who studied so diligently only increased her motivation and gave her new strength. Looking the little first-year straight in the eye, Ed Taylor could feel how much she wanted the boy to tell her his name. Having no desire to endure the gaze of this small stranger, Ed nevertheless gave his name and turned away in displeasure. Hearing his name being called, Elka's expression instantly changed, as this was the reaction that people usually had. But when Ed Taylor heard in response that he was completely different from how he was described, he was incredibly surprised. The girl said that he had read all the books on the study of the elements, but she couldn't understand them even in a couple of days, although she tried very hard. In the end, Elka smiled and added that now she would no longer trust the rumors that were circulating around the academy. Having imagined the real image of the superhero in the form of Ed Taylor, the freshman said that she considered the boy an honest man. Finally, Elka said that now she will definitely root for him and always defend him if they say nasty things about him. The little one said goodbye to the boy and wished him a good journey because she needed to clean up and return to the hostel. Suddenly, the boys felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shift, almost causing the shelves of books to fall to the ground. Elka did not expect such a turn of events at all, so the girl was slightly frightened and confused, not understanding how to act. Referring to the sky instantly changing its color to purple, the game began the final chapter of the first episode, namely the confrontation with Glasscan. Thanks to the protagonist Taylor and the efforts of his friends, many students have gathered in a temporary camp in front of the student center. At that moment, 2 hours had already passed since the beginning of the unprecedented catastrophe, because a real rune for summoning the high-ranking spirit of darkness, Glasscan, appeared in the sky. Fiona Elias, who had heard about this before, said that there was only one person in the academy whose level was sufficient to summon a spirit of that level. Most likely, it was the one who became enraged by the spirit of darkness, namely the top second-year student named Yanuka Failover. As soon as the guys around realized that the one they loved so much was to blame for this horror, they all froze in shock and fell silent. Although it was terribly sad, Fiona knew that, according to Isla, the barriers the students were hiding behind would not last long. Taylor also decided to contribute his share, loudly declaring that because of Glasscan the losses would be much greater, so they needed to go to shelter. Claire, who was the captain of the Imperial Guard, emphasized that the people behind the barrier would quickly get their bearings, especially if the guards took over. Elvira Aniston, who studied at the alchemy department, said that they had to deal with this spirit from the inside, because its barrier was strong. The girl added that if they united, they would be able to defeat the high-ranking spirit even without the help of Director Obel, who was not there. Clevius Northundale, a student of the military faculty, fell to the ground in fear and screamed that he was against such an initiative because he did not want to die. But the guys around him didn't pay attention to his fear and continued to discuss how they could defeat the mid-level spirits and then the boss. Suddenly, they remembered that two high-ranking spirits would be waiting for them inside, namely the fire spirit Bersek, Tarkan, and the spirit of darkness Belosfer. Upon hearing this information, Clevius Northundale screamed even louder in fear, declaring that he would definitely not commit this real suicide. Laurel Kekeln, standing nearby, asked the boys in surprise if Yanuka could really summon such powerful spirits, even though she had a lot of strength. Aalis confirmed her words, adding that most of this was the result of Belosfer's powers, since Yanuka was an average level. The girl was not a sly one, but she simply would not have had enough strength to control the spirits of darkness, unlike the monsters themselves, who were looking for someone like her. Now Yanuka was the most outstanding spiritual mage in the academy, so she became the main target of the Belosfer spirit. Zix intervened in the conversation and reminded them that they needed to decide what to do, because only one person could solve this problem. The boy looked at Princess Fiona and sternly asked the girl what they needed to do to save as many people as possible. At that very moment, when everyone around was waiting for the decision of young Fiona Elias Clowell, the blonde remembered the words of one wise boy. That guy was Ed Rotaylor, who was saying that his burden was far less important than Fiona's responsibility. Thinking about the words that she should relax a little, the princess really wanted to do so, but in return she only said that they would come in an hour. After a short silence, she added that only the guard Claire and the best students from each class, who should be preparing now, would enter inside. The blonde thought for a moment, but then immediately declared menacingly that she took full and complete responsibility for the operation upon herself. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her, announcing that they had found out how things were going for the staff living in the teachers' area. Fiona turned to see one of the students, trying to catch his breath, reporting that Audrey's hall and the potions archives were under attack. After these words, the princess grabbed her head in disappointment and announced that in that case, they would have to take action on their own. Suddenly, a student ran up to the girl and shouted that when she was leaving the library, she saw her friend, the librarian, and a second-year student there. As soon as Zix heard that the friend's name was Elka Islan, he immediately ran up to the stranger and began asking her again if she was sure. Hearing confirmation from the lips of this girl, the boy immediately decided that he had to save Elka right now, because she was not able to protect herself. Laurel Kekeln immediately stopped the young man, saying that the library was very far from this place, and now they needed to deal with Yanuka. The girls tried to convince the worried Zix that there was a second-year student with Elka who would surely protect her and everything would be fine. Fiona Elias Clowell turned back to the girl and asked her again if the student was sure that there was someone with Elka Island. Noticing how worried she was about the answer, Zix pounced on the poor thing and started yelling at her, demanding that she tell him everything. Gathering all her courage and strength, the girl said in a quiet voice that Ed Rotaylor was in the library with her friend. Seeing how Zix's gaze turned wild after he heard about this guy, the girl immediately began to make excuses and say that it wasn't her fault. Ed sat in the library until closing time and got tired of waiting for Elka, so she left her friend with that young man because she was not afraid of him at all. The people around, meanwhile, were going over in their heads all the rumors and stories that were circulating around the academy and spreading Ed Rotaylor's bad reputation. The guys standing nearby began to actively discuss the fact that that shameless guy and the apprentice were stuck in the library together. Zix, in turn, was simply on edge, causing Fiona and Laurel to be terribly worried about him because the young man looked insanely frightening. Realizing that he could break loose and run to the library at any moment, Fiona and the others blocked his path and asked him to wait. Remembering everything that Ed Rotaylor said to her and did for her, Fiona suggested that Zix try to trust that guy, because he wasn't bad. Those around her, who heard such words from the lips of Princess Fiona Elias Clowell herself, were simply petrified with astonishment and surprise. Fiona herself simply could not help but notice this, so after her own words, she felt terribly awkward, thinking that it was a mistake. Zix didn't even listen to her, so a moment later he jumped up and ran with all his might in the direction of the library, hurrying as fast as he could. The monsters, of which there were quite a lot on the way to the library, did not bother the young man at all, because he was terribly worried about Elka Islan. With deft movements, the young man cut through the monsters around him and shouted that if Ed even touched Elka, he would never see the sun again. The boy was so furious that he couldn't even control himself, continuing to shout horrible things at Ed. The expression, "from rags to riches," doesn't even come close to describing the amazing life of Zix, who spent his entire childhood among the valleys and mountains. As a little boy, he loved to hunt, especially waiting in the grass for several hours and eventually swooping down on his prey. The steppes to the north were wild lands where the voice of the Empire did not reach, and where at the end of the day you had to check whether your head was on your shoulders. Zix was born into a family of nomads who traveled through these lands, and before he came of age, drove out their son to teach him independence. Because of this, the boy learned to behead deer before he could read, and then mastered skinning corpses faster than selling goods. According to rumors, this guy came from a family of barbarians who ate human flesh and generally lived like real animals in nature. One day, while Zix was at the market trying to sell some of his loot, he met someone who would change his life. It was little Elka Islan, who, with great interest in her eyes, asked the boy with the wolf skin on his head what his name was. "Look at this skin!" The girl laughed loudly and said that Zix looked like a wolf who walked on two legs like in fairy tales. It was at that moment that the young man managed to see his life from the outside, which took place in eternal wanderings across the expanses of the northern steppe. He remembered everything he had gone through during all those years and realized that he had been incredibly lonely, living among wild animals and steppe horizons. After that meeting, Elka Islan and her father took Zix into their home, giving the boy the comfort he had never had in his life. Trying to keep up with the fast pace of the civilized world, Zix has almost forgotten his wild life and has completely immersed himself in the normal existence of people. Elka Islan, in turn, helped the guy become better and more handsome, regularly cutting his hair and turning him into a real man. But when it came to the safety of this angelic girl who had changed his life so much, Zix simply lost himself. Thinking about the rumors that were going around about Ed Rottler, Zix was ready to become a real beast again, to take revenge on the villain for everything he had done. These thoughts haunted the poor fellow throughout the entire road, which he tried to overcome, running as fast as he could to the library to save Elka Islan. But as soon as the young man found himself in the library, a video of Ed Taylor, who looked harmless, sitting quietly on the floor, appeared under one of the walls. Zix instantly ran up to the poor guy and grabbed his collar, demanding that the scoundrel tell him what he had done with Elka Islan and why he was there. Hearing in response the information that the girl was in the reading room on the 3rd floor, Zix abandoned Ed and immediately flew to her. He burst into the reading room, kicked the door open, and shouted, asking if everything was okay with his beloved Elka. In the reading room, the guy saw how the girl was peacefully lying on the floor, covered with her own jacket, and sleeping soundly, enjoying her dreams. Zix fell to his knees and thanked the Almighty that everything was fine with his young savior, because he would never forgive himself for that. Rising to his feet, the boy saw that there were 4 huge bookcases around the girl, which would have been difficult even for a man to lift. The boy noticed the curtains that were covered from the spirits, and the inscription on the board that Elka should not panic when she woke up, because everything would be fine. After that, his gaze fell on Elka Islan's jacket, which had small bloodstains on it that didn't look like hers at all. Eventually, Zix realized that despite his own wounds, Ed Taylor had tried to protect this girl from evil spirits and others. Taking a closer look at that jacket, Zix also realized that it belonged to Ed Taylor, which surprised the young man, because it was strange. 3 hours ago, when some kind of hellish thing had just started happening in the library, Ed grabbed Elka and carried her to a safe place to protect her. The boy turned his gaze to the window and realized that the plot was moving faster than he expected, since the confrontation with Glascan would soon begin. Remembering that the spirits could see them because of the open curtains, Ed immediately closed them and thought that Taylor should have dealt with this horror. The boy himself understood that he shouldn't have looked in the direction where the main characters were, because Ed couldn't allow the course of events to change. Well, even taking this into account, he shouldn't sit idly by, since soon there would be a huge number of low-ranking, equally dangerous spirits around them. Without wasting any time, Ed Taylor decided to create a small shelter for himself and Elka, who had passed out from fear. Suddenly, He remembered that what makes Yanuka's power special is her understanding of the spirit and her connection with it, which are pumped up through contracts. Since meeting spirits was her area of activity, for Ed, who couldn't even see them, raising his spiritual characteristics was impossible. However, despite this, Yanuka killed the materialized spirits, which was a sweet coincidence for Ed Taylor, who considered them food. The speed of the creatures was insanely fast, and the boy was only one level short of being able to fight them. Sitting under the huge monument in the hall, Ed saw Zix walking towards him, with Elka Island still sleeping on his back. In an instant, the guy noticed Zix's menacing gaze, which demanded an explanation from him, because the young man was covered in bruises and abrasions, and with Elka too. Not wanting to cause any trouble, Ed Rottler calmly said he was just training when it all started. Zix, of course, did not believe his words, because even the most naive person in the entire human world would not believe them. But since this guy really saved his girl, Zix ducked in front of them and thanked Ed for such important help for him. The young man looked Ed Taylor straight in the eye and hissed that when the time came, he would repay his debt at any cost that had to be paid. Looking at Elka, Ed remembered that she was Zix's lover, but she was not important for the plot, and he never paid attention to her. At the same time, Zix was Taylor's friend, whom he trusted from the very beginning of the story, so he was an incredibly important character. With this in mind, Ed Taylor speculated that Zix had left the student center and come running here to rescue Elka Island. The boy cast his gaze on the warrior and ordered him to go back and do what he had to do, since everything was more than fine with the girl. Wanting to help him out a little, Ed added that Zix needed to help Taylor, and if he did what he said, everything would be resolved. Zix looked at the boy blankly and asked why he was so sure of Taylor when he had never even mentioned him in conversation before. But it wasn't a matter of good opinion, but of compatibility, because the shell of a high-ranking fire spirit could only be pierced by Taylor's technique. In the end, Zix didn't argue with him and thanked the boy for his help while he ordered him to hurry, because there was very little time. Finally sitting down near the monument to rest a little, Ed was convinced that now, after his help, everything would definitely go according to the plot. But suddenly, Zix's words about how he never mentioned Taylor popped into his head, and the young man realized that they still weren't friends. During the duel assessment, Taylor suffered, while studying the cut of the element with which he pierced Zix. But this was in a different version of the game. The middle chapter of the first episode, meanwhile, had just begun, while the very scene where the guys became friends was still far away. Taking this into account, Taylor was never able to study the cross-section of that very element, and now no one in the squad had the opportunity to damage that spirit. The spirit itself was accompanied by a huge, fiery dragon that breathed purple fire and was ready to incinerate the entire human world. Although Ed Taylor had previously refused to understand that the plot had already gone completely wrong, he now realized it. Zix, in turn, just happened to be at the student center, where he apologized to the guys for the delay and said that he would work it off. Princess Fiona immediately approached him and said that it was not a big problem, because even with him they would have lost. After this, Claire shouted loudly that during the next attack he would join the guys if they took more reinforcements. As Fiona examined her guard's leg wound, she tried to keep her hands in check because even though she was strong, the girl still had a heart. Luckily, they managed to retreat during that failed attack on the spirit, but Claire, along with Clevius Northundale, dropped out of the party due to their injuries. She sighed and said that now they had to try to kill the spirit with the forces of the remaining people, because they did not have time to think. Suddenly, in front of them, they saw the familiar face of Ed Taylor, who said that judging by the stage of the summoning, the episode would end very soon. His appearance was the last thing Princess Fiona expected, so the girl stared at the young man, trying to find the words. It was the last thing Edu wanted to do, but he had no choice and ordered the boys to split up, because he was going to take one side or the other. But suddenly, his words were interrupted by the cry of a frightened Clevius Northundale, who shouted at the young man that this was not an ordinary joke at all. The boy was quickly stopped by Zix's hand, followed by his voice, which ordered the panic man to first listen to Ed Taylor and then shout. Ed, in turn, began to tell that they needed to get through the fire spirit that Yanuka had summoned and then deal with the other spirit. This other spirit was the same Bellisfer who had repaired Yanuka failover, and he was also terribly strong and powerful. Given how the last fight went, The guys should have known that it was impossible to damage the fire spirit due to its armor. But even knowing this, they still didn't have to oppose him, because all they had to do was create a strategic plan of action. When Ed finished telling what he had come up with in a couple of minutes, Laurel pointed out that they had never fought with such strong spirits. The boy confirmed her words and said that they would still have to deal with these monsters, which would be a big risk, but it could not be avoided. Fiona agreed with his thoughts and turned to Laurel, saying that the risk could always be weighed against other options. After hearing Ed's plan in full, Zix thought that no one would even want to be on the team that would lure the spirit. Aalis, who was standing nearby, suggested that the guys choose members of that team from those who were eager to kill themselves. Swordsman Taylor was the first to raise his hand, but he quickly heard a refusal from Ed, who said that he would be on the pacification team. Taylor immediately began to protest, because he ran fast and could definitely become a wonderful bait for the spirit, but Ed Taylor was absolutely against the idea. The boy explained that they weren't looking for scapegoats in this plan, so it wasn't necessary to split evenly. The guy said that the bait team would include Clevius Northundale and Laurel Kekeln, as well as himself, because the three of them would definitely succeed. As soon as Clevius heard this, he immediately began to loudly complain, since he did not want to fight that spirit in a team with the loser Ed. Ed Taylor, for his part, was still in no position to argue with the students, but he was saved by Fiona, who agreed with him. The girl said that she still did not understand the young man's intentions, which had changed so quickly, but she trusted him. Given her authority, Princess Fiona said that she ordered the boys to split into 2 teams and obey Ed Taylor in everything. She then turned to Zix and Taylor, ordering the boys to join her team, which would subdue Yanuka Failover while she fought the spirit. After this, the blonde turned to Laurel and Clevius, telling the boys that they were on the same team with Ed Taylor, doing the luring. Fiona finally said that she would keep her speech short from now on, as they had incredibly little time if they wanted to survive. The beauty paused for a moment and shouted that the boys had to survive at any cost, after which she ordered everyone to complete the tasks. A few minutes later, the luring team found themselves in the Neil Corridor Pavilion, where the very spirit of fire that they needed to distract was. Hearing the excitement in Laurel Kekeln's voice, Ed said that the girl just needed to do what he said, since they had a plan. Shouting that they would definitely win, the boy rushed to run towards the dragon, ordering everyone to follow him and not fall behind. From time to time, the young man glanced at the sullen Clevius, who was insanely unsure of himself, but he had the best abilities of all. He was the best in the military department, so Ed looked him straight in the eye and declared that Clevius would definitely cope. Clevius Northundale himself still did not trust this upstart, thinking that he had no such plan, and that very soon they would all die a terrible death. Ed, in turn, turned his gaze to the dragon and realized that on the other side of the door behind him was Yanuka, and they needed to get to her. The boy remembered the expression on the princess's face and realized that it was her determination that had convinced him and made him come to this place to help. The same opinion was held by the cowardly Clevius, who, after thinking about Fiona, decided that he had definitely not shown his courage during this task. The boy rushed forward and shouted loudly, asking where they needed to lure the dragon to get further to Yanuka Failover. Hearing no answer, Clevius turned around and saw that there was no one behind him at all, and it seemed that he was left alone with the monster. All his confidence instantly evaporated, as the boy realized that at that moment he could easily die from the spirit's hot flame. A second later, Clevius felt the heavy breathing of the beast behind him, which was about to open its mouth and burn him to ashes. He could not withstand such pressure towards him and shouted that the scoundrels had tricked him, after which he rushed to run away from the fire dragon. Laurel Kekeln, meanwhile, stood outside and remembered the words Ed Taylor had told her when they were with Clevius. The girl could not understand why Ed ordered her to leave, and what made him so confident in that coward that he would leave him alone. At that moment, Laurel thought that the boy was just going to sacrifice the coward Clevius, but now her opinion has changed. She herself knew that although Clevius was terribly timid, in fact he was the best student in the faculty and, moreover, insanely persistent. To top it all off, while Clevius Northundale was distracting the dragon in that corridor, Ed gave the redhead a task that was much more important in exchange for bait. Outside the corridor, she had to guard the passage for the pacification group, and then deal a critical hit to the fire dragon after the signal. Being in that very place, Laurel smiled and was convinced that she should not have jumped to conclusions from those rumors about Ida Taylor. This was confirmed by his words that all the guys doubted themselves and hesitated, but Laurel Kesheln wonderfully controlled her emotions. Such statements gave the green-eyed girl even more self-confidence and motivation, so she went and easily blew up the passage for the others. There was an explosion in the hallway, after which Laurel saw the rest of the team on the other side, staring at her in shock. The girl smiled sweetly at them and suggested that they go ahead, since this was her secret assignment from Ed Taylor. It was at this moment that she realized that back then, during her training, she had blown up the ceiling of the Forbidden Magic and Middle Rank Pavilion. Since Ed witnessed the incident, this was most likely the reason he ordered her to blow up the entrance to the room with Yanuka. At the moment, it didn't matter at all, because now the guys needed to defeat the fire dragon and free their friend from the evil spirits. At that very second, the redhead heard the familiar cry of the frightened Clevius Northundale, who was running away from the dragon and threatening the boys for their actions. Even though the plan had worked, and the team had gotten through, she and Clevius now had to deal with the dragon if it was running around. If they had already decided to go against this terrible and scary beast, the guys had no other choice but to kill this evil spirit. Ed Taylor had exactly the same opinion, because another way out, besides killing, was to delay that dragon in order to save Yanuka Failover. Because of the creature's armor, their attacks were simply useless, so they had to come up with some kind of strategy to avoid colliding with it head-on. Ed pulled a small pouch out of his pocket and said that they would use this thing against his armor, ordering everyone to get ready. Not wanting to waste any time dealing with the creature, Ed Rottler jumped up and ran in its direction. Laurel Kesheln, in turn, also did not retreat and bravely fought the fire dragon with her ice magic, trying to slow it down as much as possible. Watching them push themselves so hard only made Ed Taylor realize that without the element being cut, no one on their team would survive. This was confirmed by the furious behavior of the dragon, who was apparently incredibly tired of dealing with the little people running around. Ed Taylor didn't waste a second, so he rushed into the room where he needed his enormous firepower. But suddenly, he stopped abruptly, because he didn't think that that very secret weapon would just sleep in principle as usual. That very force was the peacefully sleeping Lucy Merrill inside, who probably didn't even suspect what she would have to fight a second later. Since the boy didn't have any extra time, he grabbed Lucy Merrill and tried to wake her up, but she was in her 10th dream and wasn't going to listen. Lucy had no place to sleep because his shelter was destroyed, and as a result, she climbed onto the roof and slept the entire time. At the same time, Yanuka Failover was in bad shape, which made Belle's maid Maya very angry. So Lucy ran away and used up all her magic, disappearing from the game for a while, as the plot required her to be absent. Suddenly, the Sleeping Beauty's eyes finally opened, because in front of her face, she saw several sticks of dried meat that Ed was holding. The boy wasn't going to stand on ceremony with this girl, so he shoved the jerky into her mouth and ordered her to wake up immediately. Immediately after that, leaving poor Lucy Merrill no chance, Ed grabbed her tighter and swung, intending to throw her into the air. He knew that the fire lizard was quite far away, so he needed to gather all his strength and throw her as far as possible. Ed Taylor counted to 3 and did it anyway, yelling at the other boys to duck as he launched the secret weapon. As it turned out, the boy did it just in time, because at that very second, the fire dragon began to form a charge with its huge mouth. Lucy Merrill, who had a few seconds to think during the flight, screamed with meat in her mouth that Ed was a cruel, selfish person. Eventually, she flew straight into the dragon charge he was forming, causing a huge flash of light. It was from that moment that the divine punishment began, from which, in order to protect the others, Lucy chained them in a bubble with air inside. The flash was so violent that even Ed Taylor had to grab the railing tightly to keep from flying into the opposite wall. The boy watched what was happening and realized that in some sense this was the most important moment in the history that was now happening. Ed took off and ran towards the dragon, intending to finally deal damage to it and get a lot of experience points when it died. If the boy had to go through so much, then he should have taken what was his and appropriated the dragon's final blow before his death. The woman who had the same pink hair as Yanuka hugged the girl tightly and said that she was incredibly proud of her daughter. Yanuka was always told that she was the hope of the second years, because no one else showed a decent command of abilities during joint training. Because she was always considered the best, Yanuka was trusted with many things that only a few people in the academy could control. This pressure on the girl from her very childhood had an effect on her, developing in the gentle Yanuka a murderous cruelty that she always hid. While the girl was lost in her own memories, a team of warriors led by Taylor finally burst into the room where she was. Turning her attention to the guys, Yanuka smiled because she needed to greet her friends with a smile, appearing kind and friendly. Yanuka Failover was the very embodiment of evil at that moment, because in addition to her terrifying energy, behind her was that very spirit of darkness. He looked like a huge monster with huge wings, 2 horns on his head, and sharp claws on his fingertips. Noticing that something had changed around him, Ed immediately realized that the guys from the teams had entered the pavilion, so he mentally wished them good luck. Leaving the main spirit to Fiona and the others, Ed ran up to Laurel and Clevius, who were bravely trying to fight the fire dragon. The boy approached the redhead and asked where Lucy Merrill had gone, to which Laurel replied that the Sleeping Beauty was hanging around the corners nearby. The young man turned his gaze to Clevius, who, as before, was running away from the dragon as fast as he could, but still could not find Lucy Merrill. Poor Lucy had used up all her energy after the encounter with the spirit, causing her to sleep as usual, protected by a magical dome. Taking a closer look at the torn dragon, Ed told Laurel that her magic was too weak, so he would cut the creature's throat with his own hands. Laurel couldn't calmly trust such a thing to that same Ed, so she suggested that Clevius, who really was the best, do it. But seeing how scared that guy was, the green-eyed girl still decided not to contradict Ed and allow him to put an end to this horror. Laurel kept replaying Ed Rottler's lines in her head about how he wanted to take responsibility because he trusted the boys with his life. In the end, the girl could not restrain herself and shouted after him with displeasure that the boy spoke about such important things too simply. But Ed just smiled and said that he wasn't the scapegoat that Laurel thought he was, because he was simply making an investment in the future. Hearing this, Laurel also smiled, since such investments were exactly what the girl understood no worse than the main character. Starting to rant, Ed added that he liked the redhead much more than the princess, who acted like a ruler because of her origin. Green Eyes liked these words very much, so she also used her powers and exclaimed that she would also risk it for Ed. At the exact moment when an exhausted Clevius screamed across the corridor that he could no longer run, Ed and Laurel rushed at the beast, wanting to finish it off. The fire dragon was in a real rage, which made Ed Rottler understand that they were both in a hopeless situation at that moment. He looked at the menacing dragon that spat fire, and deep down he knew that the scared-to-death Clevius simply didn't want to die. But despite this, and even ignoring the notes of fear inside, Ed felt that it was still early, so he needed to get closer to the spirit. Suddenly, the young man heard a cry from Clevius, who saw that the dragon had turned red, which meant that Taylor's group had successfully entered the final phase. Everything was going exactly as he had planned, but there was one unfortunate moment that could easily distract the beautiful Laurel. While the boy was thinking, the dragon turned purple again and continued to shower the little man with his hot flame. Despite the tense situation and the severe shock, Laurel still remained firm without making a single mistake. The same thing applied to Ed Rottler, because if the boy had missed the dragon, they would all have been doomed to death. However, due to the fact that he had used this spell hundreds and thousands of times, Ed was not at all confused and aimed the wind blade straight at the dragon. The power of his technique was so powerful that it instantly cut the beast's neck and knocked it to the ground, finally defeating the high-ranking spirit. As a thank you and reward for this, Ed received many of the upgrades he expected to receive after defeating that monster. At the same time, Taylor was trying his best to defeat his most powerful opponent. But so far he was doing very poorly. Despite this, the boy still tried to keep himself strong and not give up, because he was actually the main character of that whole story. In the end, the brave warrior succeeded, and the boys defeated the evil spirits, closing the portal and ending the first episode of the story with their victory. Laurel, Fiona, and Ed were sitting under a huge tree, resting from everything they had been through the night before. The redhead turned to the boy and said that although she had seen many people before who were ready to sacrifice themselves, Ed was the first one who didn't chicken out. Smiling sweetly at the boy, she asked how Taylor could remain so calm after they had overcome the deadly crisis. Without waiting for his answer, Laurel extended her hand to him and offered to get acquainted again, to which EZH agreed and shook his hand in return. After this handshake, he again saw in his hand those same 3 coins that Laurel explained as her victory again. The girl gave him a deft look and said that now the young man owed her, which meant that Ed would not be able to get out of her offer. At this time, a gray-haired tailor approached Ed and said that he was offended by the boy and that he should have understood what exactly the reason was. Taylor measured him with his gaze and realized that, judging by the guy's appearance, his swordsman form had manifested itself, because in the game he had played last, it was the same. Ignoring the puzzled look on his face, Taylor bowed low to Ed and said that he would definitely do his duty. Suddenly, Clevius ran up to him and shouted that Taylor should not show respect to that scoundrel, because just recently, Ed had brazenly abandoned him with the dragon. Immediately after these words, the coward heard the menacing voice of Zix, who ordered him to be silent, since the rest of the team were of the same opinion. This reaction upset Clevius, but Fiona at the time thanked Ed and said that she could recommend Ed to the student council. But Ed Taylor refused, reminding that Lucy had made the biggest contribution, while Taylor had killed Bellisfer and Glaskin. Elvira smiled sarcastically and said that everyone already knew about the successes of those two, but Ed deliberately refused to acknowledge his strength. Ed himself, although he tried to keep his distance from all the main characters, but when he found himself among them, he felt warmth in his soul. The boy glanced at Elvira and Fiona, the others, and thought that he had been watching him for so long, constantly solving the boy's problems. Taylor had been getting stronger with every training session during this time, and his childhood friend Ayla had also kept up with the swordsman. Princess Fiona, in turn, finally accepted her destiny and was ready for the fact that she would soon become a ruler and grow up. Even Zix, who just a couple of years ago lived in the wild with dangerous animals, has now found his place in human civilization. Clevius eventually gained confidence, but Elvira realized that life was not all fun and games. Even Laurel, who had been swimming in money all her life and now decided to reconsider her principles and views, was no different from them. Each of these guys was a protagonist in some way, just playing their part, waiting to get the trophy at the end, which was success. Knowing this, Ed decided to turn away from these characters and went to a place where he could not go, following the game's plot. On the spare podium lay a large wooden cabinet, in which his hero usually managed to find Lucy, who slept there during their joint training. As Ed opened the closet, he thought that no matter how much he thought about it, he still believed that he simply had to come to that place. Peering into the darkness inside the closet, the boy realized that his purpose in this world was to illuminate the success of the main characters. Inside, he saw Yanuka, finally convinced that in order to successfully illuminate others, someone had to remain in the shadows. Turning to Laurel, who was standing next to him and the other boys, the boy asked her then why Yanuka was so furious. After thinking for a bit, the redhead said that she once accidentally saw her room while Yanuka was walking there. Every object in that room was a beautiful symbol of the sincerity and gratitude shown to her for all the things she had done. But the stickers above her desk with messages to motivate the girl were really putting pressure on her, and Yanuka just had to take them off and move them along with the gifts. But Yanuka could not restrain herself, and became obsessed with the duty of honoring all the good wishes and sincerity that she received from the world. There was no need to explain how reckless this was, because the spirit of darkness Bellisfer took advantage of the darkness in her soul, and Yanuka still went mad. But Ed couldn't figure out why it happened a month earlier than in the original episode, where after Lucy and Taylor's battle, Yanuka began to be adored. The real reason for Taylor's defeat was the contract Marilda and Lucy made because Lucy often visited the northern forest. The reason for this was the ideal place to sleep, namely the very hut that Ed Taylor built, trying to live there. Ed looked at Yanuka lying in the closet and realized that it was because of him that the glitch occurred, because he should have left the game at the beginning of the first act. Yanuka, in turn, woke up and said with a smile that she now understood why this was Lucy's favorite place for daytime naps. The girl said that she was incredibly ashamed of what she had done, so she wanted to stay in that bigger closet because she was about to burst into tears. At that moment, Edu felt terribly sorry for her because, in fact, Yanuka couldn't even control herself, being under the influence of that dark spirit. Suddenly, Ed remembered the wolf's words about him having to save Yanuka, which is why he realized that this was exactly what Marilda had been talking about at the time. Then the she-wolf believed that the girl could only be saved by someone who kept his distance from her, since everyone around was madly putting pressure on the poor thing. In the end, Yanuka still failed and tried to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but she rushed and became a victim of a bad, dark spirit. Although this cheerful girl always studied and was kind to everyone, she tried to live up to people's expectations, which is why she felt terrible. Looking at her, Ed was convinced that Yanuka had been wonderful up until now, and, strangely enough, failure had not made her worse. Ed Rottweiler approached her and said that he didn't know how much his words would help the beauty, but she really did a wonderful job and tried her best. At that moment, the main characters came out on stage, and in response to their appearance, the loudest applause they had ever heard was heard. Behind the stage it remained dark and quiet, because after all the attempts to see the spirits during all his games, Ed finally managed to do it. Only at this moment did the young man begin to feel that after many times, he had finally gone through the first act and truly felt it. Suddenly in front of him he saw the she-wolf Marilda, who, as it seemed to him, after what had happened, began to show extreme interest in him. 10 days after the disciplinary committee's trial had concluded, Yanuka admitted her mistakes and said she would accept punishment. However, despite this, during the first meeting, all the professors and friends of the girl gave her great support, not taking into account what she had done. At the second hearing, Fiona Elias Clowell said she would not bring charges against Yanuka for the attempted murder of a member of the ruling family. Laurel took up the issue of compensation for the damage caused, and the Elt Merchant College fully compensated the funds. However, they added to the contract a clause halving customs duties on educational supplies for the academy. As a result of all this, the withdrawal of all benefits issued annually to the best students of the academy was introduced. In addition, they have also banned visitors to the Ophelia Pavilion for the next semester, as renovations will be taking place there. It felt like they had just finished filming a touching coming-of-age drama, as the students were overjoyed when it was finally finished. Even though everyone had calmed down a bit, people still noticed how low the worried Yanuka Failover's shoulders were slumped. The boys were madly in love with this girl, who always did a lot of good for them, so they decided that the time had come for them to come out. After some time, one of the small tables in the academy's garden was filled with a pile of cakes, desserts, and various drinks. Trying to make the best of it, the girls who had organized it whispered among themselves and ordered each other not to mention what had happened. Once they had discussed all the details about what topics should not be touched upon, they turned to Yanuka, who was standing behind them. Wanting to lighten the mood a little, Yanuka thoughtfully turned her eyes away and asked them why infatuation and love were different things. The girls looked at her in surprise and asked why Yanuka suddenly started talking about this, but she only said that her friend asked her this question. She looked away again and stared at the ground, quietly saying that her friend had a dream that made her think of it. In that dream, Yanuka Failover was wearing a very beautiful dress and was sitting in the middle of some meadow, trying to weave a wreath of flowers. Suddenly a guy appeared above her who looked like a real prince, since he was on a white horse, as expected. Janina rose to her feet and took a couple of steps towards him, after which she carefully placed the wreath of flowers on Ed Rottweiler's head. Then they held hands and began to joyfully run around the clearing, laughing and enjoying how in love they were. Remembering that she was in the real world, Yanuka Failover finally came to her senses and smiled awkwardly, saying that it had worried her a lot. The female students smiled just as awkwardly, because they simply didn't know how to answer that strange question. But then one of the students jumped up and ran somewhere, not paying attention to how the second one tried to stop her while Yanuka was hovering in the sky. Realizing that the girl had run away, Yanuka also jumped up from her seat and waved goodbye to her, not even suspecting why she had run away. The other girl, in turn, stood and was terribly worried about how to tell the truth, so as not to break Yanuka's tender heart. She thought for a while and finally came up with a way to start the conversation. So she told Yanuka that she needed to take things easier. The girl smiled slightly and reminded Yanuka that love and hate were rather mysterious things, something she had to agree with. The student leaned toward Yanuka and whispered that she needed to be honest with her emotions, but only with those she trusted. Finally, Clara said that Yanuka should also be careful when touching on sensitive topics, as this could affect her reputation. Yanuka Failover thanked Clara sincerely and said that she now had to return to Ophelis to report her suspension. Clara, who was expecting a new answer from her along with everyone else, waved her hand awkwardly in farewell and said that she would prefer to remain in the garden, Seeing the pink-haired girl disappear into thin air, Clara fell tiredly onto the table and whispered that she had done it. Ed, meanwhile, was thinking about how he had been saving up so far, but thanks to Fiona's petition, he was exempted from paying for the next semester. The boy could not help but be pleased with this prospect, because with the gold he had collected, the young man decided to buy some tools. While he was returning with toolboxes in his hands, he saw a girl he knew in the clearing where his hut had stood earlier and was surprised. Ed Rottweiler had previously avoided her, but now the first act, in which she was the main character, was over, and he could relax a little. The boy decided to take the first step and greeted the guests of the forest, asking Yanuka if her probationary period had come to an end. Frightened by his question, the poor thing jumped up on the spot and hid behind a nearby tree, saying with great excitement that it was over. The girl recalled Clara's words, which she had recently advised her to do honestly and with her feelings, but it was terribly difficult for Yanuka. Unable to muster the strength to pull herself together, Yanuka Failover took off and ran, shouting that she had business in Ophelis. Ed remained standing there, confused, not understanding how he managed to confuse kind Yanuka, because in some sense it was an amazing skill. Leaving all thoughts about the beauty behind, the boy remembered the box of tools in his hands and decided to get down to business, of which there were many. Since Lucy Merrill had destroyed his hut, the boy now had to build a real hut, which had to be stronger than the hut. On the first day of construction, he chose a simple, unremarkable area in the shade and then peacefully set to work. On the third day, Ed began to collect wood little by little, and thanks to the skillful use of the wind blade skill, this stage went very smoothly. On the sixth day, the boy stopped collecting the tree because the results for the semester appeared, where his grades were quite good. Even though he was now as good a student as most, it still surprised him that Yanuka continued to avoid him. Her friends Clara and Aalis sometimes looked at the young man as if they wanted to tell him that the guy shouldn't have even caught Yanuka's eye. On the 18th day of building the hut, the wood collection was completed, and Ed was curious about who else had such a high wind blade skill. On the 20th day of construction, the holidays finally began, so now the boy could spend all his time on construction. When Ed went to check the trap, all he found was Lucy sleeping peacefully, so he needed to stop using jerky. On the 27th day, Belle's headmaid, Maya, brought him some greens and mushrooms, after which she asked him how things were with Yanuka. In response to Ed's words that she must hate him, the maid simply shook her head because she did not expect such words towards Yanuka. On the 30th day, one support in the center failed to hold up the walls, and Ed realized that he needed more than just making and fitting the joints to ensure stability. That day he was in a bad mood, and at the bakery he again ran into Yanuka, who ran away as soon as their eyes met. Once again, he noticed the terrifying looks of her girlfriends. Ed Rottweiler already began to suspect something, but he refused to believe it. Later that evening, Zix came to his aid, and together they tried to build a roof for his cabin in the woods, and discussed Taylor. Zix was so engrossed in the building process that he often asked Ed a lot of questions about what else he could do, but Ed refused. On the 45th day of construction, the hut was finally ready, and the boy was able to go inside for the first time, and simply enjoy his work. Even though there was nothing inside except walls and a floor, Ed was still happy, preparing to close the doorway to keep the insects out. The boy had never felt so good as he did at that moment, because for the first time, all 45 days of his labor had not gone down the drain. While sitting inside, the young man also received a new completed project that increased his skill and slightly improved his abilities. While Ed Rottweiler was relaxing and enjoying the fact that he now had a home, Yanuka Failover was watching the boy from behind the trees nearby. The girl tried incredibly hard to pull herself together and approach him to talk, but such tasks were terribly difficult for Yanuka. Ed, meanwhile, was unaware of her presence, thinking that the walls, floor, and fireplace were ready, so now it was necessary to build a barn. But suddenly, he heard something hit his roof and looked out, saw on it his familiar Lucy Merrill, who again decided to sleep on his house. Just as the boy was about to scold the sleeping beauty, he heard Yanuka's quiet voice behind him, greeting him. Being slightly surprised by such an unexpected visit, Ed also greeted the girl slightly excitedly, expecting to hear the reason for her arrival. Since Yanuka Failover was in no hurry to give this information, the boy himself asked her how she ended up there, but she only smiled awkwardly. As she sat in her room, with Belle Maya brushing her hair, the maid told her that she had seen something amazing in the forest. Understanding what Belle Maya was getting at, Yanuka asked her if they were talking about the hut, to which the maid agreed and asked how the girl found out. Yanuka said that she had been there a couple of times, to which Belle Maya continued her story about how surprised she was by its construction. Suddenly the maid leaned closer to Yanuka and quietly whispered that she wanted to look inside that hut to see what was there. Lowering her voice even further to justify herself, Belle Maya said that anyone in her position would want this, so it was natural. After the maid emphasized to the girl that this was indeed normal, Yanuka herself believed her words. She started telling Ed that she was walking with Marilda, after which she saw a hut and wanted to look inside, because she was very interested in what was inside. Without hiding her emotions, the girl almost shouted that the young man had a great house, to which he awkwardly agreed. Suspecting something was wrong, Ed asked if the forest spirits had told her anything, to which Yanuka immediately looked away and hesitantly agreed. The poor girl couldn't even think coherently about what to say, because she kept remembering Ed at the moment when she accidentally spotted him while taking a bath. I imagine myself as a real commissioner. Yanuka continued to tell the boys that she didn't really talk to the spirits. The girl smiled and said that because of their vague stories, she didn't even know where exactly Ed Rotalor lived. Ed didn't want to torment her any longer, so he smiled and said that his house was quite simple, after which he invited the girl to go inside. Yanuka Failover didn't expect him to invite her to visit so easily, so for the first few seconds she simply froze, not knowing what to say. Very quickly the beauty came to her senses and joyfully exclaimed that she madly wanted to go inside and look around more closely. While she looked around carefully and examined every detail and then was surprised, Lucy Merrill was still sleeping peacefully on the roof. When the inspection of the house was over, the boys lit a fire and decided to drink some tea, accompanying these gatherings with deep conversations. The first to speak was Yanuka, who began to talk about how she owed the guys a lot that time, because they helped her out so much. After listening to her thoughts, without taking his eyes off the fire, Ed said that it was not at all necessary to return the debts just on principle, surprising Yanuka with this. Watching her reaction, Ed knew that Yanuka would never understand this, because that incident happened precisely because of the burden of hope that others placed on her. Then she changed her mind and moved to the old dormitory, where there were 8 people per room, while in Ophelia they were individual. For Yanuka, being under envious glances all day was like being in prison, so it wouldn't solve her problem. Understanding this, Ed Rotaylor suggested that the girl come to him any time she wanted to be alone and take a break from the people around her. The young man also knew that the beauty would most likely refuse his offer, so he added that he was always glad to see her. Yanuka Failover nevertheless thanked the boy for his help, and said that she too was ready to try her best to help if he needed it. Hearing such warm words addressed to him, Ed Rotaylor even melted a little, which made him smile sweetly. But then he looked away again and asked why Yanuka thought he felt depressed, but she didn't answer him. The game was about to enter its 2nd semester, which would feature a small, tattered book called The Sealed Grimoire of the Sage. This thing must have caused quite a storm, if only because you had Laurel standing in front of its display case one day. The redhead looked at the little thing carefully and smiled, making sure that the book really did smell like money, just as she liked it. Yanuka still wasn't going to answer Ed's question about suppression, so the guy told her not to worry about him. The boy raised his head to the stars and thought that very soon Taylor would have a hard time, because the game promised to become even more interesting. The 2nd episode of the game, called The Capture of the Aalis Dormitory, began on a night when terrible weather, accompanied by a thunderstorm, had to be experienced at the Cyrilla Academy. The top students from Aalis were practically guaranteed a decent life, because they were the first to choose places in the class and also had privileges. It was precisely on this basis that one problem arose, because in the southwest of the Valor region, a downpour began when everyone was returning from vacation. The academy provided carriages and ships only to those living in Aalis, because if they had not returned in time, you would have had to pay money. The lower-ranking students from the old dormitory, who had to walk back through puddles, were afraid of being late, because they had no privileges. Eventually, the pent-up frustrations finally came to light in front of the Aalis dormitory building, as the students were not going to tolerate this. Well, as it turned out a little later, All these uprisings were planned by one person, namely the merchant's wife, who happily sat and watched. She had contacted the representative of the poor students in advance, who was concerned about how to salt the academy and Ophelia. The discontent was already boiling over, and it was enough for them to provide the impoverished students with a simple reason to start a scandal. The merchant and her assistant decided to do this through the problem of discrimination against poor students against the background of the rich from Aalis. Ophelia's headmaid and part of the academy's administration department were already on Laurel's side, preparing to support her proposal. In such a situation, the academy would not even have had to accept him, since angry students could very easily be calmed down with a couple of statements. But the conflict flared up more and more, because after some time, Aalis' dormitory was destroyed in a huge fire. A rampage by poor students would have dealt a heavy blow to the academy's finances, which were already suffering after the incident with Yanuka and Glaskan. Since negotiations were taking place at that time regarding that very book, the elite merchant college received a clear advantage in acquiring the book. Laurel, meanwhile, was also standing quietly and looking out the window, wondering when the rain would stop, as the sky was terribly gloomy. It reminded the girl of the sky she had seen in the slums, when she wore tattered rags in her previous poor life. The redhead couldn't stop making fun of herself for feeling relieved, since there was too much light on the academy grounds. The picture of her living in pitch darkness, completely covered in dirt, seems much more realistic to Laurel than her life. The conspiracy plan that stood on the girl's desk was proof of these thoughts, because she only wanted to be together, in the green eye, but there were eternal betrayals and suspicions, and even attempts to survive, which changed her. But the essence of Laurel's vile nature remained the same, because it was unchangeable, and it was because of this that the girl desperately sought out others like herself. Even in the academy, where there was plenty of light, there had to be someone familiar with the vile life of a filthy garbage rat to find the same. Laurel was the very embodiment of evil, but even despite this, the girl still stood and stared out the window, feeling lonely inside. She was a dark screen, hiding the grim reality behind the scenes, because the redhead needed to break through the miserable reality without showing herself. Near the entrance to the dormitory, meanwhile, the student rebellion was in full swing, as they began to shout even louder than before. In the original plot, the incident with the capture of Aalis was stopped by the main character, who dispersed the angry students. But from the first to the fifth floor in Aalis, there were mid-bosses who hindered the main character and helped the lower-ranking students. The middle boss of the first floor was a bait bag because he once made fun of Taylor and called him a loser, and then went over to Laurel's side. His role was to defeat the new maid protecting the first floor and then open the door to Aalis. Thanks to this, the average boss would be able to absorb the furious students who certainly did not expect any help from inside the dorm. Despite the fact that it all looked incredibly strange, the guys still rushed inside, shouting threats at the academy administration. When the students entered the first floor, the first stage of the second act began, in which the middle boss played a certain role, hindering the main character. Having noticed who that same middle boss was, one of the people bribed by the red-haired woman was slightly surprised, because he didn't expect it. His surprise was justified, since the young man had indeed been instructed to check the first floor and remain on guard. In the original story, the boss role was supposed to be played by Ed Taylor, who was still a bad character at the time. Even though it was in the game's plot, the boy still didn't understand why his character had the honor of being the middle boss. To explain the reason for such a turn of events, it was necessary to rewind 2 times back, namely to the moment when the young man was hunting. He had no talent for fighting skills, so Ed forced himself to use a bow every time he hunted. Not counting the skills of handling a bow, at the moment there was a more important problem because the camp had been receiving a lot of guests lately. These unwanted guests included Belle's maid Maya, who for some reason began to spend a lot of time in the forest, picking berries. Zix also began to visit him more often, and he made it his goal to go for a run every day and run through the forest, dropping in to see Ed. Even Claire had been there, so Ed was beginning to think that the number of people who knew where he lived was growing exponentially. One way or another, among the guests who often visited him, 3 had to be singled out, one of whom was Lucy Merrill. The girl constantly came to visit the boy and offered him strange construction solutions, such as creating a secret door and other things. Ed Taylor had no desire to waste his time on her stories, so each time the boy simply threw her out on the street. Lucy Merrill did not stop his rudeness, so the girl continued to talk and offer the guy to glaze the windows or something else every time. The second guest on that list was Yanuka Failover, whom Ed was truly glad to see, as she often brought him chicken eggs from Belle the maid. Besides this, the beauty also helped him with the laundry, showering her friend with a bunch of advice that her parents taught her. After a huge number of her visits, Ed had already stopped listening to Janika's chatter, but he was still terribly grateful to her. The boy honestly considered Yanuka Failover to be the best heroine of this whole story, because she was sincerely kind to him. At one point, when Ed decided to emphasize how wonderful Yanuka was, the girl turned around, offended. The young man didn't quite understand why she reacted that way, but very quickly, Yanuka asked him how often Lucy Merrill visited him. The third uninvited guest was Laurel, whom the young man considered the most important on this list, because the golden daughter meant a lot to the plot. She came to the boy only if she needed his help, and she always received it, because she knew how to artificially ask for it. Laurel was the black veil of the second act, so she was gathering useful people to take over Ophelus's building. But Ed didn't want to interfere with the plot. The boy decided to refuse all her offers, but the girl was very persistent, emphasizing that she didn't want to ask him about it either. The argument that made Rottweiler think twice about her proposal was the incapacitation of Tote, one of Laurel's men. Realizing that events were not going according to script, Ed attacked the redhead and began shouting, demanding information from her about Tote. As it turned out later, Tote initially started a squabble with Taylor because he didn't like him, which is why he intended to give him a good beating. One of the things this little fool said to Taylor was that the swordsman was even more pathetic than Ed Rottweiler. Zix, who was standing behind Taylor, did not tolerate such impudence towards the one who saved them, so he immediately gave Tote a powerful blow to the face. The poor guy instantly fell to the ground, because he didn't expect at all that Zix would show himself at that second, and decide to take revenge for his words. At that moment, everyone around, including Elvira, saw Zix so furious for the first time in their lives, without being able to explain it. With this in mind, Laurel decided not to trust emotional people like Tote, so she came to Ed to tell him about the mission. The girl also said that she could promise the boy to pay a tidy sum, but even with the money, there would be certain risks in the matter. At that moment, Ed realized that the redhead was addressing him precisely because the guy already had the worst reputation, so he wouldn't be punished. She leaned closer to him and asked with a smile if the boy wanted to wipe the nose of the smart guys who had kicked him out of Ophelis just recently. Although it sounded terribly tempting, Ed wasn't exactly eager to get involved, but he still agreed to listen to the green-eyed girl's proposal. The girl broke into a satisfied smile and said that she was ready to pay him 20 coins for anything she ordered him to do. Ed Rottweiler didn't think long because he decided that he could just act in moderation, so the boy shook the girl's hand and agreed. The boy sat by the fire and studied the book, thinking that the occupation of Ophelis happened before the battle for the seal began, so it was Laurel's trick. According to the script, the redhead, having succeeded in this conspiracy, created an independent interest group within the academy, thereby opposing Fiona. All that was required of the boy was to simply observe and then join the force that would prevail during the uprising. He was so engrossed in studying the book that he didn't even notice how Yanuka appeared near his house, giggled and said that the rain was terrible. The beauty noticed how hard it was for Ed, so she offered the boy to clean up his visits, but he refused. Yanuka Failover didn't back down and reminded her friend that he could always turn to her if he needed anything. Noticing the confusion on the guy's face, the girl explained that she had a lot of blankets, pillows, and other little things that could be useful. It would seem that Ed would be irritated by her constant obsession, but the boy was only happy about it because he had more fun with Yanuka. Having listened to all her offers of help, the young man still agreed to let the beauty bring him a couple of blankets and other things. Yanuka was overjoyed by this, after which she noticed Lucy Merrill standing nearby and asked if the girl often behaved so strangely. Turning his head towards the sleeping princess and seeing that she was simply standing silently on the edge of the roof, Ed himself was surprised, but said that this had happened. For several years now, Lucy Merrill had been living her life with her eyes fixed on the destiny that lay before her. But on rainy days like these, she thought about her life. Ed Rottweiler looked at Yanuka and said that she didn't need to dwell on it, because he himself had long since stopped paying attention. But suddenly, the boy what else remembered, so he turned to Yanuka, going to ask her for something to keep her safe. If the Aalis building is occupied, a large-scale protection spell will be activated to protect all students and their rooms. Despite the fact that the girls would easily be able to escape from there because she had terrible strength, Ed still decided to ask her for something. The boy thought for a moment and began to talk about how she should be especially attentive tomorrow at about 9 in the evening, because something was supposed to happen. But a second later, Ed changed his mind, and in exchange for ordering her to stay in the room, the young man asked her to go out into the rose garden in front of Aalis. Thinking that the boy was asking her out on a date, Yanuka exclaimed, almost missing his words, and the fact that there he would tell her the reason for the request. This was because at the moment, he couldn't think of any way to justify himself, but Ed had enough time by tomorrow evening. Yanuka Failover had no choice but to agree with the boy and begin to dream about what tomorrow's date would be like. Completely lost in her own dreams, Yanuka turned around and ran through the rain back to the academy, shouting that she would come. Ed Rawtaylor breathed a sigh of relief, because the young man finally stopped worrying about nothing happening to the beauty. The boy sat on a huge log in front of the fire and thought that on the day of the opening ceremony of the new school year, the rain should stop. On the day that Aalis was to be captured, Zix was in his room training, wondering why Elka Islan was angry. But suddenly, the boy heard some strange sounds coming from the street, so he got up and went closer to the window to look. Down near the entrance to the academy, he saw a man who looked incredibly suspicious because he was wearing a black cloak. This man, who was Ed, ran to the entrance and asked the maid who was there, where the other workers had gone. The girl told him that, with the exception of the main staff, most of them had gathered in the conference room where an important agenda was being discussed. Invited into the greenhouse to enter inside, the maid went with him into the large corridor to the place where the object that she had prepared for him was. Once in the large room, Ed walked closer to the bucket with the strange substance and thanked the maid for her help, finishing the preparations. The occupation of the Aalis building was supposed to begin any minute, because the enraged students were already standing near the entrance to the dormitory. In fact, there were many more of them than the boy had expected, because absolutely everyone had gathered, in addition to those who had gotten stuck on the way to the academy. The students cried out that they could no longer tolerate such treatment, so they demanded a guarantee of equality based on grades. Their representative, named Villain, who was Laurel's man, shouted louder than anyone else, demanding that the administration respond to their voice. At that moment, the door to the dorm opened as planned, leaving the students surprised at the turn of events. As they ran inside in a huge horde, Villain approached Ed and thanked Laurel's bribe for his help. When the boy took off his huge hood and showed the man his face, Villain was extremely surprised, not expecting to see him there. Looking at the maid, who was lying with a bag over her head to the left of his feet, Ed Rawtaylor cleared his throat and decided to make a sharp statement. The young man turned to Villain and said that he had always supported what the man believed in, even though he himself had lived in Aalis for a period of time. The boy squeezed the man's shoulder tighter and said that after his expulsion, he realized how privileged his position at the academy had been. From such seemingly sincere words, Villain almost burst into tears, because up until that moment he considered Ed a lousy rich man who didn't understand anything. Ed didn't want to look at his snot, so he immediately turned his colleague around and sent him to the top floor, to which he immediately agreed. Villain was the one who would have to take responsibility for what happened, so he was going to have a very hard time soon. There was no need to catch the escaped maid, because by now all the management was already locked in the conference room. At the same time, a protective force was activated that protected the students, keeping them from interfering in any way with this matter. The whole plan went according to script, which couldn't help but please Ed Rawtaylor, who was walking through the student corridors checking everything. Suddenly next to him, he heard the familiar voice of the Black Veil, who was rejoicing at how grandiose her rebellion had turned out to be. Laurel suddenly appeared before the boy and said that she really liked the idea that Ed enjoyed what he had done. Trying to shake the water off her shoes and dry off a bit, the redhead stated with displeasure that this was exactly why she hated rainy days. Ed ignored her complaints and asked if she had really been watching from outside as the whole situation unfolded. Green Eyes stopped, finally shaking off all the water, and smiled even wider, looking the boy straight in the eyes. She added that once the teachers intervened, the unrest in the dormitory would be immediately suppressed, so they needed to hurry. Suddenly, the girl stopped and decided to ask Ed Rottweiler if he had ever killed a person in his life. Even though the boy had been a villain in all the games he had played, he had never killed anyone, so he refuted her thoughts. Laurel laughed loudly and said that she wasn't bad. The girl didn't have that kind of experience, just like all normal people. After a short silence, the redhead told her friend that she had done something similar many times just to survive. For the sake of survival, Laurel trampled on other people's lives, was the first to stab someone in the back in order to avoid a similar fate and simply stay alive. She lived by giving herself a verdict of innocence, saying that it was a situation in which it was impossible to act differently, but it was an excuse. It was precisely because the green-eyed girl was ready to step over heads for her own benefit that she was nicknamed the Golden Daughter and for her love of money. The girl knew better than anyone that she did not deserve sympathy, but despite this, Laurel wandered around like a madwoman. Ed felt that with all her actions, the poor girl was just trying to escape loneliness, but she was doing a terribly bad job of it. Taking this into account, the boy immediately felt a growing anger inside himself and hissed that she herself should be responsible for her choice. Laurel certainly didn't expect such a rude answer from him, so she remained silently and surprisedly looking at him, thinking about something of her own. Then the girl smiled and said that she had started talking nonsense, which was not at all becoming of her, since she always wanted to look great. The redhead giggled and said that in that case she would go do what I had to do since she didn't have that much time. The Golden Daughter finally left to do her business, leaving Ed Rottweiler alone with his thoughts in the ruins of Aalis' premises. As soon as he stopped seeing her on the horizon, the guy immediately sighed with relief and sat down on a chair, feeling sharply tired. After this point, Laurel had to talk to Aalis about her plans for the future, taking the story further. This would happen by disabling the protective magic of the dormitory building and transferring control of the magic circle to Villain. Thus, the representative of the lower students, protected by all types of defensive magic used in the building, will become the boss of the 4th floor. This is a scenario where you need to quickly fix Villain, who is unable to recover from the whirlpool of the magic circle's endless mana surge. From that moment on, all Ed could do was sit back and wait for Taylor to burst into his room and fight him. While the students were protesting near the dormitory building, a carriage arrived at the rose garden opposite, which slightly surprised Yanuka, who was sitting there. The girl stared at the newcomers in surprise, wondering what kind of important person could appear in the rose garden at such a late hour. The beauty looked at the note that Ed left for her and thought that the boy had simply gone off somewhere to make some preparations. Whatever that golden carriage might be, this girl could not leave the rose garden gazebo under any circumstances, thinking about a date. Although she suffered from a guilty conscience, she still continued to listen attentively to Merrill about every move Ed Rottweiler made. Not only Lucy, but also Princess Fiona, Belle Maya, and Zix, and even Laurel showed up at Ed Rottweiler's camp. The fact that most of the visitors were students made Yanuka Failover's heart ache even more. Even if it took forever, the beauty was determined to wait for the young man, because she wanted to hear an explanation from him. But at that moment, Yanuka thought that she had put on the wrong color hair clip, which is why she quickly decided to run to the dorm and then return. Elvira Aniston and several other students were standing in front of the entrance to Aalis, preparing to go inside to fight whoever did this. The girl was terribly angry because there were insanely expensive herbs in her room that needed to be collected every hour, but she couldn't. Taylor, who understood that the madwoman could easily enter the building alone, asked his friend Isla to stop her and detain her. But when the girl said they could have just left, Taylor explained that the students could have easily sawed through all the regents in her room, killing many. While he was trying to deal with Ayla, Elvira had no desire to linger, so she was going to go inside and reach the 4th floor. The second redhead in this game was a terrible rage, so she screamed that she would kill everyone who dared to stand in her way to the final boss. The girl kicked the door with all her might, which immediately swung open, after which Elvira froze and looked at the picture she saw in front of her. Inside the huge hall, Ed Rottweiler sat silently, just waiting for these guys to finally come inside. The boy was already a little tired of sitting in the same position and hoping that they would deal with him quickly, so he was even a little happy. Taylor pushed Ayla back with his hand and suspiciously asked the boy why he was in the dorm building while this was happening. Having assessed the situation around her, which consisted of broken furniture, the students who walked around, and the guy himself, Elvira understood everything. The redhead smiled and said that this situation was incredibly interesting because she did not expect to see their savior in this place. Trying to somehow continue the conversation with Ed, who was simply silent, Elvira asked if he was going to stop them. Ed Taylor gave a mock sigh and apologized to the boys for the fact that there was no way he could let them through so easily. Elvira smiled sarcastically and laughed, saying that the boy would never be able to stop her, even though he was strong. She looked at him with her intense gaze and mentioned what Zix had said about how good this guy was, but it turned out to be a lie. Taylor and Ayla also intervened in their conversation, saying that the boy didn't have a single chance against their most powerful team. Taylor lost his composure a little and started shouting, demanding an explanation from Ed about his intentions and what was happening upstairs. The boy didn't even intend to talk to him, so he just continued to sit silently in his place and stare at the floor. Taylor's patience finally snapped, and the guy simply rushed at Ed, shouting that in this case he would forcefully extract the answer he needed from him. Ed Taylor, in turn, more than expected such a reaction, so with a deft movement of his hand, he threw the chair he was sitting on at his opponent. The swordsman quickly cut the chair in half, as it was a mere trifle for his sharp sword, which he wielded at the divine level. The boy, meanwhile, began to use one of his basic magic spells, which Ayla immediately figured out based on the level of mana flow. But suddenly, the power of Ed's attack exceeded expectations several times, and the young man managed to knock down a huge chandelier from the ceiling, which was directly above Taylor. When a dull explosion sounded in the hall of the dormitory, a frightened Clivius Northundale exclaimed as usual, thinking that they would all soon. Elvira, who remained completely in order after that attack, stared at Ed and did not understand where he got such strength from. Suddenly, a few centimeters from her head, she heard the whistle of a sharp blade, which at a furious speed cut off a strand of her hair. The girl was scared by this unexpected turn of events, so she accidentally dropped her bag with all the magic potions and herbs. Now the redhead became several times more furious, because Ed was determined to fight seriously, judging by how he treated her. The girl looked around and saw that one of the potions was extremely close to her, so she crouched down and tried to take it. A second later, the beauty regretted it, because Ed Taylor used the ignition skill, creating a stream of flame around her. The boy slightly miscalculated his power level, so he accidentally involved the entire dorm hall in the spell, which easily caught fire. A real battlefield was created, where everything flowed naturally, like water, and Elvira's displeased expression confirmed this. Ed Taylor, in turn, was about to show off his powers by asking the boys why Zix hadn't told them more about his abilities. Although Elvira was the core of their team's strength, her fatal flaw was that without potions, she was nothing. Without relying on magical tools or reagents that she had masterfully learned to create, the beauty had no combat power. Usually, students of the alchemy faculty would wear emergency magical tools just in case, but Elvira decided that she was above that. The redhead looked at the boy who stood in the middle of the burning dorm hall and was amazed that he even took this into account. The student remembered how skillfully he broke the chandelier and, taking advantage of the pause, created a wall of fire to hit her bag. She was convinced of her theory by the fact that during all this, the girl lost a lock of her hair because he swung at her. Elvira was a little self-confident, so the girl couldn't even imagine that the loser Ed could do something like this. But suddenly, doubts began to torment her, because in that case the young man should have been aiming at the body of the bag and not at the time near her neck. Because of these doubts, Elvira still decided that this guy was nothing more than an ordinary, pathetic villain, so she had to deal with him. Since she had a few tricks up her sleeves, the girl took a ball from her pocket, from which the spirit of the rabbit subsequently appeared. A second later, she ordered this rabbit to increase its resistance to fire and aggressive attacks, after which it strengthened her body several times. But at the last second, the alchemist's apprentice changed her mind and decided to pass on these skills to the little animal, which instantly grew tenfold and became a real monster. Ayla also tried to keep up with her friend and at least somehow put out the flames, using the spells she learned in class. The girl's strength was a little lacking since there were too many of me around, and her extinguishing of the flame was calculated for less. Unexpectedly, Ayla finally succeeded in something, and in the place where she was aiming, a huge explosion thundered, which scared her herself. Following his childhood friend, a focused Taylor entered the battle. rudely ordering the girl to concentrate on the enemy. Ayla was confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat power was average even among first-year students who had just learned magic. That boy was clearly aiming only at Ayla, which is why Taylor couldn't get close to him, since it was difficult for him and his friend to even move. Suddenly, the swordsman heard Alvar ask if he could suppress Ed's attacks if the boys managed to close the distance between them a little. Seeing an approving nod to her question, Alvira swung at their opponent and shouted that in that case they needed to deal with him. The cute little rabbit she had released from her balloon a couple of seconds ago was already a full-fledged monster, running at Ed with all its might. Watching this, Taylor told Elvira that the flames around him made it difficult for him to pull himself together and do what he had to do. Taking the hint, the girl threw her cape over herself and rushed straight towards the flames in order to improve the situation a little. Noticing how fearlessly she ran straight into the fire ahead, Ayla screamed excitedly, worried about her friend. Well, the redhead didn't care at all, because her main goal was to get to her bag and take the potions that she lost. Ed Rottweiler, meanwhile, was trying his best to deal with that huge, cute rabbit that was growling at him at the top of its lungs. As soon as the boy saw that Elvira had managed to get to her purse, he immediately swung at her to attack the girl. Feeling the huge surge of energy flying towards her, Elvira remained calm, because the reset spell had already been launched. At the last second before the guy's attack was about to hit her, the girl threw that very same jar of potion back at him. The reagent prepared from crushed chestnut flowers and brown mushrooms was a special reagent with a magical formula for resetting. Its effect was to suppress the release of magical power, so after just a moment, the flames around the boys finally died down. The second the alchemy student managed to stop the fire, Ed successfully pierced the huge king with his sharp sword, defeating him. As the little animal fell motionless to the ground, the boy turned towards his opponents, dissatisfied with the fact that his magic was suppressed. The boys shouted in unison that they would not fall for his relaxed appearance, because they had a warrior named Taylor who would defeat Ed. But just as Taylor was about to attack the boy, Ed Rottweiler took off running, heading for the floor above. On his way, Ed came across a huge cabinet containing a flammable thing, which he threw towards Taylor. Realizing that it was oil, Elvira and Ayla shouted in unison that they had to stop the fire, because if the fire spread, there would be casualties. Taylor took off running and ran after Ed, shouting that before anyone got hurt in this building, he would deal with the villain first. The swordsman ran so fast that he didn't even have time to react to Elvira's excited exclamation behind him, who turned to him. Well, the young man still ignored her, thinking that the scoundrel Ed had planned every second of that moment because everything was set up. The boy himself stood nearby and held something that looked like a bow in his hand, not allowing Taylor to see his face. Elvira was the first to realize what was going on here, so she screamed at the top of her lungs once again for Taylor not to do it. But it was too late, which is why Ed Rottweiler finally turned to the guys and pointed his bow at them, on which he had just pulled back an arrow. The sight of an enraged Taylor rushing at him with all his might did not frighten the boy for a second, who was in such a situation for the first time in his life. Taylor, in turn, was even more angry at the thought that this little guy wanted to show him that he knew how to use a bow. The young man was absolutely confident that he would be able to block his opponent's attack until Ed released the arrow. She flew at full speed 2 centimeters from the swordsman's shoulder, making him realize that the boy was not aiming at him at all. Ed Rottweiler's real target was Ayla, who was standing right behind Taylor and certainly didn't expect that she would be the target of the attack. Literally at the last second before the sharp arrow would have pierced Ayla's head, Elvira intervened in the situation and stopped her. Sealing the arrow into the small ball she held in her hands, Elvira whispered, almost with tears in her eyes, that it was on the very edge. That ball was a clawed hand that generated Sira, allowing it to attract small objects from a great distance. As soon as the arrow was in Elvira's hand, the redhead looked in surprise at its tip, which had an ordinary bundle of fabric on it. She immediately jumped to her feet and shouted loudly at Taylor that the bastard probably had some other tricks up his sleeve, so they had to be careful. Taylor wasn't even going to listen to her at that moment, because realizing that Ed had encroached on his Ayla, the guy simply lost control and attacked him. Due to the high level of rage, the force of Taylor's blow was enormous, so Ed tried his best to both resist and not give in. At that time, the final scene of the second act had just begun, in which the gloomy Clevius Northundale was to enter. Realizing that the boss of the second floor was finally in his place, Ed breathed a sigh of relief, because now he could relax a little. At the exact second he literally lost his grip for a moment, he was immediately thrown into the opposite wall by the force of the swordsman Taylor. Elvira stared in shock at Ed Rottler, who had so suddenly and simply given in to her friend. The girl looked at the huge dent in the wall behind Rottler, who had flown into it, and simply did not understand what was happening. Taylor himself immediately ran up to the boy, grabbed him by the shirt, and started shouting whether there was any reason to go so far. Elvira was watching the scene of their dispute, and she felt that throughout this entire battle she had somehow played into the hands of this evil man. If Ed really wanted to subdue them, he wouldn't have revealed his presence, but would have simply dropped the chandelier and attacked suddenly. But the boy sat down openly in front of the stairs and blocked their path. And in the subsequent battle, everything was thought out so that the actions were not stupid. Watching Ed from the side, Elvira was almost convinced that somewhere in this story she had been deceived and something was absolutely wrong. The boy himself, in turn, said that the battle was over, and now the guys had to go upstairs to win there too. Taylor stared in amazement at this strange young man who had been preventing them from going up until now, and was now sending them straight up there. Smiling inwardly at how shocked these guys looked, Ed listened to Elvira's questions about why he had submitted to them. But when the rest of the team heard that the redhead had assumed that he was giving in, they exclaimed in surprise. Elvira took a few sharp steps towards the guy and screamed that she could not hide her eyes from what had happened, so she waited for an answer. The persimmon flower hairpin by Yanuka was chosen by the girl after a whole night of thinking and doubting whether it would suit her. But could anyone allow himself to say a harsh word, calling her sincere love stupid, if it was a simple delusion? The gap between dreams and reality sometimes hurt with cruelty, because her lover was lying on the floor covered in blood, surrounded by a group of attackers. Yanuka didn't expect to see such a terrible picture in front of her. She was simply petrified. I don't understand what the guys were doing there. It would be difficult to say that this picture did not cause a feeling of misunderstanding in Yanuka, because the girl was really caught off guard by something unexpected. From his life in the forest to his fight with Glasscon, Ed always created the expectation that any problem would be solved. And only when a decent slap flew into these self-satisfied thoughts, Yanuka began to look at the events that had happened in a new way. A moment of heaviness and difficulty. Ed didn't turn to her for help because he was sure the girl was outside the building reading his ridiculous letter. The boy went to fight alone, spilling blood, because he wanted to take Yanuka away from this, since she had already been punished. The girl herself did not understand at all what was happening there, but she knew that Ed did not want to drag her into this terrible incident. While she wasted her time choosing insignificant trinkets, thinking that she was going to have a date, he was risking his life and doing God knows what. Yanuka knew he only did it to protect her, but she was still angry, so she asked again what was going on. She was answered by Taylor, who said that fortunately the lady was not in the dormitory at the time the Aalis building was occupied by students. Noticing the slight smile on the swordsman's face, Elvira yelled loudly at him and ordered her friend to come to his senses. Elvira was again the first to understand the whole situation, considering Yanuka an enemy, because the girl really lost control of herself again. Yanuka rose into the air and screamed furiously that she didn't care what they were all doing without her participation. Everything Ed had worked so hard to do to keep this girl safe from another incident like this had gone down the drain, leaving the guy angry. But Yanuka didn't pay attention to his emotions, so she just said with a slight smile that everything was fine. Ayla and Elvira stared in shock at what was happening around this girl, because there was a real whirlpool of murderous magic there. The pink-haired girl completely lost her temper because she accidentally released all the spirits she had a contract with from her soul. She looked Ed Rottweiler straight in the eye and with a snowy smile asked her beloved friend to wait just 1 minute. Ayla looked at the animals that were around and realized that it was a real army because there were simply a huge number of them. Elvira also turned to Taylor and shouted that they needed to run because the guys would not be able to break through Yanuka. They had a hard time dealing with that younger aristocrat, Ed, and now their opponent was the real best second-year student of the Faculty of Magic. Feeling like they could die at any second, Elvira screamed at Taylor to pull himself together because he needed to face reality. But because of Ed's actions, Taylor felt that something was wrong in the Aalis building, so he couldn't retreat so easily. He grabbed his sword and shouted to Elvira that he could not allow her valuable medicines and plants to go missing, or any of the students to get hurt. Taylor was the kind of warrior who never backed down from a challenge, even if it could prove fatal. The next second, the boy felt someone grab him by the collar and order him to leave that place if he was told to do so. Literally the next second, one of Yanuka's charges flew to the place where the swordsman stood, and Ed sternly ordered him to listen to him carefully. The guy said that he would definitely put Yanuka in order, but for this, they all had to go up to the second floor, as planned. Aalis stared at him and screamed that the young man had been blocking their way with all his might, and now he was simply telling them to go up to the second floor, which was strange. Her words were supported by Elvira, who did not believe that the boy would be able to stop all those spirits when he was already covered in wounds. A moment later, some object flew at the redhead's head, after which she heard Ed say that he had simply changed his mind. The boy looked her in the eye and rudely ordered the girl to take her reagents with her, after which he apologized for ruining her bag. At that moment, Elvira didn't understand anything at all because just 10 minutes ago this impudent man tried to kill them all, and now he was just helping. In the end, she didn't want to risk her life and shouted to Taylor that they had to leave, after which the boys rushed to the second floor. Yanuka, meanwhile, had no intention of stopping, as she felt how much her lover had hurt her. But Ed wasn't afraid for a second of the girl's frightening appearance, so he calmly approached her without looking away. With tears in her eyes, the girl told the guy not to overexert himself and to step aside, because she wanted to sort everything out herself. The boy stopped the girl and said that she shouldn't have done that, even if she might have considered his words rude now. Ed Rottweiler was inches away from her body and calmly told her that he was perfectly fine, so she should act in moderation. Yanuka Failover certainly didn't expect such words from her side, so the girl quickly calmed down and stared at her lover in amazement. She looked at the guy's hands, which he placed on her shoulders, and exclaimed, but he only asked Yanuka to call the spirits back. Taylor and the girls, who were just going upstairs, noticed that the guy had actually calmed Yanuka down and were simply stunned. Hearing their whispers, Ed turned towards the boys and waved his hand to indicate that they should quickly go upstairs while everything was good. While Yanuka was trying to come to her senses from the fact that this boy had put his hands on her shoulders, Ed suddenly felt a weakness in her body. Not even a second had passed from that feeling before the young man fell to the ground, convinced that Taylor had much less time than he thought. When she managed to bring him back to consciousness, albeit calmly, Yanuka scolded the boy for not allowing her to help him. Yanuka didn't want to tolerate any more selfishness towards her, so she asked Ed to promise her that he would share everything with her. The guy had no choice, so he agreed with her, thinking that even though the plan had gone wrong, he still had to fulfill his role. Just as the young man was about to get up to go to camp, Yanuka told him that she had seen a huge carriage while she was in the rose garden. The girl's words about the carriage having a symbol in the form of a golden crown struck the young man to the core, who did not expect this at all. Having imagined a carriage with a golden crown in his mind, Ed Rottweiler immediately realized that it was the symbol of the Elka Trade Guild. Laurel's adoptive father, and the enemy who killed her real father, who disappeared in the final episode of Act 2 during the battle for the Sage's Seal. After this man was defeated by Laurel herself, everyone started calling him the fake boss, or the Golden King of Elka. Since the carriage was nearby, there was clearly something else planned, since he had arrived at the academy ahead of schedule, but Ed knew nothing about it. Laurel, meanwhile, stood in the hallway of the 5th floor of the dormitory building, talking to the maid about Ed Rottweiler. The redhead emphasized how handsome the young man was, although this was not the most important thing, since he and the maid had something in common. In the end, Ed made a bunch of overly emotional comments, which was completely unlike him when they met. And after that, he pushed her hand away without hesitation when she poured out her soul to him and tried to tell him how bad her life was. Green Eyes turned to Aalis and said that people like them had to listen to words like that their whole lives. Aalis was the housekeeper at the Ophelis building and a senior maid with a lot of experience, having started working there at the age of 15, gaining a lot of knowledge. That's why Laurel put the most effort into it, because she spent the most money to bribe the unyielding Aalis. This loss left a big hole in the ledger, but the redhead did not regret this expense one bit, because she was very happy to have such an accomplice. At that moment, Laurel managed to find another person close to her in spirit. since the housekeeper had the same share as she did. Only when she was confronted with strong life convictions that were cast aside before the ringing of gold coins was she able to free herself from loneliness. This happened because the green-eyed girl lived her entire life being the first to stab someone in the back, always being guilty. But be that as it may, Villain, the representative of the lower-ranking students, will be allowed to manage the magic circle on the 4th floor. The redhead smiled and said that when Aalis gave him control of the protective magic at the right moment, he would destroy Aalis without realizing it. This girl named Laurel was the real villain of the entire game, which is why she was called the Black Veil. She was extremely pleased that things were going according to plan, so she was just going to stay in the pantry and play the good girl. Hearing that this little wretch was going to pass herself off as an innocent mouse, Aalis laughed sarcastically, thinking how pathetic she was. Economy put her sword to Laurel's neck and said that she was never the girl's soulmate, but was simply playing her role. On the 2nd floor, the guys defeated the 2nd floor boss, namely Clevius, and then forced him to join their group. They also dealt with the boss of the 3rd floor, the laundress Kelly, because without her older twin sister she could not put up a proper fight. The warriors didn't wonder where the 2nd sister was because everything was going surprisingly smoothly once they reached the 4th floor of the pavilion. From the very beginning of their journey to that floor, only the first boss, Ed Raw Taylor, proved to be a worthy opponent for them, who was difficult to fight. Alvira understood this, and it still seemed to her that something was wrong in this hostel, because it shouldn't have been like this. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, there was complete chaos because poor Villain couldn't cope with his duties. The power around the man that he was forced to possess was too great for the hostage of the protective runes to cope with. Placing the crystal sphere that controlled the runes in plain sight was Laurel and Aalis' original plan. The protective runes were supposed to protect the students from people who might invade, but all they saw in front of them was a child waving a gun. The students who were interrupting the rooms at the time did not understand at all what was happening around them, because everything was exploding, shaking, and frightening them greatly. The poor guys tried to control themselves, which was also difficult for everyone, since at this rate, the buildings could collapse very soon. The students, locked in their rooms all this time, began to realize that things were not going in the right direction, so they began to avoid. The whole situation was slowly taking on a catastrophic tone, so Taylor decided to ask Alvira to use the moth reagent. The girl said that this reagent only distorted the magical energy around the caster, so she had the extract of fish grass. The redhead quickly sprayed the reagent, shouting that it could block all basic magic in the corridor thanks to its components. After this, the girl added that now all they had to do was use auxiliary spells, of which they would need a lot. She shouted that in that case, the guys would have to go closer to the energy source and give it to him properly. Villain, in turn, was still in that place, trying to hold on and not give in to the magic that simply wanted to tear his body apart. The man felt the warmth creeping through every center of his body, getting closer and closer to his head, which meant that the end was near. Eventually, a huge explosion was heard in the dormitory building, which destroyed the 4th floor and everything around it. Ed and Yanuka were standing near the entrance at the time, when the girl suddenly began to worry about the fact that the young man's wounds could open up. The boy calmed her down and said that most of the blood on his body belonged to others, so the beauty shouldn't worry so much. While the boy was calming down the worried Yanuka, he also watched the carriage that had just pulled up to the dormitory building. Taking a closer look at the transport, the boy saw on it the very symbols that indicated the presence of royal blood. Considering the kind of person sitting inside the carriage, it was hard to call this carriage by any other name than its official name. That man was the Golden King Elt, who at that time for some reason was without the bunch of guards that always accompanied him, because the visit was secret. Elt was Laurel's adoptive father, and also the fake boss who would have to be betrayed by his own daughter. Ed was so caught up in the thought that the Golden King shouldn't be here right now that he didn't notice the maid approaching the carriage. Looking more closely, the young man realized that it was the 3rd floor maid, Shenny, who was also an orphan raised by Aalis. According to the plot, Aalis was bribed by Laurel, and Shenny was supposed to guard the 3rd floor with her sister, but she was next to Elt. Shenny would never betray Aalis, who had been bribed by Laurel, but what had happened made Ed think that the rules had changed a little. In that case, the only possible outcome would be Laurel's fall, since Aalis could betray her and side with Elt. The boy thought about this, and realized that the redhead would have to enter into an important political struggle against Fiona in the third act. He had already gotten enough of it for playing the role of the first-floor boss, but now he had to do Laurel's job as well. Knowing how much he wanted to give up the position, Ed Taylor turned to Yanuka Failover, about to say something. After thinking for a while, the young man said that he wanted to ask the girl for a favor, because there was one thing that he definitely couldn't handle. Yanuka didn't even ask him how she could help, because literally the next second she instantly agreed. Ignoring Ed's surprised face, Yanuka put on her most serious expression and asked what she needed to do. Although Laurel followed all of Elt's orders, in reality she was plotting betrayal and the takeover of his company, because she knew about the murder of her father. The negotiations regarding the grimoire were merely a pretext to lure the king to the academy and divert his attention from the crisis in his trading company. Aalis had enough evidence to back up what she said above, as she had a document that testified to Laurel's plan. But in this world there was nothing for free, since the redhead offered her a decent amount of money, for which she had to be for her. Aalis was permanently blind and had lost most of her hearing due to an accident, so this was to be her last year as head maid. The maid herself more than understood that the outcome of all future events would depend on her choice, but she was ready for it. Returning to the events of reality, Laurel was still standing and felt the maid's sword almost touching her neck. Watching her tremble slightly, Aalis snorted and said that she thought the redhead was a much cooler person. She smiled slightly and said that Laurel herself had planned to take revenge on the Golden King Elt, whom Aalis also hated. Thinking about what that nasty man had done to her entire life, Aalis looked down and closed her eyes, losing her concentration for a second. At exactly the same second, a huge explosion occurred on the fourth floor of Ophilis's pavilion, which almost blew everyone off their feet. At that point, Villain was already completely out of the game, because the poor guy not only lost all his strength, but also ended up in captivity among the warriors. Elvira suddenly appeared in the corridor with Taylor and the others, who immediately realized that the head maid was behind this whole plan. Aalis turned towards the boys in surprise, not expecting to see them, and at that moment gave Laurel a few seconds of head start to run away. The redhead took more than advantage of this, and immediately ran up to Taylor and his team, pretending to be a victim who had been taken hostage. Green Eyes hissed menacingly that everything was fine with her, and that the organizer of the plan was Aalis, who needed to be dealt with. Suddenly, noticing the girl's face, Elvira exclaimed and asked her friend what had happened to her. Laurel understood that in the eyes of these guys she was simply insignificant, so she jumped up and ran away, trying to hide from their gaze. The girl ran up the stairs and thought that the plan was almost complete, because Elt was already at the academy and would soon have to answer for what he had done. Now all she had to do was send a pigeon with the letter she kept in her room, and if she was not discovered, everything would go as planned. Remembering what Ed Rottler had once said, Laurel was only convinced that there was no one in this world who could understand him. Even Aalis, who betrayed her so cruelly, ruining the plan she had been working on for months, was proof of this. But despite this, the green-eyed girl still remained strong, because she had been through betrayal countless times. The girl held back the tears in her eyes and tried to calm herself down by saying that it was completely out of character for her to worry about something like this. Eventually, Laurel calmed down and regained her composure, rushing to escape, because she needed to get to the room before Elt arrived. At the same time, the Golden King himself appeared in the main hall on the first floor, surrounded by a dozen of his guards. Suddenly, the man saw a student in front of him and in a rude voice ordered him to leave this place. But the young man did not obey the king, because the building could soon collapse, which is why they could not let him inside until the workers arrived. Elt suspiciously asked the boy if this was an order from the administration, but Ed said it was his own initiative. The young man considered it her duty to prevent unnecessary casualties, because there were only 3 people who knew the truth about what was happening in this place. Laurel was the first of them, as she planned to overthrow her father and take revenge on him for her childhood by vacating the position of the company's manager. Elt was also going to disrupt the redhead's plans and get the grimoire into his possession, because this man also had no soul. Between them, using both of them, stood the maid Aalis, who was the main reason why everything did not go as Ed had expected. The boy didn't understand why she betrayed Laurel, but now they both should be on the 5th floor, and the boy needed to go to them. However, these thoughts were quickly overshadowed by the fact that, according to the plot, Taylor's team was supposed to stumble upon Laurel and Aalis. Knowing the fact that those guys were completely reliable, Ed Taylor decided not to worry and leave it to them. Remembering the moments from the battle that he had been poking around between them just a few dozen minutes ago, Ed was convinced of their abilities. Having summed it all up, the boy came to the conclusion that now he needed to deal with the one who was now standing right in front of him. Making a surprised face, Ed bowed to the man and asked if he was the same Elt who ran his own trading company. The boy looked him straight in the eye and said that he had no doubt about the reason for the man's visit, but he needed to talk to the administration. At that moment, everything became suddenly clear to Mr. Elt, and he flared up with rage, menacingly asking the boy if he was Laurel's henchman. 10 minutes earlier, Ed, along with Yanuka and the huge spirit the girl had summoned, stood in front of a large hole in the wall. The young man peered into what was on the other side and said that there was too much chaos going on around. Watching Zix, who was inside, Ed asked him why the guy didn't go out, and he explained that he didn't want to get involved in it. Having measured the boys with a displeased look, Zix asked them why they had broken the wall in his room, because now it would be cold for him to sleep there. Suddenly, he saw Yanuka standing next to Ed and greeted the girl, saying that this was the first time they met like this. Yanuka suddenly began to worry, but Ed calmed her down again and said that the beauty had long ago suffered her punishment for that incident. Zix stood and watched this strange performance before his eyes, and still decided to ask the guys if they were together, to which Yanuka screamed. The girl immediately began to refute everything, but at the moment she still fell silent, looking at Ed's face, who was slightly surprised. She asked him if everything was okay with the guy, to which he agreed, and replied that Zix had simply asked too rude and personal a question. Zix, in turn, felt terribly awkward, which is why he bowed before the guys and asked for forgiveness. Then he raised his green eyes to his friends and asked why they came to him then, and why they also destroyed the wall in his room. Ed Taylor explained that he needed Zix's help with something, for which he makes sure to thank the boy later. In the main hall of the first floor of the dormitory, meanwhile, the Golden King Elt was still there, trying to get inside. Back to the present. At that moment, Elt was just asking Ed if he was one of the people of the red-haired girl who was his daughter. The man leaned closer to the boy and whispered what stupid image of his daughter Ed had fallen for this time. Elt glared at the poor fellow and asked why the young man didn't want to choose a guaranteed reward instead of loyalty for a couple of coins. While Ed stood there and listened silently, the king said that he would double the money that Laurel had offered him if Ed would get out of the way. When the man finished speaking, the boy looked up and sternly stated that he had not been offered any money, so he refused. Such impudence generated even more anger inside the king, although he did not try his best to control himself because he was an important person. The man raised his hand and signaled to his guards, finally saying that the meaning of his speech had not reached the insignificant boy. Looking around and noticing how everyone around him was getting ready for battle, Ed felt like he was about to have to sweat a lot. The moment the warriors of the Golden King rushed to the place where he stood, the boy broke loose and ran upstairs as fast as he could. Suddenly, 2 guards managed to block his path, because they had been given orders not to let the little guy escape under any circumstances. Suddenly, the main hall of the first floor was covered with the green light of Zix's magic, who appeared out of nowhere and came to the aid of his friend. Seeing him, Ed loudly shouted to the young man that he would return immediately as soon as he checked the situation upstairs. Zix and Yanuka confirmed his words and showed that they understood the hint, after which they prepared to engage in battle with a bunch of armed guards. Mr. Elt himself, although he understood that these were ordinary children in front of him, felt the power inside their bodies, which made them appear as dangerous opponents. Given this, the man was extremely confident in his men, so he shouted to the students that they would show absolutely everything they could in this fight. Taking advantage of the situation where the guard was distracted by the Golden King, Ed Taylor had already disappeared from the main hall. Finally, he ran into one of the rooms higher up in the dorm and saw in it the very girl he needed so much. Ed looked suspiciously into the beauty's eyes and asked her why the green-eyed girl couldn't get out, but she only remained confused and silent. The young man did not wait for an answer from her and sternly ordered the girl to follow him, because they needed to go to the back entrance. Sharo, the receptionist at the trading company, was always nice to Laurel as he tried to get information out of her. Caden, a company employee, became very animated in Laurel's presence as she gave him various pieces of advice regarding his work. Even her pet Tiny, whom she kept at the academy, clung to her, because the girl gave him the highest quality food. Listening to everything that Laurel was trying to tell him, Ed quickly told her that the guys didn't have time to go into details. Laurel, in turn, again shifted all the blame onto herself, believing that this whole thing was a stupid mistake on her part, which she had not calculated. Yanuka Failover grew up surrounded by warmth and love from others, so she tried to give back, but Laurel was different. That day, the redhead saw how Yanuka proposed to Ed, because the warm look with which she looked at him meant that it was sincere. Laurel thought she had a chance for a similar relationship with Aalis, so she decided to work out a plan with the maid. But her hopes were dashed to pieces, because unlike the green-eyed girl's life position of not trusting anyone, she should not forget who she was. For the plan with Ophelia's pavilion, she bribed 5 people, including the head maid, the twins Shani and Kelly, and others. After this, the twin girls sided with Elt, and they were followed by Villain, who also wanted to betray Laurel. Suddenly, she stopped in the middle of the corridor and asked the young men for forgiveness, not understanding why she did it. Laurel said she could not guarantee that she would pay the boy the money he had promised, because the situation was so unstable at the moment. In response to this, Ed only asked in a calm voice why the redhead was so worried about this, thereby amazing her beyond belief. The boy grabbed her hand and said that they didn't have time to stand still, because if Elt found the girl, he would kill her right away. Continuing to run with Laurel further, he said that in order to come up with further steps, the guys first needed to escape. The redhead continued to look at this young man in amazement, who had just refuted all her thoughts that he could betray her like everyone else. While the girl was flying in her own thoughts about the fact that there was good in the world after all, Ed asked her to tell him what was happening. Laurel continued to ignore him for a while because the girl was too focused on what he was doing for her. Eventually, she began to tell that the company's management was planning to manipulate prices, following orders from Elt. After the big monster hunt in the eastern mountains in the summer, the prices for armor dropped significantly, and it became possible to buy most of the goods. For this plan, the girl's father needed a large sum of money, so he found a buyer for that very book, and Laurel ordered it to be stolen. The puzzle finally came together inside Ed's head, and the young man asked the redhead to stop telling her story, because he already understood the whole situation. In this scheme, 3 traders monopolized a cheap product on the market, causing them to artificially raise prices for it. Because of the constant rise in prices for this product, people began to think that they would not be able to afford it anytime soon, so they wanted to hurry. If the merchants had managed to sell the product at that moment, they would have been able to make an incredible profit from such scams. But the weak link in this scheme was trust, because if 2 of the sellers decided to sell the goods without the third, the prices would quickly fall. The third seller, in turn, will incur significant losses, because he will have to sell the goods at a price even lower than that at which he bought them. To achieve this, Laurel had been bribing merchants associated with the first 2 participants in the plan for many years, since the girl wanted him to suffer losses. After finishing listening to her story, Ed realized that this whole plan was made to hit the Academy's finances, which influenced Elt. The young man did not stop there and continued to talk about his assumptions, surprising poor Laurel with how he guessed. Finally, Ed Rottler looked her in the eye and told her that the redhead only had one last step to take. The boy said that they needed to send a message to her people about selling the goods, to which the girl said that she kept a carrier pigeon in her room. With the help of that little animal, the beauty communicated directly with the people she bribed, so they had to get there. Green Eyes paused for a second and said that her father probably expected this outcome, which is why he came to the academy. Ed couldn't help but agree with her, because he remembered that same menacing look of the king when he was with him on the first floor. The young man ordered Laurel to do everything she could to hide, since Elt could place many people around the academy to prevent her from escaping. Gradually leading the beauty to the exit, the boy ordered her to go to an unfinished hut in the forest, where she could stay for 3 days. Ed was going to act like a true gentleman and send the dove out of Laurel's room in order to save the girl's life and keep her safe. I understand that the very key moment has arrived, which was the most dangerous. Ed Rottler firmly grabbed the redhead by the shoulders. He said that the girl had to wait until everything calmed down and immediately after that run to the stable to go to that very hut. As a skilled trader, he made his move perfectly and harmoniously and settled all the problems without losing a second of time, and Laurel understood this. Noticing that the beauty was stuck in her dreams, Ed shouted and asked if she had even listened to what he was telling her. Laurel was afraid of appearing vulnerable to him, so she immediately agreed with him, after which she asked why the young man was so eager to help her. This question made the boy freeze and think, because he had no desire at all to answer it. Ed knew absolutely the entire plot of that game, in the future of which the redhead would play a key role, so he only said that he wanted to help. After these dreams, the boy left the girl alone and told her to be as careful as possible. Laurel was left alone in that room, so she sat silently on the floor and began to think about everything that had just happened. The girl listened to the sounds that reached her from the floors below and thought that the battle between Taylor and Aalis, which was below, was clearly brutal. But immediately after that, the redhead thought that it could also be a battle between her father's people and someone else, because the sounds seemed closer to her. Okay. Besides all the sounds of swords ringing and explosions, the girl felt her heart beating loudly inside her chest. In front of Ed, meanwhile, was the dishwasher Shenny, who took out her sword and pointed it at the young man, saying that she did not expect it. The boy himself grimaced in displeasure and said that, given the current circumstances, their conversation felt somehow bland. Now, with this painstaking attempt to overthrow the government, they were finally approaching the end, when it all had to end. The one who could put all the defensive runes in order with just one command was a swordswoman who could stand up to the students from the combat department. Besides that, the maid Aalis was simply excellent at using mid-level magic, exceeding Taylor's capabilities by a couple of times. But even with all of the above, she still couldn't gain the upper hand over Taylor McLaurin himself, the real swordsman. This young man fought with her so boldly and recklessly that even he himself was surprised that he could be so cruel and harsh. But this was entirely justified by the fact that Taylor was the protagonist of the story and was destined to resolve the final scene. Ed meanwhile, stood outside in front of Shenny the dishwasher and knew that a fight against this girl would be very difficult for him. Due to the huge number of battles, the young man managed to use up all of his mana, which was left for only a couple of basic techniques. Dishwasher Shanny, in turn, seemed much stronger and more promising to win against the background of the exhausted boy. She had no intention of giving him any advantage in this fight, so she rushed at the boy first, trying to attack. But Ed Taylor had watched her fight with others a bunch of times before, so he knew the girl's first strike would be an attack on the leg. The guy knew all her steps, and this terribly surprised Shenny, because the girl had been narcissistic and self-confident her whole life. Ed happily used the knowledge he had gained over the years of playing, so he thwarted every attack from Shenny, killing her self-confidence. As a result, the guy managed to knock the dishwasher to the ground and twist her arms in such a way that she even cried out in pain. At that moment, Shenny felt despair and used the skill the twins were given at birth, namely exchanging abilities. Using low-level telekinesis magic, she released a bunch of daggers from her pockets and pointed them straight at Ed Taylor. Shenny was simply sure that this little scoundrel would never be able to resist such a sudden attack, but this time, the girl was wrong. A moment after Ed successfully dodged each of her daggers, the dishwasher stood there with a shocked expression on her face. Of the dozen daggers she had launched, only a couple of them were sticking out of the boy's body, and he didn't even show any sign of pain. Since Ed wasn't Iron Man, he could still feel the wounds throbbing, but they weren't so bad that they would stop him from fighting. The boy pressed Shenny's sword to the ground and twisted the poor guy even tighter, causing her to cry out in pain, which was even worse than his. The young man looked intently at the girl lying at his feet and said menacingly that at this point, her story ended sadly. It took him only a minute to defeat this game heroine because she was really too self-confident. Feeling the pain go straight to her bones, Shanny screamed at the top of her lungs that she couldn't let Mistress Aalis down. But Ed remained firm, so he only hissed sternly at the dishwasher, which the head maid could not defeat. She raised her tear-filled eyes to him and screamed that the impudent fellow knew nothing at all about Aalis and what they had planned. The maid had endured an enormous amount of pain in her life and had also gone through such horror that Ed could not even imagine. Despite the fact that Aalis worked as an ordinary maid, she was tens of times stronger than half of the students who studied at the academy. Shanny continued to scream about how throughout her life, Aalis had saved a huge number of orphans who had the same life as hers. Finally, the dishwasher added that, in truth, she was one of those very orphans whose lives were changed by the maid Aalis. If it weren't for Aalis, Shani would never have had the opportunity to live the life she had, as she was poor as a child. Just as Shani was still talking about how dear Aalis was to her, a huge explosion went off on the 4th floor of the dorm. Although this story was incredibly touching, it still did not concern Ed Taylor, so the boy's feelings remained the same. Shani continued to hiss at the young man, reproaching him for siding with Laurel, for which she would never forgive him in her life. Eventually, the poor thing ran out of strength to fight back in any way, so at that moment, her life ended, leaving her torment behind. Unfortunately, Ed knew absolutely nothing about the lives of the minor characters, so he could do nothing about the fate of this girl. The boy carefully took her hands and began to pull her away from the academy, thinking that he needed to hurry. Remembering the girl's words about Aalis saving orphans, the boy became convinced that people did such things out of their own motives. Despite everything that everyone deserved a fair life, Ed's goal remained above all else, so he put Shani down and ran back. The boy's goal hadn't changed one bit since he took over the body of a game character he'd never played in his life. As soon as the young man found himself inside the academy and entered one of the rooms, a stone flew into the window of that room and smashed it. The boy instinctively ducked under that window and looked around the room, trying to find the little thing he needed with his eyes. The room was furnished with expensive furniture, various decorations, and other trinkets that gave it charm. On the bookshelves, everything was laid out in a certain order, and on the table there were a lot of different papers. Having finished examining Laurel's room, Ed even smiled slightly at the thought that such order was quite in the style of the green-eyed beauty. Finally, the guy's eyes fell on an unprepossessing cage with a dove inside, to whose wings a small letter was tied. The young man released a carrier pigeon, which instantly set off on its journey through the shower and the impenetrable darkness of the night sky. Having completed his task, Ed finally went to the familiar forest, where his wooden hut was built. His wounds weren't very deep, so they should have healed without problems, but the image of Elt didn't leave the boy's head. If it weren't for Zix and Yanuka, the redhead would have definitely fallen into her father's clutches, but now part of Ed's plan confidently began on the bridge, distracting the king. As they had agreed with the girl earlier, Laurel was supposed to wait for Ed at his hut in the middle of the dark forest, where she should not be found. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts about the green-eyed girl were confirmed, because he saw her image hiding in the darkness right in front of him. But as soon as the boy saw what the girl was holding in her hands, he immediately saw the light, because he had forgotten such an elementary truth. It was too presumptuous of him, because the main instigator of everything that was happening was Laurel, who was holding the dagger in her hand. Only 5 people knew about her plans, and they could have been brought back anyway if the plan with Elt had gone as planned. But Ed Taylor, in the eyes of the redhead, was exactly the kind of person who could not be so easily bribed and brought back under control. If the girl had gotten rid of this young man somewhere in the middle of the forest, where no one would see them, her plan would have been crowned with inevitable success. After all, it was Laurel Caheln who was constantly pulling the strings, using and getting rid of people in the course of her plans. Ed urgently needed to come up with something if he wanted to survive at that moment, but the boy's body was far from in a condition to run. While he was thinking, Laurel chose the right moment and took several sharp steps towards him, swinging her dagger. But suddenly, instead of killing the boy on the spot, she cut a piece of cloth from his shirt and began to tie it around his neck. Ignoring Ed's stunned expression, Laurel asked him solicitously why the boy had allowed himself to be hurt so badly. She asked Ed to let him help, then took the boy by the shoulder and began to lead him to the hut where she had previously managed to make a fire. Laurel raised her beautiful green eyes to him, and with a slight smile suggested to the boy that they warm up together first, since the rain had stopped. Watching how beautifully the flame burned, Ed asked the girl in surprise if she really did as they agreed. The redhead confirmed his words and said that she had found a way to convince the groom to participate in their plan to distract the Gold King. Taylor asked the beauty how she managed to do it, but he quickly realized that this question was inappropriate because she was Laurel herself. The girl smiled and said that if their plan worked, she would completely take over Elt's organization and would be able to pay Ed. The young man did not react to her questions about whether such questions made the guy happy, because at that moment he was thinking slightly about other things. Laurel decided to thank him anyway and say that she would never forget what Ed had done for her, but he only asked her to pay him back. Having said that she would definitely do what was due, the green-eyed girl decided to ask the boy about Yanuka because she worried her. The girl turned to him and asked how close he and Janica were, to which Ed simply called the girl a very good person. Laurel confirmed his words and said a few compliments towards Janica, after which Ed asked the redhead why she asked. Trying hard to hide the sadness and bitterness inside her, Laurel smiled and said that she had always dreamed of becoming like Janica. Meanwhile, in Ophilis's pavilion, Elt left as soon as he received the corresponding report from his people regarding Laurel. Zix was unable to cope under the pressure of all of Elt's subordinates, but instead of fighting them, he had to stop his own allies. While the poor guards of the Golden King were screaming at the top of their lungs because of what was happening around them, Zix was trying to figure out how to resolve it. At first, Yanuka simply had a worried expression on her face, but at some point the girl's spirits began to come out. She needed to be stopped before there were even more victims. But Zix was not the kind of person who could handle the girl. He tried to understand what was happening to Yanuka, but he was doing a terrible job of it, because she became even more angry after one of the spirits told her something. After listening to everything the green dove told her, Yanuka turned towards Zix with a furious expression on her face and said that she was not angry. When it was all over, Zix came to Ed and told him about it, and mentioned that the blame for the destruction of Ophilis fell on Villain. Aalis, the head maid, in turn, was completely depressed after those events, so she has not said a word since then. Laurel continued to play her part, so Ed believed that the plan must have worked as they had intended. The boy, who was finally home, came closer to the stream and decided that this incident had a bad effect on his everyday activities. His new goal was to obtain the skill of spiritual magic, which required making a contract with the spirits and infusing one artifact with magic. While the boy was flying in his own thoughts about development, Janica came to visit him and happily waved her hand at him. The girl said that she had a headache and her body ached a lot, so she decided to take a break in the fresh air in the woods. Remembering that she was not the only one who suffered during that event, Janica asked how Laurel felt. But as soon as the beauty heard that the red-haired witch was resting in her lover's house, she immediately felt irritated. Laurel was glad that the situation with the pavilion was resolved, but she still had a lot of work to do. To begin with, the redhead needed to convince the head maid Aalis of something, and then arrange the sale of that very grimoire book. But for these 3 days, the girl was forced to wait for a carrier pigeon from the company's headquarters, remaining in Ed's house with anxiety in her heart. She understood that this turn of events irritated her a little, but the beauty no longer had any choice but to endure it. The fact that she was close to Ed Rottweiler made the green-eyed girl's heart flutter every time she saw him nearby. His unconditional kindness and trust in her made her feel safe, something that was extremely rare in Laurel's life. This feeling, natural for all other people, was more precious to her than any gold, because the girl spent her whole life on the cold streets. Watching Yanuka hanging around Ed made Laurel feel angry because she didn't want to give this guy to anyone else. Janica's life was filled with attention and kindness from her family and friends, while Laurel had none of that and was jealous. She was thinking about how to convince Yanuka to back down, since the redhead didn't want to compete with her at all. 3 days of living together with Ed was a great advantage for her, which she could later use to her advantage. First, the beauty had to use the standard approach, showering the boy with the money he needed so much. Although immediately after this thought, Laurel began to doubt because her finances were going through hard times and she could not throw them away. When the idea of paying for the boy's education came to her mind, Laurel immediately rejected it because she thought how stupid she would look in front of him. In her entire life as a redhead, she had never had a boyfriend, so the girl simply did not know how to behave in such situations and attract attention. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her asking her to move over because this place did not belong to her. Turning around, the green-eyed girl saw sleepy Lucy Merrill in the doorway, who was already entering the hut, as if it were her own home. Laurel stared at Lucy in surprise and asked what she was doing there, but she only said that she had just come to lie down and sleep in the sun. Before the sleepy princess even had time to enjoy her sleep, she felt someone's strong arms grab her and carry her out of the house. Ed Rottweiler threw Lucy out into the street and apologized to Laurel for probably waking her up with that terrible noise. He added that now Lucy didn't have to sneak into the house anymore, so the redhead could calmly return to sleep. Well, sleep was the last thing on the girl's mind, So she asked Ed how often Lucy Merrill visited him. Ed explained that the beauty had to treat Lucy's sleep as something inevitable or a natural disaster because she was always asleep. Laurel's life in Ed's house was going wonderfully until the morning of the second day, when, contrary to her wishes to be alone with him, someone came. That day, the first thing the redhead saw from the moment she woke up was Yanuka, who came to visit the boy again. The green-eyed girl, unfortunately, did not yet have the authority to contradict Yanuka, so she simply had to accept reality as it was. Besides Yanuka, Laurel was even irritated by sleeping Lucy, who, although she did not bother her in any way, was simply in Ed's house and did not allow them to be alone. Ed Rottaylor, meanwhile, paid no attention to the women's squabbles, because his eyes were not on matters of much greater importance to him. The young man finally finished making the brick, which increased his crafting skills and allowed him to implement one idea. After some time, a huge and beautiful fireplace appeared in his hut, which Ed could not build due to constant problems. Thanks to this structure, he could now easily prepare food, which Belle Maya often gave him. But since the weather was wonderful outside, the boys preferred to light a fire and breathe fresh air, enjoying lunch together. That day, Laurel was just telling Ed that very soon she would have the opportunity to pay me the money I had promised. The girl asked Ed if he needed anything else besides money, and he began to think about what he might need for construction or everyday life. After thinking for a bit, the boy asked the redhead if they had any tools for magical engineering, surprising Laurel with such a question. While they narrowed their eyes and chatted sweetly about important topics, Yanuka sat silently to the side and watched these lovebirds with displeasure. Suddenly, Rottaylor turned to the second girl and asked her for a favor, which made Yanuka exclaim. Hearing that the boy wanted to make a contract with some spirit, Yanuka immediately became happy and said that now she could become his teacher. Yanuka began to tell excitedly that first the guy needed to check the connection with the spirit, and before that, concentrate. She handed him a chick named Karis, who she asked to talk to the boy for a while to test his connection, which was poor. The chick said that the boy could hardly hear him, so it was not profitable for him to gain a spirit now, because he was very busy. Not wanting to listen to Karis's indignation, Yanuka quickly hid it and smiled kindly at Ed, asking if the boy had heard anything. After Ed said he had only heard a few words, Laurel intervened and asked if the boys were finished. Green Eyes said that the company just happened to have an excess of magical goods, so she would gladly give him as much as he needed. Laurel couldn't help but take advantage of the situation, so she said that if the young man would visit her organization every 3 days, everything would work out. At that moment, Yanuka's patience ran out and the girl tore herself away from her seat, starting to yell at Laurel for her insolence. While the girls were arguing once again, Ed sat quietly and enjoyed his food, thinking that half of his problems had been solved. Suddenly, the boys heard the familiar voice of Miss Belle Maya nearby, who was looking for the girls who had disobediently run away from classes at the academy. The new headmaid apologized for the unexpected visit during a time when things were not so peaceful, but she had some bad news. Belle Maya turned to Laurel and said that the former headmaid had given the boys a very important message. The maid herself was told this top-secret information by one of the students, who asked her to keep it a secret. When Belle Maya agreed to her terms, the girl told the maid that Yanuka liked that same Ed Rottaylor. The maid rolled her eyes and wondered if she should have at least pretended to be surprised out of politeness, since it had known about this from the very beginning. Still, Belle Maya decided to react calmly, so she simply continued listening to the stories of one of Yanuka's friends and hanging up the laundry. Finally, the friend added that it was not the main thing, because the other day there was one name that Yanuka mentioned in their conversation. That name was Laurel Kecheln, which belonged to the very one whom Yanuka had recently come to hate with all her soul. Her friend spoke her thoughts out loud and accidentally said that against that red-haired witch, the angelic Yanuka didn't even have a chance, because love was a complicated thing. Her story was finally stopped by Belle Maya, who said that Ed Rottaylor was not a bad person, but he was not interested in a relationship at all now. The girl's friend immediately got angry, being sure that he was killing himself with his popularity, surrounding himself with that girl, but not with Yanuka. Returning to reality, Belle Maya looked at Laurel sitting next to her, and mentally called her the stray cat sitting in front of the fish stand. Then she turned her gaze to Yanuka and also mentally called the girl an innocent kitten trembling with fear in front of a tiger. The last thing the maid's gaze fell on was the sleeping Lucy Merrill, whom the woman called an ordinary cat. Noticing that something was wrong with the maid, Ed asked her about it, but Maya just brushed it off, saying that she had a headache. Laurel, meanwhile, was turning her words over in her head, so she decided to ask the maid again what she wanted to tell them. Maya bowed to the girl and said that she wanted to tell her something, because she had a message from the former economy. The burning fire dispelled the darkness of the night, and since it was already late, Yanuka went to the dormitory, taking Maya and Lucy Merrill with her. Since Laurel was in hiding, it was disconcerting to realize that instead of being found, she had become known to the instructor at the Aalis building. But finally, the carrier pigeon announcing victory had already arrived, so now the redhead had to prepare to attend classes. Even though everything seemed to be falling into place, Ed was still worried about the possibility that Elt had some trump cards up his sleeve. Green Eyes threw the letter from the dove into the fire and said that this man was as cunning as she was, but he had no trump cards. To calm her friend down a little, Laurel said that Aalis would not tell anyone who was behind that whole situation, because that was their agreement. The girl read another letter that Maya had given her and thought that Aalis would definitely not harm her. The item the maid handed her contained a detailed list of the orphanages Aalis had sponsored throughout her life. Aalis's hard work never ended, causing her health to deteriorate, but she continued to pretend that she saw nothing. Aalis ended up being the one who couldn't work and take on the responsibility of the orphanages, so she put her whole life on that plan. The maid was cold and emotionless, so no one understood it, but those who followed her more than understood Aalis. Laurel said that her victory was obvious from the start, which is why Aalis stuck to her side and did not send threats later. In the world of merchants, there was no such thing as sympathy, because if such a mistake was made, the person was considered a complete fool. If it turned out that Laurel was behind the plan, she would not get anything good out of it, so the girl decided to take Aalis back. The redhead got up from her seat and told Ed that now she needed to slowly return to the dorm and her normal life. To help her out a little, Ed Taylor handed his friend a homemade torch and said that it would be enough to light the way for a while. But Laurel seemed to be thinking about something because she just stood and silently looked at the young man, not intending to take the torch in her hand. Ed asked her about it in surprise, and the redhead said that she only now realized that the young man was taller than she always thought. Laurel felt her heart pounding in her chest, but she still found the strength to say that she wanted to seize the initiative. Ed Taylor looked at the beauty and tried his best to pretend that he didn't understand anything at all, but the guy was doing a pretty bad job of it too. Green-Eyed took a step towards him and carefully straightened his tie, saying that the essence of human relationships was very different for everyone. Trying to change the subject, Ed pointed out that there was no one else around them, so she shouldn't have cared what his tie looked like. Laurel giggled, pulled the boy closer to her, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, trying to keep her heart from running away from her. The girl tried to hold on tightly, but she still felt awkwardness spreading throughout her body. Ed turned away and chided her that Laurel should have kept within the bounds of what was permitted, thus upsetting her a little. But the beauty didn't let it show, which is why she simply said that next time she would expect the initiative from the young men. Not wanting to be alone any longer with the one who made her so nervous, the redhead turned around and headed towards the academy. As he watched her go, the boy thought about how he tried to avoid interacting with the main characters of the main scenario. But as expected, things didn't always work out the way he wanted in this world, so Ed just sighed in disappointment and accepted it. He stared at the sky, feeling a little uncomfortable as he began to be pulled into the center of history against his will. With that in mind, his policy of only caring about what was needed, watching the scenario at the very edge of history, never changed. All the guy had to do was get a degree and take care of his qualifications. But now that plan didn't seem so easy to him anymore. As the problems grew more and more every day, the boy did not even notice how quickly the summer flew by and autumn arrived. Yanuka sat under Marilda's tree and listened to the gossip from the forest spirits about how you, the red fox, kissed the young master on the lips. The chick told her about this, trying to motivate Yanuka not to sit idly by, because her lover could simply be stolen from her. The chick's words were joined by a huge fire dragon, who said that the red fox knew how to play with human hearts. Yanuka did not tolerate such impudence, so she immediately screamed for the animals to stop deceiving her and tell her how Ed himself reacted. Trying to remember the situation, The flame dragon said that the boy was just trying to keep his distance by being cold. The dragon said that the boy was too indifferent to it, because even he liked that kiss. Even though Yanuka was glad to hear that Ed didn't care about Laurel's actions, the girl still felt sad for some reason. Suddenly, the dragon continued to speak again in a raised tone about how the more they pushed that fox away, the more obsessed she became. Realizing that Mr. Tarkin was gradually losing her temper, the other spirits approached Yanuka and began to calm the girl down, noticing her sadness. Tarkin, in turn, did not retreat until the last, so he continued to try to put in his 2 cents in Yanuka's conversation with the spirit of the Blue Panther. Yanuka, meanwhile, was so confused and upset that she didn't even know how to deal with this whole situation. The culprit of her depressed state was at home at the time, spoon-feeding Lucy Merrill, who was visiting him again. When Lucy Merrill tasted the disgusting soup the boy had made her, she screamed loudly that he was a terrible cook. Based on this, Ed even thought for a few seconds about improving his culinary skills in spite of bad food ingredients. But because he had too much to do, and my son had put it off, there was now much more of Yanuka in his life than anyone else. He easily got used to this rhythm of life, but Ed was troubled by the thought that he could never find time to check whether the script was going well. Usually, the young man closely followed the main characters and actors, namely Taylor and the 4 heroines of the game. Taylor specialized in combat training, so he was difficult to cross, and he steadily rose in rank. His returning companion Ayla provided the boy with due support, while Funa also coped well with her new responsibilities. But the golden daughter of Laurel looked like she was walking on thin ice, because the guy didn't know how Elt could behave after that situation. The reason he needed more time to check was because he also needed to check the professorial corps. This was due to the fact that the final boss of the second act was Professor Glast, who was currently investigating the Aalis case. He communicated with his assistant Claire Elfin, to whom he entrusted all the work related to that incident in the dormitory. The professor ordered his assistant not to lose sight of the most important thing and to be very attentive to the work, because the matter was important. But at times, Mr. Glast would lose control of himself and simply yell at the poor thing, as if she had done something terrible and bad. Claire Elfin was a very strong girl, but after Mr. Glast's release, she needed psychological therapy to continue working. Despite all these downsides to her job, Claire still returned to work after some time and did what she was asked to do. At that very moment, the assistant was reviewing the cases of 3 students who had minimal connections to the Aalis dorm case. The assistant carefully studied the information about these guys and thought whether it was worth doing this at all if the case was almost finished. The one who caught her attention the most was Ed Taylor, whose appearance seemed very familiar to her and instilled some doubts in Claire. Ed, meanwhile, found just enough time to visit the Elka trading company and resolve the problem with the deal regarding the tools. Laurel, who was in front of the boy, continued to scold them for completely forgetting about his visit that day. But the girl quickly pulled herself together and got down to business, saying that they had had all the materials for the deal ready a long time ago. When she mentioned that she had an important meeting on her schedule today, Ed was genuinely interested in it for the first time. Laurel giggled softly and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, not answering the young man's question, not wanting to tell him about it. The girl looked at the boy and asked if he had finished setting up his hut, but he was still at the final stage. Remembering that woodworking was his specialty, the redhead deliberately broke the leg of the wooden chair that stood next to Ed. Ed looked at the chair next to him blankly and said that it was too luxurious a product for him to fix. The boy took a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said that he was, in any case, very grateful to Laurel for her help. The girl simply smiled back at him because she was happy about the very fact of the boy's presence in the office of her new company. The redhead took a couple of steps towards him and asked Ed with an intent look why his expression hadn't changed at all. Recalling the events of one of the days when she was in his hut, Laurel noted that she had made a surefire move to get the guy. Laurel looked him straight in the eye and emphasized that the help she offered him was done with ulterior motives. While Ed kept opening his mouth to say something, the green-eyed girl continued to talk about how she didn't fight a fight she couldn't win. She gently touched his chest with her finger and menacingly declared that, as usual, she would not back down and would achieve her goal. Always the same charming smile on her face, no matter whether she had a chance to win or was in a difficult situation. This merchant nature never allowed Laurel to reveal her feelings, even at the academy, where from time to time she really wanted to. At the academy, meanwhile, there was a joyful Yanuka, who was simply in anticipation of conducting a lesson with Ed regarding spirits. Yanuka Failover loved the power of fire, so she used it for the first time, wanting to show off her best abilities. The girl smiled at Ed and asked if the boy wanted to try focusing his mana and forming some kind of connection. Taylor had no choice but to agree, since he had already agreed to Yanuka becoming his teacher in dealing with spirits. As soon as the young man touched the magical power in the beauty's hands, something alive immediately appeared there and greeted Lord Ed. That creature was a low-ranking fire spirit named Mog, who was truly honored to form a contract with the young man. Mog began to tell the guy that upon the proposal to choose his full-fledged spirit, the dragon had gone through many stages of qualification. He got the highest score in the independent exercise on magic efficiency in the forest, so he was the best of the best. Mog exclaimed that his body was simply burning with anticipation, and the spirit itself swore that it would burn its heart only with the intention of serving Ed. One day during the game, Ed had already received a spiritual type skill with which they laughed and joked together, which led to a strong bond. With little Mog, he felt almost the same feeling as in that very game, because the kid really was very cute. Ed asked Yanuka what exactly Mog was best at, and the girl said that she chose for him a spirit with the best magical characteristics. But in order to get a good and strong spirit, the selection process was really difficult, as Mog said when he mentioned qualifications. The one who carried out that selection process was Tarkin, the same powerful fire dragon who had recently calmed Yanuka down because of Ed. Not wanting to go into details, Yanuka handed Rottler the little Mog and asked the young man to be careful with him. The boy took the spirit in his hands and felt the warmth that emanated from it, because during contact with contract spirits one could always feel their magic. With this in mind, Ed asked his friend if the strength of Mog's fire changed depending on how he adjusted their connection, to which Yanuka agreed. The girl giggled a little and said that the boy shouldn't have addressed Mogu as some kind of machine, but Ed's head was already filled with other things. The boy looked at this little creature and realized that it was a real portable heater, and one that could talk. Watching the boy's face, Yanuka told him that she was glad to see him happy, because the boy always had a terribly tired face. Yanuka told her friend to be sure to contact her if he needed any help, since it was difficult to have his own spirit. The beauty was in a positive mood, so she was telling him about her teaching plans, when suddenly she let slip that she would look forward to the next meeting. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hand and fell silent. But Ed still suspected something was wrong and looked at the girl in surprise. She immediately started trying to justify herself, saying that she had a lot of things to do and everything else, so it was time for her to go. Remembering what all her friends had said about this boy, Yanuka said that teaching him spiritual connection for free would be too much. Ed surprisingly agreed with her and said that he took the beauty's goodwill for granted, but he still should have at least repaid her with a few coins. Hearing such nonsense, Yanuka immediately protested and said that there was no need for this at all, since the guy had no money at all. She continued to practically scream in Ed's face, saying that they didn't have the kind of relationship where they could pay each other back with money. Not understanding what was happening, Rottler stared at the girl and asked her why she was the one who first started talking about money. She asked why Yanuka was acting so strangely if she didn't need anything from him, but this only made the beauty even more worried. The poor thing started making excuses again, saying that, according to Clara, she was too generous, and that Yanuka should learn to say no sometimes. But even though Ed also confirmed her friend's words, Yanuka still said that she couldn't just take and change. Not wanting to be in front of the guy's eyes any longer, Yanuka jumped up and started running away under the pretext that she really had important things to do. Ed Rottler had no choice but to stand in his place, equally surprised, waving goodbye to her, trying to figure out what had just happened. The contract with the spirit still benefited the boy, because he received an advanced magical engineering skill, which was rare. The items Laurel gave him were simple enough to learn quickly, which was why he got through it so quickly. If the boy ran out of firewood, he would use Moog, but if he ran out of mana, the fireplace would help, preventing him from freezing. Sitting near the constructed fireplace, Ed was even glad that his living conditions had definitely improved and that his life had become a little easier. But the realization of this wonderful fact certainly gave the boy the feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Glast's assistant, meanwhile, walked through that forest and felt that there was clearly something wrong in that place, because at night the forest was even scarier. No matter how much she thought about that Aalis case, everything still led the girl to Ed Rothaler, because he was somehow connected with the case. Claire Elfin came to the forest because she heard rumors that it was where the boy lived after being expelled from the dorm. Suddenly, the girl heard some strange sounds and immediately hid behind a tree because she saw someone's figure nearby. She was not mistaken for a second because that figure was Ed Rothaler himself, holding in one hand the carcass of a dead deer that had fallen into his trap. Claire looked after him in amazement and tried to understand what it was, because in addition to the deer's body, there was one sleeping beauty sleeping peacefully on his shoulder. Director Obel, who was as powerful as Archmage Glocktum, had once used all his powers to confront that girl. Lucy Merrill was terribly strong and dangerous in Claire Elfin's opinion, and this guy was carrying her so calmly on his shoulder. Continuing to peer into his image, Claire became convinced that her premonition had not failed the handsome man, since the invasion of Aalis had been planned. The one who organized all this and brought it to life was Ed Rothaler, who was standing a couple of meters from the girl. Claire watched the young man until he arrived at the hut, trying to comprehend the picture she saw, because the assistant considered it absurd. Ed, meanwhile, had just walked into the cabin and dumped Lucy, saying that he had a lot of work to do and needed to go to bed early that evening. While he was pondering what exactly he wanted for dinner, Glast's assistant continued to watch him closely from behind a tree nearby. When the boy left, Claire ran to the small hut that Ed had made just for Lucy and was about to save her from him. But at the very second the assistant touched the sleeping girl, there was a flash, and Claire literally froze in fear and surprise. Lucy Merrill jumped up from her seat and glared at the stranger, asking her suspiciously who the girl was. Claire smiled excitedly and explained that she was an assistant to a professor in the Sleeping Beauty stream. Without listening to the end of these explanations, Lucy Merrill calmly returned to her hut, making Claire even more surprised. Sleeping Beauty turned towards Glast's assistant and measured her with her displeased gaze, which screamed about the girl's irritation. Suddenly, Lucy Merrill's plans changed dramatically, and the girl flew into the sky, using magic to fly in the direction she needed. The power of her magic was so strong that it illuminated the hut and everything around it, so that it seemed as if it was real day outside. Clary was simply stunned by this development of events, because in those couple of minutes more interesting things happened than in her entire life. Unable to bear it, after some time Claire returned to the academy and laid out all the documents on Glast's table, asking if he knew anything about Ed. Glast looked at his assistant with displeasure and told her that he rarely remembered names, but Claire said that he should at least have known Lucy Merrill. Without waiting for his answer, Claire began to tell her boss about what had happened to her, but due to excitement and the flow of thoughts, the girl's tongue was tied. The assistant sighed and said that, in any case, she used magic, which allowed her to reveal some details of Aalis' case. Since this was forbidden, Glast told the girl to prepare to write an explanatory note, but Claire replied that he needed to take a look first. A moment later, Professor Glast saw a picture of Ed Rothaler sitting on the first floor of the Aalis building. Ed was sitting in such an impressive pose at that moment that the professor even managed to think that he could be the real organizer of the capture. After asking if that was all, Glast responded by telling her that during Claire's trip to the forest, she saw the guy carrying an unconscious Lucy on his shoulder. But knowing how much that girl loved to sleep, the professor simply sighed heavily and ordered his assistant to bring him an explanatory note anyway. Professor Glast noticed how upset his assistant was with this order, but the man remained firm. All the events were documented, and it appears that Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but in the end, they quickly walked past him. Taylor, born with the path of the Holy Sword, was always accompanied by Elvira and her abilities in alchemy and other sciences. The gentleman imagined that boy and did not understand how that young man was able to stand up to the two best students of almost the entire academy. Something in Professor Glast's head didn't add up, and it irritated him to no end, because the man couldn't put the whole picture together. In the forest, meanwhile, Ed was in full swing training with Mog, trying to improve his skills in wielding a dagger in tandem with fire. Mog was very helpful to the boy, telling him that the more he trained, the more evenly the spiritual formula was distributed. As young Master Ed made a marvelous step forward, Mog declared contentedly that it was cause for celebration, and he wanted to sing him a song. The animal had just started singing a song about shepherds to the guy when Ed discontentedly lifted it into the air by its wing, after which the spirit immediately began to apologize to him. Mog screamed that what he most deserved to be forgiven for was that he didn't even understand what he had done wrong, since he was just singing a song. Ed had no desire to tolerate the little animal's screams, so he put on a serious face and told Mogu to speak frankly. The spirits that became low-ranked rose in status through contact with the summoner, so they already loved their owners. The boy asked Mog what Yanuka had offered him in return, since the spirit had no need to make a contract with him, let alone go to such lengths. Observing Mog's doubts, the boy insisted on his own, because he and the animal had to live together for many more days. Mog did not reveal his cards, and again began to shout that all his respect and loyalty came from a pure heart and reverence for his master. Seeing that Ed opened his mouth to tell him something again, Mog began to beg the guy very much to allow him to stay and grow up with him. Ed Rot-Taylor expected to hear more valuable information than this, so he simply sighed and asked if Mog had anything else to add. The little animal told him that since their academy had a good reputation, he chose the boy as his target for the sake of profit. This pleased Ed even more, so the young man simply threw Mog over his shoulder and continued walking forward through the forest with him. Returning home, the main character rushed to chop wood, because he had run out of wood with which he could heat the hut. The boy thought that his fighting skills were weak, but his endurance had grown so much that Ed couldn't even imagine. The pantry in the hut was filled with meat, vegetables, spices, and all sorts of things, so he wouldn't have to think about food anymore. The lessons, which involved simple memorization and theoretical preparation, could have been easily completed if he had put in more effort. Since every day was a forced march for the young man, he could not call his life calm, but compared to the beginning, it was good. Ed was so lost in thought and self-absorbed that he didn't even immediately hear someone trying to call him for the 10th time. Turning around, the boy saw an excited Yanuka in front of him, who was looking at him with big eyes and trying to bring the boy to his senses. Rot-Taylor apologized to his girlfriend and said that he was lost in his own thoughts, so he literally lost touch with reality and scared her. Yanuka reacted calmly to this and said that he shouldn't have overexerted himself too much, because his health came first. Despite this, Ed needed to focus urgently because today he received 3 letters, 2 of which were from the academy and the trading company. But the boy had to read the 3rd letter with the utmost care, because it was evidence that the course of history had been distorted. The main event of the 2nd act, namely the negotiations for the purchase of the sage's seal, was currently in full swing. However, due to the fall of Elka, the original client who sent the request to purchase the seal canceled it due to a conflict that arose. This very client was Rot-Taylor's father, who nevertheless decided to join the negotiations after the problem became even more serious. Rot-Taylor was so powerful that there was no way to suppress him, so Ed knew that this hero had to be crossed out. If he manages to get the seal, he will simply leave in cold blood, but in the original, that hero was supposed to fight the boss in the 4th act. That letter discussed Crepin's actions and doubts about them, and also included a proposal for Ed. When Clark approached Mistress Fiona and reported to her that he had delivered that letter to the Northern Forest as per her orders, the girl thanked him. It was extremely shameful that the seal of the sage, namely the heart of the academy, was sold for such a price, so the director asked her for help. But Fiona was now interested in the question of how Crepin had found out about everything and expressed a desire to take part in the negotiations about the purchase. Clark said his son might have told him about it, because after his family expelled the boy from home, he might have wanted to return with all his might. Suddenly, the boys' conversation was interrupted by a female voice, which said that it was not at all as they thought. Fiona and Clark turned around to see Laurel approaching them with a welcoming smile and asking if she could share a cup of tea with them. Princess Fiona had no great desire to have tea with this girl, so she said that her visit was unexpected for them. She looked Laurel in the eye and said that she had previously thought that the redhead couldn't stand her, but Laurel had simply denied it. Crepin's involvement in the negotiations about the seal was most likely the work of Laurel's father, and not Ed, as the green-eyed girl said. Fiona looked up at her in surprise and asked her pseudo-friend to repeat what she had said. The redhead explained that Crepin had asked her father to buy the seal from the very beginning, but the girls knew nothing about it until one moment. After listening to the green-eyed girl's full story, Fiona thought and said that her family was very similar to Ed's family, because they had common interests. Laurel took a sip of tea and said that given her current situation, the girl preferred to keep her distance from such partners. Fiona Elias was starting to get a little irritated by this whole situation, so the princess sternly asked the girl why she was talking about it. The green-eyed girl's answer was very simple, because it was beneficial for both her and the princess, since they could control the key families of the academy. In addition to this, Laurel added that she also thought that in this situation she could hurt Ed, and he was her good friend and comrade. Looking off into the distance, Laurel emphasized that he was a man who had separated from his family and was living a new life, enjoying it. The fact that the redhead was so worried about someone simply amazed Fiona, because she considered her friend's behavior incredibly strange. But despite her hatred for her interlocutor, the princess said that the young man could clearly be useful in investigating their case. Finally, the blonde added that in case of betrayal, she would have no choice but to waste him and forget about him. Laurel placed the cup on the table and leaned over him, saying that there was always another way out, because they could deceive and exploit. Noticing her reaction, Laurel laughed loudly and asked, almost with tears in her eyes, who would be to blame in that case? Not wanting to tolerate such impudence towards the lady, Clark burst into their conversation and ordered Laurel to watch her tone. The redhead, meanwhile, announced that she and the princess were now allies, so she wanted to give her one sincere piece of advice. Fiona didn't need to use her tricks along the way that could interfere with her fair victory, and moreover, harm her in any way. Clark was extremely displeased with such impudent advice, and immediately shouted that the scoundrel should be held responsible for such tactlessness. But the princess quickly stopped him, because she was confused, since the intentions of Ed Rottailer and his father were not clear to her. After thinking for a bit, Fiona was convinced that the one they should fear most was the arrogant Laurel, who didn't even show respect to her. The redhead, meanwhile, managed to return to the company, where a very unpleasant surprise awaited her, which made her exclaim. There she saw Ed standing in front of her, with Yanuka next to him, who waved her hand at her and asked how Laurel was doing. Green-eyed didn't even expect to see that girl in her company, so she silently went to make tea for the guests. With one ear listening to their conversation, Laurel turned and smiled sweetly, indicating that Ed had probably come for engineering supplies. The boy confirmed her words, and after a while they found themselves in a room lined with cabinets with a bunch of stuff on them. As soon as Yanuka saw the things that were on these shelves, she almost screamed that they were real new items. Laurel reproached the girl for not understanding anything at all, since there were marks on those things that proved they were secondary. Yanuka picked up the ball, on which a couple of scratches suddenly appeared, and screamed that she scratched it on purpose, but she only smiled in response. Ed didn't want to stay with these crazy women any longer than necessary, so he thanked the green-eyed girl for her help. When he said that it would be a good idea to pay at least a little for it, Yanuka confirmed his words and said that it would be beneficial for everyone. While they argued among themselves about whether it was worth giving money, Ed sat and again felt how the familiar sensation again took over his body. It felt like Ed was sinking into water, and although he had a lot of work, he had often been stuck in that state lately. Considering all this, the young man also needed to keep Crepin and the sage who had interfered in the process of purchasing the seal under control. Besides that, Ed also had to cut up and cook the fawn he had caught the day before yesterday, and the hut needed to be cleaned. One of these tasks was cooking meat for Lucy Merrill, who also continued to visit his hut regularly for a good night's sleep. He was so lost in his thoughts and deep in himself that he again did not immediately hear the excited voices of Yanuka and Laurel, who were trying to call him. Fiona, meanwhile, sat with a cup of coffee and thought that it was worth acknowledging that Ed had acted decisively during the battle against Glaskin. He had a reputation among the students as a diligent textbook student, and Laurel had warned her not to dare treat him carelessly. The princess had a feeling that the boy was beyond her perception, so she needed to check. It was under the pretext of checking that Fiona sent him an order to pay her a visit at the royal residence to discuss something. The girl turned to Clark and asked the man if her schedule was ready and what time Ed was also due to arrive. But Clark told her that Ed Rottailer would not be able to visit her anytime soon, even though she had sent him a royal warrant. In order not to maintain the intrigue, Clark did not drag it out and quickly informed Fiona that the young man had simply collapsed unconscious from exhaustion. Due to all his problems, Ed became a victim of an abnormal state of exhaustion, which could only be overcome by proper rest. As the boy felt heaviness throughout his body and an unbearable heat in his lower abdomen, he opened his eyes and saw Lucy Merrill sleeping on top of him. The girl seemed to be in the deepest phase of her sleep, as she was muttering something under her breath and not paying attention to what was around her. Ed Rottailer carefully lifted his head from the pillow and began to think about how he could remove Lucy from his body, because this was already the ultimate insolence. Remembering how easily he had managed to throw that girl into the spirits, Ed wondered why she had felt so light to him at that moment. Since the boy was now unable to even move, Lucy seemed much heavier to him, because his strength had completely left him. Finally, the sleeping beauty opened one eye and muttered something again, to which Ed asked in response if it was true that she only slept and ate. The next moment, Lucy immediately jumped up and touched his chest with her hand, saying that the mana flows in his body were indeed very distorted. At that moment, everything finally became clear to Ed, because throughout this whole time the girl was simply trying to help him and restore him. Lucy began to tell that, in addition to this, she was constantly walking on a thin knife edge because of certain people's looks, which really irritated her. Without wanting to go into details, she said that she was very ill and could die from the disease, so Lucy asked the guy to take care of himself. While she was still on him, Ed Rottailer took a deep breath and said that he was incredibly grateful to the girl for her help. Suddenly the boy heard a familiar voice near the entrance to the hut, which was glad that his older friend had woken up. Looking closely, the young man saw Zix there, who said that he did not know whether it was possible to use the fireplace, so he made a fire outside. Since Zix had been outside the whole time, he had no idea that Lucy Merrill was inside with the guy. Lucy, in turn, also had no desire for strangers to see her with the young man, so she quickly turned away and hid. But after a second, this idea seemed wrong to her, so the girl jumped up and flew out of the hut through the door. Zix found the whole situation very funny, so he giggled and asked which girl it was in his house. Without waiting for a response from Ed, Zix, keeping up the joke, said that there was nothing wrong with having girls around him all the time. Rottailer was in no mood for his silly pranks, so the boy asked his friend why he was there. Zix explained that Yanuka needed to excel in her studies and attendance, and Laurel was away on business, so he stayed. Even though Lucy Merrill helped the boy a lot, he still had no strength, so Zix had to feed him with a spoon. The moment a drop of soup prepared by Zix hit the guy's mouth, he spat it out and said that Zix was a terrible cook. That same terrible cook sighed in frustration and said that he wanted to invite one of the girls to help, but Laurel forbade him. Taking advantage of the moment, Ed decided to check the script and therefore asked Zix about the alchemy students who secretly launched the mandrakes. Luckily, everything followed the plot, so Zix said that Elvira and Taylor quickly dealt with the issue and resolved everything. I'm not going to back down. Ed also said that he heard that some monsters have infiltrated the Academy's underground water protection system. In response, hearing that Taylor had dealt with those creatures as well, Ed exhaled and asked how long he had been lying in his hut without feeling. When the next second the guy heard that he had been lying in bed for 10 days, he immediately opened his eyes wider in surprise at what had happened to him. In order not to upset the boy, Zix explained that no one would be able to visit him due to his severe underachievement at the Academy. Ed was the last to think about this, because now he was worried about the fact that in so much time, he could have done a lot of useful things. I understand that he wasted a lot of time. Ed Rottailer told Zix that he urgently had to convey his words to Laurel because it was important. The next day, when the battle for the Sage's Seal began, the bidders were Princess Fiona and a representative from the Laurel Trading Company. Laurel remained as confident as ever, convinced that the princess would lose this deal in disgrace. But the girl didn't take into account just one thing, namely the one who shouldn't have been at that deal at all, according to the original scenario. Unexpectedly, Crepin Rottailer, who was the head of the Rottailer ducal family and the boss of the fourth act, entered the girls' negotiation room. He looked at the girls carefully and said that he was very glad to see them in good health and in a good mood. Watching the princess carefully cut the steak, Aryan said he would like to make a formal apology, even though a lot of time had passed. But as soon as he mentioned the situation with his own son, Fiona quickly stopped the man and said that everything was quite fine regarding that. Crepin Rottaler smiled sweetly at the girl and also took up his food, because previously he was full of nobility, dignity, and wisdom. In every gesture of the vassals who served Crepin, one could feel their respect for this duke, even though he possessed the highest power. Only one person's eyes could see the true essence of this man, who deep down in his soul was the most cruel devil. Crepin's gaze fell on Laurel, who was sitting next to him, and the man asked the red-haired woman if she was the same representative of the trading company. Laurel stood up and introduced herself by name, saying that he was absolutely right and that it was a great honor to be in the same room with him. Crepin said that he had heard about the insight and the adventurous streak in the character of the only daughter of the Golden King Elt. The man also added that he imagined his old friend's daughter exactly as she looked, which could not but please him. During the negotiations, each participant had to write down the price and offers, and the one who made the highest bid would win. The seal of the sage was a treasure of the Academy, but the Academy did not want to publicly announce that they were selling such a valuable item. When everyone had gathered in the conference room, the auction supervisor guaranteed the confidentiality of the participants who were there. He clearly announced that right here at this very moment, whoever deposits a large amount will receive the seal of the sage without any problems. Fiona was informed in advance of the chosen trading method, and she studied all similar cases of transactions involving the sale of similar books. Such deals included selling the order book for 8,000 coins, the Book of Inertia for almost 7,000 coins, and many other magical guides. When selling items of this type, there was talk of the value of inherent magic, the value of an academic item, and the simple value of luxury. Laurel, who looked very focused, probably knew the prices and transaction records of many more books by heart. However, despite this, Crepin Rottaler was still supposed to be the one in whose hands the seal of the sage would end up. When the observer reported that the bids from the bidders had been received, she thanked both parties for their valuable contributions. It was an open-ended auction where the decision was made on a single bid, so it was important to know the limit of the amount that the parties could pay. Fiona remembered Laurel's words about how she was willing to buy an item that could bring such a profit, stopping at nothing. If she wanted to make a profit on such a purchase, she would definitely not have spent more than 8,000 coins, which was the largest amount in the history of transactions. The princess reflected that if Crepin had offered a larger sum than Laurel, the book would certainly have been his. Finally, the presenter announced the proposed amount, and said that Crepin Rottaler offered 8,500 gold coins for the sage's book. This was exactly what Fiona expected from him, because Crepin was not the kind of person who would attend the academy to profit from a book. But as soon as the girl heard that Laurel Kesheln was ready to give almost 1,000 coins more for this thing, she was stunned. Because it was a one-off auction, the sage's seal was given to the Elka Trading Company, which was represented by the beautiful Laurel. Crepin Rottaler was unhappy with this turn of events, because he had not come to the academy to hear about his loss. As Fiona watched the man and his guards leave the room, she wondered what the vile Laurel had originally intended to do. The princess simply could not believe that the red-haired girl was ready to pay such a huge sum for an ordinary book, albeit a very important one. Suddenly, the thought came into the girl's head that Laurel had wanted from the very beginning to prevent the book from being handed over to such an evil man as Crepin. But Fiona quickly dismissed this thought, because the green-eyed girl was not one of those people who acted in the name of justice. The thought of not wanting to give the book to that man did not leave the princess, so she believed that Laurel was being controlled by someone. It could have been the man who was much taller than the girl, and knew about Crepin's dark side and tried with all his might to stop him. Even after his family disowned him and threw him out on the streets, Ed lived with such a desire to stop them that he simply collapsed from exhaustion. As soon as Fiona realized what she had done, the girl immediately felt ill, which is why Clark immediately ran up to her and tried to help the princess. Fiona couldn't stop thinking about how easily she had managed to drive the generous man into the abyss by thwarting his good plans. Laurel, meanwhile, was reading the deed of sale and was happy that she had finally made it work. The words that she would not sell the sage's seal back to Crepin were nothing more than a merchant's lie. But there was one thing. The girl read the letters that were in her hand and was surprised that their author was ready to do anything to obtain the seal of the sage. The redhead smiled at the thought that a free pass to Ed Rottaler for only 900 coins sounded like a good deal. Green Eyes hugged the letter to her chest and plopped down on the bed, glad that she now had all her strength concentrated in her hands. If the princess had seen her expression, she would have had a stroke, because at the moment Fiona felt terribly guilty. After finishing telling Ed about all this, Zix remembered the expression on the redhead's face when she received Ed's letter. Ed thought that he could bet on Laurel's interest in him, but even at that moment he felt a nagging urge to apologize to her. Suddenly, the guys heard a familiar voice nearby, and a second later they saw Yanuka in front of them, who had run away from her lunch break. When Ed started apologizing to his friend for causing them a lot of inconvenience, the girl immediately started stopping him. At this point, Zix said that when Yanuka was running around the academy in tears, rumors started spreading about her broken heart, but she quickly shut them up. The girl ordered one of her spirits to deal with the shameless one, after which she said goodbye to him and waved her hand sweetly. When the huge bear spirit finally pulled the talkative Zix away, Yanuka exhaled and noticed Mog hiding behind her shoulder. He instantly jumped off the girl and ran to his master, begging the boy to kill the spirit for not preventing this terrible incident. Mog burst into tears and shouted that he immediately wanted to rush to the master to apologize, but he was scared, so he was with Yanuka. Zix, whom the bear never managed to take away, said that Mog was indeed telling the truth, because the boy lay unconscious for 10 days. The second Ed heard again that he had been absent from the real world for 10 days, the young man almost won. 10 whole days had passed since then. Then all the meat he caught while hunting should have rotted a week ago. Along with the meat, the fishing nets must also have torn because no one was looking after them or removing them from the water at night. These thoughts instantly made Ed feel upset because he had lost all his food supplies and would have to start all over again. Watching as he was already making a hunting plan in his head, Yanuka firmly stated that she would definitely help the boy with his supplies. Zix also joined in her support, convincing his friend that he would help him with fishing nets and everything else. Turning around and catching sight of the small hut, Ed suddenly remembered that it wasn't as distant a past as he thought. He thought about the time when the boy sat penniless in the woods, under a wooden shelter made hastily from nothing, trying to sleep. Turning back to his friends, the boy was immediately glad that during this time he had managed to solve many more problems than he thought. Life wasn't as complicated as Ed Rottler had made it out to be, so I found peace and decided that everything would work out. The boy was again flying in his thoughts, causing Yanuka to start worrying about him, since Ed still looked very tired. After some time, the girl came to Marilda, whom she had not seen for a long time, and wanted to discuss everything that had happened recently. The she-wolf, in turn, fully supported the beauty, and mentioned that Yanuka should learn a thing or two from that cunning red fox. Marilda had a healthy amount of experience, so she said that if Yanuka wanted to get a man, she had to be a bit of a fox herself. But despite the fact that young Yanuka had no experience at all in such matters, Marilda still said that she had already managed to earn 100 points. To avoid maintaining the intrigue, the she-wolf explained that Ed really liked it when she coped with everyday tasks. The she-wolf advised the girl to roll up her sleeves and tie her hair, because anyone would like the feeling of support from a friend who was always there. Yanuka looked at her friend, the consultant in matters of the heart, and was simply amazed at how Marilda knew so many useful things about. Throwing aside all tenderness, the she-wolf pounced on the girl and began asking how she tried to get closer to Ed when she was at his house. But as soon as Marilda heard that Yanuka had done nothing at all for this that day, she almost went berserk at this stupid little person. The other spirits that were flying around had not seen the she-wolf so angry and sad for a long time, so they screamed excitedly. Marilda, in turn, took full initiative and began to scold her mistress for how useless she had been in the relationship. Not wanting to provoke her friend any further, Yanuka screamed that there was still one way to deal with her, so Marilda needed to listen to her. The she-wolf finally calmed down a little and leaned closer to the girl while she did the same, preparing to tell her the plan. As evening approached, it was deep night in the forest, the impenetrable darkness of which was diluted only by the light of the moon and sparks from the fire in the camp. The stew Yanuka cooked over the fire was so delicious that Zix's cooking didn't even come close to it. With this in mind, Ed was convinced that he needed to improve his cooking skills, but before that, he needed to focus on recovery. Although the boys helped in many ways, he could not constantly show signs of fatigue. but at the same time he still felt a little unwell. The headache and slight fever returned to the boy again, making him feel several times more tired. Suddenly, caring Yanuka appeared in his room, who emphasized that Ed really looked very tired. The beauty walked into the room and sat down next to Ed's bed, telling him that he shouldn't worry, because she wasn't going to do anything bad. Yanuka immediately sensed people, so she smiled sweetly and asked the boy not to pretend that it wasn't hard for him at all. She added that if the body became tired, then the spirit became tired too, since this process was the same for everyone, and she knew how to sense it perfectly. The girl said that when she was having a hard time, she received a lot of comfort, but the greatest support came from someone who stood next to her and was silent. Yanuka turned around and looked the boy straight in the eyes, telling him that he had had a lot of difficulties, so he had worked hard. Ed Rottailer looked at his friend uncertainly and said that she didn't have to go so far with her compliments. The beauty sighed and said that the boy had been through a hard time and he had to admit it, and then have a good rest to recover. Ed had no choice, because this girl was really right, and he had been having a really hard time lately. The boy leaned back on his pillow, after which he felt Yanuka lay her head on his bed, causing him to relax and fall asleep. Ed woke up only the next morning, and then only because the direct rays of the sun were shining in his face, preventing the boy from sleeping. Looking around, Rottailer saw that Yanuka had fallen asleep on his bed in exactly the same position in which he had last seen her yesterday. This picture touched the indestructible man so much that he even laughed and felt that his body had truly been completely restored. In 10 days, the young man had not made as much progress as he had planned, especially in his relationship, but now it worried him less. Ed's biggest challenge at the time was researching materials for magical engineering, which he wanted to understand. The only problem was that there was a clear limit to how much you could grow by self-studying. Most of the recipes for magical engineering products were rewards from main scenario quests, so it was difficult for Ed to obtain them. Watching Taylor, Ed concluded that the swordsman wasn't particularly interested in magical engineering and acquiring those skills. But unlike the main character of the entire game, Ed Rottailer's situation was completely different, so he couldn't compare them. Here the boy had someone who could get any materials even from the other side of the world, and that someone was Laurel. The redhead said that she couldn't help but be glad of the boy's good appearance, but now she too was so tired that she could barely stand on her feet. She stood up and came closer to the young man, saying that at the moment she was all about the work of the company that had passed to her from her father. As Laurel told her friend about how things were going to go, she slowly got to the point that she really needed a responsible leader on the team. Having finished her little meeting, the echidna girl smiled and looked the boy straight in the eyes, asking him to imagine it. The idea was that Ed would wake up in the morning and go to work in the company building, where he and Laurel would be separated by only one thin wall. These thoughts tormented the green-eyed girl day after day, so she awkwardly grabbed her face and apologized for her excessive talkativeness. In response, Rottailer said that the fact that she gave him so much power and opportunity looked a little strange from the outside. Laurel pulled the hood of her red cloak up in an offended tone and said that the young man didn't understand anything about it. Rather than leave the situation as it was, the redhead said she just wanted to be kind and supportive. Finally, she added that, judging by Ed's behavior, he wanted to have a strictly business relationship with her for the rest of his life, which was true. Redhead was actually upset with this situation, because Ed had never lived in a world where hundreds of gold coins came and went at the snap of a finger. Over the years of experience, Laurel realized the fact that the most valuable thing in such a world was a person who would never betray you and would always be there. She put her hand on Ed's hand and said that it was about the one who would stay by her side, even if the whole world turned its back on the girl. Ed knew that for some it was family, for others a lover, and for others a friend with whom you spent many years of your life side by side. But for the green-eyed girl, who had seen the rise and fall of great merchants, the fact that the same could happen to her was terrifying. Laurel decided to use her puppy eyes and looked straight into the boy's soul, asking if he would be with her until the end. Rottailer did not expect such an action from her at all, so he simply froze and did not understand how he could respond to these words. A moment later, the redhead laughed loudly and said that the young man had not managed to bite, although she thought that she had almost succeeded. She again adjusted her cute eyes to him and said that usually when such a timid and gentle appearance was shown, people's hearts melted. But in the end, Laurel looked down at the ground again and said in a quiet voice that everything she had said was not really a lie. Ed, who had just breathed out a sigh of relief a few minutes ago because it was just a joke, felt the tension in his body again. Looking into the distance, the boy said that he planned to graduate from the academy, and until then he had no intention of leaving it. Although he hadn't yet decided what he would do after graduation, the redhead already had a few ideas in her head that made her smile. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and said that in any case she could have waited until the young man graduated from the academy. The beauty took a small envelope out of her pocket and said that initially the guy had no right to choose, and she would soon take advantage of it. Finally, the cunning Forrest added that she was incredibly happy that after such a long time, she was able to see the handsome man's face. Thinking about what would happen in the future, Ed felt as if he had done something truly terrible in his past and was in her debt. It was a terrible feeling that never left the boy's body with every moment he saw Laurel in front of him. Green Eyes was going to confront the boy with the fact and say that he now belonged to her, but she couldn't do that. And as soon as she saw Ed's face, she failed to implement her plan because she did not want to see his sad expression. Laurel had grabbed the change from her payment for the magical engineering materials, but now she couldn't look him in the face. The girl looked at the boy's hut and wondered whether she should have just left the bag in the hut and silently left. When she finally made her decision, just at that moment a sleepy Yanuka came out of the hut, woke up and started looking for her friend. As expected, the two girls bumped into each other and were clearly not happy about such a meeting, on both sides. They simultaneously began shouting at each other in irritation, demanding to know why they were in Ed Taylor's camp. The confrontation between these two stubborn girls was the beginning of a huge new disaster for Ed, whose life would suffer because of them. While the girls were settling all the issues among themselves, Ed was chopping wood with Mog, while the spirit reproached him for not having eaten yet. Watching Mog do his job so faithfully, Ed apologized to the zebra for causing such chaos in his house because of the guests. But one way or another, thanks to the help of Zix and Yanuka, the boy prepared a sufficient amount of provisions and firewood, and also furnished the hut with furniture. Now the only thing that worried him was the 3 letters he had received before he collapsed, because one of the letters had Laurel as its address. In addition to the letter from Princess Fiona, there was also a letter from the Academy, but its sender turned out to be a very unexpected character for Ed. The author of the letter was Professor Glast, and the message stated that he would like to meet Ed in person after the scientific conference. Unfortunately, the boy was bedridden and couldn't go to Professor Glast, so now Ed didn't know why he called him. Glast was the final boss of Act 2, but the main problem was that his final chapter had already begun, and the battle wasn't that far away. Ed remembered most of the content of the last chapter, where the professor always believed that only a few select talents could change the world. To complete the star magic he was studying, he needed the sage's grimoire, which the Academy sold because they fell for Laurel's trick. In his desperation, Professor Glast will steal the sage's seal and attempt to infuse the spirit of the Academy into the body of Ayla, who was born with a talent for star magic. He was truly crazy because he wanted to create a new progressive era from the talented students he loved so much. But then, in order to save Ayla, Taylor had to come on the scene, who would break through the traps and even break through the Library of Souls. Glast's last words before falling from the magic tower, after all his plans were thwarted, were a little unexpected. These words were a little unexpected because he always dreamed of the development of the era, in its successes, and the search for talented people. But one way or another, the final battle of the second act was the beginning of the war to conquer Glast and change the owner of the sage's seal. It all started with Glast kidnapping Taylor's friend Ayla, who did not expect such actions from him at all, because she trusted the professor. There was nothing surprising in her fear, because the demon of the underground water protection system of Sylvania really inspired fear. Such excuses did not calm Ayla down for a second, because the girl was incredibly upset that her beloved professor had betrayed her. But she was even more offended by the fact that Ed Taylor was kidnapped along with her, who, unlike the girl, remained more than calm. The boy showed no sign of fear as Ayla gushed and begged the professor to let them go. It was at the exact moment he began to mock how afraid the poor thing was that the battle to subjugate Glast officially began. 3 days before the events, Ed had just learned how to do all the magic engineering items that he hadn't been able to do in the 10 days he had missed. The battle against Glast was about to begin, but the young man was incredibly sorry that he had not managed to raise the stats of his magic. While thinking about the plans and materials he needed for magical engineering, Ed Taylor suddenly remembered something. In his head, he came up with the very same way to significantly increase his magical engineering stats, using one small item. In the final chapter of the battle with Glast, there were only 4 battle stages, half of which were not terribly difficult even for Ed. Among them, the highest level of difficulty is the boss scene, namely the 3rd phase called the Secret Laboratory. Reyna, who was the librarian of the Library of Souls, was so strong that it was extremely difficult to break through her without holy sword techniques. But that was a problem Taylor had to solve, and Ed Rottler was only interested in the contents of that library. It was filled to the brim with formulas for magical engineering, and as far as the boy remembered, it dealt with far from double-digit numbers. Looking at Yanuka, who was next to him, the boy thought that if he went there with her, then no problems would arise. Professor Glass, as usual, was at work and telling his students something about classes of different levels. Despite the fact that he spoke of a large number of talented children that year, there were only 3 students in his class, Lucy, Zix, and Laurel. Compared to all of these guys, Ayla's combat power itself wasn't that strong, but she had an affinity for star magic. Suddenly, right in the middle of the lesson, Zix stood up from his seat and asked if the selection criteria for the class could be based on talent. When the young man added that even the students had no idea how they would blossom, Professor Glast somehow became angry with his question. In his rough and intimidating voice, he asked Zix how he dared to think that the professor ignored or destroyed the students by denigrating their efforts. As the students finished reading, Glast said that the surest way to ruin someone's life was to quickly inject confidence into the person. Laurel sat and listened to the man with only one ear, because before entering the academy, she had done a little research on the professors. The obsession with talent, which could be seen as pure pleasure and stubbornness, was probably connected with Glast's daughter. The professor's only daughter, Muri, was an ordinary wizard, but he had boundless faith in her, which was natural, since he was her father. However, Muri perceived this not as her father's faith in her strength, but as the faith of Professor Glast from the Academy's magic faculty. More enlightened than her father, she hastily took part in the conquest of the demonic brain at a young age, something Muri soon regretted. As a result, after that incident, the professor became obsessed with finding obvious talent, because the daughter, who was the sun of his life, destroyed all his expectations. It was said that, as a professor at the academy, he devoted most of his time to researching an unidentified magic called star magic. Well, if you look back at his past, you could see that Professor Glast was not looking for star magic, but for the person who invented it. This man was considered the greatest talent in the history of the great sage, and the academy was named in his honor. The reason he was trying to promote Ayla to a higher class was probably due to his research into star magic, Laurel thought. Suddenly, the redhead's thoughts were interrupted by the professor's address to her, but very soon he said that it would be better to call her to him separately tomorrow. Green Eyes decided that the teacher wanted to talk about the seal of the sage, because it was necessary for star magic. When the professor left, his assistant came to take his place and announced that the class was over, as the ritual was about to begin. Although Ed was a little anxious, the plan was already fully worked out, and the essence of the operation was to follow behind. While Taylor goes through stages 1 through 5 to save her friend, the boy will quietly follow him and collect items. Ed Taylor also made a list of the necessary things he needed to collect for magical engineering in the Library of Souls. But due to the difficulty of cultivating the materials, they could only be made in the later stages of the system scenario, so Taylor would not need them. Thinking about all this, Ed was glad that he would finally be able to check Taylor's work during the 5th phase, and then return to camp. The battle to conquer Glast began on the day of the ritual to obtain the sage's seal, where he was going to take Yanuka with him. The boy thought that she would not like this idea since it was a dark and narrow space, but Yanuka was delighted and agreed. However, the boy's plan was perfect because he had a comrade who supported him with his strength and care. Suddenly, Claire's assistant approached the young man and told him that Professor Glast had called Ed to his office because he wanted to talk to him about something. The ritual to receive the seal was supposed to take place tomorrow, so Ed didn't understand why the professor was calling him if he was supposed to be busy. Last time the boy failed to respond to the man's invitation, so if he called him again, It was a very important matter. Finding himself in the professor's office, the boy saw Ayla in it, who for some reason reacted too sharply to him, which was strange. Although her bad relationship with Ed Rottler lasted for more than 10 months, so such an attitude towards the boy was justified. In addition to all this, during their last meeting, the boy even shot arrows at her, albeit without a tip. But now the more important question was why Ayla, who was supposed to be kidnapped tomorrow when the Battle of Glast began, was in his office. Looking closely at the girl, Ed began to be increasingly concerned about the question of why Glast decided to invite even him to his place. Realizing that from this moment on he could start having huge problems, Ed ran to the professor's desk and pushed all the documents off it. As far as he knew, there was no room for change in the future, so the boy tried his best to find records of Glast's research. If the professor had to talk about a point of contact with Ed Rottler, it could only be about his involvement in the situation with Aalis. After carefully examining the document in his hands, Parnisha realized that it was a report from Claire's assistant, who had once followed him in the forest. Given this, the professor may have been aware of his actions in the dorm, but Ed had no idea what that had to do with the matter. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream from Ayla, causing Rottler to instinctively take out his dagger and point it at the door where someone had entered. But a moment later the boy saw Professor Glast himself there, who looked extremely unhappy that they had pointed such a finger at him. With a dagger. Ayla immediately ran up to the man, screaming that the villain Ed was holding a dagger in his hands and that she was very afraid of him because he was crazy. But suddenly, at the same second as the girl approached him, a purple aura of magic appeared around the professor, which he had activated. The star-time magic he used immediately sent poor Ayla into a time prison from which there was no escape. Having finished with the girl, Professor Glast turned to Ed Rottler and pointed his hand at him, intending to do the same. But Ed, unlike the girl, was not at all confused and sent Mog at his opponent, who caused a huge explosion in his office. Realizing that he had just been outwitted, Professor Glast roared that the impudent boy had realized too quickly what had happened and why. The man emphasized how smooth his reaction was, as he even thought it was a little too perfect for a Rottweiler. Heading towards the guy, he continued to talk about how, in such a short period of time, Ed had managed to look through all of his papers. When the boy asked Glast if there was a need to drag him into this horror, the man said that he did it for his own purpose. Ed sighed, mentally begging the professor to give at least some announcements, since the fact that he used vague expressions was clearly overdoing it. The boy played in his head the teacher's phrase about not keeping his eyes on him and felt irritation inside his body. This was not surprising because even if Ed managed to escape from Glast's office, the professor would not sit idly by and would try to catch him. Also, if they were really going to kidnap him, then they would probably lock Ed in a secret lab with Ayla and take him to Phase 3. Rottler liked this turn of events much better, so the boy began to think about letting the professor kidnap him. Seeing that the young man had finally emerged from his hiding place under the table and was standing right in front of him, Glast narrowed his eyes. After this, the man laughed at the thought that this small man had found the strength to resist him, which was a wrong conclusion. Well, Glast didn't even think about the fact that he could be wrong, so he put his hand in Ed's direction and said that this would be a very good lesson for him. The man used star magic and, just like Ayla, sent Ed Rottler into the time prison, transporting him to the 3rd phase. But at the last moment before leaving, Glast carefully examined the young man, amazed at how he had achieved such success while living in the wild. It was so astonishing that the teacher even began to think that this guy's day consisted of 48 hours and not 24. When the professor saw the boy's fighting style thanks to the crystal ball that his assistant Claire brought him, he was no less surprised. But the method of the weakest, who carefully analyzed the enemy and used all possible means, was the product of efforts. Rottler's expression, which did not convey the slightest sense of concern, also reminded the professor of who he had lost in the past. In Professor Glast's mind, an image immediately appeared of his daughter, who screamed so loudly that she would glorify her father's name throughout the world, and was mistaken. His girl appeared before the man's eyes every time he saw such skilled people, and it always made him very painful. While the teacher was flying in his own memories and distracted from what was happening, Mogu managed to secretly escape from Ed. At the same time, Yanuka was calmly in the boy's hut, cooking him soup, worrying about why Taylor was so late home. Looked around the world, he realized that there were so many magical truths that he was not even aware of, making the title of Archmage meaningless. His teacher Sylvania, who had passed away at a young age, was still remembered in his mind as a beautiful woman who had created something great. Despite the sadness that tormented his heart on the day of the girl's death, the old man lived a long life in which he still could not forget her. Grief over what he had lost sometimes paralyzed his mind, causing him to want to destroy the vision, distort the truth, and see Sylvania's face again. Looking at little Lucy Merrill sleeping in his arms, the old man was convinced that what was lost was lost. Based on the sad experiences of his life, he taught his little girl Lucy to become strong no matter the circumstances. It was to her, who marked the end of his life, that the old man gave the last sentence of this book on which he had spent his entire life. That book was called A Magical Journey Through the Southern Continent, and its author was Glocked, the same man who raised Lucy Merrill. Remembering the old man, Lucy, like me, sat on the roof of the hut and felt that even after so much time, she still missed him. The girl looked at the sky and wondered if the day would ever come when all her pain would go away, taking the scars with it. The only thing that made Lucy forget about this melancholy for a moment was the satisfaction of the bag of dried beef that she held in her hands. But when Merrill opened the bag and saw that Ed hadn't had time to fill it, she was a little upset, although she quickly noticed Yanuka below. Lucy didn't fully understand what was happening, because next to Yanuka was that same small and mischievous fire creature that was whispering something to her. What confused the sleepy girl most was that at his words, Yanuka instantly flared up and radiated terrible anger from her soul. At the same time, in Trick's Hall, the main conference hall, the secret ceremony of the transfer of the Sage's seal was taking place. In that room, there were only the top management from both sides, namely the people from the academy and the trading company that made up the deal. Among the guests in the hall, two figures stood out in particular, the first of which was the beautiful Laurel Kesheln, a representative of a trading company. The second among these guests was Obel Forcier, who looked too young and neat for the director of the Sylvania Academy. Laurel looked the man over carefully and realized that he was the same age and build, although he was radically different from the other man. The man the red-haired girl was talking about was Kreppen Rottweiler, who almost got his hands on the book she so wanted to get. After the auction, he came to Laurel with an offer, in exchange for which he wanted to give the girl money, because of which she could lie to Fiona. Green-eyed told the man a substantial amount, which would make her feel less guilty about lying to Fiona. For Kreppen, such a sum was not a problem at all, so he immediately accepted the beauty's terms. But suddenly he told the redhead that Elka had hired a squad of mercenaries, who at that very moment were heading to the academy to kill her. Kreppen explained that he said this out of holiday concern so that Laurel would not allow any problems during their deal. When the preparations were complete, the boys stood in the presence of Professor Glast, and the deal was about to be completed. Laughing at the book, Laurel was pleased that she now had a purchase certificate and was able to cover the difference in the overpayment. But in fact, this was not the real reason for the joy, because now the beauty had a free ticket straight to Ed Taylor. At the very moment when Kreppen also touched the book to take the oath, a huge explosion was heard in the hall as a result of the magic of Glast being activated. The professor, whose dream was to get this book at any cost, released his inner spirits that were supposed to protect him. Laurel hadn't expected such a development of events at all, so the girl didn't foresee that the book could be stolen from under her nose so easily. Professor Glast was not at all concerned about her thoughts and desires, because the man took up the sage's book and was not going to give it away anywhere else. A moment later, he and the book simply disappeared, leaving the redhead with nothing, because he had taken her only free ticket to Taylor. The final scene of the second act was supposed to begin just at the moment when the guys found themselves in Professor Glast's secret laboratory. While Ayla was crying, Ed was thinking that right about now Professor Glast should have stolen the sage's seal and disappeared from Laurel's sight. Listening to Ayla's scream, a man approached the boys and said that if she continued, she would wake up the monster of the underground water protection system. Kum, who was a researcher in astrology, smiled and called his advice a stroke of luck, since the professor had ordered him not to use them for experiments. Ed looked into Kum's eyes and sarcastically said that the professor had been very kind that day, and Kum, in response, emphasized his calmness. The boy decided to follow Ayla and also sit carefully near the wall, while Kum said that he would closely watch the guys. Now Taylor just had to wait for Taylor to show up and start a fight, because by then the library would already be cleared out. The boy dreamed of how he would complete his operation of confusing all available materials for magical engineering and become better. But at the moment, Ed had absolutely nothing to sort out, so he could just sit quietly and wait for his rescue. Turning and looking at Ayla, Ed realized that being in the same room with this girl irritated him because she was constantly crying. Listening to her threats if the guy dared to take even a step towards Ayla, Ed simply sighed loudly and fell silent. I wish to at least calm this panicker down a little. The boy said that if he wanted to harm her, he would have done it a long time ago. These words did not calm poor Ayla down at all, but Ed's nerves could no longer stand her behavior, and he simply shouted for Isla to shut up. When she heard Ed tell her to just wait for Taylor to arrive, the girl glared at him and said he had no right to wait for Taylor. Understanding where she was going with this, Ed apologized to Isla for the situation during the entrance exam, as he had some circumstances. Ayla couldn't believe that this narcissistic Taylor had just apologized to her, and with a sincere intonation at that. The guy also said that if Ayla didn't trust him, she shouldn't have been disappointed in Taylor because he would definitely come and save her. Suddenly, an excited Mog flew into the children's cage, immediately rushed to his owner, and began asking him how he felt. Mog began to tell that he followed the boy's faint magical trail, and it still took him some time to find him. Slightly relieved that his loyal friend was finally with him, Ed scratched Mog behind the ear and asked where the spirit had flown off to. Watching the boy speak affectionately to Mog, Ayla asked when he learned to summon spirits, but Ed ignored her. The girl didn't pay attention to the guy's lack of answers, so she continued to say that through Mog, they could send a request outside. Taylor saw no need to increase the number of variables, so he didn't want to listen to this alarmist. Mog got ahead of Ayla and told the owner that he had performed a small operation to report an emergency. Thinking that this would make the owner very happy, the spirit said that he still remembered the angry expression on Yanuka's face when she found out about what had happened. Moreover, Mog also believed that the red fox and the little sorceress in the hat who sometimes came to the camp could have joined them. The little animal smiled contentedly and said that Ed had nothing to worry about, because he would always find a way to get him out of trouble. But instead of being pleased with such a positive statement from Mog, Ed Taylor became extremely angry. Since the little brat had just ruined his entire perfect plan, the young man didn't even think twice before throwing him into the guard's cage. He immediately turned to Cum and started shouting that he had changed his mind, because now Ed could no longer stay in that place. Ed began to grab the cage and scream for Cum to let him out, but Cum only warned that the boy could wake the beast with his scream. When he heard that he would be the one in trouble if Ed didn't get out on time, Cum laughed nastily and said that the boy knew how to joke well. The warden turned around and said with a chuckle that, if the boy really wanted to, he could make some noise, but only in moderation. Ayla stared at Ed with confusion and displeasure and asked what had gotten into him, because a couple of minutes ago he had been calmer than real calm. Trying to somehow improve his situation, Mog went to one place and took out a bunch of keys the guy needed. Even though these keys were a really useful bonus, Ed still ordered the spirit to come back, because it didn't ask him to. Taking advantage of the absence of the warden, Ed and Ayla quietly opened the cage and finally got out of it. But since Ayla was following Ed, the boy gently pushed her back and closed the grate in front of the girl's nose, without explaining anything. The boy only said that from that moment on, she had to keep quiet and answer Cum briefly if he asked anything. Ed advised her to submit to those scoundrels who were rabid experimenters and to tell the truth only when necessary. Since those people couldn't harm the girl in any way due to the professor's orders, she shouldn't worry, but Ed was still worried. Because Ayla was in complete shock from this turn of events, she constantly tried to ask something, but the young man covered her mouth. He said menacingly that now was not the time to talk, so he simply asked Ayla not to ask anything and to obey his words. When Taylor's girlfriend finally agreed with them and fell silent, the guy thanked her and finally got up from his seat. At as much speed as he could squeeze out of his exhausted body, Ed ran through the corridors, trying to find a way out of the lab. Since his status had improved significantly, most of the boy's problems could be solved using information superiority. However, there would definitely be variables that would be impossible to solve on his own, and Ed understood this. With Yanuka and Laurel in the fight, Ed would have been able to sort things out somehow, but in addition to these two girls, another student was dragged into the matter. This student was the very same little sorceress in the hat who constantly came to the camp and fell asleep in it, as Mog told the young man. Despite the long attempts of gamers to solve this problem, the answer remained the same, because Lucy Merrill was simply an invulnerable enemy. Ed ignored this route because nothing would have happened if he hadn't tried to provoke the turn of events on purpose. But since Professor Glass and Lucy Merrill's meeting would trigger the game's bad ending, Ed needed to prevent it at all costs. While Zix was quietly training in his room, Taylor burst in and started excitedly telling him something. But when Zix asked him to stop and speak calmly, Taylor quietly asked his friend to help him. He looked up at Zix with his eyes full of anger and despair and said that his best friend was in danger, so he needed to save Ayla. Because it was a return trip, Cum didn't have time to release all the monsters and Ed simply walked past them. This was a great relief to the boy, for the meeting of Lucy and Glast meant an inevitable bad end, so he had to hurry. Well, even taking into account the fact that he was very lucky with the experimental monsters, the boy faced a new problem. The crux of this problem was the Library of Souls, namely the one who had been guarding this place for years and was excessively strong. The library's guard was Reyna, who had been on guard her entire life and was the best at what she did. Reyna's patrol pattern was completely familiar to Ed Rottweiler, and even if he had entered the battle, he could have easily defeated her. But this librarian represented valuable experience points for Taylor, who, according to the script, was supposed to kill her and improve his skills. In the second half of the game, there were enemies that were impossible to defeat without Taylor's sword training, so those skills were important. In particular, Taylor will need to catch a resurrected demon of the underground water protection system, which will allow him to master the necessary skills. With all this in mind, Ed really didn't want to touch Reyna, so he just decided to take the engineering tools he needed from the library. When he managed to get a column with a thunderclap generator, the young man began looking for a one-way light blurring device. While looking around the library, Ed was already planning his next visit after all this horror was over, and he returned home. But in fact, the boy was very sorry that he could not take everything that was in the library, because those items were very valuable. Suddenly, Mog appeared next to him, who reported that Reyna's gaze was directed in another direction, and the guys could calmly and quickly leave. At that very moment, Taylor felt strange movements underground, thinking that it could be an earthquake. But according to the scenario, there shouldn't be one there. Due to the second jolt that followed the first, an object fell from one of the shelves and ended up right at the boy's feet. Reyna reacted instantly to the strange noise and turned around to see the uninvited guests she was about to deal with. Realizing that he was in deep trouble from that moment on, Ed Rottenor quickly regretted that he had ever decided to visit the library at that moment. 30 minutes before that strange earthquake, Professor Glast's office was in turmoil as one of his big spirits had come to life there. But Laurel quickly appeared in the office, for whom it was extremely important to return the book, the loss of which would ruin the reputation of the entire academy. With a couple of deft movements, the girl knocked down that monster, and decided that even though it would take a little time, she would still find the sage's seal. Obel Forcier, who was also in the room, suggested that the redhead wait a little, since Glast's plan could be much more dangerous. Seeing the slight confusion on Laurel's face, the man explained that he needed to inform the trading company's executives. He also mentioned the three main taboos, which were the desire for eternal life, the resurrection of the deceased, and the turning back of time. I understand what the director was getting at. Laurel was angry at the thought that Professor Glast wanted to revive the dead man with the help of star magic. The new director was not so confident in the professor's plans, because with his beliefs in life, he could not have done such a terrible thing. But on the other hand, his daughter Muri, who died tragically after believing in her controversial talent, could have been the other side of the plan. With that in mind, the director still didn't know who Glast could revive if he managed to complete the star magic revival spell. Laurel, who knew even less about the teacher than Obel Forcier, simply continued to stand silently, turning over thoughts in her head. Suddenly, one of the academy workers ran into their room and shouted that student Taylor was chasing after the professor. When the director of the academy and his deputies heard that in addition to the seal of the sage, Glast had also kidnapped students, they clutched their heads in disappointment. As soon as Laurel heard the worker name the students and Ed was among them, she immediately felt goosebumps run through her body. Besides the fact that the girl had heard some strange noise coming from below, she was now also thinking about how Ed Rothtaylor had gotten involved in all this. The headmaster of the academy was the greatest wizard of the era, and he said that he would take responsibility and bring the seal of the sage. If Obel Forcier had made that move, he could have easily saved Ed, so it would have been wiser to wait in the same place, Laurel thought. But despite this, the girl's interest still overcame her common sense, and she snatched binoculars from someone's hands and began to peer somewhere. Turning in the direction from which the strange sounds were coming, the redhead saw a fiery dragon there, which was burning everything around itself. Taking a closer look, the green-eyed girl saw that Yanuka Failover was sitting on the head of this dragon, skillfully controlling it, and for some reason she was crying. Laurel wasn't going to sit back after seeing the scene, so she announced to everyone in the room that she would also go to help. The girl said that since Director Obel Forcier continued to act so indifferently, she should go and take the sage's seal herself. She loudly ordered everyone to follow her, except for a couple of people who should stay at the academy to conduct further negotiations. Dorothy, who was the third-year class representative, had combat abilities that were at such a level that she could easily deal with anyone. This girl was so good that even Elvira sometimes turned to her, because Dorothy's talent was once discovered by Professor Glast. Because of her good relationship with Glast, Dorothy believed that if he would take such extreme actions, there must be some deep meaning hidden within him. Dorothy had no idea what his intentions were, but she still decided to fulfill the professor's request by standing guard at the entrance to the dungeon. But despite this, the underground water protection system was not at all what Dorothy had imagined, so the girl was disappointed. These thoughts appeared in her head after Dorothy saw a healthy, fiery dragon in front of her and Yanuka on it. Trying to enter the system, Yanuka, in a menacing voice, ordered Dorothy to get out of the way and answer all the questions she asked her. The only question that worried Yanuka Failover was where Ed Rothtaylor was now, whom the professor had brazenly stolen. Due to too much excitement, poor Dorothy had a fit and instantly became ill. Yanuka got off Tarkin and said that her faithful friend had directed the girl to this very place, and because of Dorothy, she now did not know where to go next. Even though her only version was lying unconscious on the floor, Yanuka still tried to remember how to get to the lab. Suddenly, the beauty realized that the entrance guard was Dorothy from the third year, and because she had run into her, the girl felt ill. Although Yanuka was a kind soul, she was in a terrible hurry, so she just grabbed a small piece of blanket and covered the poor guy with it. While the girl was busy with Dorothy, she did not notice how Laurel appeared behind her with a small support group in the form of teachers. As for Yanuka, she was the academy's ace after Lucy, who boasted the most impressive military power, as Laurel thought. Whatever Yanuka did, be it destroying all the channels or starting a fight, she would clearly ensure Ed's safety. The redhead herself, meanwhile, was flying in her own thoughts and imagining how Yanuka would save the young man, rising in his eyes. In her fictional scenario, Ed's response to this was to start showering Yanuka with compliments and telling her how much he appreciated the girl and her help. After that, they were supposed to live happily ever after, getting married and building a wonderful house in which they would live just the two of them. In an instant, Laurel realized what nonsense she was thinking, so she quickly pushed those thoughts away and almost screamed that she would not allow this. Green Eyes approached Yanuka and whispered in her ear that Ed had already been rescued, but he had suffered greatly during the kidnapping and was lying in the camp. Laurel was a sneaky fox who would do anything to achieve her goals, so she first had to get Yanuka out of the way. Yanuka, who at first did not even believe her words, looked at Laurel in surprise and asked why she was the one telling her this. The girl started saying that she immediately rushed to the dungeon, and all this time she was trying to get inside to save Ed, so it was impossible. Although Yanuka usually didn't think much, the conversation about Ed got her brain working at full speed, so she ordered Laurel not to lie to her. Realizing that Yanuka had suddenly started stating only the correct facts, the redhead was convinced that the girl really was dangerous. Yanuka, in turn, said that at first she asked Lucy for help, but the sleeping beauty went for a walk because she lived at her own pace. She took a few steps towards Laurel and, looking into her eyes, said that she would also act alone and save the boy. Laurel sighed and agreed with her opponent, since now was not the time to interfere with each other, since Ed needed to be saved urgently. Green Eyes ordered the academy staff to remain and wait at the entrance while she and Yanuka checked the eastern and southern parts of the water protection system. The most important thing for the girls now was to save Ed from danger, so in this case they had to give it their all. Realizing that she now had to save her lover first in order to win, Laurel took off and ran as fast as she could. Yanuka was of exactly the same opinion because she was filled with identical thoughts as the redhead, so she did the same. While the girls split up at the entrance to the water protection system and went searching, Ed, meanwhile, was stuck in the library with Raina. Raina hated unwanted guests, so she didn't even intend to feel sorry for this little man, so she immediately directed her power at him. Feeling another tremor underground, Ed Taylor looked at that girl with horror and hoped that it was not a simple earthquake. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lucy Merrill appeared in the Library of Souls, having simply fallen into the room from the roof, making a hole in it. The sleepy princess yawned and said that she was just bored, so she decided to visit the academy and save the boy. Belforcier, meanwhile, stood on the roof of the academy with some of his advisors, watching the sunset and thinking about important things. At that moment, one of the teachers approached him and asked him if he really thought that this problem with the book should have been resolved by the students. When the man heard the director's consent, because it was a wonderful task for them, he was slightly surprised, because it was slightly dangerous. The director thought so, because the current generation of students was a collection of diamonds that had been difficult to see in all the previous years. In just one academic year, many students shone like stars, with all sorts of expectations placed on them for the future. Having heard another reproach from the man, the director angrily squeezed the dry leaves in his hand and told him not to dare make comments to him. Without moving his gaze, Belforcier told him not to warn him about the consequences if the students interfered. Ed Taylor, meanwhile, was not for a second pleased to see Lucy Merrill, since she had just killed the man Taylor was supposed to kill. But Lucy didn't pay any attention to this, because in truth, she only found Ed so that he could fill her bag of beef jerky. Ed said in an irritated tone that he didn't bring meat with him to the academy, upsetting Lucy, who decided to go and find a place to sleep. Suddenly, the boy instantly ran up to the girl and grabbed her by the shoulder, after which he said that she should not have gone to bed under any circumstances. Given the time, Yanuka and Laurel should have already entered the academy's water protection system, so Ed only had to stop them. Given Taylor's current growth, if he had defeated all the bosses in Part 2, the plot wouldn't have been distorted just because of Raina. After some thought, Taylor decided that the script was fine, but the problem now was Lucy Merrill, because she couldn't meet Glast. Ed thought for a moment and told the sleepy beauty that she shouldn't have gone anywhere, and that she had to stay with him until the end, protecting him. Noticing the girl's confused look, Al explained that he was still a little weak and needed someone strong who would just stand next to him. Since Lucy Merrill was strong, she was a wonderful candidate, so these words still convinced the sleepyhead, who asked Ed again about the meat. The boy was in no mood to think about beef jerky, so he shouted that he was asking Lucy for a very important favor. Lucy sighed and said that if he wanted to get out so badly, she could get him out, but Ed had a couple more things to do in the water protection system. Lucy Merrill watched this guy and didn't understand at all why he was so nervous, so the girl simply agreed with him. Having received approval for his plans, Ed finally grabbed the sleepy beauty and threw her on his back, trying to get away from that place as quickly as possible. The boy decided that she would take from the library only what he needed, after which she would go to Yanuka and Laurel, and they would run away from there together. Yes, the guys ran into the most remote corner of the library, then suddenly stopped, because Ed saw something strange under the ceiling. This strange something turned out to be a real swarm of bats, which did not look like ordinary animals because they were some kind of monsters. But Ed didn't lose his composure for a second, so he used his ignition skills and destroyed all the mice that were flying at him. Looking around, the boy wondered if this was worth calling a real taste of hunting, because experience points were pouring down on him from everywhere. Taylor felt a little guilty towards Taylor, since he had grabbed a small piece of his pie, but the guy had no choice. Unlike Yanuka, who specialized only in perfumes, Laurel found the path the girl needed much faster. At that moment, the redhead herself understood that she had surpassed Yanuka failover, but for some reason, those thoughts did not please her, given the circumstances. It was the first time Laurel realized that she had sought to achieve something for pure and good reasons, and not for her own benefit. Eventually, She felt like she finally saw the key to a new relationship that could not be achieved through money or deals. Green Eyes felt the same sensation as when her heart first made a loud beat when she saw Ed in front of her. A second later, the redhead realized that it was not her heartbeat at all, because a huge explosion was heard in front of the girl. Seeing the person in front of her, Laurel froze in shock, because she did not expect such a sudden meeting at all. Ed Rott-Taylor appeared in front of the girl, holding all sorts of things from the Library of Souls in his hands, and saying that he had recently been accidentally kidnapped here. The boy asked his friend to support everything he got from the library because it was a bit difficult for him to carry it all by himself. At first, Laurel couldn't even believe how confident the boy was, because now he should have been in a deep crisis. She was indeed right, and Ed Rottler agreed with her, but despite this, the boy said that there was one but. The young man thought for a moment, looked at the sleeping Lucy Merrill on his back, and said that he had already successfully resolved everything. As soon as Laurel saw Lucy in his arms, she instantly became angry, because the girl did not understand how, after everything, Ed could hold another woman. Yanuka Failover was a coward who was unable to make a swift attack, so Laurel had achieved more than her so far. While Ed calmly told the redhead that she should take all those scrolls for her trading company, Laurel was literally burning with anger. Green Eyes felt like she needed to take a tough stance and push him against the wall now, so she yelled at Ed. Realizing that his girlfriend was about to explode, the young man took a few steps towards her and said that he no longer had people he could trust. At that moment, Laurel realized that this scoundrel had also crossed the line, because now he was approaching her and making such requests without thinking. Finally, she put all ulterior motives aside and looked at Rott-Taylor with a smile, asking if he needed a check. While they were talking, they didn't notice how someone else appeared in the room and addressed the representative of the Laurel Trading Company. That someone was a breathless teacher who finally found the girl to tell her that they were in big trouble. While he was saying that they couldn't relax under any circumstances, Taylor and Zix were confidently descending into the water protection system. The sullen Clevius went there with them, constantly asking whether the boys had to go so deep and far. Besides him, there was also a boring Elvira on the team, who yelled at Clevius and ordered him to stop talking nonsense, because they were saving Ayla. Listening to all this talk, Taylor turned to the guys and asked them for forgiveness for everything, but he absolutely had to save his childhood friend. To calm the coward down a little, Zix approached Clevius and said that Ayla was the one for whom it was worth enduring a little and going this way. Along with them walked the self-proclaimed romantic Adele, who sensed the surrounding energy and could act as a signpost to the road. Her prophecies, which seemed as if she was lifting the curtain on the future, were often spot on, which is why everyone believed her. This time, Adele was right too, pointing her finger at one of the corridors and saying that the one they would soon encounter would be a difficult opponent. The girl turned out to be right, because after her words, an explosion immediately sounded in that tunnel, and a large, fiery dragon appeared from it. Besides the dragon, there was Yanuka, who was just dealing with Claire's assistant, whom they accidentally ran into on the way. Taylor stood there, stunned, watching this whole scene, not understanding how it was even possible. Noticing them, Tarkan and Yanuka happily greeted their friends and said that they had already cleared everything here. Zix was the only one who still remained calm, so he greeted his friend with complete calm and joy. It was a feeling that was impossible to forget, because it raised the fear sealed in the body and paralyzed the mind. Taylor was less friendly, so he decided that although there were no guarantees, the young man would definitely put all his strength into the attack. Yanuka, in turn, looked at the boy in confusion and wondered what she had done wrong if they were all looking at her with such eyes. When Taylor yelled for Yanuka to get out of the way and let him find Ayla, Zix immediately ran up to the boy and tried to calm him down. Suddenly, Ed Rott-Taylor emerged from another tunnel on the right, holding the sleeping Lucy Merrill on his back. Yanuka immediately ran up to him and began examining the boy, trying to understand if everything was okay with him and if he had any injuries. Taylor, meanwhile, had almost lost all control over hers, because this was the last place he wanted to see Rott-Taylor. They and Elvira looked at this boy and remembered very well what kind of fighting skills and style Ed Rott-Taylor had given him. With only basic magic skills and some archery abilities, he managed to stop 3 opponents taller than him. At this point, this guy was fully surrounded by his allies, so he was even more dangerous and even stronger. Moreover, compared to the incident in the dorm, his abilities had increased significantly now, so Taylor was worried. Yanuka was with him now, so Teflor's chances of winning were minimal, and the young man understood this, which is why he began to be afraid of Ed. The way Taylor seemed to be looking at his team with anger and fury made Taylor think the chances were slim to none. But instead of fighting the main character, Ed walked up to him and patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that Ayla and Glast were waiting for him. After Ed calmly walked away and left Taylor's team alone, the guys just couldn't believe it. Now it was definitely time for everyone to go their separate ways, so Taylor should be working on the script, and Ed had other concerns. One of these concerns was the emerging change named Elka, who was still as angry as ever since Laurel had tricked him. Ed Taylor understood this perfectly well, so he firmly decided that he was starting a hunt for this scoundrel in order to finally finish him off. The report, which was voiced by the company employee, spoke about what was supposed to happen, because the soldiers of King Elka arrived on the island. Laurel knew that Elka was planning a counterattack, but despite this, the experienced giant seemed to have found a loophole in one of his daughter's mistakes. This loophole was the moment when Laurel ordered that only a couple of people be left in the academy when the majority went with her. The man said that that side was now completely defenseless, so the guys were ordered to go there as quickly as possible. With that in mind, all those magical engineering formulas and tools that Ed had gotten his hands on could be much more useful than he thought. Since the plan of action in the original script remained unchanged, Elka had to leave at any cost during the second act. Before leaving the guys completely, Ed told Zix that from that moment on the road was almost completely broken through, so they did not have to be afraid. After he also added that they could learn more about Ayla from the man who remained in the lab, Ed turned to Taylor. In the end, it was up to him to figure out the script, because only Taylor, who had mastered all his skills, could win that act. After this, the magical tower summoned by Glast will cover the sky and release terrible magic, which will be truly painful. Because of this, Taylor faced many hardships that would be difficult for the human spirit to cope with, but he had no choice, and Ed wished him luck. Not wanting to waste any more time in that place, he, along with Yanuka, Laurel, and the sleeping Lucy Merrill, set out to escape outside. Heading towards the exit of the dungeon, Ed ordered the guys to go to the main building because they needed to inform the management about the mercenaries. Hearing his order, Yanuka remembered something and asked Ed to wait a few seconds, but they didn't have time for that. This answer angered the girl, because based on everything they had already experienced together, she knew how the end of that story would be. It was because of this that Yanuka Failover stopped abruptly and screamed at his back that she didn't want Ed to get hurt again. With everyone's attention on her, Yanuka continued to say that after being kidnapped and barely saved, Ed needed to rest. With tears in her eyes, the girl reminded the young man how a couple of days ago he had collapsed from exhaustion, so he could not sacrifice himself like that. In fact, Yanuka was right and Ed understood it, but this whole story did not belong to Ed at all and did not affect him in any way. His only salvation and justification was that he and Yanuka were needed to catch Elka Laurel, because that was the only way they could succeed. But suddenly, instead of arguing with Yanuka, Laurel agreed with her and said that involving Ed in this matter was selfish. Of course, it was nice to see that such an idea appeared between the girls who were constantly arguing and feuding, but it happened at the wrong time. This was not a situation in which Ed Rottler could rest, so he simply thanked them for their concern and said that he could not back down. In his own defense, the boy said that Laurel's case was not at all a foreign story to him, surprising both girls with this. While Laurel was happy that the boy called her business not someone else's, Yanuka stared at the boy in amazement and asked him to explain. But since they were really in a mad hurry, the guys first had to speed up, because they simply didn't have any time left. Ed ran and thought about how he could explain his words to Yanuka, because it was always so difficult for him to find an adequate reason. Yanuka, in turn, had already begun to think about something completely different, so she tried to please herself with the thought that it was only because of the contract. In the end, Ed Taylor decided that the second option was much better, so he simply said that it was all because of the contract. Suddenly, on their way, the boys saw a huge number of stones lying on the ground, which meant that a real hurricane had passed through there. Seeing the body on the floor covered with some kind of rag, Yanuka said that that guy Taylor was really scary if he could do something like that. But when the girl approached the body and took off that very rag, you saw a very familiar face, which she had dealt with quite recently. Yanuka immediately began screaming and making excuses that she had no intention of killing Dorothy and that her death was an ordinary accident. Since the boys were almost at the exit, Ed told Janica to tell him about it later, since they needed to get out first. As they neared the entrance, they saw Elt in front of them, whom Laurel greeted, and was surprised that her father had gotten there faster than she thought. The man himself said that at one time he taught his daughter how to manage data, so he had complete confidence in her. Elt smiled and said that Laurel had problems with the staff, because at the first threat they immediately told him where the girl went. Watching the redhead smile, Elt continued to say that this was typical for her, but very soon Laurel would be in tears. He snapped his fingers and said that he was extremely sorry because of the fact that very soon his little girl would be brutally tortured. At exactly the same second, a pile of corpses that were lying at the entrance to the system instantly came to life and pounced on Laurel and her team. Very quickly, Laurel came running to Taylor's defense, instantly repelling the attack that the dead were running at him with. The girl suggested that Elt wouldn't have come alone, because even last time he came with mercenaries, but she didn't think that there would be corpses. Elt laughed and said that according to rumors, the professor had escaped with the seal and the sage, but he asked his daughter not to compare that scoundrel with him. He ordered his archers to aim at the guys. Elt added that now the training of his guys was on a completely different level. The man gave them all orders and shouted that these dead men were the best mercenaries on the continent that he had ever met. With an emotionless expression, Elt said that, with the exception of Laurel, he didn't give a damn about the lives of anyone else. It was because of this that he turned to his archers and shouted at the boys to finish with Yanuka and Ed as quickly as possible because they were in a hurry. After the Golden King's words, a ton of sharp arrows, the tips of which were deadly poisonous, flew at the girl and Taylor. Despite the fact that they could easily die after one touch of an arrowhead to their body, the boys remained calm. At the last second, before the arrows were about to hit them, Janica used her magic and created a protective shield. She used all the origin spirits she had contracted with in her next attack and directed them at the enemy. The girl took a quick look at Ed Rotalor and asked the boy to be as careful as possible because their movements were coordinated. Rotalor thanked his friend for her concern because he really appreciated everything that this girl did for him. Elt, meanwhile, said that as expected, the Spirit Master would create a lot of problems for him, but Elt had calculated this in advance. The man cast his menacing glance at the girl and shouted that, as he had said earlier during this battle, everything was not like last time. When Ed saw the legendary rank magical engineering item in his hand that suppressed the power around him for 10 minutes, he was immediately stunned by it. Although this thing was disposable, it cost tens of gold coins each, and was also similar to some of Elvira's potions. This item had a fatal flaw, as it took a long time to prepare and activate, but this did not make it any less dangerous. More importantly, Ed Taylor's group was outnumbered and consisted entirely of mages, whose power was being stopped. Laurel screamed that Father couldn't come empty-handed, knowing the composition of their group. So once the scroll was activated, it would be the end. Lucy Merrill asked Elka how he was going to handle the Academy holding him accountable for the incident. The Golden King laughed and replied that it was much better than losing his own life because of his own daughter. It really was better, because the villain who should have left history long ago shook up the whole world with a simple magic limiter. Ed knew that if this intermediate boss survived, he would become an important factor in the world in which he had recently been stabbed in the back by Laurel. This man was the very same evil in the flesh who killed the redhead's biological parents and used everything to achieve his own glory. However, Ed didn't have any ill will towards him, because the reason he was blocking their path like that was because he wanted to survive. This was the desire that Ed himself had been guided by throughout the game. But even taking this into account, the young man was not going to give in to it. In this case, Rotalor could be called selfish, but he did not worry about it, so he simply woke Lucy Merrill up abruptly. Hearing her name, the girl yawned and said that it was somehow too loud around her, which is why she couldn't sleep normally. Since the girl was used to the fact that she rarely managed to sleep in quiet places, she closed her eyes again and prepared to fall asleep. Suddenly, she realized that it was not time to sleep, so she instantly opened her eyes and gifted everyone present with her magic. Within a second, a purple aura appeared around Lucy Merrill, which the people of Elka certainly did not expect to feel. Lazy Lucy finally put aside her desire to sleep and rest, entering into a fight in which the one who fed her dried meat could suffer. The last work of the great mage Glocht was written in solitude, namely in an unknown hut, which almost no one knew about. The magician always remained wise, so he constantly reminded Lucy that although she had talent and blessing, she should not give up her studies. The man always repeated to his girl that she always had to be prepared for loneliness, because not everyone could understand and accept her strength. The old man loved Lucy Merrill very much, so he often did her various favors, but in the end he asked her to promise him 3 things in return. Glocht ordered the girl to never kill anyone, because she could not stain her hands with someone's blood, even if it was an accident. It was easy to understand that the Golden King's mercenaries were the best, since most of them were veterans of the Great War. The proof of this was that in their lives they were constantly on the brink of life and death, and were able to survive all the time, showing their strength. Ed could sense how instinctively they had a sense of studying the situation and being ready to fight, no matter how difficult it was. But the one thing these guys had never encountered in their lives was the magic of Lucy Merrill, who was ready to incinerate them with just one look. Noticing how frozen his men were, Elt shouted furiously for them to get moving and act if they wanted to survive. But the relatively young mercenaries' sense of survival was not so well developed, so they did not move in front of the appearance of that magic. Given this situation, those who were more experienced took control and decided to pounce on Lucy Merrill to attack her. Lucy wasn't very good at using her magic as a mage, but this girl was clearly stronger than everyone else for a reason. Her magic was an ordinary physical force, which appeared due to the pressure of magical forces, which were off the scale in her. Any attacks from this little sleeping beauty were simple violence, which, after all, she was the best at. Elt glanced nervously at the scroll in his hands and didn't understand why the activation of the magic stop hadn't started yet. Lucy Merrill, meanwhile, had finished with the king's mercenaries and turned her gaze to him, hissing that if he was the leader, then she would take him first. As soon as she was literally a few steps away from Elt, she felt Ed's heavy hand on her shoulder as he approached from behind. The boy was about to tell her something important when he suddenly felt more dots underground and realized that the moment had come. Those 7 great stars appeared in the sky, forming a straight line, and they could be clearly seen on that dark and impenetrable night. Professor Glast's star magic, which with its high level made the laws of nature waver, finally began to work. This meant only one thing, since at this stage of the game the devil appeared, with whom it was extremely important for the guys to cope. Realizing that the final scene of the second act, where the magic tower blocked the sky, had finally arrived, Ed was even a little happy. Taylor should have already destroyed all the sewer monsters and learned the necessary skills to deal with this problem. Although it took a long time for the whole team to gather, the boy was able to detain Professor Glast as expected. This meant that the activation of the devil's appearance went exactly according to the plot scenario without any problems, which also could not but please Ed Taylor. But since this magic was different from the usual, everyone except him should have been shocked, since even Yanuka and Laurel didn't understand anything. Guessing that each of the 10 magic towers played a role in absorbing star magic, Lucy flew into the air. The girl carefully examined the magic towers which she flew closer to, and said that in this case it would be possible. She looked up at the sky, which was covered with purple and pink clouds, and felt that now the resurrection of the dead was real. Ed looked at the sky and remembered the epilogue after the end of the second act, where Lucy said this, waking up after everything that happened. According to the script, she was sleeping on the roof and seeing Zix and Taylor in front of her, asked in a sleepy, confused voice what had happened. But if the girl had been awakened and added to the team in the first phase, then Professor Glast, finding himself in a difficult position, would have offered her something. That something would be to bring back to life the great star mage, who was also a student of Great Sylvania. In that world, only Lucy Merrill knew that her son was the great mage Glocht, so she would not have refused such an offer. If Lucy were to become an enemy, the player's team would immediately collapse, triggering bad ending number 27. Lucy wasn't an enemy to be defeated in Act 2, but there was no way to defeat her despite many attempts. Since the break with the main plot happened suddenly, Ed was able to make changes by intervening in the plot himself. But sometimes Ed felt like his plot changes could have prevented the bad ending, because he didn't take into account the appearance of the magical item Elt. Enough time had passed since the Golden King finally activated Valaris's prejudice, so it finally worked. When that thing sparkled and glittered in the hands of the Golden King Elt, Ed and Lucy felt something they had never felt before. Noticing how Yanuka and Laurel were also confused, Elt loudly shouted to his mercenaries to return to the fight. The man finally waited for this moment when those scoundrels would not be able to use their magic, against which they could do nothing. The king's mercenaries immediately took advantage of this, so one of them gathered all his strength into one heap and pounced on Ed Rottaler. But suddenly, when Elt saw what happened to the warrior who decided to enter into competition with Ed, his eyes widened. The poor mercenary was thrown into the sky by the air blade so high that he had no chance of surviving the fall. Ed Rottaler was one of the changes that happened in the plot, so now even Elt couldn't stop him. The Golden King Elt, meanwhile, watched what was happening and simply could not believe how this was possible. Even suppressing legendary level items like this had limitations that couldn't work against Lucy Merrill's power. Seeing Elt's frightened eyes, Lucy cast her terrifying gaze at him and said that she had a place she wanted to go to. Elta's experience, which veterans will never achieve in their entire lives, has now turned into a feeling on the brink of life and death. This powerful man was kneeling before a little girl in a stupid hat who could easily kill him with a snap of her fingers. Elt couldn't take his eyes off Lucy Merrill's petrifying gaze, which predicted his certain death in this situation. But the girl didn't want to rush at all, so she even lowered herself slightly to the ground and told the man that he could have died now. Ed knew that she couldn't kill Elt because of one promise, so the boy walked up to Lucy and told her to stop. Lucy still stood there, without removing her hand, looking at the king, replaying in her head the magician's words about how she shouldn't stain her hands with blood. Glocht was the only one in Sleeping Beauty's entire life who loved her sincerely and with all his heart, so the girl could not make a promise. She quickly pushed those thoughts out of her head and turned her gaze to the serious Ed, who was still standing in front of Elt. Lucy Merrill sighed and turned around, saying that she had no intention of killing the Golden King. Rottaler asked her friend in surprise when she was going to leave, and she told him that she had to stop somewhere because she had finished. Conversations with Ed Rottaler always ended this way, so Lucy didn't even expect him to say anything to her about it, but he did. When Ed asked her friend if she would regret her choice, Lucy Merrill paused in midair and began to ponder her answer. The boy, meanwhile, did not take his eyes off her because he understood perfectly well what Lucy was thinking at that moment. The girl looked very depressed because she couldn't even find the strength to turn to the boy and look him in the eyes. Remembering how Glocht died before her eyes, Lucy couldn't get his words about how losses were inevitable in life out of her head. But despite this, the great mage always ordered the girl to become stronger and not give up, because no one but her could survive this. Lucy became a point in his life, so the old man decided to entrust the girl with the last sentence in the book that he had been writing all his life. The name Lucy Merrill was the last words that the great mage Glocht spoke before he passed away. The girl thought about this almost every time she found herself in some kind of battle where she had to kill someone, because every time she couldn't decide. This time Lucy quietly but confidently said no, and disappeared from Ed Rottaler's sight, vanishing somewhere into the sky. Since 57 people had been put into the boats and they had retreated, the inspection was over, and Mrs. Yanuka was expected to return very soon. Ed Rottaler, meanwhile, put aside the thought of how he should have dealt with the defeated Elka, because there were more important things to do. To begin with, the young man needed to lure his new recruits into the association, but Laurel had already managed to take on everything related to this. The boy walked up the steps of the academy and thought that he was too tired that day, because he still felt a little unwell. The Trix building looked like a tall tower, which was the starting point of this episode that was about to end. Glass took the sage's seal, and Taylor chased after him, and that was the beginning of the whole story, which was finally supposed to end. Since all the wounded were taken care of in the same way, Ed Rottaler never imagined that he would return to that place. But in the end, his counteractions began in this secret office, and surprisingly, they were excellent. Taylor also started in that office, so this is where Ed's journey through the game world should have ended. One of the student club assignments that Yanuka destroyed was Glocht's assignment, and Glocht's study support fund, which financed Ed. The magician always lived very modestly, and he donated all his accumulated property to the academy, so traces of this man were always remembered. This is precisely why Ed Rottaler did not spend a lot of time trying to find Lucy Merrill, because he knew that the girl would come there. This was the very place that she came to extremely rarely, because from it she could see the entire academy and everything that was around it. For Lucy Merrill, this academy was a memory of the late Glocta, who was the only person present in her childhood. When asked again if he had any jerky, Ed sighed and said that, as he had said earlier, he didn't have any. The boy came closer to Lucy Merrill, who invited him to sit next to her and asked what the girl was doing. When the boy sat down next to her, the girl said that she suddenly decided to remember the old days, where one very sad event happened. Lucy went on to say that at some point, she suddenly stopped feeling sad about what had happened back then. Sleeping Beauty thought for a moment and explained to her friend that too much time had passed since that situation, and she had begun to forget about it. Much time had passed, and she was still trying to heal the wounds, because then she simply had to save her grandfather, using the magic of her ancestors. Merrill looked sadly at the ground again, and said that it would be the strongest poison for the Archmage that she tried to revive him with the help of forbidden magic. Raising her head up and looking at the sky, Lucy said that she knew from the very beginning that the rescue was just an act of her greed. "I wish to finally break this gloomy conversation, not your look from the sky." Ed Taylor asked his friend if she was really okay. Of course, on his part, the young man would not stop Lucy and talk and not go, but the boy simply could not help but ask her. Even though it seemed to the boy that the girl had long ago discarded these thoughts, he could not be 100% sure of this. But instead of answering his question, Lucy Merrill simply moved closer to the boy and asked him to lend her his shoulder. When Ed Taylor wondered why it was necessary to sit on the very edge, it turns out that this was the case. In the future, it would be hard to find anyone who would study star magic as passionately as Professor Glast, because rebirth magic was the end. The dead remained dead, and what was lost remained lost, and Lucy Merrill knew this better than anyone. So Ed, sitting next to Lucy Merrill and offering her his shoulder for her tears, watched as the magical tower rose into the sky before their eyes. The boy looked at the starry sky, which was in their field of vision, and it seemed to him that it was higher than usual. The giant was finally rising from his place to protect the offering, and it was truly a beautiful sight, and also very rare. Taylor, along with Clevius, Adele, Zix, and Elvira, stood below, watching what was happening with equally wide eyes. The boys looked at Ayla, who was a weapon created by Glast using star magic, with stunned looks. As soon as the academy professor raised his hand into the air and used magic, the final battle of the second act with the magic golem began. According to the game's script, this event became the real beginning of the second episode of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. This was the first time Taylor had to observe such an amazing picture, so at first the boy did not even understand how to act. Saving Ayla, who was right in the heart of the golem, seemed impossible to the boy, especially against the backdrop of Glast's magical power. Suddenly, Zix ran up to the golem and shouted at the top of his lungs that the bottle had hurried while he was at least slightly holding back the huge beast. Seeing this, Taylor immediately broke into a smile and rushed towards Zix, thinking that very soon he would be able to see his Ayla. The boy felt the anger inside him constantly rising, so he took out his sword and attacked Glast with all the strength he had. Since the professor suffered from terrible myopia, once his glasses came off, he could not see anything at all without them. After all, the life of a teacher was a static law, because he ruled half his life sitting at a large table in a private laboratory. The man was reading the sage's seal, analyzing the star magic, and managing the academy's curriculum when suddenly, at one point, he saw something. The landscape outside his window had changed for some reason, but until that moment, Professor Glast had never paid attention to such details before. It started snowing outside, and from that moment on, a first-year student studying at the Faculty of Magic began to constantly come to his personal laboratory. She kept saying that she wanted to study intermediate magic, because she loved everything that had to do with elemental magic. But the younger colleague who had caused the problems always came to the man and tearfully apologized just when it started raining outside instead of snowing. Despite the constant snow and rain, there was sometimes a wind outside, which forced the professor to return to reading. The best dean of the academy, who was heading to work, constantly dropped in to see Glast to have a cup of tea with him and talk. So, sitting in the same place for years, Professor Glast became mired in his work and lived only for the desire to find talent. The man read the sage's book and constantly dreamed that his painful memories would finally disappear, but this never happened. Eventually, his patience ran out, and Glass decided that he would no longer endure the pain that he was constantly experiencing. Glass used star magic and a minor time reversal, which were supposed to help him get rid of the disease of their memories. But when even after this maneuver they still did not disappear, the poor professor lost all control over himself and began to act recklessly. Seeing how powerful and unusual Glassed star magic was, Clivius Northundale screamed in fear, stunned. As soon as Taylor saw the multi-layered time prison approaching his friends, he immediately heard Zix's voice ordering him to dodge. But since the boy was much slower than the professor's strength, a moment later the man stood and silently watched his petrified statue. Sometimes Glass's vision became blurry, and everything he saw in the impenetrable darkness beyond his eyelids was his greatest loss. Taylor, at that time, still managed to escape from the trap that the professor sent him into, so he was ready to soar again for the competition. Glass didn't care at all, because he decided to go against reality with all his might, screaming so that the others wouldn't try to stop him. The professor was so overwhelmed by his own emotions that he could not even control his own mind. Suddenly the man's eyes fell on Taylor, who was gripping his sword tightly in his hands and was about to use the holy sword technique. Exactly a few seconds before the main character of the story was supposed to do this, the star magic worked again and turned back time. Finally realizing that all his efforts or attempts to do something were useless, the professor screamed desperately. A moment later, he felt the ice barrier magic of an ice spear that one of the students sent at him. Seeing that the professor was finally immobilized, Zix used his spells and shouted to his friends to hurry. Immediately accepting the order, Taylor's entire team also began to act, trying to defeat the evil Professor Glassed. The man, unfortunately, had no choice but to give in despair and realize that that moment should have been his limit. Glassed looked at his hands one last time in confusion and immediately felt a huge explosion go off around him due to Taylor's attack. Realizing that this was the end of his Star Trek, Professor Glassed hung his head in disappointment and said in a quiet voice that the students had won. Not wanting to stay in this insignificant world where he had nothing, Glassed took a few steps back and fell from the very high tower. Those few seconds of free flight became the best for the professor in all the last years of his life, since the death of his beloved daughter. But since Glassed was not one of those who could simply end everything in one moment, at the last moment a portal formed under his body. Just before the collision with the ground, the professor managed to use star magic and create a jump in space. It was a magic circle that was left by Glassed as a last escape route, although this time it came late. Falling near a tree and grabbing onto it, the professor realized that it was useless for him to stop the bleeding with magic. Even in the original scripts, there was no subsequent active action on his part, so Professor Glassed was clearly supposed to die. Because Ed wanted to believe one thing, to make sure, the boy became the last person the professor saw before he closed his eyes forever. An hour earlier, Laurel had been running through the forest like crazy because Yanuka had finally thrown the Mercenary off the island and her father had been detained. The redhead ran and thought about the fact that she needed to check if everything was okay with Ed, who for some reason headed towards the Tricks building. As soon as the girl ran up to this building, she saw Ed at the entrance and Lucy Merrill, who was standing next to him holding the boy's hand. The green-eyed girl's gaze instantly fell on how Lucy grabbed the tip of Taylor's sleeve, and the girl felt how she was starting to get angry. While Ed turned back, having heard something, Laurel began to feel real anxiety in her body from what she saw in front of her. Dorothy and Professor Claire's assistant came out to the guys, so the situation in the underground water protection system had already been resolved. But suddenly, they noticed that both girls were crying for some reason, and generally looked very upset and depressed. The moment Dorothy and Claire saw Ed Rottler alive and well, they screamed in surprise. But in fact, they were not shouting at the confiscation agent, but because of Yanuka Failover and the fire dragon Tarkin, who suddenly appeared behind them. Yanuka jumped off the dragon and asked Ed if the magic tower really used star magic, because she needed to check something then. Although Janika's actions have recently escalated into total surveillance of Ed, initially it was about her good intentions to protect the forest with spirits. Tarkin was said to have discovered magical energy in the northern forest, similar to that emanating from the magical tower, and it was the work of Glassed. However, not a single magic tower had been created in the northern forest, so the question arose as to what Professor Glassed was doing in that forest. But even Elt, being a fake boss, had a huge impact on the plot, and Ed couldn't imagine what Glassed could do for the plot. The young man was worried that someone like the professor might not leave the stage, so he decided to go and check out what was going on in the forest. His fears were quite justified, because when the boy found himself in the forest, he found a half-alive Professor Glast sitting under a tree. Since Taylor wasn't the only one worried, Yanuka and Laurel went into the forest with him, and they were no less shocked. Glast tried to force a smile and said that he had only gone into the forest to look at the moon, after which he asked if he looked funny. When Ed said that he didn't look funny at all, Glast laughed and replied that he thought he was very funny. The boy put forward the theory that the professor was laughing because he realized he had failed, and the man agreed, saying that Ed had hit the nail on the head. Glast explained that he would have failed anyway, as it was a reckless move on his part, and he did not think that the students could defeat him. The professor called Ed a more talented student than he thought, to which Taylor asked why he had kidnapped him then. At first, Glast discovered his great talent and tried to use it by including it in his plan, but due to Ed's illness, the plan failed. Considering this, Glast decided to fix everything and quickly catch the guy, but when he returned again, Ed had already managed to escape. The man said that if such a lonely death was considered a sin, then this was a good option compared to his action. But nevertheless, the 17 years that Professor Glast spent with his daughter were not at all lonely. Having heard such a figure, the guys were even a little surprised, because although this time seemed very long, in reality it was not enough. Ed went down to the professor and asked him if he hadn't had a long-standing friendship with Claire's assistant. The boy told him that when they were heading to the forest to see the professor, they met Claire's assistant on the way, whom the man had known for 17 years. The boy also added that the assistant was crying for some reason, and said that Professor Glast was the kind of person that no one would like. Of all the people she had ever met, he was the most stubborn old man and a very arrogant grumbler, as she told Ed. But despite this, Claire still considered him the most real scientist in every sense of the word that she had ever known in her life. Claire was a person who showed intuition in unexpected matters, so perhaps she guessed what Professor Glast was saying. Dorothy, too, said in a trembling voice that she had no idea what the professor's plan was, but to her, he remained a precious teacher. Even with this in mind, Glast decided to take control of his student's life, and no one could deny that he had strayed from his path. This was the very reason why the man ridiculed himself by saying that he was dying alone, because this was his delusion. If you think about it, Claire, who became a teacher at such a young age, was also someone who everyone around her considered untalented. The same role fell to Dorothy, a senior student from the alchemy department, because before meeting the professor, she was just a loser. But Professor Glast, even while saying that such people were no good, continued to stimulate their development and reveal their talents. The man did this in the same way that he said that his daughter also had her own value, and in general, he did all this for her sake. The professor spent too much time with others to die alone, so he remained a benefactor in the hearts of others. Glast was also extremely nearsighted, and at some point he stopped seeing anything, including himself, even when wearing glasses. As he was dying, the man quietly told Ed that he had visited the Library of Souls before using it to arrive in the demon world. He added that Ed had done a brilliant job of choosing the legendary recipes, but all his efforts were useless because there was something else there. Professor Glast took something that looked like a key from his jacket and said at the end that this boy had too good an instinct. The man gave the young man that very key and, looking into his eyes, said that if Ed had personally made a mess, then he should have cleaned things up himself. Realizing that he could never return to that place again, the professor told Ed Taylor that from now on, that library was his. In response to this, the boy only asked in amazement why the professor had given the key to him, and he was surprised that Ed was unhappy about this. Without waiting for an answer from Taylor, Glast explained that the table that Raina was guarding had a small secret safe underneath. Having said that Ed would need to visit there after completing the investigation, the professor finally decided to turn to Lucy Merrill. Looking the girl straight in the eyes as she came closer to Ed, the professor asked her to look around sometimes. At that moment, Ed Rottler was very interested in the question of what expression was on Lucy Merrill's face, because he did not see it at all. But he felt perfectly how the girl squeezed his shoulder, watching as Professor Glast slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep forever. The body lay peacefully under a tree, bathed in moonlight, and at first glance it seemed as if the man was simply fast asleep. Ed and the girls stayed in that very spot for a while and just looked at him, trying to remember that moment for the rest of their lives. The same thing happened during the GlassCon incident in the Ophilis occupation, but some people still didn't believe that Ed was involved in the theft of the sage. Ed Rottler stood in the principal's office and listened to reproaches directed at him for the fact that he was in the thick of things and was really unlucky. Obel Forcier looked carefully at the documents in his hands and repeated once again the story of the previous night that Ed had told him. The boy confirmed every word he said, and added that night Laurel and Yanuka came to the rescue very quickly to save Ayla. The boy said that he left the girl then because she was not able to move and did not trust him at all. After a short pause, hoping that the dean of the academy would believe him, Ed said that he then left alone to get help. The headmaster rose from his seat and walked straight up to the boy, threateningly saying that he had suspicions about Rottler. Although the young man lived pretending to be a third party who knew nothing, Obel Forcier felt that this guy knew a lot. The dean slammed his hand loudly on the table and reminded the boy that this was the second time he had gotten into similar scrapes and figured in them. While the man was talking about how the boy was a student who had been harmed by the academy, Ed noticed something strange on his desk. He looked at the papers lying under Obel Forcier's hand and realized that these were not the statements he had written, since they were his report card. Suddenly, Obel Forcier's tone changed dramatically, and the director said that for the boy's efforts, the academy was going to reward him. When their conversation finally ended, Ed Rottler walked out of the director's office with relief and exhaled, feeling free. Near the exit, Yanuka was waiting for him, and the boy apologized to her for always making her worry and asked how the girl was feeling. Yanuka confirmed that everything was fine with her, when suddenly the chick that was sitting on her shoulder began to whisper something in her ear. Immediately after the spirit's message, Yanuka said that she felt a slight pain in her muscles, so she thought that she was slightly injured when she saved Ed. Ed immediately became worried and began asking what exactly the girl was experiencing pain, and she replied that the pain was somewhere in her back. As he was about to carefully examine his girlfriend, the boy said that he had something that he clearly felt during the incident. Yanuka was the one who always worked hard when something like this happened to him, and Ed, like the last shameless one, took it for granted. Rottler looked the girl straight in the eyes and asked her if she felt anything after seeing the last minutes of Professor Glass's life. Without waiting for her answer, Ed explained that he was simply a burden to the girl, although he was grateful to her. But in the end, Yanuka always suffered because of him. The boy came closer to his friend and said that he was very sorry that she was constantly getting some kind of injuries because of his problems. Yanuka quickly protested and said that she had lied and that she had not suffered any injuries, so Ed had no need to worry about her. The young man reacted calmly to this and decided to tell Yanuka that from the second semester he was finally moving to the Dex dorm where she lived. Hearing these wonderful words, which warmed her soul with their timbre alone, Yanuka instantly rejoiced that they would now be together. A lot had happened since the story began, but it was all over in the blink of an eye, and it was as if the second act had been cleared. Ed walked to his hut and remembered the director's words about him ending his miserable life as a hermit and returning to life. Standing in front of the little house he had built with all his heart, Ed kept repeating in his head Obel Forcier's words about allowing him to return. The boy was filled with greed, wanting to build a fence and grow annual food, but in the end, it was useless. He went inside his small house, sighed, and quietly said that life in this camp had come to an end. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange impact on the ground next to him, which made him flinch and turn around to look. Right at his feet, the young man saw Lucy Merrill lying in a confused state, who, it seemed, had not expected this herself. The boy stared at the sleeping beauty in surprise and wondered if this was really the end. Lucy walked through the forest and realized that this place was not an academy at all, but the Ramel mountain range somewhere north of the forest. The girl could not figure out why, after so many years, she had a dream about her long-forgotten childhood. Finally finding herself near the house where she had spent it, Lucy hoped that at least through the prism of sleep she would have a chance. When speaking of this chance, the girl meant meeting the great magician Glocht, whom she had missed throughout all those years. When the girl found herself inside, she realized that she had not been mistaken for a second, because at first, in the hut, she really saw a person close to her. But a moment later, all the bright light in the house disappeared somewhere, And in Glock's place there was someone completely different, more terrifying. The same creature turned furiously to Lucy Merrill and screamed in its nasty voice why the girl had saved it from another world. Realizing that it was just a nightmare, poor Lucy simply closed her eyes and sighed, feeling her hopes dashed. When she opened her eyes, she again saw that she felt herself in her room, in which she had not fallen asleep several hours ago. One of the maids quickly ran up to her and greeted her mistress, reminding the girl that she was already late for class. Suddenly, instead of getting up and getting ready for school as usual, Lucy used a high-ranking teleportation spell. The girl didn't know why, but she suddenly really wanted to go to the northern part of the forest, where she loved to go so much. A feeling of calm immediately came over her soul for no particular reason, because she saw Ed Taylor in front of her, who was heading towards the hut. But in an instant, Lucy Merrill heard from the boy those very words that caused her to lose coordination and fall from the roof. Lucy felt a sense of emptiness that she had only felt once before in her life, as Ed was about to leave his cabin in the forest. The young man, in turn, knew that he should have kept this sleeping princess at a distance from the very beginning, so he was not even surprised. To ensure that this moment never came into his life, Ed had to refuse any expression of interest in Lucy from the very beginning. At the academy, meanwhile, another lesson was in progress, in which the teacher was talking about the cat family. When the man mentioned that life in this family was much more difficult than building a romantic relationship, the girls around him giggled. Ed sat in the back row and watched the experienced Professor Flavin, whose course everyone loved. While the others had very high grades, his grades left much to be desired at first, so the boy tried very hard for their sake. As soon as the boy began to slowly gather his things to leave the classroom, Flavin turned to him and asked him to look into the laboratory. The boy went to his laboratory, where the professor asked the boy if he knew anything about the undergraduate system and scholarship. The young man agreed with him, and Flavin began to explain that for a student, this opportunity could be a good chance to show himself and his talent. But suddenly, Flavin for some reason asked if the boy wanted to help with the necessary work for the teacher Claire, who was not coping with it. Although student Anise had amazing abilities, she was unable to cope with the amount of work that Claire gave her. Realizing that Ed would likely agree to his proposal, Flavin advised the shirt to help them strike a stern pose in front of the students. When the man added that there would be first-year students among the students, Taylor realized that the man would also be among the applicants. As Laurel looked closely at the sage's book in her hands, she felt her magical sense literally going crazy. The girl looked at this thing in her hands and for some reason could not guess why this was happening. Besides that, thoughts were flying through her head about whether she could really sell this thing to Crepin after everything that had happened. It seemed to her that Ed had made such an unreasonable request of her precisely because he did not want her to sell the sage's seal to Crepin. The redhead grabbed her head and whispered that in any case she bought the book in order to resell it later, wanting to get something from the resale. Laurel needed to be more mean, because the green-eyed girl's motto was that it was not worth putting off until tomorrow what could be done today. But the girl thought that he would really satisfy her any request if she had the certificate of purchase of the sage's seal in her hands. The sly fox looked at the piece of paper in her hands and went over in her head all the possible plans that she could implement. Laurel was convinced that if she had the certificate, then everything would be under her control, and with a sly smile she rushed to write something. It was a special announcement about the winter holidays, but now that Professor Glast was away, someone had to teach. Green-eyed signed the necessary documents and was glad that she would no longer have to waste her nerves because of the camp, especially at the end of the semester. Yanuka and Ed and the others were working like crazy, but there were no noticeable changes in Lucy Merrill. The redhead was so carried away by her work that she put in too much effort and accidentally broke the fountain pen that was in her hand. But it was not an excess of physical strength, for Laurel felt how anxious she had been lately. At the time, Ed Rottler was doing some housework when Lucy Merrill reminded him that he was running low on firewood. Seeing an incomprehensible look on her face without taking the dried meat out of her mouth, the girl said that these supplies would not be enough for the winter, and they would freeze. Noticing something wrong with her friend, Lucy Merrill began asking him a lot of questions and asking why he didn't go hunting. Ed knew that in her eyes he was being negligent in setting up the camp, but since he was moving soon, it was justified. Suddenly, in addition to Lucy, Ed suddenly heard another female voice on the campgrounds, which belonged to Yanuka, who decided to visit him. The girl ran up to her friend and said that Professor Marie's lecture was cancelled, so she came to visit him to get some rest. Ignoring Lucy's sleepiness, Yanuka said that she would need to visit the camp more often if Ed was going to move out anytime soon. Yanuka was simply in a delightful mood, so she told the boy how much she loved the camp and their gatherings around the fire in the evenings. Letting half of her words go through his ears, Ed sat and remembered the key that Glast had given him because it was just time to visit the library. But suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by Yanuka, who placed on top of his key some letter that she had just remembered. Upon opening and reading the letter, Taylor realized that it was an application for a room in the Dex building that had to be filled out in advance. The boy turned his eyes to Yanuka and thanked the girl for taking care of even such small things. The beauty, meanwhile, said that she had already had to fill out an application, so she would be happy to help Ed with this, which she began to do. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lucy Merrill appeared between Yanuka and Ed, and her sudden appearance slightly frightened the girl. She started waving her hands in front of Yanuka's face and screaming at her not to pick up that dorm application. Noticing Ed Taylor's very strange look, Lucy Merrill shouted menacingly that she would never let him touch the application. Ed had no choice but to sigh heavily at this, because all his problems began from that day. Deciding to take a little break, the boy went deep into the forest, where he wanted to practice his firepower with Mog. Watching this, Yanuka noticed that she felt the power of understanding of spirits, which was many times superior to a novice spirit master. After these words, the girl turned to Lucy Merrill, who was hiding behind a tree nearby, and asked her what she had done wrong. Usually, Ophilis's maids would grit their teeth and keep her looking neat, but today Lucy had run away in just her nightgown. Ignoring his friends, Ed was completely immersed in improving his powers as he felt his mana increase. From the very moment Lucy Merrill heard him say that the guy would move, she began to constantly hang around him. The girl tried her best to spend as much time with the young man as possible, being with him during school lunches and even at home. In addition, when Yanuka brought Ed an application, Lucy began to treat even her with hostility, because the girl was clearly unhappy with the relocation. Ed glanced at the sleeping princess from time to time and felt that her emotions were closer to a guardian than to hostility. However, learning intermediate magic turned out to be much more difficult than he thought, even after spending the entire day learning. The boy spent almost all of his winter holidays reading as many books as possible and learning something, when suddenly Lucy turned to him. She asked him what the guy was going to do when she left, and Ed said he had to go somewhere and then check the fireplace. The boy put his hand into his jacket and added that, in any case, he had a lot of work that he needed to sort out first. Without even hearing the rest of his plans for the day, Lucy Merrill interrupted Rottler and said that he needed to listen to her. The girl took a few steps towards the boy to get closer to him, because she had one attachment to him. After thinking for a moment, Lucy raised her sleepy eyes to Ed Rottler and suggested that they go to that very place together. Having finished all his work and finding himself in that very place, Ed was just going down into the depths, asking Lucy why she decided to go with him. Instead of holding on to the rope just like him, the girl descended with the help of her magic and said that it was her wish. Ed suggested that she drop the subject, since he needed to know whether he could get down and up to that place on his own anyway. He was not able to take all those numerous artifacts with him at once, so he would have to visit there many more times. The boy approached one of the cabinets that had fallen to the floor and began to carefully lift it, causing dust to rise into the air. When he finally managed to do this, in the place where the table had stood, he saw the safe that Professor Glast had spoken about. Immediately taking the keys out of his pocket and inserting them into the slot, the young man was surprised at why the professor had kept this key with him all this time. The very second the key was inside, the safe flashed with some very bright light, which made Ed even slightly close his eyes. When Ed Taylor saw what was inside, he couldn't even believe his eyes at first, because the professor simply couldn't hide it here. Although the materials for magical engineering would be coming to him soon, he first needed to ask Laurel for a ladder. Rising with him from behind the Library of Souls, Lucy Merrill asked her friend with interest what kind of thing was in that strange safe. That very thing turned out to be the Glastov Golden Phoenix ring, which could distort the timeline and was insanely rare. It allowed him to use his future self's magical power, so Ed could use high-ranking magic right now. However, if this happened, the boy would be unable to fight for a long time, so he couldn't use the ring hastily. So, if Ed Taylor wanted to use the ring in a fight, he only had one option for using the thing. Finding himself cornered, he will have to use the ring as a last resort, facing the prospect of his death. But if it wasn't about a fight at all, but in the case of a contract with a spirit like Yanuka's, then the situation changed slightly, because the girl had a huge supply of mana. Beginner spirit masters like Ed only had a couple of magic slots, and even talking to low-ranking spirits required a lot of practice. But if the boy manages to increase his maximum magic power at least temporarily, then the contract with a high-ranking spirit will be in his pocket. After hearing the whole story, Lucy said that if she had time to create something like this, she would do it. But Ed abruptly stopped her. The boy looked straight into Lucy Merrill's eyes and sternly reminded her that all of this was already past events and she shouldn't think about it. Ed hid the ring in his jacket pocket and said that even if he turned the entire library upside down, he would hardly find anything more valuable than this ring. As he climbed up, he thought that Professor Glast would never waste his time on anything, so he was clearly helping Ed's talent. If we were talking about the talent barrier called maximum magic power, then the guy had an item in his hands that could destroy this wall. After all, this was the very reason why Professor Glast began studying the material in magical engineering, hiding it from everyone. As it turned out later, all this was done by the professor for the sake of his daughter, because he wanted to give her a small gift. When Ed finally emerged from the library, Lucy told him that sometimes people only realize the value of a particular moment once it's gone. She told the guy that she really wanted to ask Taylor about something, which is why she had been constantly following him lately. Lucy Merrill paused briefly, turned to her friend, and asked him if he was really moving into the Dex building. The girl looked incredibly upset, because in fact she didn't want him to leave, so she asked Ed to stay in the forest. It was a phrase that could not be extracted from Lucy Merrill, even with pliers, and Ed Taylor understood this better than anyone. But in his heart, he remained neutral, even though he now had the choice of moving to the Dex building or staying in the camp. Ed thought for a moment and said that if he moved to Dex, his daily life would be more comfortable than living in the countryside in the winter. Lucy adjusted her large hat and turned around to see that the boy was indeed right about that. When the girl usually said that it was going to rain soon, it was true, because like Manga, she was able to predict it. She was able to do this with the help of dark clouds in the sky and the moisture she felt on the bridge of her nose. But the predictions were not always accurate. Ed Taylor repeated her words and also looked up at the sky, after which he said that now was not the time for rain. Lucy simply remained silent and said nothing, because she could not say for sure that the only thing that fell from the sky was rain. However, after a long rainy season, one might think that it might start raining any minute, so she was right after all. Rotalor and Lucy continued to sit in the middle of the cold ground and gaze at the sky, enjoying the silence of the rustling leaves. Suddenly, the boy said that he had one more thing he wanted to tell Lucy Merrill. Lately, he had been so busy that he had not been able to properly stock up on firewood for the winter, so he asked the girl for help with this. Ed smiled slightly and looked at his friend, saying that she herself had recently noticed that they would not have enough firewood for the winter. Understanding what he was hinting at, Lucy Merrill jumped up and ran into the boy's arms because she could not contain her joy. After knocking him to the ground, the sleeping princess began to interrogate Rotalor with questions about whether he really was not joking and was returning to camp. Ed confirmed her words and explained that he had already fully adapted to life in the hut, especially if he improved the environment. He had never seen one of the strongest heroines in history so happy in his life, so the guy just let her hug him. At the start, there was the third act, when the scale of the test began to seriously grow, because soon there would be an election between Fiona and Laurel for the post of president. In addition, this act was supposed to see new protagonists and enemies join the academy, who would enter the game as students. And the last one to stand on stage in the third act will be the final boss, Lucy Merrill, who is currently unaware of his role. Although the matter was not easy, Ed still decided to put his worries aside for a while, because after the end of the next episode, they would remain intact. He had such a strong confidence because, having gone through only scenes and trials, he saw such an expression on Lucy's face for the first time. With the onset of winter, a lot of snow appeared in the forest, which, although accompanied by warm weather, meant a delay in work. By the time Ed finished clearing it, the sun was already at its zenith, but he made it a rule not to overwork himself, even if he had a lot of work to do. The boy needed to figure out how to prepare firewood and provisions, because with the onset of cold weather, life in the hut could become more difficult. And since the cold weather improved the quality of storage, Rottler was able to quickly deal with the preparation of provisions. Since Ed also decided to forego the preferential dorm room, the tuition issue was also resolved to some extent. The young man, unlike the constantly sleeping Lucy Merrill, had many more problems, so the guy thought that she just couldn't sleep. But even taking this into account, the boy stopped throwing the sleeping beauty out of his hut because it was winter outside. Although Lucy wouldn't have frozen due to the magic that constantly enveloped her body, it was more a matter of personal mood. The feeling of relaxation that he would never have been able to experience was now progressing in its greatest form thanks to her. When at the end of the day our protagonist had completed all his household tasks, he would finally begin working on Professor Glast's ring. After some time, he finally started to succeed at what he had wanted to learn since the moment he found it in that safe. Feeling the strength coming into his body, Ed Rottaler would occasionally activate his magic and ask if Marilda had heard him. Life moved on, but the delicious desserts from the Emperor's former pastry chef and his atmospheric terrace in the cafe remained the same. The first-class dessert set from Lipla's was hard to snag due to pre-orders, but some important guests did manage to do so. One of these guests was Yanuka, who one winter morning was sitting in the courtyard of the academy, sipping coffee and chatting with her friends. While not enjoying hot coffee, Clara scolded her friend for the fact that she had gone completely crazy lately because of that Ed Rottler. Hearing these words, Yanuka suddenly jumped up from her seat and screamed that the girl could not talk about him like that, but she only screamed back at her. Other people had a very different reaction to Ed, so Janica still decided to accept the situation regarding what kind of reputation he had. Suddenly, instead of scolding her, Clara asked Janica if she had ever felt her heartbeat quicken when she was around him. After thinking for a bit, the girl replied that next to that guy she didn't feel a racing heart, but rather comfort and warmth. Realizing that this was exactly it, the beauty's friend screamed that now one of the worst endings in a relationship awaited her. Clara again attacked Yanuka and began to yell that a relationship based on one-sided initiative simply could not last long. Even the spirits with whom Yanuka signed a contract supported the girl, because in such a relationship she would simply run after Ed her whole life. Janika's friend sighed heavily and took her hands, saying that during the winter holidays they would find a way out of this situation, forgetting Ed's ugly face. Aalis sat and silently watched her friends, sipping her coffee, because she was not at all interested in romantic relationships. But Clara initially judged Ed Rottaler unfairly, and all this was because Janica liked the boy. Despite this, Aalis recalled how well many of her acquaintances, friends, and even the academy staff spoke of him, because they trusted him. Even though most people no longer thought Ed Rottaler was bad, Aalis still had a different opinion of him due to unnecessary persuasion. There was nothing nice about being scolded by the librarian occasionally for not returning a book on time, but Janica took it personally. Whenever she saw Claire like this, she always wondered how such a person became a professor, and at such a level. Well, be that as it may, the other professors acknowledged the fact that Claire had abilities that they did not even come close to possessing. Somehow she managed to complete her studies under the guidance of such great minds as Glast and Flavern, so she knew what the hard way was. Besides this, she even got the best assistant, who was always ready to come to the girl's aid and help with any heavy load. But Aalis, who was a second-year student in the magic department, always dealt with everything herself and refused everyone who offered help. She gave a uniform to anyone because the girl was a first-class assistant and one of the best students. The fact that Professor Claire's laboratory was always crystal clean was a testament to the excellent work of Aalis, her assistant. She collected information in the library, in the tricks building, even going as far as the duty room in the dormitory, but always came out of it with a smile. Few people knew her true form except for Janica and Clara, because it was normal for Aalis to put on a mask when it came to relationships. There were 20 minutes left until the assistant professor came back from the bakery, so before that, she needed to analyze the information about Ed Rottaler's personality. Aalis found the papers she needed and began to quickly study them, reading that Ed's family was the most powerful in the area, but this information was of no use. Everything that was said in his personal file was too superficial, so Aalis should have looked at the entire stories of his family. Once Aalis entered school, her family found itself in trouble, and she had to figure out how to survive on her own, so she became a helper. The girl had the ability to survive, and Laurel, who was her role model, always helped her with motivation. Having found the necessary papers from the Academy archive, Aalis opened the history of the Rotaylor family and also began to study it carefully. Finally, she came across lines that said that the family usually used repressive education, instilling various ideas. Given this, Aalis concluded that Ed had always grown up without any shortages in money, and therefore never showed himself during his studies. The boy's family's personnel file said he always took initiative but had a tendency to avoid responsibility. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open and Professor Claire appeared, calling Aalis and inviting her to eat Mont Blanc together. Noticing the cup of tea that stood on the table, Claire was glad that the girl had brewed it before she arrived. But as soon as the professor picked it up, she immediately dropped the cup because of how hot it was. Claire immediately began to feel very awkward because she didn't want Aalis to be angry because of her sloppiness. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her, which made her surprised, because Aalis asked if Claire was hurt. Professor Claire stood and looked at her assistant in surprise, not understanding what she was doing in her office at this time. Ed Rotaylor, meanwhile, visited the dorm to thank the maids for helping him with his clothes, as he was behind on his laundry. Maya, who usually does it for him, said that it was not difficult for her, especially when Ed often had her mistress around. Recently, when she was washing Lucy's clothes, a lot of golden hair fell out, so the maid began to suspect something. And while Belle was washing Ed's clothes, she smelled the scented candles and found Lucy Merrill's blonde hair. Maya was indeed very attentive, so if she hadn't worked as a maid, she would have definitely become an investigator, as Ed thought. The maid decided to ask the boy why he always addressed her so formally, but here he only said that he was well-mannered. In fact, she might soon get the position of head maid and a higher level, so Ed simply couldn't talk to her informally. Besides, Maya was constantly behaving very strangely, so the young man simply could not allow himself to talk to her as if she were his friend. He said he would speak to the woman formally if she was the head maid, since Belle was responsible for many things. Maya sighed and asked Ed to be a little easier, since he had more people to deal with besides her. Too much concern on his part could have been a problem, but despite this, the maid still said that the choice would be his. Ed walked over to the window and began to glance at Aalis, emphasizing that the academic department had put a lot of effort into the restoration. Belle, in turn, told him that one of the new students who would be at the academy after the holidays was supposed to come for a visit soon. Hearing that the maid mentioned that very Tanya Rotaylor, Ed immediately realized that she was aware of the whole situation and knew everything. This vacation was terribly problematic for Ed, and besides, things wouldn't get any better after it was over, because his sister was coming to the academy. When Ed returned to the cabin, he met Zix, who was training right next to the entrance to the cabin and preparing for the trip home for the holidays. The boy sat down near the fire and said that he had to study hard during the holidays because he wanted to learn a lot before the semester. Zix looked closely at his friend and noticed that he did not feel any magic from him, and he was glad because Ed had stopped exhausting himself. But since Zix had taught my boy well enough by that point, he walked up to Ed and put his hand on his forehead, checking his temperature. The boy's forehead was really hot, so Zix concluded that he was sick and couldn't use magic for a while. Considering that Zix's best feature was his cold-bloodedness, he simply turned around and started getting dressed, preparing to return to the academy. Finally, he mentioned that Ayla had asked about Rotaylor several times because she wanted to apologize to him and talk about something. Zix hadn't told anyone the location of the hut, so the guy would have to visit them himself, but Ed didn't need an apology. He said that he was not upset with Ayla at all and did not hold any grudges, so he was not angry at all and simply remained indifferent. Instead of continuing that conversation, Ed told his friend that he had used Professor Glast's underground library. When Ed offered Zix money to clean up the mess, the guy handed the bag back to him and said he'd consider it training. Rotaylor did not argue and said that he wanted to use the library as a workshop because there were many useful things there. When classes finally started, Professor Claire was in a tizzy, unable to come up with a curriculum or schedule. It was because of this that her main assistant, Aalis, had to give a speech on behalf of Claire to slightly forgive the professor's life. The girl took the papers and began to read them to the students, telling them about the upcoming entrance exam for first-year students. Every year the exam was conducted by Professor Glast, but this year the task was taken over by his assistant and Professor Claire, who remained after him. Aalis handed Clevius some papers and said that he needed to pick up the supplies she had requested from Trixa in advance. The girl also gave Onyx documents and said that he would be helping Professor Claire's assistant because she had a lot of things to do. Then Aalis turned to Ed last, remembering that Clara and Yanuka had missed something in their thoughts. This guy was surrounded by a lot of different women, and he was quite the ladies' man himself, so Aalis was going to take advantage of the opportunity. She studied the materials to embody the ideal Rottler type, thinking that Ed would not be able to resist her temptation. Aalis tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled at the boy, gently telling him that he would go with her so that she could separate him from Yanuka. When everything was resolved, the guys went to Mount Orinson, where the certification for those who were going to join the academy was to take place. Even though the mountain wasn't very big as they climbed up, Aalis pretended to be tired, and Ed suggested that she take a rest. The beauty again carefully tucked her hair behind her ear and said that the guy was very attentive and strong, which is why she liked him. Rottler looked at the girl with confusion and indifference, not understanding what she was getting at all this time and why she took him with her. Wanting to clarify the situation, Aalis said that she was worried that Yanuka had started hanging out with the wrong person, which is why she had always been wary of Ed. Ed looked down at the list in his hands and said that he didn't care at all, so Aalis didn't have to worry about it. Keeping the conversation going, the young man emphasized how tired the girl was of carrying the responsibilities of Professor Claire's senior assistant. Aalis agreed with him, but quickly said that it was much easier for her when she had a strong man like Ed next to her. The scoundrel came closer to him and carefully took his hand, thanking the guy for the great help he had given her. Rottler immediately stood up from his seat and tried to move away from Yanuka, but suddenly she began to open her soul to him and tell him about her past. The girl was being as dramatic as possible, talking about how difficult her childhood was and how she always thought it would never end. To Ed, she gave off the feeling of being a strong person because she had to solve both financial problems and other issues on her own. The boy decided to support Aalis and told her not to get upset over little things because she was handling everything quite well. Aalis smiled and thanked him for his kind words, saying that they had a lot in common, which was strange for her cold-blooded image. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, and Aalis' heel landed on a small stone, causing the girl to almost fall, leaning on Ed. Ed looked at the place and didn't see a single stone, but suddenly, Aalis began to behave strangely again and say that she felt hot. She said she needed to calm down, so she asked Rottler to stay in the same place, to which she would soon return. Aalis moved a little further away from the guy and sat down on a tree root, thinking about what she needed to do next. She had already shown him a sense of empathy and an image of a strong girl in whom one could see someone worth protecting. And finally, the beauty also decided to stage an accident with a fall in order to force Ed to look at her side even more. The professor's assistant recalled all her actions and began to worry about whether she had overdone it with Rottler. But despite all that had been done, Aalis was still convinced that he had a good physique, which she had felt during the fall. The girl thought Ed wasn't as complicated as he actually turned out to be, because that guy was supposed to be an impudent rich kid from a rich family. Remembering the boy's face, the girl was convinced that she had found in him Yanuka Failover, who had made Ed the center of her universe. Assistant Claire continued to sit in the same place and think about how she could get out of the situation she found herself in. Suddenly, Aalis' eyes lit up with a purple flame as she finally felt like she understood. Ed's face, combined with his character, behavior, and charisma, were the very things that allowed him to seduce women. Ed, meanwhile, sat on the hill and watched the mountain scenery, which seemed so beautiful to him that it made him forget about his problems. But there were some issues in his life that he didn't know how to resolve, and one of those issues was the evil Miss Tanya Rothtaylor. Tanya was the daughter of a duke who became a true political genius and had well-developed political and manipulative skills. She wanted to become the student council president for the first time in the academy's history as a first year, so she will try to do that soon. Belle said that Tanya would be arriving at the dorm before the others, so she wanted to seize as much power as possible before the semester started. Since Tanya wasn't a minor character, Ed still remembered something about her, so he thought he could prepare for it. However, the main question was how Tanya Rothtaylor would treat him, since they had not seen each other for many years. Tanya knew everything about the boy, unlike Ed himself, because he had never played for his character in his life, and besides, he didn't pay attention to him. Ed Rottler was a colorful villain who appeared briefly at the beginning and then disappeared for good, so there was little to nothing said about him in the book. The boy's hero was a minor character, so he had no clues about how his life might have developed previously. Ed continued to stand and stare at the beautiful scenery in front of him and think about how he couldn't solve this problem. All that worried him at that moment was how his little sister, Tanya Rottler, who had just arrived at the academy, thought of him. The academy was full of different stars, including the Princess of the Empire, Laurel, and a girl who could summon higher spirits in her teens. Among them could be attributed the master alchemist Elvira, who created the elixir of the seal, as well as Clevius, who commanded the northern zone. Besides these guys, the coolest among them was a rare genius sorceress who was blessed by the magician Glocked himself. Tanya simply couldn't wait to meet these people, because just the thought of them made her heart skip a beat, and she wanted to join their ranks. When the girl arrived, she was generously greeted by Belle Maya, whom she greeted and ordered her to sort out all of her things. The first thing Tanya needed to do at the academy was to deal with Ed Rottler, who had tarnished their family name. The girl considered her brother to be real trash that needed to be gotten rid of, so she was serious. As befits a good father, Crepin Rottler listened to his daughter's will and was ready to support her in such a good cause. He put his seal on the letter in his name and allowed Tanya to take care of this matter, going to the academy. The girl, in turn, loved her father very much, so she was ready to justify his expectations by doing whatever it took to achieve this. Before going to the academy, the land of knowledge, Crepin told her about two things, namely how Tanya would be treated there. Since respect was honored in the academy, Tanya was not allowed to be rude to anyone even because of her noble status, no matter how much she wanted to. I wish to finally start my own business. The girl found herself in the office of an older friend, where they began to discuss the one who ruined the family name. Tanya smiled at the man sitting in front of her and said that her childhood could not be compared with that of her older friend. Her brother, unfortunately, was devoid of any sense of tact or decency, although he was given the title of heir to the family due to his age. Tanya believed that there was no better way to get along than by telling all sorts of gossip, so she started talking about Ed. Having emptied her cup of tea, the girl added that she was very surprised that the boy had become better over time. Not paying attention to the fact that her older friend was constantly silent and Tanya spoke alone, she continued to throw mud at her brother. But suddenly, the girl noticed that during this entire time, the one who was sitting in front of her did not say a single word. She instantly remembered her father's words about not taking anyone he introduced her to lightly, especially during negotiations. Crepin told Tanya that he and his senior comrade were connected with the case of the Sage's seal, so she was dangerous. Remembering all this, Tanya became convinced that because of her long tongue, she had gotten into a very unpleasant situation from which she needed to get out. Green Eyes, who had not taken her eyes off her the whole time, smiled sarcastically and asked what was wrong. Laurel's anger was only hidden in her tone, and nothing was really happening around Tanya, so she also tried to remain calm. When the girl asked Laurel if the lady was angry, the redhead smiled again and said that she did not understand what they were talking about. Laurel laughed and called the younger Rottler a very funny girl with whom she enjoyed chatting. Ed, meanwhile, was in his hut as usual, studying, gaining skills in pinpoint blasting and source wind. The boy had not taken textbooks from Professor Glast's library for a long time, because the library did not have a specific date for returning books, which was convenient. The boy took the book and headed towards the fire, wanting to light it and study near the source of heat, but he quickly remembered that he could not use magic. Previously, Lucy Merrill fell asleep in places that were surprising to him, but now the boy was already accustomed to the fact that he mostly saw the sleepyhead in his bed. He approached the sleeping beauty and tried to wake her up by removing the blanket from Lucy, because he needed someone to light a fire for him. It was almost impossible to wake Lucy Merrill at such moments, so the young man simply picked her up and carried her outside. Since the girl had not slept all this time, and she was simply too lazy to answer her friend, finding herself near the fire, she immediately lit it. Ed Rottler thanked the girl, who told him she was tired of sleeping in the bed and wanted to stay outside with him. The boy agreed, and a moment later Lucy was snoring again on his shoulder, which seemed to her a wonderful place to sleep. But sensing a strange smell, the little one jumped off his body and sat down next to him, emphasizing that Ed smelled of perfume. Remembering what had happened to him throughout the day, Ed decided that it was Anis's perfume, whose floral scent had clung to his clothes. Lucy Merrill looked closely at her friend and asked what his temperature was, which surprised Ed a little, since he hadn't told her about it. Without waiting for the young man's answer, the girl told him that Rottler should not have been sick, otherwise he could easily have died. She put her hand out and brought it to the boy's chest, saying that she wanted to help him if Ed's magic had stalled. While restoring him, Lucy Merrill felt that the boy had no magic left at all, and she said that Ed had done a stupid thing. Ed Rottler agreed with her, and Lucy said that by the end of winter, the boy should have become much stronger and more robust. Taking advantage of the moment, Lucy Merrill looked her friend straight in the eye and asked if she could ask him for something very strange. The girl looked him straight in the eyes and asked again if Rottler could gently stroke her head. The boy sighed, opened his book, and while he read, gently stroked the little sleepy princess's head. Lucy Merrill felt terribly happy at that moment, because she felt very comfortable and good with this man, like with no one else. Suddenly, Ed turned around and heard a female voice, which emphasized that they had not seen each other properly for so long. In front of the young man was Laurel, whom he asked if she had come because of the last time, since he had not shown up at the trading company. The redhead said that this was not the reason for her visit, because she came to tell the guy something important. The girl turned her gaze to Lucy Merrill, who was sleeping on Ed's lap, and was silent for a few seconds, after which she said that she had a question. Tanya Rottaler, in turn, wasted no time talking to other students at the academy, trying to get help from them. Her first victim was Elka Islan, about whose family Tanya knew much more than she needed to, because she had studied their case. When Elka was happy about what Tanya could do in exchange for her help, she suddenly heard Zix's voice, which came out of nowhere from behind. The guy came closer to the girls and looked closely at Tanya, asking if she was that same sister of Ed Rottaler. Tanya felt the magical energy that was pouring out of this guy with a hardened body, so she needed to cooperate with him. Zix, meanwhile, began to look much more serious and intimidating, so Tanya simply could not ignore her question. When the girl confirmed his words and thoughts, Zix finally began to look less scary as he continued to examine her. Suddenly he laughed loudly and turned to Elka, to whom he said that the girl really was the sister of that very Ed Rottaler. Zix took some small bronze ball out of his pocket and carefully took Tanya's hand, after which he put this thing there. The boy explained that it was a magical engineering item required for beginners, so Tanya should be more comfortable with it. Ignoring the surprised look on Ed's sister's face, Zix turned to Elka and asked her if she had taken notes for her stachiology class. Having finished showering poor Tanya with everything she needed, Zix and Elka smiled contentedly and began to feel proud of themselves. Meanwhile, Rottler Jr. stood with a pile of unnecessary junk and asked the boys if they had heard her proposal correctly. Zix snorted and said that his family had always been like a cat and a dog, and he had never seen them be friends, so it wasn't a surprise. Elka shouted to her friend that the steamer was already leaving, so Zix said goodbye to Tanya and said that he was very glad to meet her. Finally, the boy added that he was a good friend of Ed's, and they owed each other a lot, having a special relationship. He patted Tanya on the shoulder and said that the girl was lucky to be born into a good family, so she would achieve success with her endurance. Having wished the girl good luck and turning a blind eye to the fact that she had collapsed to the ground under the weight of all that junk, Zix and Elka finally left her. Tanya Rottaler felt incredibly strange, so she just continued to lie on the ground and think about what had just happened. Professor Claire, who was in her office at the time, lay exhausted on the table and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Yanuka was just reporting to her about the week's progress and saying that Claire needed to sort out the placement tests for new recruits. While the assistant continued with her report, Claire whined about how difficult and harsh her youth had been with her, not letting her sleep for 2 days. Yanuka read that report and knew that Onyx and Clevius had done a terrible job of their tasks, so she shouldn't rely on them anymore. The only one who worked flawlessly with the paperwork was Ed, because his problem-solving abilities were better than those of some aristocrats. It was hard for Yanuka to even believe this, because apparently that boy had grown up not only on academic knowledge and the remnants of his family, while she was lost in her own thoughts, Claire approached her assistant and asked how her hike with Ed Rottaylor had gone. Suddenly, Claire lowered her voice considerably and said that she had once followed him when the Ophilus building was being inspected. The professor told his assistant that the guy had created a camp that was bigger than Anika's lab, and he had completely furnished it. She could immediately feel how hard he lived, but Claire didn't even think that the boy's grades would improve, and that Professor Glast himself would agree with it. But when Anika heard that he even made a contract with a spirit, albeit a low-ranking one, the girl's eyes instantly widened. Professor Claire, in turn, did not pay attention to the strange expression on Anika's face and said that they had many similarities. At this point, Anika finally began to think that Ed really was a good guy, so she thanked Claire for telling her story. Taking all this into account, the girl could finally wish for her and Yanuka to share a life together. Now she had met that young man and realized that he was good. But there was something about Rottaylor that didn't give Anika any peace of mind, and she doubted whether he was really an ordinary guy. This boy had a special appearance, gentlemanly behavior, and a good body, which Anika learned about completely by accident. Finally, Professor Claire turned her attention to her assistant and asked her in surprise why she was counting crows and flying in the sky. Suddenly, Anika jumped up from her seat and accidentally knocked over all the papers, after which she rushed to the window and shouted that she was very hot. The image of Ed Rottaylor and even his smell would not leave the girl's head, so she began to understand that this was becoming a real tragedy. Anika felt anxiety filling her body from the mere thought that she did not understand how to act and what to do. Suddenly, the professor's words popped into her head again, and the girl covered her mouth with her hands out of excitement, holding back a small scream. Considering that this guy had made a contract with a spirit, Anika knew that he couldn't have done it in such a short time on his own. The only person who could help him with this was Yanuka, who knew of spirits who were capable and reliable. Anika remembered all her ridiculous attempts to get closer to Ed, and she felt incredibly ashamed and anxious. Professor Claire was starting to worry about her assistant, so she said they were finished and could go and have lunch. But exactly the second poor Anika heard the word finished, she disappeared without a trace from the professor's office. The Failover family motto was harmony and coexistence, which is why Janica loved to help others and anyone in need. Her charm in caring for her loved ones and love for people always made the girl happy, no matter how difficult her life was. By forgetting about loneliness, she was able to find honest friends, but people could not help but worry in any case, so Yanuka was nervous. While Yanuka was sitting peacefully with Mog under Marilda's tree, Tanya somehow found her and waved her hand to the girl. Rottaylor Jr. smiled awkwardly and said that she was very eager to meet Janica and talk to her. While Tanya was talking to Laurel, the redhead didn't miss the opportunity to tell her that Janica could be a good ally for her. When Tanya asked Yanuka again whether she was against getting to know each other, a second later she regretted it very much. Laurel's words about Yanuka being very kind and caring in herself destroyed the image of the fiery dragon that appeared behind her. Tanya Rottaylor looked at the enraged Yanuka and understood that this girl was definitely not going to listen to her and believe her, as Laurel said. When Laurel told Ed did everything he asked her to do, the young man thanked his friend and said that he really appreciated her help. He offered her some hot chocolate and asked why she had come straight to his camp to tell him something, since she needed a rest. The redhead smiled, took the hot chocolate, and asked her friend not to worry, because she was relaxing while being with him. The moon, which was clearly visible in the sky, seemed to be smiling, and it seemed that it had just been perfectly round, but now it had almost disappeared. With such a hectic life, time flew by very quickly, because even the river fell into hibernation, giving everyone else peace. But everyone perceived this calm differently, because for Laurel, who loved to fantasize, this winter represented peace. Winter seemed to have a magical power that helped people calm down and come to their senses after difficult periods, and Laurel was no exception. Green Eyes finally plucked up her courage and approached Rottaylor, asking him why Lucy Merrill was sleeping on the boy's lap. At first, Ed didn't even know what to answer her because he himself considered it strange, so he simply said that it was winter now. Laurel stared at him in surprise, as this was not an answer to her question at all, which made her tense up again. But the girl quickly put aside her second thoughts and said that she would not have gone over to the guy if she wanted to talk only about magical objects. When Ed asked if she had any other business with him, The green-eyed girl giggled and said so that the young man would not pretend that he didn't know. As Laurel pulled out a sage seal out of nowhere the next second, the boy stared at her in amazement and said that she had participated after all. As he stared at the image of the book in the redhead's hand, Laurel said that she simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Suddenly, instead of the images of the book, a letter appeared in her hand, which she immediately took and smiled, saying that it was very funny. The girls quickly remembered Ed's words about how he was ready to do anything if she could get the sealed letter back from him. Laurel leaned over to Ed and said that as a seller, she should have gotten at least something back for what she spent. The redhead smiled and whispered in his ear that she could ask the guy for something that might make him feel a little uncomfortable, not wanting to drag things out. The green-eyed girl looked Rottler in the eyes and asked him, as a good friend, to stand on her side. The young man quickly remembered that the third act was now beginning, and the confrontation between Princess Fiona and Laurel had already begun. Laurel had a premonition of this and made her first move by creating a ruse in politics and trapping the Princess of Justice, Fiona, her sworn enemy. If everything went according to the script, she was supposed to become the student representative and start to gain power, especially in the fourth act. The redhead, meanwhile, continued to whisper in Ed's ear that perhaps all the students at the academy would have a moment when they could choose. Having finished her speech, the girl stood up and turned around, and finally said that if it happened, she expected to see Ed on her side. But Ed Rottler knew clearly that the outcome of the struggle between Fiona and Laurel depended on the main character of this whole story. Ed wasn't ready to get involved in the story and change things that much, so he said that his presence wouldn't change anything. Laurel responded by saying that although the boy's reputation was improving, he was still an ordinary student. After this, the girl added with a laugh that it made no difference, since Ed's presence could well have had a political influence. She paused for a second, turned to her friend and calmly said that this factor was important to her personally. Rottler, who was still stroking Lucy Merrill's head, said it was not difficult for him to join in. This answer made Laurel smile stunningly, revealing her teeth and making Ed think again that she had many different personalities. Green Eyes turned to the boy and happily said that she was just looking forward to their work together, showing her kind side. Naturally, there were no lessons during the holidays, so Ed finally wanted to sleep until lunch, but out of habit he woke up too early. He was still a little sick and didn't have any of his magic, so he had to turn to Lucy Merrill every time. Even though he and Laurel had talked for a long time last night, the boy still had one thing that wouldn't leave his mind. That evening, the redhead told him that her little sister Tanya had already begun to hold a grudge against the young man, since most likely she had some kind of grudge. Laurel mentioned that she found Tanya nice, so she told her about some people and suggested she visit them. The last of such people was Ed, whose location the green-eyed girl successfully told Tanya and told her to go to him. Ed looked at his hero's biological sister and didn't understand what kind of relationship they would have, because no matter how much he thought, he knew nothing about her. This girl was a complete stranger to him, so the boy could not do anything that could somehow help him find out her intentions. The young man looked at the girl who greeted him and said that she brought him a small gift, not knowing what to say to her. Rottler tried to look at his little sister as closely as possible to understand whether she was worried, embarrassed, or simply scared. Finally, Ed realized that he did not feel any anger at all, and while he was at home in his life, the boy behaved well towards his family. The boy himself apologized to himself for jumping to conclusions and was glad that he wouldn't have to quarrel with his sister. Tanya Rottler, at that moment, was actually a little afraid of her older brother, with whom she had recently lived under the same roof. She recalled one of those times when, in a fit of anger, he knocked a plate of food off the table and screamed at how they could bring him such food. The girl, in turn, always remained a calm child and endured all of her brother's antics without reacting to him. It was because of this that Ed Rottler always told her that this was something the little one had at least some talent for. In his past, as it turned out, the boy was quite the tyrant, because he even treated the maids of their mansion with insane disrespect. Tanya was a very strong girl, despite their age difference, so she always just endured and kept quiet. But in one such situation, when the guy really crossed the line and started to bully the maid, she screamed and ordered him to stop. Since the little Rottler had never opened her mouth in his direction before, Ed was surprised and stared at her very much as she stood up at the table. While the boy was asking the girl if she really felt compassion for this servant, equal to an instrument, Tanya felt terrible. Ed didn't have a single ounce of empathy or kindness back then, so he just continued to act like a complete bastard. This time, when they met again, the boy showed politeness and accepted his sister's gift with a small smile on his lips. The boy opened the box and saw something that looked like a hair clip, so he said that he would wear it from the next semester. When he told Tanya that the girls shouldn't have spent money on gifts because he wasn't worthy of them, the girl simply froze in shock. Rottler Sr. quickly rushed into the hut to bring something from there, telling his sister to sit down near the fire. Since Lucy was also lying sleepy near the fire, Ed came out of the hut with 2 cups of tea and told Tanya not to pay attention to her. Little said that she had heard about how her brother had changed from many people, so after these words, Ed was a little surprised. Tanya began to tell him in fear that she had managed to see his friends, who had told her a little about Rottler Sr. Hearing that his little sister had already managed to see Yanuka, the boy smiled and noted that she was the kindest and most caring of them all. In order not to accidentally provoke a quarrel, as had happened before, Tanya agreed to reproach the memories of how Yanuka dealt with her people. Almost letting it slip because she had suddenly appeared in her head, Tanya immediately began to say that during the meeting, Yanuka had been kind to her. But still, the girl was unable to fully hide the truth, and Ed guessed that most likely, Yanuka summoned a spirit, and this scared her very much. In the guy's memory, Tanya was not so soft, and everyone who saw Ed Taylor experienced exclusively negative emotions. It was because of this that the boy looked at his little sister and said that now he lived and tried as best he could, so she did not need to be afraid of him. He handed her the cup and said that although he had done many terrible things before, and it was too late to apologize, the young man still wanted to ask for forgiveness. Ed smiled kindly at Tanya and said that rumor had it that she wanted to become a representative, which is why he wished her the best of luck. Despite his words, this little one could never become a representative, because initially she was an antagonist for the image of Fiona. But since they were meeting for the first time, Ed felt that he had to support her and not reveal the truth under any circumstances. Judging by the expression on Tanya's face, the guy could no longer imagine what their relationship could be like after the past. Finally being at the academy where she was safe, Tanya exhaled, because even though she knew her brother, she was still afraid. Even at the moment when she almost burned out during a conversation with Yanuka, Tanya understood what genuine anger was in these parts. The poor guy thought that her older friend Yanuka really believed and followed her brother, even though he had been a terrible person in the past. But it was incredibly strange for the girl, because in that place there were too many elite people who were on Ed Taylor's side. One of these people was even Lucy Merrill, a rare genius of magic, who slept so easily in Tanya's brother's camp and was not even afraid of him. Tanya was so immersed in her own thoughts about how these people were bound to reveal Ed's true identity that she didn't notice something. Turning to the side because of the strange sound, Tanya saw next to her the same Lucy Merrill, who was most likely her neighbor in Aalis. Lucy also noticed a girl she thought she had seen before and asked if she was Ed's younger sister. Without waiting for an answer, Lucy took a few steps towards her, stood on her toes, and put her hands on the girl's shoulders, saying that she would always be there. After this, the sleeping beauty ran into her room and left Tanya alone with herself, who was trying to understand who had just approached her. Tanya fell onto the plaque with the inscription above the door of Lucy's room, which in Ophelia were used only for the best students. Convinced that this was not a dream at all, and that she had just met the real Lucy Merrill, Tanya simply froze in defeat. Last year, there was an event where the goal was for a loser student to take up a sword during combat practice and defeat Lucy. However, the script was distorted, which led to the premature release of Janica Failover's power, who was unable to control herself. This year, the joint combat practice was also an important event, which was attended by a lot of first-year students and guests of the academy. Gifted freshmen challenged the famous generation of protagonists on the training ground, wanting to prove themselves and their talents. As soon as the confrontation began, the first-year students, who did not adhere to the framework of the mock battle, experienced an outburst of power. But they were all eventually defeated by Taylor, who never lost his composure for a second and, as usual, resolved the whole situation. Taylor, who had become quite strong over the past year, had etched his name into the memories of every one of these boys who entered the academy for the first time. Also in the crowd was St. Clarice, who had hidden her identity and was watching Taylor closely. ending the event there. While Ed was filled with pride for Taylor, he shouldn't forget that the relationship between the Saints Taylors was very important. Soon, the boys will really need her power during the battle to subjugate Lucy, so the events had to happen strictly according to the script. Because of this, it was necessary to achieve that very release of power from gifted press students, the reason for which lay elsewhere. It was such that none of them made it into the top class on the freshman entrance test, which was all because of Claire. For some reason, senior lecturer Claire used those same purple discs for testing, against which the little guys didn't have a single chance. When Clevius and his friend saw what happened to the discs after testing, they immediately realized that they would need new discs. Aalis, who was standing next to the boys at the time, looked terribly sad and upset, because it was the girl who was responsible for the discs. The professor's assistant apologized to them all, as she really should have kept a much better eye on those discs. But now there was no point in blaming her for what happened, because the damaged item would never have returned to working order anyway. Those were the words of Ed Taylor, who said that despite the level of humidity in the situation, they were able to turn things around. The first idea that came to his mind was directly related to Clevius, so the boy grabbed him by the neck and suggested that they begin. While at the foot of Mount Orinzian, for some reason, Tanya's mind was filled with thoughts about when she first felt that she had arrived at the land of knowledge of the academy. Regardless of who the students of this academy were, they all studied in the same place and wore the same clothes, regardless of their rank. But if we talk about an exception to this unspoken rule, then it was the spiritual support of millions of believers of Telos. It was St. Clarice who greeted the boys and said that they didn't have to be so formal with her. Watching them, the girl said that if they continued to be formal, her life would become too stressful. Suddenly, Clarissa heard Tanya's voice, who said that she was terribly pleased to see the girl in person in front of her. Noticing Clarissa's gaze, Tanya introduced herself with a smile as the future successor of the Taylor family. When Clarissa heard what family this little one came from, she was delighted, because she had once been baptized by the head of the Crepin family. Tanya said that when she came of age, she would also undergo the sacrament of baptism, but for now it was too early for her to think about it. St. Clarice smiled back at the girl and said that she had been looking forward to the time when they would finally be on equal terms. A chance meeting with the saint in front of everyone was a suitable setup that could help in the fight for the seat of the council president. Watching as fireworks were about to appear in the sky in just a second, Tanya couldn't leave these thoughts behind and calm down. Although the venue and content of the tests differ for each faculty during the test, their purpose remains the same. This goal was to get into the best class that could provide students with a bright future with a lot of opportunities. Exemption from full tuition fees, the right to live in Ophalisa, and much more were the privileges that this class provided. One of the first years, who had bright red hair, looked serious and happy, because he was the first to take out the magic stone. Suddenly he was overtaken by a student with purple hair, who said that he should have concentrated on running instead of chatting. The first guy cursed Joseph and ordered the young man to stop immediately, but he didn't care at all, because he wanted to win. Besides these guys, the magic stone also ended up in the hands of Tanya, who was less energetic and sociable than them. The girl was sure that in addition to laying the stone on the altar, the test should have included other tasks, or tricks and traps. Suddenly, her thoughts about how she needed to be more careful were interrupted by someone's too loud and clear scream. Turning around, the younger Taylor saw some girl in front of her who fell on her literally out of nowhere. Having carefully examined the stranger, Tanya anxiously asked her if everything was okay with the student, since she could have called for help. That girl turned out to be incredibly strange, because she immediately jumped up from her seat and shouted that she had taken off her shoes because she wanted to feel the texture of the snow. When Tanya asked why she did it, the stranger looked at her with her big eyes and said that it was her wish. Ed's sister continued to stare at the girl and realized that she had clearly injured her head as soon as she began the test. She sighed wearily and introduced herself by her name, adding that apparently she and this crazy woman were the same age and classmates. The moment the stranger heard the name Taylor, she immediately noticed that she had previously heard how wonderful these people were. Instead of confirming it with words like her own affairs, Tanya said in a dissatisfied and rude voice that this did not apply to everyone. Tanya cast an irritated glance at the stranger and said that when a family existed for a long time, scum appeared in it. What she had seen at the camp had seemed like a complete turnaround, but now Tanya was very unsure of what Ed Taylor's true face was. The fear that had been imprinted in her since those years when they lived together could not disappear in an instant, so she still felt it. The strange stranger still didn't leave Tanya's side after that, so she followed her and started asking a bunch of ridiculous questions. Lord Jr. eventually got tired of being targeted, so she ordered the girl to stop. But she once again ignored her words and ran up to Tanya again, saying that her name was Kylie Anchor and she really wanted to be friends with her. Tanya sighed and told Kylie that even in that case they needed to speed up, because now there was an exam that they needed to finish. Kylie immediately agreed with her and said with a smile that she didn't care about ratings and grades at all, which is what she advised Tanya herself to do. Ignoring Miss Taylor's irritation, Kylie grabbed her hand and pulled her along, telling Tanya that she would definitely help her. The girl ran forward and tightly squeezed Tanya's hand, continuing to talk about how she had a friend of the same age for the first time. 30 minutes after the start of the test, the same boy with red hair still blindly believed in his victory because he did not see Yosef near him. He believed that no matter how smart his friend was, he was far ahead in terms of endurance. But very quickly, the guy realized that he had rushed. Out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared in front of the boy, who began to threaten him with death and administer a bunch of blows to his face. As the student lay unconscious on the ground, Clevius came into his true form and said that the scoundrel had come too quickly. It was a bit mean, but even though Clevius behaved cowardly and vilely, which was not appropriate for an older comrade to do, there was one thing. Thanks to this, the guy felt that the words of that bastard were confirmed, and that the system data really worked in his favor. Remembering the force with which Ed Taylor had grabbed his neck at that moment, Clevius felt goosebumps run through his body, which made him feel uneasy. Well, he was incredibly happy with the thought that Ed had promised him back then that the boy wouldn't do this nasty thing alone. Clevius and Aalis's job was to stop the first years halfway to the altar and only let those who could defeat them go forward. Since Aalis was responsible for what happened, she had to try her best to show her true strength. At the same time, Senior Comrade Onyx, who was flying in the sky, was responsible for safety during the certification because he was a master of flight magic. Claire, in turn, was responsible for sending out reports on the changes and content of the test, so she needed to finish this before the end of the test. When all the roles were finally distributed among the participants of the test supervision, Aalis finally asked Ed which role he would play. After thinking for a moment before his answer, Ed Taylor looked away from the girls and announced that he would remain at the starting point. In fact, this was supposed to be the hardest job of the entire assessment, since someone had to protect the altar from the students. Claire looked at the young man with concern because she could hardly feel his mana, which is why she was worried whether everything would be okay with the boy. But the boy was much more confident in himself, so he calmly said that he had one very important and interesting idea. While there were constant explosions all around, and Onyx was successfully picking up the fallen students from the path of obstacles, everything was going very smoothly. The completely damaged illusion disc was difficult to repair, and besides, Ed's magical power had not yet returned to its original state. But the magic stones used in this test, as one would expect, were extremely expensive and powerful. Besides this, by using this altar that the boy guarded, he could gradually charge his magical power for the future battle. This was confirmed by the fact that Ed was again able to hear his good friend Mog, who constantly accompanied him. Since Aalis and Clevius had to buy some time and the boy had enough of those stones, the plan should work. With that said, Ed Taylor's main task now was to make sure that the students were never allowed to walk down the aisle so easily. When the boy felt the magical power finally arrive in his body, he decided that the preparations were completely complete. Half of the students who took part in the assessment passed the stage with Clevius, which no one had ever managed to pass. Finally, Tanya and Kylie got to the guy, who stared at him in amazement, thinking how they could defeat this terrifying creature. Clevius growled that he was already a little exhausted. He was in a bad mood, so he really wanted to finish with the girls quickly. But suddenly, his entire serious and frightening image was interrupted by a huge explosion that sounded behind the young man. Even though the northern entrance to the certification was on that side, Clevius understood that this was clearly not the magic of Aalis's senior comrade. Taking advantage of the fact that one of the guards was distracted and lost concentration, Tanya grabbed Kylie by the hand and started running away from him. Anis's assistant had extensive theoretical knowledge, for which she was often called talented, but her use of magic was poor. However, it was clearly not at the level that she could handle the first years, who were much stronger than Anis. However, this freshman Joseph Whitefelts was on a whole other level, because on the test, he did something that no one else had ever been able to do. Unlike his older sister, who had to work hard to become better at his alchemy, he was insanely strong from birth. In short, this boy was a real gay and the strongest candidate for the place of the best student of the course, so he had to pass. For some reason, Joseph thought that Anis was angry about losing to this brat, so he tried to calm her down, but the assistant stopped him. The boy did not argue with the girl and simply silently walked forward, heading to the last stage of the certification, where Ed was waiting for him. Everything was prepared perfectly, without a single mistake, but it was Anis who ruined the magic instrument, putting everyone else in a difficult position. Moreover, the girl was unable to offer an alternative, and for some reason this man was now in control of the situation. When she spoke about this man, she was talking about Ed Rottler, who never got angry and kept the conversation constructive. However, Anis was defeated by a first year and was unable to block the entrance to the altar from the north. The girl's feelings of defeat and resentment then faded into the background, because in the first place, she felt terrible anger at herself. When Anis thought about who could resolve this situation, it was his face that appeared before her eyes, the one she wanted to forget. Finally seeing his first guest in front of him, Ed greeted him and asked if the boy knew the content of the exam, to which he nodded. Joseph Whitefelts moved closer to the boy without a hint of concern, saying that the structure of the exam was unusual. He asked Ed who the other test students would deal with if he managed to place the stone on the altar and defeat the last guardian. Ed Rottler calmly told the boy that it was none of his business, so he just had to do his job and try to win. In reality, Joseph was simply trying to buy time and assess the situation, especially given the presence of the disc near Ed. Even though this warden was a student of the magic faculty, the boy did not feel any strong magical energy or any power from him. But at the same time, he noticed the use of a magic stone, which meant that his opponent's overall magical energy was very low. Joseph became very confident in himself from that moment on, thinking that the academy had disappointed him greatly by sending such opponents. The freshman didn't waste time, so he immediately used a magic explosion, which was a mid-level magic. Seeing that Ed Rottler still managed to dodge his ferocious attack, Joseph was even slightly surprised that this guy had combat experience. Judging by the flow of his mana, it was fire magic, and his concentration indicated that he was going to use ignition or incandescence. Just a second later, when Ed swung at his opponent, Joseph realized that he had used the ignition to prepare for an attack. But the force of Ed's blow was so great that Joseph Whitefelts simply froze, because he did not expect to see such a big flame. This maneuver was only performed by a person well trained in the basics of magic, so Ed might even be able to use mid-level magic. Despite the strength and majesty of the flame, it was still not powerful enough to break through Joseph's magical shield. The battle of wizards was often decided depending on the amount of magical power, but if it was the same, then victory was already more difficult. Joseph slightly changed his predictions and thought that Ed still had little experience in magical battles, because the total amount of magic was small. Well, very soon the boy was again convinced that he had underestimated his opponent, and clearly did not know everything about him. Ed Rottler charged at the student, shouting that the protective magic circle could reflect his magical attacks, but not his physical strength. Finally, Joseph Whitefelts felt the boy's hands on his collar, and in that same second, he thought that this was the end of them. The warden, in turn, told the boy that since he was called a magician, he always had to remain on guard and not rely on luck. Immediately after these words, Joseph came to his senses again and slipped out of the strong hands of the young man, realizing that he could not lose to him so easily. He stared at his opponent and asked with interest how Ed Rottler had managed to penetrate his curtain of fire. So, without waiting for an answer to my question, Joseph quickly concentrated his magic and told his older comrade that he would be attentive. In response to his mid-level freezing magic, Ed once again used the ignition he had used earlier. Joseph understood that the boy was trying to block the couple's view and repeat the maneuver again, but the student could also control other elements. He managed to accurately copy Rottler's skill and direct his own basic incandescent magic at him, catching the young man off guard. Ed, in turn, was not going to let the freshman walk down the aisle that easily, so he activated the blessing and increased his fire resistance. Joseph reacted instantly to the fact that he had managed to use fire resistance, so he activated his physical shield. The boy thought that Ed's privilege was revealed in the speed of casting spells, so he hurried and regretted it very much. Having flown into the air for 10 meters and fallen to the ground, Joseph began to order himself not to dare switch off and to continue thinking. He finally realized that it was not a matter of a magical explosion, but of using the art of spirits that his opponent could control. Magic, the arts of the spirit, and magical tools that Ed hadn't even used yet would certainly defeat Joseph Whitefeltz. Eventually, the student realized this and wondered who this boy was who had so many unusual and powerful skills. The freshman no longer had any motivation to even play, so he threw away his magic stone and declared his loss. When the boy noticed that Ed Taylor was distracted, he immediately jumped up and rushed at him with a lump of new magic that he had prepared. He used the mid-level ice spear magic. I wish to put an end to this assessment once and for all and move forward. But for some reason Ed didn't even intend to dodge his blow, continuing to stand in place and do nothing. Joseph Whitefeltz didn't even pay attention to it, because all that interested the boy at that moment was the warden's victory and winning. A student who had spent his entire life studying magic was unlikely to cause any significant harm with his fist, and Ed Taylor clearly understood this. Not wanting to go along with Joseph, Rottler used his trump card, thereby greatly surprising Joseph. This was the same wind defense that would throw the enemy back with the wind when they received an unexpected blow, which was only available to select magicians. Feeling the pain pulsating through his body after the huge explosion, Joseph found the strength to say that he had lost. The boy pointed his finger at the broken magic stone that was behind Ed, after which he almost lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Ed, in turn, hid his dagger and said that the little guy had worked hard and that he had indeed surpassed even him in some respects. Feeling terribly weak after everything that had happened in the last 10 minutes, the student still managed to ask what the young man's name was. Ed Taylor looked at his opponent with a menacing gaze, paused for a moment, and told him his name. When his senior comrade Onyx finally arrived, Ed asked his friend to pick up the freshman and take care of him. Sitting in the carriage and heading somewhere, Elka decided to ask Zix why he chose the Faculty of Magic. After taking a bite of the cookie, Zix looked at his friend and asked why she was interested, to which she replied that the military department suited Zix. The boy smiled and said that he was not at all interested in moving up, and that he could easily succeed in the magic faculty. While the boys were peacefully chatting, Clevius Northundale, meanwhile, was experiencing something that he had never seen even in his nightmares. Seeing what happened to the warden, Kylie asked him if everything was okay, and if she had accidentally broken anything. Onyx immediately ran up to Clevius and began trying to get at least some explanation and information from him about how he felt. 20 minutes before the end of the test, Tanya and Kylie finally made it to the last certification point where someone was waiting for them. This someone turned out to be the girl's brother, whom she did not expect to see there at all, because she considered him a complete loser. The man who had once been a source of terror and an object of hatred now stood among the students' test and helped the kids move on. He was now right in front of Tanya Taylor, making the girl feel the same sensations that she experienced during her life with him. That day, Saint Clarice had 2 dreams, which she usually took very seriously, because she believed in all sorts of coincidences. In one of them, there was a man who told the girl that holiness, in his opinion, arose from beliefs that were maintained throughout life. Clarice was meant to be a person like a clean white sheet of paper, as Archbishop Verdio believed. In the second dream, the saint said the exact opposite, because it was better to die in a dirty puddle than to live like a blank sheet of paper. The girl she saw in that dream said that the green mist of the Duncan swamps and the golden fields of the city of Chloron were crazy, and the red roofs of the trading city of Oldek only emphasized the dazzling wisdom of Sylvania, the realm of knowledge. After all this, the conversation turned to the sand sea of the great desert of Drestea, through which it was simply impossible to get through. Clarissa watched the girl playing her ukulele and enjoying the song she was making up as she went along. It was Adele, the keeper of the church torch, who after leaving the church called herself a romantic and jumped from house to house with her ukulele. At night, when the world slept, the girl sang at the window of St. Clair, because the sun that she dreamed of at night was the world that her only friend whispered to her. Sometimes Adele even talked to Clarissa, telling her about interesting things and romantic stories that she had seen. After leaving the church, Adele entered Sylvania, and during her holidays she was said to wander around the world singing her songs to the people. After Adele left, Clarissa spent every night in the places her friend had described in her songs. Sometimes the Archbishop would come to Clarice and tell her that she always had to watch her appearance if she wanted to reveal her identity. He told the girl that the saint must be protected by a sacred artifact, so he gave her a small pendant. It was a normal trip under the cover of the church to the academy, and when Clarice sat on the wooden bench, no one paid attention to her. She felt her breathing quicken, and her chest fill with happiness, since no one bowed to her or looked at her with trepidation. Until that moment, no one from the academy could understand that the girl was a saint, with the exception of only one person who stood in front of her. When Tanya found out that her brother would be conducting the final test, she was very surprised, unlike Kylie, who was waiting for the fight to begin. Ed glared at the girls and asked them to just turn around and leave, because he really didn't want to hurt them. But after a few seconds he added that if they still decided to come closer, he would greet them very hospitably, unfold his magic. The students who had dedicated all their time to practicing the spirit arts were unable to do this, because Ed was much taller than all of these guys. Even active spirit masters were considered experts when they dealt with the 6 mid-round spirits, which was what Ed possessed. But he was much cooler than those same magicians, because under his control were all sorts of high-ranking spirits that Tanya knew. Suddenly, Kylie came up to her and said that she wanted to give up, because at this point in the assessment, common sense should have been used. Tanya understood that her friend was right, because in her eyes the trauma of the past was already beginning to appear little by little in the form of a high-ranking spirit. In that case, if the girl's brother was going to fight them, then for Tanya, it would mean that he hadn't changed a bit since then. It was because of this that Tanya was not going to give up, because she was very interested in checking out what kind of person her brother had become. Suddenly, any hint of fear disappeared from the younger Rotaylor's eyes, and she exclaimed that status and rank always came with responsibilities. The girl didn't believe that someone who didn't really understand anything about elementary magic suddenly began to control a high-ranking spirit. Looking at Marilda behind his back, Tanya doubted that this spirit was real, but over time she stopped being sure of this. The girl tried to understand whether that beast really was a high-ranking spirit, and her brother was controlling it. Suddenly, the young man finally used his magic and threw the girls away from himself, trying not to hurt them in any way. Kylie looked at Ed in amazement and tried to believe that he was her friend's brother, because she always had a romantic idea about men. Kylie's elegant appearance, gentle smile, and refined manners have always attracted her, but they usually seemed very deceptive. Hearing a conversation about a man who was the complete opposite of his family, she was convinced that he was a villain. Even Kylie, who always walked the holy path, clearly felt this, since deep resentment towards this scoundrel was located in Tanya's soul. Kylie rose to her feet and advised her friend to aim at the spellcaster, as they had planned from the very beginning of the assessment. The girl had no intention of abandoning poor Tanya in such a situation, so she exclaimed that she would act as bait for the enemy. Tanya couldn't allow Kylie to take such a step because she would get seriously injured, and she wasn't interested in the exam. But Kylie didn't listen to her because since there was a bad person in front of the girls, and Tanya was her friend, the girls simply couldn't help but help her. Turning towards the younger Rotaylor, the saint also added that she couldn't lose her first friend at Sylvania Academy. If Tanya had heard this phrase under normal circumstances, she would have simply brushed it off, because the girl was not sensitive. But on her way to the altar she had to see a lot, as one of the seniors who had been furiously attacking her fell unconscious. The most interesting thing is that this happened because of some unknown glow that Kylie sent to him using basic skills. But now Tanya was most surprised by the fact that the cowardly Kylie was the first to step forward and was ready to fight such a terrible enemy. The girl herself, meanwhile, did not pay attention to Tanya's thoughts and simply rushed to run straight towards Ed Rotaylor. There was not a single drop of fear or any kind of worry in her body because the saint knew very well who she was dealing with. Marilda, who was standing behind Ed Rotaylor, looked at the freshman with interest and wondered what she would do next. The she-wolf was more cold-blooded, so she simply took advantage of her intimidating appearance and began to growl at the girl. Although her power threw Kylie into the air, the girl was quickly protected by sacred magic, which was activated for everyone who used force against her. Without even entering the fight, Ed Rottler stared at his opponents and asked if this was really the end. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy to his left and reacted in time to the appearance of his little sister, who shouted that she would never give up. The girl didn't lag behind either, so she quickly activated basic shot magic and pounced on her brother, wanting to win. Since the boy had no desire to harm Tanya, he gave in and allowed her to throw him back with her striking force. Rot Taylor Jr., who saw this picture, stared in amazement at the place where her brother had stood a few seconds ago, now gone. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to the illusion disc, which the boy for some reason left behind and did not take with him. Suddenly, Tanya again felt some strange energy around her and saw something very similar to a weapon flying towards her. Immediately after that, she heard a familiar voice and thought that it was simply impossible because Ed was nowhere near her at that moment. But this statement was wrong, because the one who was not even able to hold a sword in his hands, it turns out, was skilled in using a bow. Considering that there were arrows of magical energy lying on the ground around her, Tanya couldn't believe that it was really Ed in front of her. She turned her gaze to the boy, behind whom was an enraged she-wolf, and became convinced of how doubts tormented her. For Tanya, everything happened exactly the same way and when, because no matter how much effort she put in, she still remained just as helpless. It was a perfect sketch of a moment in her childhood in which Ed Rottler constantly hurt and humiliated her, not thinking about how much pain she was in. But suddenly, next to her, she heard Ed's gentle voice, who asked her for forgiveness and said that he had some circumstances. The boy looked the girl straight in the eye and said that he could not be lenient towards her because she was his relative. Tanya did not expect such a move on his part at all, because she had already convinced herself that Ed remained the last scoundrel. The little one's gaze fell on the pin on the young man's tie that she had given him, and Tanya again began to think that there was something wrong with her brother. Ed Rottler himself smiled tenderly and emphasized that he had never noticed the side of his sister that she showed. The boy praised his sister for going all the way and not falling for the illusion, and then said that he was very proud of her. When her brother said that Tanya was a smart girl, the girl could no longer restrain herself and simply burst into tears, because it touched her to the depths of her soul. Ed Rottler was surprised by this reaction, because he thought that the girl was upset because she couldn't get into the best class. Suddenly, Kylie ran up to her and threw herself on Tanya's neck, screaming at Ed and ordering him not to even come near her friend. Kylie screamed that if the villain decided to attack her, she would definitely use her power and kill him on the spot. While they were resolving their family battles, the rest of the certification supervisors approached the altar and called Ed to them, because the test was over. Hearing that the assessment was over, Kylie said a few words, after which she immediately realized that her voice had suddenly changed. The girl quickly came to her senses, as she felt that the transformation spell had dissipated, and she was again turning into her real form. Kylie suddenly remembered the Archbishop who once gave her a magical engineering tool that always protected her. The transformation of this student was noticed even by Professor Claire, who had not yet had time to understand what was happening, so she simply watched. Kylie knew perfectly well that if her identity was revealed, her college life would be ruined because everyone would find out that she was a saint. At the very moment when everything almost went down the drain, Mog flew up to the girl and placed on her hand the very instrument that the Archbishop had given her. Ed thanked the spirit and turned to Kylie, telling her that she shouldn't have lost her things, and that she should have tried to be much more careful and tidy. Kylie, who hadn't expected any help from this guy at all, stared at him with her big red eyes in amazement. After this, the boy finally moved away from the girls and approached Claire, who asked, slightly worried, why Ed was so hurt. The placement exam was finally over and Ed was able to get the script back on track, except for one thing. Through these tiny gaps in the plot, which were slightly distorted, something was hidden under the world, painted in the veils of this sunset. While Professor Claire was making sure Ed was okay and Tanya was coming to her senses, Kayla stood behind them. She looked at the boy with her two ruby eyes, and thought that this warden had clearly just been about to address her as you. Once Claire was sure that Ed was okay, she took Aalis with her and began to leave, advising the guy to get some rest after the fights. After this, the professor turned to her senior comrade Onyx and asked him to help them with Clevius, who was still unconscious. When Onyx finally found himself next to his friend Clevius, He finally managed to wake the boy up by talking about the beautiful sunset. Ed, at this time, lay on the floor and thought about the fact that in the world there really was a beauty that transcended time and space. As it turned out later, these were the words of Marilda, who stood next to the boy and watched that sunset with him that evening. The she-wolf said that a dry and even life was the most terrible curse that a person could experience. Remembering Yanuka's words that the she-wolf was a real chatterbox, Ed continued to listen to her and became convinced that his friend was right. Eventually, Marilda finally got the conversation going where she wanted it to go by mentioning that the boy needed to get into a romantic relationship. As Ed continued to lie silently, Mog intervened in the conversation, confirming Marilda's words that she had been encouraging Ed to date Janica. The fire spirit added that Mr. Ed should have listened to the she-wolf, since she had a huge amount of experience behind her. The little animal did not lag behind its owner and began to repeat to him what Marilda had been preaching to the guy for about 10 minutes before. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, Ed turned to the she-wolf and asked why Yanuka had looked so upset and depressed earlier. Marilda smiled and said that she would never talk to the boy about what she had talked about with Janica in her difficult moment. The she-wolf looked up at the sky and added that in any case, Ed didn't need to worry too much because Yanuka was just emotional. For Yanuka, life was so colorful that she couldn't always keep up with it, so sometimes she just needed help. Ed Rawtail finally rose from the ground and told Marilda that he was grateful for her help, but he no longer wanted to continue the conversation. But the she-wolf did not pay attention to his words and began to say that in addition to the image of a cat, she could transform into other creatures. Recalling how Marilda looked during the assessment, Ed said that there was not much difference between all her looks. She paused for a moment and asked the boy if he really thought he had managed to cope with everything thanks to his magical powers alone. Watching the slightly confused face of the little man, Marilda explained that a spirit like her had contacts with more than one person. As he climbed up the tower, Ed knew that he still didn't have the strength to summon a high-ranking spirit for a long time with his magic. When he finally got to the top, he realized that the person was the one who had made a contract with Marilda besides him. The boy came closer to Lucy Merrill and said that it was not the best place to sleep, but she only said that she had no intention of sleeping at all. The sleeping princess thought for a moment and then said that she didn't particularly like being in the empty hut when there was no one else there. It was because Ed Rawtail was going to the assessment that she decided to go out and take a little walk, watching the magnificent sunset. Clarice, the holy atheist, aware of the darkness of the holy path and doubting religion, was soon to be targeted by the apostles of Telos. The people at the academy, Princess Fiona's Imperial Guard, Laurel's guild, and others would definitely be involved in this matter. Even the punitive detachment of the protagonist's generation and the Rector Obel Forcier will find themselves in a tangled web of threads, pointing their swords at one place. This place will be the one who tries to protect Akan Island, following the will of her teacher and blindly continuing to believe in his statutes. Whatever Lucy Merrill was called in society, she would not complain, because she was an awakened person who looked down on everything. This girl was the owner of simply insane strength, with which only a few could fight and still remain alive. Eventually, Lucy Merrill would run out of stamina first, after which she would be defeated. The one who did this was supposed to be Taylor, who would learn the Great Sword's final tactics and deal with Lucy Merrill. But only after the end of the episode will it be revealed why Lucy tried to kill the envoy of the Holy See, because she was not a bad person. No one knew, but she had her own reasons for this. But these turned out to be just useless statements, since it would have been too late. Ed didn't know if the problem was in her character or just in Lucy's attitude towards the world, but in the end, the poor guy would take it all on himself. Of course, the boy had no intention of stopping Lucy, but he wasn't sure he had the strength to sacrifice this girl for the sake of the script. Given everything they had been through together, Ed Rawtail simply could not be so heartless towards the one who loved him. The boy reflected that simply letting things take their course did not mean that everything would end badly. It was because of this that only Lucy knew the weight that the words of her mentor and closest friend carried as he lay dying. Lucy will need to get rid of these lingering feelings and release them in a long battle, but these are exactly the events she should have experienced in the third act. The girl lay down on his lap and said in a quiet voice that sometimes it seemed to her that she was actually lonelier than she thought. Since Ed knew there was something else he should take note of, the young man opened his mouth but quickly shut up. He made a final conclusion for himself, and promised himself that next time he would definitely tell Lucy when he left the hut for a long time. Although many often made the mistake of thinking that Aalis was from a wealthy family, it was Clara who was the daughter of a famous baronial house. That day, the girl found herself in the Academy's garden in order to give Belle Maya some small box that contained something. Clara stretched and said that she had bought a lot of sweets and had already prepared tea for Aalis and Yanuka, so she was in a good mood. She said goodbye to the maid and shouted as she walked that she wanted to go with her friends as soon as possible, which was why she was leaving Belle. When Clara finally left, Belle Maya clutched that box with unusual anger in her hands and hissed that pie tasted like sand. When Clara ran to the tea party, she discovered that Yanuka and Aalis were not talking at all, as if they had had a fight about something. Of course, there were sometimes quarrels between the girls, but Clara had never seen such indignation, and she tried to think of what to do to cheer them up. Immediately after Clara finally fell silent, Yanuka turned to Aalis opposite her in her menacing and angry voice. With a few tears in her eyes, Yanuka said she had heard rumors that her friend had been in the arms of Ed Rotalor. Since after the ton of household tasks he had completed, his characteristics were no longer growing, Ed had to look for new hobbies. While trying to tie the blanks to the fence, the boy heard behind him the voice of someone he did not expect to see in the camp. Turning around, the hero saw Belle's maid Maya behind him, who was glad that the guy finally looked healthy and strong. The maid was carrying Lucy Merrill, whom she had come to pick up during the snowstorms that kept the students at the academy. Belle Maya said that since Lucy would most likely try to escape again, they would keep a much closer eye on the girl. Ignoring the way the poor guy was gesturing as she sent her friend gestures and requests for help, Ed simply agreed with Belle Maya. The maid looked at him with displeasure, and the boy said that he would continue to use formal speech towards her. Belle Maya sighed and asked the master if he could withstand a snowstorm that would last a whole week in such a place. Seeing the boy building a protective fence, the maid apologized for invading his territory, but said it would not be enough. To protect his hut, Ed also tied ropes around the roof and secured them to the ground, because the storm was indeed coming, and it was going to be very bad. In addition, all the traps and hunting tools were pre-laid out inside the hut to prevent them from being covered by snow. During the week that the blizzard raged, the boy was going to focus on studying the tools of magical engineering in the library. He looked the maid straight in the eye and reassured her, saying that he had a few places the boy could go. Belle Maya agreed that Ed seemed quite calm, but the boy couldn't say the same about the maid. Not wanting to give the young man an awkward moment of silence, the woman explained that she had other reasons for worrying about her master. But suddenly, Belle fell silent and said that she really didn't want to interfere in something that wasn't her business and disturb Rotalor's peaceful life. When the boy responded by saying that he was now even more worried after hearing these words, Belle Maya decided to say something. She wished good luck to young Master Ed, because soon he would have to go through a very difficult path of confrontation between two girls who fought for him. After Aalis ignored Yanuka's first attempt to ask about the hugging situation, the girl asked again. Clara, who knew nothing about the situation, looked at Aalis questioningly, asking if it was true. Aalis, in turn, felt terrible experiences, because her heart was so strong that the girl could not say a word. Trying to make the situation a little better, Clara smiled and said that it could have been a simple misunderstanding. But suddenly, Aalis confirmed Yanuka's words. She clenched her fists tightly and said that she didn't trust this guy at first, so she wanted to test his strength. At the very beginning, the young man seemed to Aalis to be a completely unreliable person, so she decided to carry out that test in order to help her friend. Yanuka ignored these words and looked at her friend with an offended expression, asking if she really hadn't even denied those rumors. But Aalis started to explain that the guy wasn't her type, and she didn't feel anything at all because she honestly just wanted to help. These arguments were not enough for Yanuka, who began to burst into tears and scream that Aalis had gone too far. Yanuka yelled at her friend and said that Aalis simply had no right to offend and insult Ed, knowing nothing at all about him. Aalis agreed with her friend and admitted that she had done wrong by deciding to seduce him, but it had been done with good intentions. Began to appear in Yanuka's eyes, because all this time she could not sleep at night because she was thinking about her friend's betrayal. In an attempt to really make things right, Aalis took a few steps towards her, placed her hands on her shoulders and told her that Ed was worthy of her. Aalis looked her friend straight in the eye and added that, judging by her observations, she was much more than a friend to the boy. These were the only words that allowed Yanuka to calm down a little, so the girl asked if she really was special. But Yanuka quickly remembered what had hurt her, so she said that Aalis had no right to act without her knowledge. Eventually, the friend hugged and Aalis apologized to Yanuka for her actions, saying that she would never do that again. When Clara, sitting next to her, said with a smile that she was already starting to worry about the relationship between Ed and Aalis, Aalis blushed. But since no one noticed this, Clara quickly ran up to the girls and said that she was very glad that everything was resolved. Yanuka realized at that moment that she suddenly had a couple of things to deal with, so she ran off somewhere. When the two friends were left alone, Aalis turned to Clara and told the girl that she had some kind of plan. After a short pause, Aalis asked her friend to introduce her to a man because she needed Clara's help. Suddenly, Aalis shouted that she was ready to break the stereotypes, so she ran up to Clara and asked her to be her girlfriend. Not considering that Clara just continued to stand there without doing anything, Aalis shook her by the shoulders and ordered her to give her an answer. Aalis seemed to be in a state of madness because she kept repeating in tears that she was very ashamed of Yanuka's lie. To take her mind off things a little, Aalis went to Professor Claire's office, where another surprise awaited her. Claire was in a very good mood that day, so she announced that the students responsible for the exams would work together with the assistants. The professor turned to Ed and said that, apart from Onyx and Clevius, this boy had worked hard and had become the best of them all. After that, she added that she paired Ed with Aalis, because the guys worked well together in the last case, and found common ground. That same evening, Yanuka finally visited Ed's hut, where she began to talk about how the guy needed to make contracts with higher spirits. But in response to this, the boy remembered the girl, how she had again perked up in spirit, just as it had during her last visit to the camp. Yanuka immediately understood what was being discussed, so she did, and that she did not understand or remember anything at all from that evening. Ed clearly felt that he himself was very comfortable with Yanuka, because this girl was a character detached from the script. The girl in turn said that she knew about his contract with Marilda, although Ed was not able to control spirits of that level. To explain himself, the boy said that he had resorted to trickery, after which he took Professor Glast's ring out of his pocket and showed it to his girlfriend. That evening, the boy told Yanuka about the professor, about his golden phoenix ring, and even about his plans for the future, keeping the conversation going. After he finished his story, Yanuka said that it would be difficult for the youth to make a contract with a higher-level spirit if he couldn't use mana. But in any case, the girl was very happy for her friend, so she said with a smile that she congratulated him with all her heart. Wanting to change the subject a little, Ed told the girl that when the student elections began, many eyes would be turned specifically to Yanuka. In the scenario, Yanuka, being the best student, did not adhere to any clear position, but due to her character, she respected all the candidates. The girl said she had heard rumors that even Tanya Taylor herself was planning to run for council president. Ed confirmed her words, and Yanuka decided to ask him how close the guy was to his sister, because this question had been tormenting her for a long time. The boy said that he could not call his relationship with his sister close, but one way or another, she was his blood relative. That is why he really wanted to have a good relationship with Tanya, because to some extent, that girl was very dear to him. Trying to at least slightly support the elder Taylor, Yanuka extended her massive hand and carefully grabbed his, catching hold of the guy's jacket. For some reason, tears welled up in Yanuka's eyes, and she asked the young man what Tanya liked and what she would be happy to receive as a gift. Ed stared at the beauty in surprise and asked if something had happened with his sister, but Yanuka only said that everything was fine. Since Yanuka was completely incapable of lying, it took her only 3 seconds to feel guilty and confess everything to him. But in reality, it wasn't all that serious, so Ed Taylor calmed down a little and exhaled, smiling affectionately. That day, a storm was supposed to start at dawn, and students were forbidden to leave the academy, or to leave it in any way. I'm glad she had a little time to think. Kylie looked at that object and couldn't forget what she saw a couple of days ago. Everything was so natural that St. Clarice wanted to believe that she had simply imagined it, or that she was delirious due to fatigue. Clarissa had been thinking about this since the end of the assessment and was convinced that the guy was clearly going to use formal speech. The girl could not get rid of the thought that Ed Taylor could be the one who knew her secret, which she tried so hard to hide. All the efforts of the priests who helped her could simply be in vain, and she would have to leave her student life if this was really so. In the end, the saint easily got the information she needed with the help of Joseph and the second red-haired guy, who were constantly arguing. One day, while he was near Clarissa, Joseph said that the guy was a very famous person in his third year, and he lived in a cabin in the woods. Once the snowstorm started, Clarice would no longer be able to leave the dorm, so the girl felt that she had to hurry. The girl ignored any orders from the administration and opened the window in her room, preparing to go to the northern forest to visit Ed. She was very afraid to be alone with that guy because he was a real master, but the saint simply had no choice. When Adele lived surrounded by nothing but white walls and ceilings, her vision naturally deteriorated, revealing a romantic world. At that moment it became clear that romance had opened up in a world filled with colors, so Clarissa took the plunge and jumped out of the window. The girl couldn't let her hard-earned freedom be taken away so easily, and because of that, she needed to make sure she was safe. Clarissa gathered all her strength into a fist and decided that she needed to meet Ed Taylor and talk to him about everything. His eyes had long since adapted to the darkness, because from the very beginning of his life, Clevius lived in a complete prison where there was no one. The most vivid memories were associated with the one who was next to him, even when all his family members turned their backs on him, and that was his older brother. The moment Clevius plunged the sword into his brother's heart, he became the most terrible and evil man in the whole wide world. The boy believed that it was because of the curse, but the last words spoken in his brother's voice made his blood boil with anger. Returning to reality, the boy saw Claire in front of him, who asked why he received an invitation from another lab. Clevius thought for a moment, trying to find a suitable answer that would satisfy the professor, and she would stop asking him questions. Well, no matter how much the boy thought about working as an assistant, it seemed to him that he was not suitable for the activity and created nothing but trouble. Ugrium scratched the back of his head and said that he liked this place from the very beginning, thereby delighting the professor with such words. Claire didn't even have an idea of the real reason why the boy left, so she said that he could do whatever he wanted in her department. Ignoring how lost and tired Clevius looked, the professor smiled and said that he could begin work. Clevius Northendale looked down at the floor in irritation, thinking that he had screwed up yet again. Ed Rottler, who was not born with any physical talent, found that he had been training to the limits of his body. But now it was the holidays, and he wanted to spend all the time available to him on improving his skills, which is what the guy actually did. In that library of souls that Professor Glast gave her access to, there were an awful lot of useful things that came in handy for him in magical engineering. Ed paid Zix some money to clear away the debris with magic, but Ed never expected his friend to also put the books back in their place. Even though Ed asked his friend to keep it all a secret, it seemed like Zix was working in tandem with Elka, having fun and treating it like training. Besides this, Zix even carefully systematized them by topic and title, which was a wonderful and charming act on his part. The hero didn't have much time, so he reached for the books and decided to focus on studying magical instruments. Taylor knew that once he got the hang of it, he would be able to make rare rank items, but he still needed to train a lot to do that. The materials had been transported in advance, so now the tools that Laurel had helped him with at the time came into the picture. When the boy reached into his backpack for the tools to get them out and lay them out, he immediately failed, because he forgot them at home. It was a grave mistake that cost Ed a long journey home during the terrible snowstorm that was happening outside. At the same time that Ed Taylor was trying to make his way to the cabin through the wind and snow, St. Clarice was doing the same thing. Finally, the girl's eye came across a river that the boys had talked about so often that they had already visited that guy's house. Realizing that she now had to go up to get to the hut, Clarice began to perceive this whole thing as a real adventure. Clarice had always been strong and got what she wanted, so even this time she found herself near Ed's hut without any problems. However, the girl felt fear towards Mr. Taylor, because as the adoptive father of the family, he could be baptized in the Tell Church. Clarissa carefully approached the windows of the hut and began to peer inside, trying to see something there that would interest her. But since it was too dark in the house because there was no one there, gradually her holy patience began to disappear and she felt angry. Eventually the girl couldn't hold back and burst into Ed's house, accidentally knocking over a bowl containing a red substance. Looking up and seeing that she had stained the wall with that red substance, Clarice screamed from behind the boar's head that was hanging on the wall. No matter how you looked at it, Clarice was sure that the thing was real blood, which was everywhere in Rottler's house. Suddenly, against the backdrop of all this, Saint still managed to hear something like footsteps coming from the street. Not even a couple of seconds had passed since then, when a human figure appeared near the entrance to the hut, who looked terrifying in a suit. He entered the house and looked closely at the cake and the mess that was there due to the unexpected visit of some unwanted guests. The scary man slowly began to walk around his property and look for someone who could potentially make such a mess in his house. Clarissa, meanwhile, sat quietly under some table and covered her mouth with her hands with all her might, trying not to breathe and not to make any sounds. Rottler, who had returned home specifically for his tools, took something terribly large and sharp from one of the boxes and examined it. Just from the sight of that terrible thing, the fear in the poor girl's body increased several times, and the girl began to cry. Suddenly, Ed finally found the one who had broken into her house and screamed when he realized it was the same Kylie Ackner, his sister's friend. The girl was so scared that she accidentally released a beam of spiritual power at the boy, which caused terrible damage. Ed didn't even come close to expecting such a move from her, so he flew into the opposite wall of the hut and hit his head very hard. Clarice was terribly frightened by the thought that she might have killed this innocent man, so she immediately began to pray to the goddess Telos. A river of tears flowed from her eyes, and the girl sobbed as she said that she did not want to act so cruelly, having lived a life as pure and innocent as snow. She was so busy calling on higher powers that she didn't notice Ed Rottler waking up and looming over her with his entire furious bulk. The poor thing was so scared by his loud scream that for a second she felt her soul leave her body, deciding to run away to somewhere safer. Due to the excess of shock and fear, Clarice simply fell to the floor of the hut when Ed released her, stood up and walked away from the girl. The boy looked around his house, where everything was scattered due to the explosion, and felt anger filling his body. At the academy, meanwhile, the maids had just learned about the disappearance of one of the students, whom they immediately rushed to look for. Ophelia's main housekeeper, Belle Maya, was more than aware of Kylie's true identity, having told the church's high officials about their secret. If the saint were to die in the snowstorm, it would be a great disaster for the academy, but the head maid still did not panic. Considering the fact that she was under the protection of the holy law, there was no need to worry about Clarice's safety, so Belle came up with something. After getting dressed and ready, Belle Maya declared that she would go alone to look for Mistress Kylie, so as not to put anyone in danger. She ordered the other maids to keep a close eye on the students, and especially on Lucy Merrill, who was very fond of running away. When the head maid heard from one of the housekeepers that Mistress Kylie had disappeared in the direction of the northern forest, Belle understood everything. This was the territory of the man who was the culprit behind the suffering of half of the girls at Sylvania Academy. Since there was a terrible storm outside and the two were left alone in the hut, bad thoughts began to appear in Belle Maya's head. The head maid immediately blushed and realized that she had to find the saint as soon as possible at any cost, so that the church would not find out about it. Belle Maya believed that the saint was in danger while on Ed Rottler's territory, so the maid ran into the forest as fast as she could. In the northern forest lived a strange young man who was an emotionless man and carried around with him many bloody corpses of wild animals. These were the rumors that circulated among the students at the academy, but of course, the main thing was that the dorm maid knew the truth. When she finally got to Rottler's hut, she noticed small footprints near it that looked like women's. Ed, despite his cold appearance, Ed was considerate and caring about others, so he was someone who could be trusted. But when Belle Maya thought about the complexity of human relationships, she began to get a headache from overexertion and pressure. Not wanting to waste a single minute, the maid opened the door to the hut, where she saw Kylie and the wounded Rottler sitting on the floor. Belle Maya stared at the young master in amazement and asked him to explain what was happening in this place and why he was injured. After hearing the whole story, the woman calmed down and said that if she had not taken Kylie to the dorm, she would have had problems because of the snowstorm. Clarissa, meanwhile, held a chair over her head, ready to respond to Ed at any moment if he attacked her. The key point here was that Kalia's true identity was only revealed in the second half of the third act, which was a long time coming. Ed was truly confused by the fact that Clarissa had already managed to get caught, and even decided to suspect Ed Rottler himself. The boy asked Clarissa for forgiveness, and asked the saint to lower the chair, because he would never have harmed her. Maya and Clarice didn't even immediately understand how Ed addressed the girl, so they responded to these words with a scream a few seconds later. Ed explained that he had been baptized in the same church as Clarice, so from such a close distance he immediately recognized the girl. Watching the saint still holding the chair in her hands, the young man again asked her to put it back in place, and not to be afraid of it anymore. There were no changes in his actions from the very beginning, because if someone was a character in the script, then Ed should not have gotten involved with him. However, if we leave things like this, Saint Clarice might again do something unexpected and ruin everything by revealing her identity. It was because of this that the boy decided that it was better to reveal that he knew her identity and show that he was not an enemy to Clarice. The moment the girl realized that Ed had known who she was all along, she finally felt a little better about it. The boy leaned towards the saint and asked her what she could tell him about his life in the forest, because he was interested in hearing the girl's name. Clarice looked at him with her big ruby eyes, because she had no idea what Ed Rottler lived for in that place. Looking around his hut, the saint decided that Ed's life could not be called free, because he tried his best to survive. Every coin had two sides, and freedom was no exception, because her friend Adele was a romantic, in love with the beauty of freedom. But this young man, who was just asking the saint for forgiveness for the way he had addressed her, was not at all like most. After his apologies, Ed finally took the chair from Clarice and explained that he addressed her that way because no one else at the academy knew about her identity. The boy didn't want to take up the girl's time any longer, so he stood up and told her that she could now go her own way. As the maid and saint walked outside, Clarice turned to Belle and apologized to her for having to leave the academy in the storm. Clarice walked through the cold snow winds and thought about how she would enjoy the delicious soup in her warm room in Aalis. Even though she wanted to forget about that cabin completely, Clarice knew that the smell of blood and harsh reality would always linger there. The girl would never have thought that a senior student who participated in the selection of newcomers could live such a terrible and difficult life. Saint found it very sad that her idea of life was being so cruelly destroyed, but she did not regret visiting Ed's hut. This man had gone through an extremely difficult path in her eyes, through which he had earned the respect and reverence of Saint Clarice herself. While Clarice was flying in thoughts about her friend's older brother, Maya couldn't read her mind and was still a little angry. She continued to make her way through the storm with her mistress, but the maid couldn't help but wonder why even the saint was interested in that guy. Spring came when people had completely forgotten about it, but in the Laplace bakery you could always get a lack of warmth and color. That's exactly what Laurel and Ed were doing there, discussing how the bakery was so busy that it was impossible to get reservations. When Laurel decided to start a conversation about investing in the company, the owner approached the guys and personally brought them a cup of coffee. The man left, and the redhead again continued talking about her own, because recently she had concentrated much more power in her hands. The girl sipped her coffee, and thought that if she hadn't been so strict and cold-blooded, she wouldn't have succeeded. The bakery owner, meanwhile, was not in as good a mood as Laurel, as the bakery was having problems with its suppliers. When he and his team ordered some necessary products for the holidays from some guys, they refused at the last minute. The problem was that those guys were Laurel's employees, who just happened to be sitting and eating lunch in the old man's bakery. In the end, he couldn't stand it any longer, and ran up to the redhead's table, shouting for the lady to stop the chaos of the guys from the trade association. The owner of the establishment was in real despair, but Laurel didn't even react to his cries, continuing to sit and sip coffee with a smile. Green Eyes heartlessly ignored the old man and asked Ed if he wanted to walk her home, since she had classes after lunch. The friends left the bakery and headed towards the academy, while Laurel told Rottler that she didn't mind helping the bakery. After hearing the reasons why she couldn't do it, Ed pretended that he was interested in listening to the redhead, and that he really did listen to her. Laurel did notice this, and convinced the boy that she would not leave the bakery without money, but for now the girl needed the company's money for something else. She asked Ed where his textbooks were, and the boy replied that he first had to go to the library for them, where, by the way, he was already late. Laurel was surprised to hear this, because since those books were so heavy, she thought Ed should just buy them. But in general, by the standards of the average student, These textbooks were not that cheap, unless the students were the children of rich parents. Green Eyes began to worry madly, so she reached into her pocket for her wallet and frantically began to count the coins in it. The beauty turned her gaze to Taylor and asked how much money he needed, but Ed only thanked her and refused the offer. Realizing that those books would cost her a pretty penny, Laurel didn't insist and said that the presidential elections were about to begin. But since Laurel had prioritized her work at the company, she couldn't devote herself to the presidency, so she asked Ed to run for office. In response, the boy said that he did not want to run for election because there was no guarantee that he would win. The redhead didn't back down, so she asked her friend about his little sister Tanya, but Taylor knew even less about the girl than about himself. Tanya was a strong student, but it would have been difficult for her to win even if all the best students had taken her side and supported her. Laurel was right, because with the current circumstances, the most logical option would be to let Princess Fiona win. Tanya Taylor was the lesser evil, and she was ready to do anything for every vote, even the most pathetic and humiliating tricks. But unfortunately, she would not have been able to overcome the gap in strength, and Tanya would have lost by a huge margin of votes, becoming incredibly upset. Laurel noticed the doubt on Ed's face and asked if he was on the princess's side, but the young man replied that he was simply worried about his little sister. Although this answer made the redhead happy, she felt a little sad, since most of the students idolized Fiona and loved her. Green-Eyed put her head on the boy's chest and added that she didn't want him to be like that, because she liked the boy very much. The beauty looked at Ed with her emerald eyes and said that if he supported Fiona, she might even start to get jealous. She and Ed stood in this strange pose for some time because the boy simply did not know how to act, and Laurel took advantage of this. In the end, she decided to play her trump card and pressed herself against the young man again, saying that she could hear his heartbeat at that moment. Taylor was no longer going to tolerate such impudence, so he simply pushed Laurel away, to which the girl began to mutter something under her breath with displeasure. When she asked Ed what she had done wrong, the boy calmly explained that he simply didn't want to date anyone until graduation. After these words, the redhead looked at her friend with hope in her eyes and asked what would change in his opinion after graduating from the academy. Ed Taylor himself didn't know what would happen after graduation, so he simply put his hand on Laurel's shoulder and stood silently. Green Eyes smiled and called this silence valuable information because she had no idea what importance Ed attached to graduation. But since the holiday was just around the corner, Laurel did not become sad and added that she would definitely have enough patience to wait for it. Unlike the girl, Ed Taylor was not so confident because surviving until graduation was far from the easiest task. At the end of the story, the guys will face the final boss of the entire game, which Taylor, the main character, will have to defeat. Only after that victory will peace finally reign at the academy, so the boy will be able to successfully graduate and start living his own life. Clarice, who was the symbol of the Telos Order, and Fiona, who was the symbol of the royal family, were supposed to support Taylor in that battle. Only with the help of the girls and her new friends will Taylor be able to defeat the final boss, the Sacred King's dragon. Ed pushed those thoughts aside and began to think that the class placement had gone well, and Clarice was finally getting a taste of normal life. The young man believed with all his might that now the plot would go according to plan, and he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but he rejoiced too early. Contrary to his expectations, in the bedroom of one of the game's main characters, the plot simply burst at its seams as hard as it could. Once again, she woke up in broad daylight, sat up on her bed and stared at her hands, thinking about her fate. Fiona had always been confident and strong, but now she was terribly hesitant about running for Academy president. Carciel sat in his room in complete darkness and clutched his head, not understanding why he was the one who was chosen. The guy wasn't made of steel, so sometimes he even cried because he didn't want to go to the duel that he was chosen for. While listening to some newbies' requests for help, Zix continued reading the alchemy book and asked why he needed it. That freshman couldn't stand it and said that he wanted to study at Zix, and besides, he wanted to prove his worth. Zix smiled and said that the newcomer had already achieved his goal, since he was already the best student in his district, but the guy was not satisfied with this status. He remembered Yanuka, who controlled the spirits, Ed, who was incredibly popular and wanted to fight all these guys in the future. The freshman was a little upset by Zix's answers and in the end he said that he understood that the order that worked in the academy. What was interesting was that the newbie had taken this into account in advance, so he sent a request to Clevius, the best student in the second-year combat department. The boy told Zix that when he finally defeated Clevius, he would then challenge Ayla, the best student of alchemy, to a duel, and then Zix himself. Zix asked why he chose him if the guy wasn't even the best, to which the newbie explained that he just liked the guy's character. After these words, Zix broke into a sly smile and called the first year rather eccentric, because he had Napoleonic plans for the seniors. The second-year student said that the little guy would soon have to learn a very important lesson at the academy, because he had exaggerated his powers too much. As he was about to leave, Zix said in parting that the newcomer wouldn't even be able to reach him, so the guy shouldn't bother his head with Yanuka and Ed. The newbie really didn't like Zix's words that he would never be able to defeat Clevius, or any of the other guys. Zix, meanwhile, left the academy wanting to be at least a little in peace and quiet, but even there he found something. Ed Rottaylor ran up to the guy and thanked his friend for trying so hard back in the library. When Zix told the boy about the newcomer Wade Callamore, Ed became thoughtful and began to remember when he should have been present in the story. As the son of a Legion commander in the northern border, Wade was born with an innate talent for swordsmanship and took first place in his first year. But he was not satisfied with first place among the first-year students and began to attack, challenging the academy's famous outstanding students. One of these guys will soon be even Zix himself, who at that moment will find himself at a disadvantage since he will be exhausted. The episode with the conquest of Wade, who seemed unstoppable, ends with her losing to Taylor, who blossomed greatly during that year. Zix turned to Ed and asked if the boy wanted to see Wade's face, since there was a reception for new students that evening. Since the boy had some business to attend to, he declined and went about his business, looking around at the happy students of the academy. The fresh air and the sign of a new semester made Ed Rottaylor feel lighter in his step. Zix watched the boy go and wondered if he should have mentioned it to him too, since the weather at the academy really was great. Since the guys were studying in the same year and their lectures overlapped, Ed often saw Fiona, which is why he noticed her extremely exhausted appearance. But if Ed's name came up in any conversation, like when Fiona spoke to Wade, she immediately became worried. The girl looked around at the people who were talking about Rottaylor and tried to listen to their words, wanting to hear at least something. This happened everywhere and always, as Fiona even began to notice that during lectures her ears were directed towards those who were talking about Rottaylor. The fact that the princess paid so much attention to his person seemed very strange and unusual for the original script of the story. Zix was one of those who started to notice this, so when he saw Fiona again that day, he decided that he would tell Ed about it later. Finally, with the arrival of spring, the severe cold that the children were used to feeling during the winter became a thing of the distant past. The views of the North Woods deserved to be called spring-like, at least because Lucy Merrill, who adored spring, thought so. The girl, as usual, lay on the roof of Ed's hut and waved her arms, driving away the butterflies that constantly pestered her. In the camp yard, at that time, Yanuka was just giving a lesson to Ed and emphasizing that the boy's sensitivity had increased significantly. Yanuka said that if he had said that he had grown so much in just 1 year, people would simply not have believed him. The guy himself called her Yanuka in teacher mode when the beauty came to him like that, but Ed still respected her and always tried to support her. The girl, in turn, continued to tell her spirit about what he had to do to make a contract with the spirits to increase his aura. Recalling some events, Ed looked at Yanuka and said that between her and Marilda, nothing even sparkled from what she had listed to him. This was true, because even if a person managed to make a contract with a spirit with the same element, it would be easier to work with, but not always. As with Yanuka, it was best to process as many items as possible, even if it didn't cover the entire list. There was an illustration of a spirit masterclass from a failed Sylvanian swordsman, after seeing which calmness always came to mind. This meant that any work with spirits had to begin with calm, so Ed closed his eyes and tried to go within. When the boy managed to do this and opened his eyes, he saw a huge number of different spirit animals around him and the girl. Rottaylor looked them over with his eyes and asked if he would have difficulty sorting out his thoughts if he mastered so many spirits. Yanuka smiled and explained that the boy shouldn't have pushed away those who liked him, since she had finished talking to the rest of them long ago. Such skills amazed the young man terribly, because now all he had to do was name the candidate he liked. The first spirit he saw was the mid-level water spirit Beloa, who existed in the form of a pelican. When it was time to choose the second spirit, Mog decided to help the boy with the choice, trying to look as important and serious as possible. But despite this, Ed felt a little strange that the spirits introduced themselves one after another, believing that he was some kind of king. Yanuka noticed this and said excitedly that she had probably gone too far, but Ed immediately refuted her words and smiled awkwardly. The freshman welcome reception was usually a huge deal for new students, but there were a few buts. The best third-year student, Yanuka Failover, as well as Lucy Merrill, were absent for some reason due to personal reasons such as lessons and a desire to sleep. Due to the fact that the most important guests were not present at the event, the faculty of the academy became worried that it would be a failure. But thanks to the participation of one of the highest-ranking figures in the academy, Princess Fiona, the event was still saved. Regardless of the fact that the academy promoted a culture of equality, if the opponent was of imperial blood, one could not even talk to him. In the end, only one person dared to talk to her at the freshman party, who dared to play the game with her. This man was a loyal servant of the imperial family and heir to one of the three great families of swordsmen, Wade Callamore. The game of chess between the boys was really intense, because they were both very good and experienced at it. Fiona glanced at her opponent and ordered him not to use the theory of monarchy in chess because it was stupid. Then she looked back at her chessboard and said that during her time at the academy, the girl had become more objective and attentive. Suddenly, while Wade was bragging about what else he could do besides chess, Fiona suddenly realized something important to her. Ed Taylor was a mistake that involved getting kicked out of the dorm, which made the boy a thorn in the princess's side. Despite this, after everything that happened before, Taylor saved Janicot Glast, built a house in the wild forest, and began to live by his own rules. Over time, this boy raised his prestige to the skies and earned himself the love of his students, and also gained respect. It was rumored that many of the freshmen paid him homage, as Ed lived a healthy and exemplary life to the best of his ability. Also, as the boy's presence grew, Fiona realized that her mistake, which she had just made again, was growing bigger. The girl could be wrong, but she didn't want to admit it, and understood that if she continued to deny it, she would look like a little child. Regardless of whether a person's status was high or low, attending the academy was mandatory, so there was no excuse. After moving her queen, Fiona looked at Wade and said with a smile that this wonderful game had helped her clear her thoughts. The beauty suggested that Wade play again, because in any case, she couldn't run away from her mistakes forever, since it was very stupid. 4 days to sort out the entire schedule, after which Fiona was already planning to go into the forest and visit Taylor. The princess would like to go and sit by the fire, throw away all formalities, and talk with someone with whom she felt at ease. It seemed that this was the very explanation she had been waiting for it was that late spring that had finally come even to Fiona. This continued until the morning of the third day, when news came that the girl's inner world had been completely destroyed. As soon as the princess heard about Ed Rottler's death, everything she had built up inside herself for so long collapsed and shattered into pieces. It was one of those wonderful sunny days that the academy could not experience very often. At that time, Tanya was sitting at one of the lectures and carefully writing letters on a letter that she addressed to her father to notify him of her successes. The girl had been listening to Kylie's irritating snoring for several dozen minutes now, so she was starting to get angry. Even though this place was completely new for Tanya, she still tried to get used to it, despite all the difficulties she encountered. At the end of her letter, Tanya mentioned that she also met Laurel, whom her father had spoken of, but the redhead turned out to be much stricter. Ed Rottler had been a stain on their family for many years, but in the days she had been with him, Tanya no longer felt that way. Due to the fact that the beauty herself was still quite young, Tanya even thought that in her childhood the boy was not so scary. In addition, the little one also told about the wonderful place where her brother built himself a house using only available materials. In this place, she always had wonderful dreams that were connected with the girl's warm and pleasant childhood, where Arwen was still alive. In one of these dreams, Tanya even managed to hold Arwen's hand, enjoying the very feeling that she missed so much. Then, in addition to Arwen, the girl realized that with her other hand she was holding Ed, who looked like an incredibly kind, caring, and loving brother. Tanya finally finished writing the letter to Crepin Rawtailor and signed it, ending by saying that she loved her daddy madly. Using the same seal of the deadly hell that his daughter had, Crepin sealed the letter he had just written to her in response. Crepin handed the letter to his servants and said that it would be difficult for his girl to cope with the elections and the purchase of the sage's seal alone. The man handed his assistant the dagger with which he had signed the letter, and the servant held it up to the two men in robes. The chief Rawtailor said that it was precisely because of these difficulties with Tanya that he did not send her vassals whom she could trust. Although usually Crepin was confident in Tanya and did not do such things, this time he still decided to play it safe and send his trusted people to her. The servants who stood near the entrance to his office opened the door for the vassals, and they left, leaving Crepin sitting on his throne. The head of the family took off the gloves from his hands and stared at his right hand, which looked simply terrifying because he still wasn't used to it. He touched the magic ball and used high-ranking cause determination and investigation magic to find out something. The ball, under the pressure of his magic, immediately began to shine and act, gradually revealing all the information to the master. Crepin felt very sorry that he could not use this power often, because earlier, he spent all his magic on something else. The result of his anger and rage was the inevitable end, because from that moment on, the rumors about Ed Rawtailor's murder became true. It's not clear from where the murder came to the attention of Yanuka, who, as soon as she saw what had happened, screamed in shock and fear. Poor Ed Rawtailor, meanwhile, instantly lost consciousness after the blow and fell into the ravine over which he had been standing before. As much as Yanuka wanted to save her friend, the girl ran to the edge of the cliff and did not have time to grab his hand, watching as he died. At exactly that second, when Yanuka realized who it was for, she promised herself that she would pay for the life of her beloved. Crepin peered into the crystal ball and saw those angry eyes of Yanuka, thinking that that step was forced by extreme necessity. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya was hard at work, researching what Princess Fiona's chances were of winning the election. The princess had such a high and strong reputation that she was an important person not only in the imperial family. If Fiona really did run for president, Tanya would have exactly 0 chance of winning because she was a nobody. Of course, the girl knew perfectly well that reality and romance were different things, but she still had to give up this hope. Suddenly, she heard Zix's voice next to her, who approached the girl and asked if she was going to study stechiology. Tanya was so unexpecting of his visit that she simply froze and could not get a word out while Zix was constantly talking about something. While the boy was telling her something and making suggestions, behind Tanya she heard the voices of her peers, who were simply losing their heads over Zix. Suddenly, Laurel came out to the guys on the street and told Tanya that she was planning to hold negotiations regarding the sage's seal very soon. Even Lucy Merrill came out with Laurel and greeted the girl in a sweet way, leaving her simply stunned. Kylie and her friend, who were standing next to her, couldn't believe their eyes and squealed in amazement at how many important people Tanya knew. That friend said she was elegant and well-connected, but not at all boastful about it, which was amazing. Tanya was still standing with the girls and could hear all their conversations, so she turned to them and, with a smile, thanked her friends for the compliments. Finally, Rawtailor Jr. managed to escape from prying eyes and find himself in his own room in peace and quiet. After slamming the door, Tanya felt that her status and grades at the academy had risen to an incredible level, which was definitely a good thing. But even despite this, the girl did nothing at all, and this surprised her the most, because the only free cheese was in a mousetrap. If she really had to ask, the reason she was treated with such care was because she was Ed's sister. Tanya had considered her brother a piece of trash her entire life, but now she felt like the last piece of trash. The poor thing sat down on the cold floor of her room and covered her face with her hands, trying to figure out why this was happening. Suddenly, the door to her room opened, and on the other side, Tanya saw Kadek and Nox, who were her father's faithful servants and friends. Tanya told the men that her father paid too much attention to her, but the girl was pleased to see such guests after a long time. Kadek responded to this by saying that his task was to help the little beauty conduct negotiations concerning the sage's seal. Nox, meanwhile, explained that he would be helping Tanya with the student council presidential election schedule while she was away at school. Tanya thanked the men for their help and thought for a moment, then remembered that new news about the elections had appeared that morning. Looking at the cups of tea that were on the table, Tanya told Ed that Princess Fiona would not be taking part in the presidential elections. In response to this, the brother told the girl that these were just rumors and everything could change, but Tanya was already gradually beginning to dream of her victory. Ed couldn't get the fact that the final boss of Act 4 was his father out of his head at that moment, so he had to be careful. Because of his impeccable work, everyone around knew that man as the magnanimous head of the Rotaylor family, which was a complete lie. Only Princess Fiona noticed the dark side of Crepin, because the imperial power and the girl's experience of influence helped her to determine people. When Ed opened his eyes to look at the sky, he saw Yanuka right above his face, who, as it turned out, also had a premonition of something. The girl put on a very serious face and said that her gut instinct was telling her that Ed would soon do something very reckless. Without waiting for the young man's answer, Yanuka sternly ordered him to stop making his life difficult, because he had already suffered so much. Ed sighed loudly and decided to honestly admit to Yanuka that he even wanted Princess Fiona to become student council president. Yanuka was surprised by such a statement because Princess Fiona treated the guy very ugly, and besides, it was his little sister's dream. Zix noticed how sweetly the boys were talking, and mockingly suggested that they move to some more secluded place. The boy apologized for disturbing their private meeting, but Zix knew the reason why Princess Fiona didn't want to take part in the elections. Hearing exactly how that scoundrel expressed himself about their meeting, Yanuka exclaimed with displeasure and ordered him to be a little more restrained. Zix rolled his eyes and began to explain that in his opinion, Princess Fiona had become a lost alpha wolf, just like he once was. The alpha wolf, who had driven the pack to death because of his poor choices, showed no reaction to any dangers around him. After finishing his artistic description of Princess Fiona, Zix said that this is exactly how she saw the look of the daughter of an imperial family. From that moment on, Zix didn't want to disturb his friend's conversation anymore, so he said goodbye and made a few more jokes about their relationship. It could be said that Zix's animal intuition was at a level higher than the 5 senses of a human, but there were still some things he didn't know about Fiona. Ed felt that the princess might simply lose her hostility towards his family, which would ruin the entire plot of the story. While he was flying in his own thoughts, Yanuka noticed the nice weather and said that if it rained, they could practice the water spirit. The girl continued to talk about how she helped her friend improve his skills, making Ed smile. The boy suggested that the beauty first focus on what they could do during the sunny weather, after which he thanked her. Lucy Merrill lay on the roof of Ed's hut in silence and calm, looking at the sky, thinking that it was going to start raining very soon. Suddenly, the sleeping beauty heard strange sounds nearby, so she instantly jumped up from the roof and landed on a log near the fire. With a flick of her fingers, and without removing the jerky from her mouth, Lucy Merrill lit the fire with her fire magic, making her friend's life easier. Her instincts never let the beauty down, so just a few moments later the image of Ed Rotalor appeared behind the trees nearby. The boy entered the camp territory and made sure that spring had fully come into its own. The forest looked greener than green. However, the rain could have made it difficult to get outside, and given that Lucy Merrill had stayed to sleep there, that could have been true. The rain hitting her body made Lucy feel depressed, so the boy began to worry a little about her and think about how to drag her inside. Noticing the small droplets that were just beginning to appear from the dark clouds, Ed decided that he would wait for a real downpour. But since he didn't really need a change in the weather, the boy ignored the rain and went to the edge of the cliff with his bow. Mog poked his head out from under his hood and happily said that he had never been to the North Coast, because it was too far. The fire spirit added that there was no better place in the world to train the water spirit formula than that cliff under the gorge with the river. In an instant, he and Mog saw 2 strangers in robes approaching them, so Mog became very angry and combative. Ed quickly shut the animal's mouth and aimed his bow at the strangers, because one of those guys started saying something about his parents. Remembering who these men could be, Ed realized that they were vassals of the Rotaylor family, who were responsible for her dark side. They were Crepin's best henchmen, who had been through fire and water, and were now on Akan Island to deal with him too. Not paying attention to the boy's bow, the vassals began to move towards him, saying that they had really missed their master for a while. They ignored any orders he gave them to stop, continuing to mention the rumors they had heard at the academy regarding young Ed. At the exact moment when Ed realized the real purpose of these guys' arrival, they fell to their knees and shouted that they repented before Raw Taylor Sr. Knox took a dagger from his pocket and its master and placed it on the ground, saying that the master wanted to kill his son with this very thing. However, the more they researched the academy grades and young Ed's life, they realized that he had found his wisdom and peace. The vassals lowered their heads guiltily and began to repeat that they had explained everything in detail to Crepin, and now they wanted to apologize to Ed himself. The boy, meanwhile, was not at all convinced by such statements, so he also continued to stand and aim at them with a bow. Ed whispered quietly, so that the villains would send aside these dirty tricks, which he didn't even dare to bite on after what he had experienced. Cadec, in turn, smiled slightly and dared to look up at the young man, saying that the young master had grown a lot since their last meeting. As Ed thought, it was all a real game, because the next second Cadec jumped up and rushed at him, holding that very dagger in his hands. Cadec was an eagle knight, delivering windy blows with a sword he had wielded since childhood and could do anything with it. His ally, Knox, was a brown bear knight who used a flaming mace with fiery energy, just like Ed Rottweiler. The boy knew these two too well to fall for all their tricks and baits, because he had crossed paths with them more than once in the main game. The men, meanwhile, continued to fight and showed all their sides as killers responsible for the dark side of the Rottweiler family. Suddenly, one of them decided to press on the feelings and asked if the young master remembered Meliana, who had once gone blind in one eye because of the youth. It happened at the very moment when Ed pinned the poor maid to the ground with his foot, not knowing that she was Knox's daughter. Ed quickly remembered what the vassal had said, so he agreed with him, but said that revenge was in vain because men could not defeat him. Knox didn't care about his advice, and the man continued to shout that after revenge there was only emptiness left, which Ed didn't even know about. Cadec joined his friend's sadness and grief, noticing how much Ed's strength had grown while watching his fight. The man agreed that the boy was doing a great job of dodging the blows, but if he had missed one of them, he would have met instant death. Continuing to attack the boy together, the vassals shouted menacingly that the bow he was holding in his hands would only hinder him and help him die. Ed, who had barely managed to escape from the numerous attacks of these scoundrels, realized this himself, trying to catch his breath a little. Knox had no desire to stop, so he charged at the young master again and screamed that he had nowhere to run. But suddenly, instead of giving the little bastard a punch in the face, Knox felt a sharp dagger plunge into his neck. Noticing the speed at which his friend began to bleed, Cadec screamed in shock, trying to believe what had happened. Ed blocked the attack with basic defensive magic that could only block spells specifically to call Knox closer. As it turned out a second later, when Ed Rottweiler released all her fury outward, this was not his last attack on his father's vassals. Grasping the sharp daggers tightly in her hands, one of which was poisonous, Cadec shouted that she would take revenge on the little scoundrel for her friend. A second later, the second vassal felt one of the arrows that Ed had fired fly straight through his leg, leaving a hole there. Cadec looked at the boy and couldn't understand how he managed to attack, while being in the epicenter of such an explosion from his own anger. The vassal yelled furiously that from now on, the boy's attacks should be aimed at vital points, not the lower part of the body. He didn't finish his sentence as he waved his hands and prepared to attack, adding that Ed wouldn't get a second chance. Ed Rottweiler, although he did not expect such an attack, still remained alive, full of strength and energy to continue the fight. Cadec had no intention of stopping, so he pounced on the guy again, wanting to finish him off if he did this to Knox. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge water spirit appeared behind the man, which Ed had just learned to handle. All this time, Leisha was the one who helped Ed Rottweiler successfully cope with attacks and not fall in battle against two beacons. As soon as Cadec felt a bubble appear around his head, the villain screamed in fear, dropping his daggers. The burns, cuts, and suffocation from the water were enough to knock him unconscious, but the brown bear knight still managed to fight back and attack. He picked up his dagger with poison on its tip from the ground and swung it at Ed, running up to him from behind, finally trying to outplay the little guy. Ed Rottweiler could not have foreseen this, because he believed that the water spirit would be able to deal with his father's scoundrel. But literally a second before the sting was about to pierce his skull, some kind of magical energy appeared around the boy. This kind of attack was not in his predictions, but despite this, Ed still somehow managed to protect himself with some kind of barrier. The boy quickly used the storm protection, which was supposed to blow away the enemy, thereby protecting him. While Kadek was still under the influence of the water spirit, nothing seemed to have happened to Nox after that storm magic. But moments later, the man collapsed in front of Ed, and the boy lowered his bow and exhaled, thinking that this was finally the end. Nox continued to kneel on the cold ground, his body wet from the pouring rain, when suddenly he asked Ed to kill him with one blow. Rottaler, in turn, instead of simply killing his father's man, came closer to him and said that he had one request. Realizing that his father had made the final decision to kill the boy, Ed informed Nox that he would not die without the help of the Crepin after all. To avoid further delay, the boy informed Nox that he had decided to die himself, so that the vassal would no longer be obsessed with revenge for his daughter. Ed took the poisonous dagger from the man's hands and told him that it was a small gift left for the loyal servants of the Rottaler family. The young man took Nox's hand and with his own strength plunged the sharp dagger into his stomach, screaming from the terrible pain he felt. The boy couldn't even imagine that the sensations would be so sharp and terrible, so for a second he regretted what he had done. Suddenly, at the most inopportune moment, Yanuka appeared on that rock, who was supposed to be there earlier to conduct classes with Ed. But suddenly the girl heard that very heartbreaking scream, and immediately looked in the direction from which it reached her ears. Seeing Ed Rottaler just killed and falling off a cliff, Yanuka rushed to his aid, but unfortunately she didn't make it in time. Realizing that from that moment on the past could not be returned, Nox screamed in shock, because he did not want to kill the boy at all. But the main fear of this man was that the way they killed Ed Rottaler himself was seen by one girl who became a witness. Yanuka felt such a sharp bitterness and pain in her body that she immediately lost control of herself and released all her strength. Even the Brown Bear Knight Nox, who boasted that he had seen and experienced everything during various battles, saw something like this for the first time. The higher-level entity whose highest-level spirit was right in front of him was summoning the rest of the high spirits in the world with his ritual. Yanuka Failover turned on the villain with a fury she had never seen before, then hissed at him if Nox had realized what he had done. The girl's terrible state was taken advantage of by the one whose tail, as they said, was larger than the Imperial Castle and was already visible in the sky. Theorpus, a fire spirit of the highest level, was exactly the spirit that loved to use desperate mages for his own purposes. If you summon one or just his paw, at least the entire northern forest will burn down and only ashes will remain, not to mention the academy. There was no need to understand the meaning of the huge magic circle embroidered on the sky, because fate had already been decided. Anyone who encounters such powerful transparent energy will immediately realize what situation was unfolding before their eyes. It was obvious death, which spoke with its own voice to poor Nox, who did not even want Ed Rottaler to die. When the man felt all of Yanuka Failover's anger and wrath, it was too late to feel sorry, so he was thrown back by a huge magic. The only one who still had any sense was Marilda, who came to Nox's aid at the last second and ordered him to run. The she-wolf sternly ordered him to survive at any cost, because Nox needed to report to everyone what he had to endure. Trying to somehow fix the situation, Marilda rushed straight to the epicenter of this whole maelstrom, where Yanuka asked what she was doing. The girl was not herself, and the she-wolf understood this, so now she had to not retreat, ignoring all the orders of this evil force. Marilda was wise, and therefore confident that Yanuka Failover, her best friend, would do nothing to the spirit queen of the northern forest. When Yanuka realized that it was not she who had summoned the she-wolf, and that she had not been able to cancel the summoning, the girl began to think. And from that very river that flowed at the foot of the cliff from which Ed Rottaler fell, someone's bloody hand appeared. The boy thought of that very moment when he was walking with Laurel and discussing with her how his magical engineering was progressing. As progress was good, the young man spent days and hours on this activity, trying to learn one very important technique. In the end, he managed to make a legendary rank magic engineering item, which was the Delheim Hourglass. This thing would return the body's state to what it was a few seconds ago and remove all damage and wounds. The hourglass removed the effect of the poison from the dagger, but Ed clearly felt the wounds he received during the fight, especially under the influence of salt water. The situation at the top of the cliff was extremely unusual, so he called on Marilda, who could fix it before he arrived. Ed gathered his strength and finally emerged from the river. sadly realizing that so much effort had been spent on a single-use watch. But the most important thing was that the boy managed to survive after everything he had gone through during the battle with his own father's vassals. Crepin's high-ranking cause and effect magic was extremely difficult, so he had to bypass it. If word gets out that Ed defeated Nox and Kadek and survived, Crepin will turn to dark magic again at any cost. He will do this until he finds a new future where his son dies, which is why Ed needed to fake his death. Although the boy did not understand why his father tried to kill him, if he confirmed the future in which he died, he would finally calm down. It was difficult to send vassals to the academy without a special reason, so most likely Crepin's justification was to help Tanya, who was there. Ed didn't have enough strength to walk and think at the same time, so the young man stumbled and fell onto the wet sand. The problem was that the young man was unable to move, namely to stand up and think about how to save his dear Yanuka. Suddenly, he heard behind him something very similar to the roar of a dragon, which was also accompanied by a sharp sensation of heat. Ed gathered his last strength and rose to his feet, his body aching so much that it felt like he was on the brink of life and death. Yanuka, who had finally calmed down and found her lover, without any hesitation threw herself on Ed's neck and thanked him for being alive. The hero really didn't have the energy to withstand such a jump, so he and Yanuka fell back onto the wet and cold sand. He tenderly hugged the girl and asked for forgiveness for constantly making her worry and cry when he got into various troubles. Yanuka was in no state to respond to him at that moment, so the girl simply hugged him tighter and continued to cry. A few hours later, they were already sitting in some small cave, where Ed was telling Yanuka about his immediate plans for the future. Throughout this entire time, the beauty did not leave the boy's side for a second, worrying about him getting hurt again. But when Ed finally said that his wounds were starting to hurt, Yanuka quickly pulled away and said that she felt calm in his arms. She moved aside and asked the young man to pretend that he had not even heard her last words, because she did not want to make the situation worse. Ed Rott-Taylor didn't argue with the poor guy and decided to change the subject, saying that the rain didn't even think of ending. The boy turned his gaze to the small fire that the boys had managed to make and said that now he had a lot of things to do. If anyone had ever asked how lazy Lucy Merrill was during heavy rains, the answer would have been obvious. But at that very moment, when Ed had been gone for over a day, Lucy just sat and waited for him, trying to remain calm and comfortable. After walking through the grass and checking the extinguished fire, the boy will kick the wooden support several times to test its strength. He will go to the wet clothesline and remove everything from it, putting all the tools that might have rusted outside into the tent. He would then shake the water off his clothes and say hello to Lucy Merrill as he headed towards the hut, for his daily life was monotonous. Eventually, he will turn on the lamp and sit at the table to read a book on magical engineering while Lucy falls asleep near the fireplace. Lucy will listen to the sound of the rain, the noise of the fireplace, and the sound of Ed's book, which will turn its pages from time to time. Suddenly, she smelled the scent of bloody mana, but it was so weak that Lucy was too lazy to figure it out, and she closed her eyes. At that moment, two heads remembered Ed's words about how Lucy diligently protected from the house, so her conscience began to torment her. The sleepy princess yawned, rose into the air, protected herself with her magic, and lazily flew through the rain to look for the source of the blood. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw a vassal of the Rott-Taylor family named Nox, who had someone on his back who was just as wounded as he was. Nox told the girl that he had injured his leg in the forest, and his friend had come across a wild animal and was now on the verge of death. Lucy Merrill was very tired after doing nothing all day, so the girl sighed and said that she would save the men's lives. But she wasn't going to do all this for free, so she hissed in a menacing voice that first she needed to hear the whole truth. Professor Flavin, meanwhile, magically appeared on that rock and found there a dagger with the name of the Rott-Taylor family. The man looked around and sighed with displeasure, whispering that such terrible things always happened on his watch, because someone had definitely died. Once at the academy, Yanuka remembered in detail everything that happened on the cliff, but only slightly interpreted it into a better story. When she finished telling how she found Ed already stabbed when she arrived at that place, she fell silent. Flavin and the other students were quite surprised, but the professor still asked her if Yanuka remembered the killer. The girl told him that the killers were vassals of the Edda family, so Flavin ordered his men to go and search for the body. Suddenly, through the almost impenetrable wall of rain, they saw a very familiar image approaching them. Literally a second later, Lucy Merrill felt terribly tired and was unable to teleport to the professor and Yanuka using magic. While Janica was trying to get the girl to calm down and listen to her, Lucy revealed that she had caught Ed's killers. After saying that the killers were Cadec and Knox, Lucy Merrill turned around and ran in the opposite direction, not wanting to waste time. The girl ran to the edge of the cliff, took the bow that belonged to Ed Rottaylor, and immediately covered it with her magic. Yanuka screamed at her friend to stop immediately, but since it was too late, Lucy had already used her anger magic. Note that Yanuka tried to catch up with her. The sleeping beauty did not hesitate and disappeared from her place. Professor Flavin stared after her in shock but quickly shouted that they urgently needed to catch up with Lucy Merrill and bring her back. The man turned his gaze to Yanuka Failover and asked the student, dumbfounded, what this meant, but she only shouted that they didn't have time. They didn't have any time before the situation took an irreversible turn, and the boss of the third became active in advance. Lucy Merrill, in turn, found herself in front of the vassals, whom she began to interrogate about who exactly they served before they killed Ed. Hearing that those scoundrels were the minions of Crepin Rottaylor, Lucy concentrated magic in her hand and directed it at the scoundrels. Knox began to try to justify himself somehow, saying that, to begin with, they arrived at the academy with good intentions. Since this could be true, since Crepin's daughter had recently arrived at the academy, Lucy Merrill could not restrain herself and provoked an explosion. Sleeping Beauty hasn't been this angry for a long time, because in her eyes you could see the desire for revenge for the death of her best friend. Lucy Merrill believed that Tanya Rothtaylor was the main culprit in this situation, so she left her vassals and rushed to search for the girl. Suddenly, Lucy heard behind her the worried voice of Belle's maid Maya, who asked her mistress what she was doing. In the woman's hand, Lucy Merrill noticed a small square-shaped thing that began to activate and release its powers. Belle Maya, meanwhile, continued to look at the girl and ask her what and why she was doing with those two men in the air. Despite the fact that the academy was in complete chaos, the maid was calm and tried to somehow resolve the situation. But Lucy didn't like Belle Maya's initiative at all, because the girl began to measure her with her intense and furious gaze. She pointed her hand at that very small square in the woman's hands and broke it without any additional effort. Then Lucy looked again at the head maid of the academy and shouted for her to bring her Tanya Rottaylor, the boy's sister. Belle Maya had known Lucy Merrill for many years, but even she had never seen the girl so angry and out of control. The academy's training arena, meanwhile, was filled with columns of smoke due to the end of the beautiful duel between the two warriors. When the opponent praised Elvira for how skilled she was during the competition, the girl growled at the guy that he had fought her unfairly. This opponent was the same Wade who, as he had stated earlier, dared to fight with second-year students and wipe everyone's nose. Having finished with Elvira, the boy turned towards where his older comrade Zix stood and silently waited for his turn. Zix had enough of the spectacular show of the fight between Elvira and this narcissistic good-for-nothing, so he didn't say anything about wanting to be next. Wade, in turn, could not help but take advantage of his victory against the best student of alchemy, so he began to publicly humiliate her. The public, who had already seen enough of Wade's fighting style, was not entirely confident that Zix would be able to defeat him without any injuries. In fact, even Zix himself felt how the excitement was spreading through his body faster and faster because he underestimated this boy, which was a mistake. Suddenly, the roof of the training hall collapsed, and the students heard some strange noise, which scared them a little. Zix didn't lose his composure and immediately rushed to run towards the source of the explosion, while Wade shouted after him that first they needed to find Belle Maya. The boy glanced at the windows that were passing by on the right side and realized that it was already too late to tell the maids. The maids, including Belle Maya herself, were under the effects of a time prison placed on them by the furious Lucy Merrill. There really were geniuses in the world who were capable of roughly copying the stellar magic that someone had dedicated their entire life to studying. One of these geniuses was the Sleeping Beauty, who still menacingly ordered her subordinates to bring her Tanya Rottaylor. Realizing that the situation was extremely dangerous, Zix leaned out of one of the academy's windows and asked Lucy, dumbfounded, why she was doing this. But suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to one of the maids, who loudly screamed for everyone to immediately run to her. The maid screamed that the main housekeeper had also been hit, and they were all confused, because Lucy Merrill's words had surprised everyone. To clarify the situation, the girl told Zix that, according to Sleeping Beauty, third-year student Ed Taylor had died. Zix, who truly loved that guy as his close friend, stopped in shock at such information, unable to run any further. Wade and the maid turned towards him and asked why the boy had stopped when they needed to hurry. But Zix had a completely different opinion, so he ordered the guys to go first, because he suddenly had a couple of urgent matters to do. Not understanding what was going on, Wade furiously yelled at the sophomore not to even think about taking revenge on Ed Rottler's killers. Zix couldn't stand the guy, so he yelled back at him to keep the brat out of his business and help the others leave the academy. The boy immediately guessed who Lucy would be looking for first, so he rushed into Tanya Taylor's room where everything was in disarray. His fears were confirmed, because after the first 5 minutes after the first loud explosion that thundered late in the evening, no one saw Tanya. The young man did not lose hope and began to run from closet to closet, trying to find the girl in one of them, because she could simply be scared. In the end, he managed to find a shocked Tanya, who actually hid in one of the closets, being in a river of tears from fear. All the evidence actually pointed to Tanya, but despite this, Zix could not have borrowed the money as it happened. Thanks to her senior comrade Ed, Tanya's reputation in the academy had grown significantly, so Zix did not believe that she could kill him. But since he could not rely on thoughts alone, he sternly ordered Tanya Taylor to answer only the truth to whatever he asked her. Zix's expression suddenly changed, and he hissed, asking if the girl had ordered the murder of Ed's senior comrade. Tanya immediately screamed and burst into a new wave of tears, repeating that it was impossible and that it was in no way her doing. The boy could not confirm her words, but he knew for sure that at this rate Tanya would certainly die, and he needed to do something. At the first thought that his older comrade Ed was dead, Zix also felt sad in his heart. But there were too many things he didn't understand. One of those things was that there were too many inconsistencies between Lucy Merrill and Tanya's attitude towards it, so Zix wanted to clear them up. While it might have been best for the guy to stay out of this matter, he couldn't leave things as they were. Zix looked at Tanya with a serious look and ordered the girl to stay in the academy building while he went and tried to save everyone. The young man used the powers of his magic because he knew that his older friend would never want his little sister to die at the hands of Lucy Merrill. Suddenly, Wade appeared in Tanya's room, ordering Zix to follow Lucy's orders if they wanted to survive and continue their training. Wade said that if Sleeping Beauty found out that Zix hid Tanya, it could turn out very badly for him, possibly even death. Although it sounded very scary, Zix was a fearless warrior who was going to fight to the last, clearing Ed's name. While the boys were arguing among themselves, Tanya Taylor, in turn, continued to remain in the closet and cry, hoping for salvation. Suddenly, Wade touched the ball of his older teammate Zix and hissed in a menacing voice that he had made an unfounded judgment. The first year's eyes lit up red, and he shouted that he had to do his will, use force, and take Tanya with him. Lucy Merrill, at that time, never became calmer for a single second, so she continued to destroy everything around her, and was angry with the sadness in her soul. One of all the people she managed to freeze was Princess Fiona, who never managed to escape from the evil Lucy Merrill. Seeing even the best man in the faculty defeated, Clevius lost any hope that he would survive this battle. In fact, it was quite justified because Lucy Merrill was not going to give up until she found Tanya. Suddenly, Lucy noticed some movement and turned towards the poor, sullen Clevius, intending to block him. Luckily, the boy noticed this first, so he took off and started running as fast as he could, trying to save his soul from petrification. Clevius fled and blamed his fate, complaining to the world why such troubles had fallen on his head if he had never sinned. Having practically reached the rose garden, Clevius forgot to look at the feats and tripped over some stone, fell, and flew along the ground for several meters. He was so exhausted after worrying about Lucy that he didn't even want to get up from the puddle he had fallen face down into. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice on his head, which reproached the guy for deciding to lie down and rest even at such a moment. Looking up, the coward saw Elvira standing above him, who asked with contempt in her voice why the young man had not yet been to the duel. In the current situation, no one except the best students of the academy and professors will be able to stop the monster that was raging so much. Elvira understood this better than anyone, so they needed to hold out for at least 30 minutes until the professors who had left to look for Ed arrived. Turning around, The redhead ordered her friend to run away to the professorial buildings if he was so scared and bad. Finally, Elvira ordered him that if Clevius ran into any of the teachers, he would need to ask them for support. "Call yourself a worthless person and the last coward." Clevius lowered his head again, shoving it straight into a dirty puddle from the swamp. The boy understood that in truth, he was a good-for-nothing scoundrel who constantly complained, whined, and lazed around. Finally, after some time, Yanuka came running to Ed again, telling him that a great disaster had happened at the academy. Janica told the boy that Lucy had found out about everything before she explained the situation to her, so the girl didn't know what could have happened. While Ed was bandaging his wounds and preparing for the competition, the beauty told him that Lucy was now in Ophelia and wanted to find Tanya. When Ed Taylor heard that his little sister was in danger, he immediately jumped up from his seat because he could no longer sit idly by. A look of determination appeared on his face, and the young man whispered that he himself would have to return to the academy and resolve everything. Back when everything was still wonderful in Lucy Merrill's life, she loved rainy days, which she spent at home with the wizard Glocht. Usually on such days, she was always wet and sick, so Glocht cooked her chicken broth and looked after the baby. Every time the girl felt ill, the old man advised her to remember this feeling, because of which she would not want to get sick later. When her body remembered the fever, Lucy became less vulnerable to pain and injury from people around her. The girl must have met thousands of such people in her life, and they will all try in every way to trample the little one and show her that she is nobody. It was for this reason that Lucy Merrill had to learn from childhood the art of defending her honor, which was special to her. Now, at the present time, when no one fulfilled the requests of the little capricious girl, she immediately became filled with anger and a desire for reprisal. Lucy Merrill never killed anyone in her entire life, but that didn't stop her from finding the culprits like Tanya and punishing them. The girl was going to do this as soon as possible, because she was not at all, that is, who was ready to spend a lot of time on such nonsense. Of course, there will come a time in life when Lucy will become bored with her innate abilities, because life with them will be monotonous. In addition to monotony, the Sleeping Beauty's enemy could be a feeling of meaninglessness, or a feeling of pain along with distant memories. Remembering and going over all these words in her head, Lucy Merrill herself did not understand how she had called the great mage Glocht an old deceiver. The girl took a few steps towards the academy and created an explosion, the column of smoke from which was even higher than Sylvania. Lucy shook off the dust and soot that had lingered on her body, then became disappointed by the weak force of her blow. But as it turned out a second later, it was a blow from Elvira, whom Lucy saw in front of her with a small suitcase with all her potions. This alchemy student was not at all part of the Sleeping Beauty's plans, so Lucy sternly ordered her to get out of the way and not interfere. Without waiting for Elvira to do it herself, Lucy used magic and threw the girl back, clearing a path for herself. While in the air, Elvira whispered that it turned out that it was not a spell, but a release of a stream of mana. She looked at the furious Lucy, who stood right above her soul, and continued to say that the problem opened up in the girl's mana. Elvira smiled and noted that they, wizards with excellent sensitivity to magic, were doing things with just mana. The redhead was not going to give up, so she shouted at her opponent that they, alchemists, knew how to transform magic into something else. The girl took some potions out of her suitcase and began to make reagents that created the crimson crystal effect. She instantly activated the thing that absorbed a large amount of magical power and allowed her to move smoothly through its channels. From that moment on, Elvira wanted to use Lucy's magical energy as fuel to power her magical engineering tools. Even though all her precious creation would be destroyed, Elvira was willing to sacrifice it for the sake of defeating evil. At the academy, meanwhile, the maids were busy trying to evacuate the students who were in danger during the incident. While they were busy, Elvira finally got carried away and shouted at Lucy to try to break through her power and barrier. Suddenly, when Lucy Merrill finally activated her powers, Elvira saw an overload notification due to the huge amount of mana. Elvira simply couldn't believe her eyes, because theoretically, it was impossible to use such a quantity of mana against the tools. This action had no value, because there was nothing that possessed such magical power except one person. It took Lucy Merrill only 3 minutes to subjugate all the maids of the academy, the best students, and a couple of other important people. One of these girls was Elvira, who, although very badly injured, was still conscious. Lucy made sure that no one was going to get in her way now, and then she turned around and went in search of Tanya Rothtaylor. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her leg and say that if Lucy continued like this, she would regret it very soon. Elvira gathered all her remaining strength and whispered that with such strength, Lucy could blow up Aalis from the very beginning. Well, the girl didn't do it for the reason that her older friend Ed would hardly want something like that, especially from his best friend. Lucy Merrill knew this, although she did not want to admit that Elvira was right. It was absolutely true, and it was hidden in her soul. When Sleeping Beauty said that she would think about it after meeting Tanya, she felt someone's shadow that was about to attack her. Elvira, who saw who the owner of this shadow was, simply froze with her mouth open, trying to check this amazing picture. Clevius, who finally decided to prove that he was not such a coward, did not succeed, because Lucy had a protective layer of magic. The young man shouted at Lucy Merrill that she would never be able to pass and get inside the academy, but he immediately realized that this was a very big mistake. The girl calmly raised her right hand in the air, snapped her fingers, and recreated a small surge of magical power in it. Despite how small the splash was, with a deft movement she directed it at Clevius, and threw him so far away that she didn't even see him. The time spent on the best second-year student of the military faculty was equal to exactly 1 second. Clevius Northundale, who had truly proved for the first time in his life that he was capable of standing up even to Lucy, lay unconscious. Lucy Merrill herself looked at him with her indifferent gaze and understood that there was no one in this place who could stop her. Wade, meanwhile, still did not give in and shouted at Zix that he would have to fulfill his will, even if he had to use force. Since the young man was not going to listen to him, Wade jumped up and rushed at him with the ball, shouting that he would take Tanya with him. As soon as the first-year student tried to attack him, Zix immediately successfully dodged it, because he predicted it a couple of seconds before. In response to the insolent man's ferocious attack, Zix concentrated all his strength and anger, wanting to defeat him with the swordsmanship of the Islan family. The boy was surprised at how this guy had learned such a complex and unconventional technique, which was usually taught only to nobles. There was more freedom of movement, but the pillars of theory were still there, so the way Wade fought was true fencing art. But since his techniques were not fully honed, Zix easily found some gaps in them where he was going to strike. Wade was also able to find the areas where Zix was weaker, so he was confident that he would emerge victorious from this fight. After all, this young man had never lost to anyone in his life, except for his own coaches and those who taught him as a child. Suddenly, he still managed to attack his older comrade, who immediately used the wind blade to defend himself. At the last second, Zix caught the right moment and pressed his opponent to the ground, giving him several blows and knocking him out. Zix felt excitement in his heart, so he asked Wade with interest if he wanted to continue the fight, to which he agreed. The little one growled that he was a man who got real pleasure from fighting the strongest, so he could not refuse. He swung his sword at Zix and shouted to his comrade, begging him to give him even more pleasure and a sense of victory. Zix, in turn, only sighed heavily and calmly told the little first-year student that he looked terribly pathetic at that moment. The boy did not enjoy the fight and showed enthusiasm only in those fights in which he saw the potential for victory. When Wade heard these words, he protested, but Zix added that if he really wanted to fight the strongest, he would not have chosen him. It was this truth that could make little Wade lose his concentration, and Zix knew it, so he kept pushing him. Calling the scoundrel a petty, cowardly scoundrel, Zix still managed to repel his fencing attack and sink Wade's sword into the ground. Wade, who had never been so humiliated and defeated in his life, stared at his opponent in shock, trying to comprehend this. Zix stopped only when the tip of his weapon was a couple of centimeters from Wade's neck, who almost wet himself from fear. The boy asked Wade what the little guy was going to do against an opponent who was too tough for him and was about to kill him. Without removing his sword from his neck, the older comrade said menacingly that this was Wade's limit, and he should never overestimate himself again. Lucy Merrill, meanwhile, was not idle either, so she again destroyed one of the walls of Tanya Rothtaylor's room, preparing to enter. Suddenly she heard a voice behind her saying that it was arrogance that killed most of the warriors in the world. Turning around, the girl saw some shadow there, which was walking in her direction and was ready to risk its life for a second chance. That shadow was Clevius Northundale, who gathered his last strength and drew his sword, thinking that fear was his true weapon. The boy could barely stand on his feet, but he continued to live and fight, waiting for the moment when he would finally be rewarded. Even though he could always run away from fear, there came a time when his legs were chained to one place, and he did not want to move anywhere. His whole body was shaking like crazy, but strangely enough, his hand holding the sword was strong despite everything. Even if defeat was inevitable, the boy remembered the feeling of inertia that forced his body to move forward. These were the words of the one who taught Clevius everything the boy knew how to do in his life. Even though in the end, being young, he killed that man. Elvira had known this boy for many, many years, but she had never seen him like he did at that moment. Lucy Merrill, in turn, did not lose her head for a second, so she took Ed's bow and pointed it at her future opponent. She used mid-level fire magic and created a pillar of flame, which she shot from her bow as an arrow. A huge explosion occurred where the sleeping princess was aiming, but Clevius did not forget her promise not to kill anyone. The reason he could do this was because he was absolutely certain that he would not be able to kill a monster like Lucy. No matter how hard he tried, Clevius Northundel would never have been able to defeat someone like Lucy Merrill. The girl, in turn, saw the power with which the new Clevius appeared and realized that this boy had become several times faster. She wasn't wrong for a second, because just now, a moment later, Clevius took advantage of the wind's protection and was about to attack Lucy with its gust. His body was covered with wounds, from which more and more blood poured out, but in the heart of the sullen Clevius there was only the desire to fight. If Clevius had lost consciousness from blood loss, no one would have been surprised, but his mana amount was directly dependent on the amount of blood spilled. Seeing that this guy was about to attack her with the Nortundel family's cursed ball, Lucy realized that a bloody sword fight had begun. Even Lucy Merrill herself could feel the anger and fury with which this boy fought against her, trying to defeat her protective magic. Clevius, for his part, had never felt so strong in his life as he did in that moment when he finally lost his fear and began to act. Suddenly, Lucy was finally able to use her magic and stop his ferocious attacks, at least for a while. But the girl very soon realized that even her highest power was useless against his mana, which was increasing with every second. Clevius was like a real monster, who attacked and attacked the sleeping beauty without stopping and wanting to kill her. Eventually, Lucy Merrill got tired of playing games with him, so the girl used her strongest spell and finally won. Blood fencing used the blood of the owners as mana fuel, and was therefore the most forbidden technique of all. As a child, Clevius was always scolded for this and forbidden to inherit this technique, which turned people into real monsters. Regretted it. It was that moment in his life that Clevius never forgot and terribly regretted, but in such cases it increased his thirst for blood. Clevius Northundale transformed into the Blade Demon himself, who finally admitted that Lucy Merrill was a true monster. The girl, in turn, watched Clevius, and for the first time in her life, felt that he was someone she was interested in fighting with. But despite this, the beauty did not doubt for a second that she was stronger than him, so she boldly used divine retribution. Zix and Tanya, meanwhile, were running through the long and half-destroyed corridors of the academy, already very close. When the boys finally got to where they had been running all this time, Zix froze at the sight of the one who was waiting for him there. Laurel smiled at her friends and informed them that if they went out the door at the end of the hallway, they would be able to escape by a safer route. Zix looked at the redhead and couldn't believe that in such a terrible situation, she was helping them without even trying to benefit herself. Green Eyes, meanwhile, calmly said that Tanya was very lucky thanks to Zix's accompaniment, because there were many dead ends on their way. Laurel turned around and was about to return to her room when Zix suddenly asked the girl if she had heard about Ed. The girl replied that she wasn't sure, after which Zix asked menacingly what Laurel would have done if Tanya had come to her alone. The redhead wasn't one to lie in situations like this, so she turned around and shouted in a furious tone that she would tear Tanya to shreds. Zix gripped his sword tighter and stepped forward, telling his friend that it was a very rash decision, but Laurel didn't believe him. Realizing that she was in a very bad situation, Tanya screamed in fear that she had nothing to do with it, but Zix quickly calmed her down. In response to this, Laurel sighed and suggested that the boys move on, as she was not in the mood for reprisals. When this girl just said that she let them through because she couldn't beat them, Zix's body instinctively froze. Everyone in the academy knew that it was dangerous to come into conflict with Laurel Kalin, but this moment was somehow strange. If this beauty showed hostility, then absolutely everything that they could imagine could be waiting for the guys behind that door. But as the situation grew more tense with each passing second, Zix tried hard to figure out what to do, because they could die. Elvira stood and cried, unable to stop because she simply could not believe how cruel Clevius could be. There wasn't a single living spot on the young man, but he was still going to take on the high-level spell and continue. Clevius remembered his older brother, who always asked him not to blame himself, because it was the mistake of those who wanted to know the limits of his powers. The boy always told little Clevius to keep his head up, since bloody fencing was not a curse. The hero, who stood up to an entire army, always rushed into battle full of determination because he was the same owner of this skill as he was. The boy's brother told him that the warrior used his dark powers to protect his family, so he was never a real monster. But at that moment when Clevius no longer felt any pain from the loss of blood, the boy was sure that his brother was deeply mistaken. There was a blade demon in his family, and even if he acted like a human, once he lost control, everything around him would turn into a sea of blood. The same situation happened on the very day when Clevius saw his elder for the last time in his life, without even realizing it at first. Such an outdated concept as morality was not applicable to a monster who drenched the battlefield with his own blood for the sake of victory. In Lucy Merrill's case, Clevius felt just as terrible as he had on that very day in his childhood, only now he was losing. Lucy Merrill, for her part, remained as confident in her abilities as ever, but only up to one particular moment. Clevius's mind again recalled the very moment when he saw his brother's eyes open for the last time. Then he even managed to think that this power would allow Clevius Northundale to become a real hero. But he was wrong. The last words his older brother spoke were forgiveness, because the young man was sincerely glad that Clevius killed him and not someone else. He smiled, looked his little brother straight in the eyes, and ordered him to never blame himself for what happened. That day, a true hero fell at the hands of a monster that did not even immediately realize what it had done. These memories finally made Clevius calm down and come to his senses, because he felt that he could no longer continue to live like this. Without having accomplished what he had been fighting for throughout this entire battle, Clevius's eyes slowly closed, and he felt himself begin to fall to the ground. From the enormous loss of blood, the poor fellow fell to the ground at the feet of Lucy Merrill, who continued to stand motionless and look at him. Despite the price of that victory, part of Clevius's plan was still fulfilled. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana was directly proportional to the amount of wounds and blood lost, making the user stronger the closer to death. But even this great power paled in the presence of Lucy, yet because of the complacency of the strong or the determination of the weak, the impossible happened. There was a small cut on the girl's neck, which indicated that she had indeed almost died at the very last moment. Lucy, who had lived her entire life in the status of the strongest, was not accustomed to the feeling that there were people stronger than her. The fear of death, experienced by her for the first time, made her decide to finish off the weakling who had no chance to fight. The sleeping princess had never felt this before in her life, so at that moment she simply could not control herself and her emotions. But suddenly, when at the last moment her magic failed to work and was repelled by some kind of protective shield, Lucy exclaimed in amazement. Turning around, the girl saw a stranger in a black cloak, standing not far from her, holding a bow in his hand with which he had done this. Seeing the face of Edra Taylor, who was alive under the dark hood, Lucy experienced a range of emotions that she had never felt before. At the academy, meanwhile, Zix still wouldn't let Tanya go beyond his handline, trying to protect her from Laurel. He looked at the one who had the power to do anything, and thought about how he needed to act now to save the life of his older comrade's sister. Zix understood that they didn't have time and needed to decide quickly, but he was very afraid of the responsibility for his own choice. Suddenly, the boys heard a woman scream outside the window, which addressed Laurel, who continued to stand calmly. A moment later, Yanuka Failover, whom they certainly didn't expect to see there, flew into the corridor through the broken window. Laurel fell to the ground and hit her head at this sudden appearance, so Yanuka immediately ran up to her and tried to help. The redhead was in complete shock from what happened, so Yanuka didn't ask her any questions and silently examined her friend. Having made sure that everything was fine, the beauty turned to Zix and exclaimed, seeing Tanya, whom she had been looking for, next to him. But since the situation was extremely strange and none of them knew what to do, all four remained standing silently in their places. Laurel looked at the girl next to her and noticed that she was not at all upset about Ed's death, so it could not be true. Feeling a very familiar energy, Yanuka turned to the window and asked what exactly in this life she still did not understand. Marilda appeared on the other side of the window and calmly said that the girl was completely wrong in this regard. Considering that Ed and Yanuka arrived in time, Marilda was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, because the world was saved. Seeing someone who looked awfully like both a corpse and Kay Levius, Ed Taylor was amazed and asked the guy if it was really him. The boy looked up at him and said that although he was a little battered, he realized that he was not even fit to hold a candle to Lucy Merrill. He fell face down in the puddle again and said at the end that all he had to do was run away, and none of this would have happened. Clevius burst into tears as he felt like such a naive fool, especially considering the state the boy was in. Everyone around was too weak to stop Lucy, but despite this, they still tried to stop her somehow. When everything finally calmed down, Elvira came to her senses and jumped up from her seat, running to her close friend, who was dying. It would have been much easier if he had given up like the others, but instead, Clevius believed even after being destroyed. At such moments, the young man always remembered the face of his older brother and the words that one could become a hero at any second. Clevius thanked Elvira for her help and asked the girl why the guy didn't just let him escape back then. The boy felt like a terrible loser because he had lost again in something that didn't even make any sense and made him even more painful. But suddenly, Ed Taylor approached the guys and said that if it weren't for them, the academy would no longer exist, so their efforts would not be in vain. Those were the exact words Clevius needed to hear at that moment, because they made him feel important. Ed didn't have much time, so after that he simply stood up, turned around, and walked away, leaving his friends staring after him in shock. Clevius laid his head back in the puddle and whispered that he knew how stupid and pathetic a loser he seemed to everyone else. Elvira immediately gave her friend a blow on the back and shouted at him to finally pull himself together and stop talking nonsense. What Ed had told him a few minutes ago was indeed not just empty words, as the young man was surprised. He knew all the main heroes of the academy very well, but the guy would never have thought that any of them were capable of something like this. It took the boy at least 10 minutes to reach the academy, ending up in front of the final boss of Act 3, Lucy Merrill. Ed Taylor looked at her friend carefully and realized that a simple apology might not be enough for him at the moment. But despite this, the young man still lowered his head guiltily and apologized to the beauty, saying that it would have been better if he had really died. The boy explained that he couldn't prepare for everything in advance, and therefore didn't tell her why what happened. Instead of attacking him with screams and curses, Lucy threw off her hat and threw herself into Ed's arms, bursting into tears. The girl cried, clutched his cloak tighter, and repeated in a quiet voice that she had thought he was dead all this time. Ed hugged the little sleeping beauty tighter and said that now he was with her and everything was fine with him, so she should calm down. They stood and hugged in front of half the academy, including all the maids, but the guys didn't care at all. Zix thought that after being brought into civilization, nothing could ever again instill in him the fear that he had constantly felt as a child. But when he saw the huge spirit wolf Marilda and Yanuka in front of him, the boy decided that the feeling of fear was very ambiguous. They were both out of their minds and the news of Ed's death, so in that case, Zix would have to sweat a lot to survive. Suddenly, instead of attacking the young man and cutting him to pieces, Yanuka said with a smile that she wanted to tell him something about Ed. The very second the girl said this, a huge explosion occurred in the corridor because Yanuka could not restrain herself. Coughing up the dust, Zix sternly ordered Tanya Taylor to listen to him very carefully. After leaving, he said that if the girl ran along this path, she would come across a fork where she would need to turn west. She was the heir of the Taylors, so the girl needed to find the imperial troops or a noble family she trusted. When she asked what the older comrade would do during this time, Zix said that he would try to buy the little one sometime. Not understanding why he went so far, Tanya asked Zix about it, but he did all this only because the girl was his friend's sister. Not wanting to let this guy suffer because of her inaction, Tanya jumped up and ran where he told her to. Zix, in turn, clutched his sword tighter and whispered that he was ready for anything that could now crawl out of the dust at him. He said that he fully understood that the girls would not listen to him, because Yanuka's feelings regarding Ed were completely justified. Laurel and Yanuka, who heard this nonsense, looked at each other in surprise, trying to understand what he was talking about. The young man, meanwhile, recalled his fight with Wade and told Yanuka that all people once died, even the lovers of others. Wanting to somehow save the situation, Zix continued to preach about it and shout that Yanuka loved him, and therefore could not take revenge. Yanuka Failover looked at the boy in bewilderment, and did not understand what he was getting at and why he was even talking about her love for Ed. Zix, meanwhile, did not retreat, because he believed that in this way he would be able to gain as much time as possible and not die himself. This continued until the very moment when a fiery charge finally flew into him, the force of which threw Zix out the window. The boy fell to the ground, and only at that moment did he hear Yanuka's furious cry that Ed was not dead and was alive. Noticing that Zix was slowly losing consciousness from the blow, the girl began to poke him with her staff and shout that no one had died. The spring rain began, and the petals on the streets along with the flowers in the gardens would be washed away by its streams, taking with them all the blood and transforming the weather. The emotions were very similar to those Lucy Merrill always experienced when she was ill and enjoyed Glock's care for her. Once a person let go and regained his composure, even stable relationships could enter a new phase. Lucy believed that the feelings she had for the great mage Glock were the same as those she had for Ed Rothtaylor. These intersecting feelings were similar, but after that night, the girl realized how different they were from each other. Since the sleeping princess had never felt this before, she could not understand what the difference was. Suddenly, she took a sharp step back and pushed Ed, whom she had been hugging tightly for the last 5 minutes, away from you. Lucy began to feel her heartbeat quicken, causing the girl to feel ill and turn red little by little. Even though he was just saying her name in a casual manner, Lucy's heart was set ablaze with a fire that had never been there before. The girl finally understood everything and realized her feelings, which people called those that were worth fighting for, no matter what. Lucy Merrill understood what ordinary people called love, because she felt it the second she learned of her lover's death.